Chapter 1 Resurrection Among the Dead. Kyleson awoke abruptly on the cold floor, a sharp pain eliciting a groan from his lips. His vision revealed a cramped room, its windows boarded up and further shrouded by layers of violinous papers, effective lie-blocking gonorrhea off sunlight. The surroundings were chaotic. Had found himself lying with a novice ceremonial array, a dark red star-shaped pattern composed of desiccated blood that sent chills down his spine. Where am I? Kyleson's breath quickened in a state of agitation. The metallic taste of blood lingered in his mouth, while its air was thick with a damp and foul odor. Suddenly, memories from a previous life surged into his consciousness, shattering like broken glass, intertwining with his own recollections in a tumultuous whirl. The image of a frail patient driven on earth merged with that of a gaunt boy in black from another realm, standing before a grave. He had shed the burden of his former ailing body, reborn in a church city named Consberg within the Principality of Severia. Kyleson flexible manned, bracing himself against the ground, slowly Rossetto heat, elated to experience the perspective of standing on some more. Fate had granted him another chance. The oppressive darkness of Tyrmund settled Kyleson, prompting him to instinctively react into a nearby board for a small vial of electric mana. With the discovery of mana elements, the array of utilizing Gualio illicit Irecnergi source had long passed. Alchemical factories, having extracted the Lefenstormescence from Willio left behind electric manasa byproduct. It was said that Mastralchemis scooter finna concept such as that mana, yet Kelson's mind was to clouded to ponder sick intricacies. Heinzert had the violent or assassin thule circuit board, and with a sound of fluent energy, a dim light cascaded down from above. Scattered around were as a virile peculiaritum sasmalville, a reed leather notebook, a damaged black tome, and a sharp fang. Kyleson picked up third leather notebook, discovering the diary of the original owner. Trembling, he appended it, hoping to glean insight into his current predicament. The initial ordinary entry had been obscured beneath thick black ink, with only the last few pages partially illegible. June 10, 1672. I have contracted vampire fever. However, I have calculated the time it will take for the virus to transform mine to a blood servant. The plan is imminent to miscarry out. I do not know what consequences this will bring, but I have no patho-free treat. It procured the vampire fang longage at the passion sane experiment remains oblivious, believing he suffers from an ordinary fever. Before at the transformation, Ikiradim. May God protect them, and may He forgive them. December 2, 1672. Exhausted and enraged, I am on the brink of madness. What has it blessed be God suchly? The Church neglects the grave lyle, treating Kiva lion clinics like Mercs, while requests for medicine and equipment vanish without a trace, and bandages must bear repeated lice sterilized through high heat. If only found the Timito continuum implantherescent cold weather has left me without he means stopper to see charcoal, a refustotrable professor's anguiligan, so I attempted to board up the windows with newspaper sand nails to keep their warmer. Additionally, it discovered how to make the handoff magic work continuously. I simply need to plan theme in a pathways before command to dissipate, link it to the next scroll of T handoff magic. I have exchanged all my savings for the essential scrolls. On that day, I will execute plan. December 26, 1672. The ritual is prepared. Although I obtained the diagram long ago, the act of drawing it was still a harrowing experience. The materials consist of my own blood, which I have saved over time. Despite no thieving touch at scalpel images, my hands remain steady in awe. From Miriam, Alicent the Hands of Fate. Kyleson nervous life lipid through pages. The following gentry is revealing the truth of his arrival in this world. His hands trembled, causing a delicacy in his head. The handwriting became increasingly erratic, as if the author could no longer control their strength. The scrawled words resembled some sinister whisper, making Kyleson feel as though the air around him pulsed with a killing presence, an obscure atmosphere reverberating like a passing spectre. December 31, 1672. Isiv 31 St. It's old. I am uncurtain he vampire fever under smelternately unconscious and aware, and I can hardly keep track of time. The previous patient was a healthy hadna forewarning off my own weakness in December, a special licensee havegen so long without proper nourishment. It is likely time a will some consummate the liquid at petition, and within seconds, nippy pulse will lady as I enter a stadio of breath. The hand off magic quillis the resurrection scroll to turn mine to a walking corpse. At that moment, the hand off magic will initiate the ritual, banishing Mirather, the already deceased medith void. There, my soul will be trapped within the body, and after 2 hours, as the toxin soft he liquideth petution dissipate, it shall awaken anew, successfully transform it into a vampire. Thus, reclaiming my consciousness, it shall be expelled from the void back into the material real minus state that is neither alive nor dead. Thought his will severe like compromiseth the integrity of my soul, it shall truly embark upon the path of the extraordinary. Kyleson sees wouldn't in disbelief these individual was utter limit, although t methods seemed childish. It was likely some only players in a virtual world would attempt to twazok into exploiting a flaw in the system. Instinctively, Kyleson sensed something different within him. This chaotic power was unmistakably perceived through some essence, existing within his very being. He extended his hand, and to his astonishment, a stream of dark magic energy flowed from his fingertips. It appeared that the original plan had succeeded had inherited some form of extraordinary power. This gift was no entirely his. Kyleson excitedly licked his dry lips, casting his gaze downward to witness the final outcome. March 13, 1672. I have returned, I have triumphed. I have failed, I have been destroyed. I am Kyleson. At that moment, Kyleson's mind felt as if it were being cleaved by lightning. Fractured memories flashed through his consciousness an empty a twisty dearth formed off countless writhing appendages, on Dane unspeakable behemoth bearing down upon him, threatening to obliterate him into fragments. With that cry of despair, Kyleson clutched at his shed, that air slipping from Miss grasp and Lindingo penant the fine alpage, wick Berethiamina's inscription. Kyleson Dominic, you are dead. I am dead? Kyleson tentatively tested his breath, placing the hand upon his feel for an Isinio Fey heartbeat. Nothing. Utterly devoid of sensation. He could scarcely accept this reality, and Asheg gripped his wrist pulse with his left hand, his right hand soft thuple saying his neck. There was truly known. Kyleson stood frozen in place, before a dashed tot the balcony, trembling uncontrollably from fear, yet the shiartly still in hishest, failing to be heaven on sane response to his terror. The frigid night wind poured down from the leaden sky, wrapping around his skin like us. The streetlights flicker red twice before extinguishing, revealing the looming shadows of distant structures. That was Thesperoth Trinity Academy, the institution where at this bada had personality. This reminded Kyleson that the situate in a church sitted within the jurisdiction of Triune Church, a place thought sought horadic undead beings. After a moment ofcom, Kyleson returned to his small room, standing before the florling mirror in the corner to scrutinize himself. Before him stood a gaunt, pallid young man with silver hair, yet upon closer inspection, faint signs of post-mortem lividity to mark at his wrists. Drawing upon the medic knowledge within the original owner's mind, Kyleson pressed it firmly, noting that lividity faded slightly. These indicated that he had likely been dead for approximately 12 to 24 hours. However, curiously, there were signs of rigor mortis, perhaps a consequence of resurrection spell. These wasn't a cause for celebration, for its pull could not prevent the impending tissue liquefaction and decay thought would follow in 2 weeks. Most critically, one set has stank of decomposition begun to emanate. It would take Buthel Fide for the holy fire priest to arrive and purify him. Kyleson pissed anxiously, feeling an increasing sense of oppression in theorem, and Amelis dread constricting his thoughts. The confusion of his identity and the strangeness of his body made him feel nauseous, yet the stomach was empty, offering no reprieve. At last, his gaze rested upon the black demi on the floor. If there remained any hope for salvation, it would not come from the sale clergy, but from this book, which contained knowledge of TBs. Since if the original owner had meticulously planned this sacrificial ritual, he ascertained that further contingency had been devised. Opening the black book, which appeared to have been pierced by some measuring implement, he discovered the Tysk intents were read beyond recognition, with only a few corners miraculously spared, adorned with incomprehensible pattern sand texts. However, Kyleson felt no disappointment as he grasped the tome. Visions of his plans for the future began to unfurl in his mind. If he could successfully ascend the Necromancer tier, he would be able to conceal himself within the city. The prerequisite for advancing to the first tier of necromancy, the cadaver dissector apprentice, had already been surmounted by him. To become a cadaver dissector apprentice, one must accumulate a substantial amount of negative energy within their body and subsequently ingest an enhancement petition to enter Therial Mofti. At that point, The sprint would gain partial immunity to pain, enhanced dark vision, and resistance to cold and accents, mais importantly acquiring the ability to attack with a touch of shadow with decay. Typically, harboring negative energy within a living body poses considerable danger, potentially inflicting severe harm upon an life force. Yet, as a corpse, Kyleson had no need to worry about such matters. One might ponder what ordinary person could contain more negative energy than a lifeless body. Kyleson stroke had a stumble, clarity wash in Javerm hinu precisely what the need edido, according to Themimorius in his mind. If Haku das endo the first Kyleson took a step back, grasped the certificate, and made his way towards the door. Despite Teeps and Theophanes caperut, hinutha trivialing is predicamentoisnat an option, especially under circumstances, moreover. Bart's willingness to purchase petitions for Mimita premium intidate the fact that this corpulent man likely had numerous scandals for procure inglixy. If he possessed legitimate credentials, the local sheriff would not siphon off 30% off te profits from the alchemical potions, and thighs of avaricious fatman would certainly seize an opportunity. Asher reached the entrance. The clockwork steward opened the door, and the night breeze caressed Kelson's face. Just as he stepped over the threshold, Bart's voice echoed from behind him. Deal, but when you redeem it, subtract the principale and add 3% interest. Bart chuckled awkwardly, lighting again a cigarette and inhaling deeply. Interested to tech question, Kyleson replied, turning back, leaning against the door frame. Poised to depart. I can guarantee that I will display my wares in your shop for full 5 months. And I will sell potions there, sufficient for a auto recoup our investment. Bart scrutinized him through swirling smoke, feeling that the Zeonman weighs a far cry from the timid figure Hinsek knew. After a moment's pause, Hefished 3 gold coins and 10 silver coins from beneath the counter ran placed them at the surface. Elotl fa gold coin moria fi agredo display for 8 months. Accept it, take themony and leave. If not, then this matter is concluded. Kyleson pushed the coins back towards Bart, and just as Bart's expression began to darken, Kyleson quieted, I accept. Bart blinked in surprise. Lucan gathi coins the thad bean returned to him. What does this mean? Kyleson smiled. It requires 0.3 ounce of null salt, 0.1 ounce of gray violet powder, 1 giant ratstale, 30 milliliters soft ghoul brain matter, and finally, half a block of death cloud mushroom. The remainder will serve as a typical barau ural chemical compare for a time. Bart was slated, for all hot his materials possessed extraordinary properties. They were Renotech eating lyre array, and would still profit from that transaction. Yet, his expression surred. There is dismanageable, but unfortunately, I don't have a giant ratstale in stock. Shall I procure on for tomorrow? Tomorrow, there was no time to spare. Adderlicht building in the southern slum CM Stoba plagued Biarra infestation, having devoured several vagrants. The victims were found with thyrentrals gnawed away such a scenario typically indicates to a giant Rathastaken residence. Bart rubbed his hands awkwardly. Are you in a hurry? I can provide Baytandriap and Sayu could attempt to capture Ion. Kyleson pressed his lips doge there had no other options left. It was a gamble had to take, or he would be discovered and dragged before the tribunal, only Toba burned at the stake. Bring me a hand crossbow, a short sword, and the trapping materials. I shall return in health in her, and Juanito, expect the alchemical comber Toba prepared. Kyleson had dissected the giant Triton class in several occasions. It weighs a rodent that measured 3 feet in length, excluding Jitsdale. They carried numerous viruses, most of which acted swiftly. Their teeth were sharp and auto-pierce the ordinary iron. Ash bondered, Kyleson reached the base off the derelict building. The door had been sealed with concrete, leaving gone my the litter from the rooftop windowways and interpointo ease conflorum, making to taper fector fuga forth the homeless. Unless, of course, a mutated creature had invaded. Venture into the dark, abandon space ways and wise, and engage in jink and bait with almost iver tint the darkness would be exceedingly foolish. The only way where Kyleson currently stood was the ideal battleground all thought he light wasdom. There was at least some visibility, and the relatively narrowed arraignment he could confront this foehan. Kelsenopinetican, pouring the putrid meat inside onto the ground this bait, infused with special spices, ways irresistibly enticing to bloodthirsty giant rats. Sure enough, within more minutes, a loud squeaking herald dead hear a valofamass ivrate that swift lit our tethered huendo, its swollen belly appearing almost pregnant. It clambered onto thiron litter but fell with a thud, retching a passion man flesh coat in saliva. Eve nays its stomach threatened to burst. The giant rat's blood redias remained fixate on the bait, eagerly devouring it. Kyleson raised his crossbow, aiming at the gluttonous creature, preparing to deliver a fatal strike and collect his materials. Just then, there in Ladder Creek Dominus Liason Other Giant Rat descended, appearing even larger than the first. Kyleson hesitated. I fesh a tone. Theater would sure delight. These colossal supernatural beings moved with astonishing speed when en get a have any hope of facing these condone? Time ticked away, and he was nearly at the half-hour mark he had promised. Hanita doalo kata time for concocting the enhancement petition hekud no ta forward to it. The bolt flew forth, and bedded itself deep within the second giant rat skull. It convulsed twice before falling silent. The first rat immediately sprang to attention, emitting a piercing shriek as it lunged toward Kyleson. Instead of retreating, Kyleson pressed forward, swinging his blade with all his might. Yet, lacking combat experience, he miscalculated, merely grazing the rat's fur. Its razor-sharp teeth sank into Kelson's forearm, mere inches from severing his radius. The giant rat's eyes glimmered with malevolency and ordinary would writhe to roar from such a bite. Event the most courageous soft-drunks would quickly succumb to fevrin disease from the virulent bacteria, ultimately dragged down and devoured. However, the outcome was not as had anticipated. A short knife plunged in toth giant rat side before beings weakly withdrawn, only to pierce again and again. Despite his initial misfire, Kelson's steady hands the same student guided the second thrust directly into the rat's central nervous system. The creature's grip slackened, and it collapsed to the ground, convulsing helplessly. Kyleson, still trembling, observed the deep wound in his arm, which showed no signs of bleeding. The now-dead body felt no pain, and the virulent bacteria had no effect on him, allowing him to narrowly overcome this mutated beast. He glanced at a corpse of giant rat at his feet, feeling neither joy nor dread he's implement down, preparing to sever the tail at tight space. At that moment, a rustling sound came from behind him. Frowning, Kyleson turned to a horrifying sight or doff rats surged toward him like a tide, their cacophonous squeaks echoing like sound off gnashing teeth. Above a Thuavio Froden stood a towel, slenderman clidden gentleman satan fought, yet Watson chills down Kelson's by newest the grotesque rat face the tatternethished. Without hesitation, Kyleson severed the rat's tail, frantic upon gover the giant trascorpsido flayed out heelyway, the sound oft hair authority and hot purset. Header note Luke back, sprinting for his life, great folt haddle if Ellis body would not falter from fear, ultimately managing to escape. However, the Rotman seemed intent to not letting him go, surging forward atop the tied-off rodents, seeking to crush Kyleson within pharynx and devour him whole. Just as Kyleson felt the pursuing horde closing in, a blaze of celestial fire illuminated the night sky. The thunderous explosion erupted, scattering countless rats into cloud of blood-iron mance. Emerging from the inferno as a hooded figure, the Holy Flame Inquisitor, their gloved hand raised, palm glowing with holy symbols. In the next instant, the blinding light, accompanied by a deafening crack, pierced Kelson's surdrams. Turning around, has other ratman, Halfofit's body obliterated, letting out a ghastly waily, while at their remaining grits clung to him, preparing for aids for a tough fight. The Inquisitor seemed done phased with the Rotman's actions, instead locking G's with Kyleson. The Unman was captivated by the golden irises, which radiate a loathing for revel and a thirst for his laughter, gripping as she arte sif to crush at mere eye contact felt thol. Kyleson hastily averted his gaze, fleeing without a backward glance. There drove bed figure turned this attention to the massive, mutated rat creature a thought loomed, its muscles bulging, standing gattering formator stall. With a casual gesture, Heppo and Ted skewered, and a bolt of crimson gold lightning descended from above, striking them in strassentity. Chapter 3. The cadaver apprentice Bart extinguished the cigarette butt in the ashtray. Although his attention was entirely diverted from the newspaper in his hand, he pretended to flip its pages. That moment. A knock echoed from outside the door, and before he could rise, the clockwork butler had already opened it. Is it done? Bart inquired. Kyleson shook his head, tossing the rolled-up tail of a rat onto the counter. It is done. You truly are. Bart momentarily struggled to find an appropriate adjective. Waiting for the trench coat to be decontaminated, this thing harbors a fair amount of pathogens. With that, he tossed an old silver key to Kyleson. The door at the diagonal. Inside, there are alchemical instruments and the raw materials are on the shelves. Kyleson accepted the key and turned towards the alchemical chamber. For Kyleson, concocting potions was no daunting task. At Trinity College, aside from clinical surgeries, potion making was his forte. Although it was his first time preparing an extraordinary potion, the principles remained unchanged. The potion making in this world leaned more towards alchemy. Kyleson picked up the crystal of void salt from the shelf and placed it into a specialized resonance grinder. Under the resonance of the ethereal essence, the semi-material void salt was quickly transformed into a fine powder. Pouring out the powder, the material had completely become a medium of both substance and void. Kyleson placed this medium into a test tube, sequentially adding violet powder symbolizing spirit communication and death, along with the necromantic essence contained within ghoul brain matter, waiting for their coupling. Normally, such a process would take approximately 3 to 5 years. Thus, Kyleson needed to enhance their magical activity to accelerate their fusion. High-temperature flames were certainly not an option, as fire essence was intrinsically the nemesis of negative energy. At this juncture, the dead cloud mushroom proved invaluable. As the dead cloud mushroom ignited, the fire essence was swiftly supplanted by the necromantic essence, and the eerie blue ghost fire began to churn the potion, initiating a vigorous reaction. After about 5 minutes, the potion was complete. Within the crystalline test tube swirled a dark purple mist, leaving Kyleson uncertain whether it was meant to be ingested or inhaled. Yet, he had no time for clinical testing. He was the first test subject. He swallowed the mist contained in the test tube, feeling as if he had consumed a lump of icy smoke. The substance flowed into his stomach, beginning to regurgitate a putrid odor that nearly made him retch. However, almost immediately, an unusual sensation began to permeate throughout his body. It felt as if a certain power was filling him, reinflating the nearly deflated vessel of his being, and he sensed his skin tightening once more. Raising his hand, he observed, with no surprise, the livor mortis dissipating. An ethereal and profound incantation resonated within him, briefly overshadowing his consciousness. Something linked with him in his moment of distraction, and that connection passed by him, seemingly oblivious to his existence. By the time Kyleson regained his senses, everything had concluded. He understood that the essence sustaining his corporeal form was the very symbol of his entry into the extraordinary realm, his spirituality. Yet, his spirituality was imbued with the properties of decay, in stark opposition to life. Kyleson acutely sensed the surrounding dark energy continuously surging into his body, as if his undead form was an endless ocean, ceaselessly absorbing and refining this power, rendering his spirit exceedingly vibrant. This seemed somewhat at odds with the memories he held of the cadaver apprentice's archetype. Touching his buoyant wrist, Kyleson muttered inwardly, dismissing further thoughts. He exited the alchemical chamber and handed the key back to Bart, sincerely expressing his gratitude. No need for thanks. This is merely a transaction. If you truly wish to express gratitude, brew more rebirth elixirs for me to sell. The quality you produce is excellent and highly sought after. Bart waved his hand, signaling for him to do as he pleased. Having become a first-tier extraordinary cadaver apprentice, Kyleson had irrevocably stepped into the Necromancer's vocational branch. Moreover, there was no turning back. Who could tell how long the essence within his body would sustain him before decay set in? The silver lining, at least, was that he would be able to participate in the graduation defense scheduled for the following day. Upon returning home, Kyleson collapsed onto the floor. In the past, he had always yearned for an existence free from exhaustion, wishing to utilize sleeping hours for more endeavors. Yet now, in the throes of genuine insomnia, time felt agonizingly prolonged. Finally, as sunlight began to filter through the cracks of the door, Kyleson changed out of the trench coat with the tattered sleeves bitten by the giant rat and donned a woolen sweater. Although it appeared somewhat shabby, with bloodstains still lingering on the cuffs, it was presentable enough. Facing the setting sun, Kyleson cautiously descended the staircase. He had no desire to awaken his landlord, who would inevitably engage in a tirade. After all, once he secured employment, he could apply for independent housing. Habitually, Kyleson began to run, as in the past, to ensure he was not late and could guarantee his sleep. He had no choice but to run to school, always arriving breathless. However, Now he found himself no longer gasping for air. Whether that was a blessing or not was uncertain. Last night, he had mentally prepared himself countless times, yet standing outside the college, witnessing the bustling clergy, including even the high priest clad in platinum robes, made Kyleson want to turn on his heel and flee. Perhaps retreating to his cold little room could afford him a few more days of life. At that moment, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder, startling Kyleson. Turning around, he found a middle-aged scholar with a gray-white beard looking at him with a serious expression, yet concern radiated from behind his glasses. "What are you dawdling for? Go inside." "Good morning, Professor Zangwer," Kyleson instinctively greeted. Indeed, this was his mentor, the esteemed scholar Zangwer Lennon, teaching at Trinity. "Today is the deadline for your defense, and you still appear so unhurried." "Hurry up. Don't keep the other two professors waiting too long." Zangwer patted Kyleson on the shoulder, urging him to follow. As Kyleson walked alongside Zangwer through the sun-drenched campus, he hesitated for a while before tentatively asking, "Professor, what was the topic of my thesis for today's defense?" "Your paper on gland transplantation and clinical manifestations." Zangwer's glasses glinted in the light. "To be honest, I meticulously reviewed it again last night. It is already quite comprehensive. I find no areas where I can assist you in refinement. You are more than prepared for this defense." Good. Kyleson recalled the details of the thesis. Within this institution, he was not only an exemplary student academically, but had also participated in numerous medical research projects. "There are no objections from the other two professors, right? It's Professor Christine and Dr. Lee. They are both your course instructors, so there should be no issues." Zangwer smiled. "Do not disappoint everyone's expectations." Kyleson felt a surge of gratitude and was about to express his thanks when a nauseating and sticky voice interrupted. "Oh, is that not Mr. Kyleson?" A shiver ran down Kelson's spine as he turned to see a rotund figure clad in red and white clerical robes, eyes gleaming with greed and cunning. A wave of visceral disgust and anger surged within Kyleson. Memories reminded him that this was none other than Peter Felix, the deacon who had persistently targeted him. "Mr. Kyleson, I hear you took the latter half of your internship off as a servant of the Lord. How can you be so negligent?" Peter's tone dripped with sarcasm. "Fortunately, I recognized your potential and granted you an exception for your internship certification." As a church deacon, Peter was responsible for student employment allocation at Trinity College. Wielding a significant, albeit minor authority, Kyleson scoffed inwardly. Managing the epidemic in the lower districts was an accomplishment in itself, and this glutton merely defined his internship as a pass for his own advancement. In reality, this greedy parasite had embezzled funds meant for purchasing medicines and equipment, leading to the suffering and death of many in the lower districts. The thought ignited Kelson's simmering rage, prompting him to retort. Such diligence from the deacon. "You must seize the opportunity to gain more experience in the lower districts." Peter's jowls trembled violently, and his countenance darkened instantly. "Mr. Kyleson, it seems your heart is not at peace. Is there perhaps an evil spirit within you? Allow me to conduct a thorough examination." With that, his chubby hand reached out. Kelson's mind flashed with unpleasant memories. Punishments inflicted by clergy using sacred light to sear flesh, causing pain without leaving scars. For ordinary individuals, it was merely a momentary sting, but for Kyleson, it would be catastrophic. A touch of sacred light could lead to his immediate demise or, at the very least, expose his identity as an undead being. He desperately attempted to evade, yet Peter proved surprisingly agile. "Get away, Felix. You greedy hyena. Keep your distance from my student." Seeing the situation escalate, Zangwer swiftly interposed himself between the two. Peter's eyes glinted with malice, yet he withdrew his hand. These senior professors were high-paid hires from the duchy, holding a status not far removed from his OW and as a mere deacon. He could not afford to jeopardize the relationship between the duchy and the church. Nevertheless, he still had to issue a veiled threat. "Professor Zangwer, once I am promoted to priest, I wonder if you will still dare to publicly insult a member of the clergy." Zangwer displayed no fear whatsoever. Truth shall never bow to authority. Upon noticing that others had gathered around, Peter could only utter 3 polite greetings before hastily departing, his sleeves flaring as he left. Chapter 4. A glimpse of the unfolding at this moment. Kelson's countenance was darkened, for it seemed that this avaricious individual would not relent. After all, he was privy to the facts of this man's embezzlement, and once he stabilized his position, he must swiftly ascend the ranks to secure a measure of self-preservation. "Come, Professor Zangwire, let us proceed to the defense classroom." Kyleson, glancing at Zangwire, whose anger was palpable due to Peter's arrogance, offered a quiet word of comfort. There is no need to stoop to the level of such a petty individual. Zangwire had initially intended to criticize the church, but thought better of it and remained silent. The two walked in silence until they reached the classroom door. Zangwire retrieved a paper from his briefcase, handed it to Kyleson, nodded at him, and then took his seat at the head of the table. Today, the number of participants in the defense was sparse, as most had opted for early graduation to secure favorable positions. Thus, Kelson's turn arrived swiftly. He skimmed through his paper, and the memories within his mind automatically familiarized him with its contents, instilling him with confidence for the forthcoming inquiries. Kyleson Dominic, upon hearing his name called. Kyleson stepped inside, where 3 professors greeted him with warm expressions and nods. "Please begin by introducing your thesis topic." After half an hour of presentation and questioning, Kyleson flawlessly addressed all key points of knowledge, relying on his memory as if it were a well-oiled retrieval mechanism, providing impeccable answers to nearly every question posed. In many instances, he even engaged in extended discussions with the professors, prompting Professor Christine to applaud him enthusiastically. "Kyleson, you are truly remarkable. I can confidently assert that you are the most exceptional student at Trinity College in nearly 70 years, Professor Christine praised. "With that in mind, there happens to be a laboratory next door, and I would like to observe your practical application of gland transplantation as discussed in your thesis." Dr. Lee, standing nearby, echoed his interest. "I am quite intrigued as well. Zangwire, what do you think? Let us give it a try." Kyleson Zangwire, evidently proud of his promising prodigy, nonetheless offered a note of caution. "The success rate of this experiment is only 30%, so do your best and do not feel overly pressured." Kyleson, perceiving Zangwire's subtle hint and then glancing at the venerable authority of Professor Christine, seemed to grasp the underlying implications. "Very well, I would appreciate your guidance, professors." Soon, the 4 of them entered the adjacent laboratory, donned their experimental attire, and underwent disinfection by the alchemical equipment. Kyleson, familiar with the process, retrieved a mud frog from the refrigeration unit, secured it, and then procured a dark domain electric snake, under the watchful eyes of the 3 professors. Kyleson felt a tinge of nervousness. However, his hands instinctively began to move. He had performed this experiment thousands of times before, and had become quite adept at it. Moreover, it seemed that due to his recent elevation to the extraordinary rank of dissection apprentice, the organs of both creatures appeared in his mind as 3-dimensional images, with every structure and fusion point, including how to suture the biological severance, vividly visible. Now, having ascended to an extraordinary state, his hands were steadier, his thoughts clearer, and his emotions well controlled. In a matter of moments, he excised the electric snake's gland, then, using a cellular blade for minimally invasive extraction, obtained the gland from the mud frog, subsequently implanting the electric snake's gland into the frog. Kelson's technique was so adept that the surgical instrument seemed to extend from his very fingers, and the 3 masked professors nodded in approval. As he approached the final step, Kyleson opened the cranial cortex of the mud frog and introduced a drop of whale oil, purified to extract life magic essence. Under the stimulation of this power, the frog's inherent healing abilities began to activate, integrating the electric snake's gland into its own being. Inevitably, however, an adverse reaction ensued, and given the mud frog's resistance to most rejection medications, this step was typically where experiments would fail most frequently. The mud frog's skin twitched violently, its brown-gray body pulsating with blue light, and the onlookers were transfixed, eager to see if it would survive. With a sudden surge of intense blue light, The mud frog emitted a spark of electricity before abruptly dimming, its skin turning grayish-white. Kelson's acute perception sensed a faint thread of negative energy emerging, indicating that the specimen was nearing death. The three professors shook their heads regretfully, and Professor Christine consoled him. In truth, you have already achieved a significant degree of success, at the very least. The characteristics of fusion have begun to manifest. You are truly exceptional, Kyleson. Before he could finish his sentence, the mud frog suddenly jerked, its skin rapidly shifting from grayish-white to a transparent, luminous blue, with a crackling sound of electricity coursing through it. A crown of spines sprouted around its eyes, and with a croak, it expelled a surge of electrical energy. Kyleson, quick to react, seized an insulating cover and contained it, observing the astonished professors beside him. He felt a moment of trepidation. Indeed, just moments ago, when the mud frog appeared to be on the brink of death, he had instinctively infused his own vitality into it, a reflex born of his extraordinary rank as a dissection apprentice. The results had far exceeded his expectations. Within him, like a boundless ocean, the extraordinary power was continuously transforming, catalyzing the fusion of biological traits at an accelerated pace. Kyleson could even predict, to a certain degree, the evolutionary trajectory and probabilities of the merged biological entities. Furthermore, the efficacy of the fused organs surpassed what normal experiments could achieve. At that moment, Kyleson found himself deep in thought, contemplating whether he could also transplant glands imbued with extraordinary power into himself. Utilizing the extraordinary abilities of a dissection apprentice to analyze the knowledge of dissection. Just then, the sound of applause broke his reverie. The three professors regarded him with expressions of delight, and Dr. Lee grasped his hand, exclaiming, "I never anticipated that a mere experiment would lead to such a breakthrough in transplantation during a defense practice." Kyleson could only sheepishly respond, "It was merely luck, just luck." Zangwire gestured for Kyleson to follow him, leaving the two professors to take over the experiment. Zangwire opened the conversation, filled with pride. "Kyleson, this time you have chosen to delay your job placement. Professor Christine intends to offer you an opportunity. I knew you would excel. There should be no desirable positions left now," Kyleson replied. "Initially, there were none, but due to some exceptional circumstances," Zangwire continued, "I and Professor Christine have recommended you. He wishes to test your mettle. There is now a position available in the laboratory at Trinity's affiliated college. IT comes with a private dormitory, access to the alchemical lab, and a research laboratory. The downside is that it may be somewhat isolating, as you will seldom encounter others and advancement is challenging. However, this is the best option remaining, though it may seem a bit beneath your talents. Endure for 3 years, and when you apply to transfer to the Royal Academy of Dunware, great opportunities will await you. Kyleson, would you be willing to endure a bit of discomfort?" Kelson's mouth dropped open. Then he fell silent, closing it. Discomfort? How could that be? This was, in fact, the most suitable position for his current circumstances. Fewer encounters would mean less exposure, and he could concoct potions for promotion with ample time in the alchemical and research labs. "I accept," Kyleson replied eagerly, fearful of missing this opportunity. "I can start tomorrow." Chapter 5. The reservoir. Kyleson had no intention of returning to his apartment. There was little left in that old, dilapidated place. Instead, he headed straight to the Trinity-affiliated hospital to find his new dormitory. The Trinity Hospital was the largest in the church city, catering to the medical needs of nobles and dignitaries. Offering services that included, but were not limited to, organ modification and physical enhancement. With wealth and power, alchemical medicine could provide nearly every medical transformation imaginable, save for immortality. This was why Trinity College could afford to hire foreign educators at great expense each year. And why the medical standards in Kingsburg City remained at the forefront of the entire Principality of West Sevilla. After all, those fabulously wealthy lords relied on the hospital to maintain their bodily functions, enabling them to revel in nightlife. Thus, Trinity College was regarded as a sanctuary for all medical students. Graduating with the prospect of working at the affiliated hospital was akin to stepping into the upper echelons of society. Moreover, if one possessed some charm in their appearance, it was not impossible to break into the noble circles. Many noble women favored acquiring educated physicians as their subservient admirers to showcase their status. Of course, none of this pertained to Kyleson, as the laboratory was a place where one seldom encountered others. Each day, staff members would deliver samples at scheduled intervals, and he would merely operate the equipment. Print out the reports and submit them. IT was a role devoid of dignity, prospects, and paid poorly. Kyleson, however, found it inconsequential. After receiving his keys from the management, he comfortably settled into the single dormitory within the laboratory. The noble hospital was extravagantly funded, and the living essentials had all been replaced with brand new items, allowing him to move in seamlessly. The person handling the transition left in a hurry, reportedly due to a pressing matter back home, which had prompted their resignation. Fortunately, Kyleson's foundational knowledge was solid. This job felt akin to leisure for him. The samples were sent for analysis, using the alchemical apparatus with the Lumimagic essence, while on the other side, the brass typewriter extended its 8-sharp metallic appendages, commencing to inscribe the report on parchment. During his leisure, Kyleson began to ponder his forthcoming plans. IT was quite evident what he needed most at this moment. Whether it be procuring additional experimental materials to further his comprehension of the extraordinary profession, or gathering intelligence regarding potential promotions, he was in dire need of substantial funds. His current salary amounted to merely 2 silver lions a month, while 200 lions could be exchanged for over 1 golden morgan. However, 1 silver lion could be converted into 100 copper targos, enough to purchase dozens of loaves of bread, should he choose to subsist solely on bread. In light of this, Kyleson lamented his impoverished state and slammed his palm against the table, exclaiming, "Grandfather, I demand beef. Am I not a distinguished graduate of Trinity Saint? Shall I truly perish in destitution?" He rubbed his temples with his fingers, reciting to himself, "I am IXI, I am IXI," and after a moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. Previously, he had promised Bart to concoct the rebirth potion, the value of which he was uncertain. Yet he knew that 10 vials could be exchanged for a single vial of liquid death, suggesting it was of considerable worth. If he could produce several more vials, he could swiftly amass the capital needed to initiate his ventures. Kyleson promptly rummaged through the alchemical laboratory's inventory, discovering most of the materials at hand, while those he lacked could be substituted with similarly potent ingredients. Yet, there was one particular substance that remained elusive. Not only was it absent from here, but it was unlikely to be found in any other alchemical facility, save for the hospital's storeroom. The crystal of resentment, a material that could only be coalesced from necromantic beings, was stringently regulated within the ecclesiastical city, at least in a visible manner. The powder of this substance contained trace amounts of death essence, and in appropriate doses, it could awaken the primal instinct for survival, prompting the secretion of numerous bodily hormones. When combined with other ingredients to formulate the rebirth potion, its effects included, but were not limited to, heightened excitement, granting individuals enhanced strength, speed, and agility, an ideal concoction for the aristocracy who indulged in excess. The rebirth potion, an unparalleled choice for rejuvenation. Resolute in his decision, Kyleson resolved to act immediately. He swiftly prepared a vial of fat-burning concoction using synthetic whale oil and blazing yarrow, a substance capable of imbuing weapons with a fiery coating for a limited duration, perfect for hunting necromantic beings. As for the whereabouts of such creatures, Kyleson intended to inquire with Bart. He knocked on the door of Bart's shop, where the old wind-up butler still managed to unlock it. Kyleson even wondered if it was programmed solely for that function. IT was still early evening, and Bart, likely still asleep, prompted Kyleson to press the call bell on the table. After a considerable wait, the sound of shuffling slippers echoed from the back of the shop, and Bart emerged, draped in a nightgown, his face reflecting the weariness of disturbed slumber. Upon seeing Kyleson, his expression softened slightly. "Have you finished so soon? Did you still have some of the crystal of resentment left from last time? I know you are in a hurry, but please, hold your horses," Bart said, suppressing his morning irritability. Kyleson gestured for him to remain calm. This time I plan to prepare a larger batch. I'm short on the crystal of resentment. Do you know where I can find necromantic beings in the city? Bart's expression soured once more as he suppressed his irritation. They say there are drowned corpses in the sewers over by Fingo Street. It's in the slums, so the church has yet to send anyone to resolve the issue. Are you planning to hunt corpses? Indeed. The more I acquire, the better the rebirth potion I can create, allowing me to thrive and flourish once more. Kyleson placed a hand on Bart's shoulder. So, could you lend me a weapon? After a brief pause, Kyleson emerged from Bart's shop with a short sword at his waist. Initially, he intended to borrow some funds, but Bart refused, citing fears of being financially entangled. No matter, as the renowned assassin Leon once said. The more specialized the individual, the closer their weapon. It was not that he could not afford an American katana, but rather that a short sword was far more practical for close combat. Traversing the cobblestone road, as the density of the surrounding buildings grew closer and more dilapidated, Kyleson found himself in the slums. The streets here were only wide enough for 2 horse-drawn carriages. The ground a mix of cobblestones and compacted earth, perpetually muddy during the rains. Fortunately, the sewer system in Consberg City was uniformly constructed, regardless of wealth or status. All shared the same drainage system. Kyleson located the sewer entrance nestled within an alley, drew his short sword, pried open the iron cover, and descended via the ladder. The lower level was not particularly slippery. However, the odor was far from pleasant, prompting Kyleson to halt his breathing momentarily, leading him to muse that perhaps being a corpse was not such a bad fate after all. The labyrinthine sewers were quite spacious, designed to accommodate the substantial drainage needs of Consberg City during summer. As he walked, his newfound dark vision, acquired as an apprentice in cadaver dissection, allowed him to navigate without the aid of a lumimagic lantern. Kyleson scrutinized the maintenance signs along the walls. Drowned corpses would not be found in flowing waters, but rather in stagnant pools. If a living creature inadvertently made noise or disturbed the water's surface, these corpses would seize the opportunity to drag it beneath the depths. Following the signs, Kyleson soon stumbled upon the reservoir area, overgrown with moss and fungi, indicating it had been long neglected. The massive sluice gate was rusted and clearly outdated, having been replaced by an automated opening system. Cautiously, Kyleson approached the edge of the reservoir and peered down. The water was a sinister green, teeming with copious amounts of decaying algae. Suddenly, a pale face broke the surface, its black hair resembling aquatic plants, and a gray tongue languidly floated within its ghastly maw. Its lifeless eyes locking onto Kyleson. Recognizing his quarry, Kyleson stroked his chin. It appeared the fisherman would not return empty-handed this time. Chapter 6. The Fishing Companion. What is most crucial in fishing? It is the bait. However, with Kyleson lacking any substantial assets, he could only use himself as bait. He cautiously dipped his foot into the water surface, stirring the water, which prompted the drowned corpse to stir. Its fingers, stripped of nails, clawed at the air like a predatory beast, instinctively yearning to drag anything that disturbed the water below. Yet, the drowned corpse detected no signs of life since Kyleson, too, was akin to a corpse. In a flash, Kelson's short sword pierced the neck of the unsuspecting drowned corpse, tossing it ashore. He swiftly pounced, delivering a decisive blow that severed its head, then expertly sliced open the skull to retrieve 2 crystals of resentment. The dark, murky crystals resembled grotesque, screaming visages, some even bearing 2 faces, suggesting a correspondingly higher quality. After confirming their quality, Kyleson tucked them into his alchemical pouch. The headless body of the drowned corpse thrashed as if still alive. But once removed from the water, its essence as a necromantic being diminished, rapidly reverting to that of an ordinary corpse. Employing the same technique, Kyleson soon managed to haul 5 or 6 drowned corpses from the reservoir. With a dozen crystals of resentment in hand, merely selling them would yield a handsome profit. Yet, since he was already there, why not aim for something greater? Kyleson retrieved a vial of fat burning from his waist and vigorously shook it, waiting for the whale oil and blazing yarrow to thoroughly combine until the bottle grew scorching hot. Typically, the procedure would involve uncorking the vial and applying the potion to his weapon for enchantment. However, Kyleson took a different approach. Estimating the temperature would soon render it unmanageable. He nonchalantly tossed the vial into the center of the reservoir. The crimson glow gradually sank into the pool, growing ever brighter until it boiled the water. With a resounding explosion, a towering column of water erupted, launching a multitude of drowned corpses onto the shore, one of which coalesced into a conglomerate corpse, its numerous pale hands and feet grotesquely intertwined. Its elongated limbs twisting like tendrils, and a deformed face silently roaring. The conglomerate corpse instinctively sought to assault the creatures on the shore, its enhanced necrotic properties allowing it to survive longer on land than its counterparts. Yet it sensed no living beings nearby, as it attempted to flee back to the water. The sudden shockwave thrust it away from the shore. Kyleson stepped back, observing the large fish that perished rapidly upon being removed from the water. Nodding in satisfaction, fishing for mere minnows was one thing. For larger prey, one needed to resort to explosives. Kyleson brandished his short sword, crafting a silver flower, and approached to harvest the crystals of resentment from the largest drowned corpse. From this conglomerate alone, he collected over a dozen crystals, and due to his experience as an apprentice in cadaver dissection, he quickly identified the core within the conglomerate with a swift thrust of his short sword. Kyleson extracted a fist-sized amber multifaceted crystal, which, despite the absence of surrounding light, reflected a stunning hue between black and purplish red. Kyleson squinted, peering into the myriad memories of the vengeful spirits that resided within. This was a significant find indeed, a death resentment crystal. For such a delicacy, Kyleson would certainly prepare a feast. However, given the exceptional quality of this crystal, it was unlikely to have originated from such a lowly conglomerate corpse. Jean descended the iron ladder, expertly making his way toward the reservoir. Ever since the organization discovered a conglomerate corpse had emerged from the drowned corpses within the reservoir, several core members had resolved to cultivate a death resentment crystal from it. After months of nurturing, today seemed like the day for harvest. Recently, the church had intensified its crackdowns, and the supply of materials had become increasingly problematic. Thus, they relied on this creature to recover their losses. Then he beheld an astonishing scene before him, his eyes widening involuntarily. Kyleson had thoroughly harvested all the crystallized resentment of the drowned corpses washed ashore, to the extent that even his alchemical bag could no longer accommodate any more, forcing him to stow them in his pockets, when he unexpectedly collided with a weary-looking middle-aged man sporting a short beard. A sense of trepidation enveloped him. After all, given the quality of the dead resentment crystal, Kyleson harbored suspicions that someone had deliberately nurtured the amalgamated corpses here to refine materials, and now he had been caught red-handed by the very source. However, compared to Kelson's unease, Jean was in a state of shock. Although the drowned corpses entered a countdown to death upon dehydration, their yearning for life intensified at that moment, making their retaliations more ferocious. He possessed the soul spells that he had retained since the inception of his amalgamated corpse cultivation. Otherwise, he would not have dared to collect this bounty. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that his life detection spell could sense no life essence emanating from the individual before him. This person was either of extraordinary strength far surpassing his own or, as legend had it, a lich. Only such a master of death could completely forsake life essence while retaining human rationality and action. At that moment, Kyleson had approached him, with each step seeming to strike at Jean's very core, causing his temples to throb. Despite it being the dead of winter, Jean was sweating profusely, too apprehensive to act recklessly. Kyleson drew near, and although Jean was slightly taller, he felt as though he was being looked down upon. The cold, profound essence of decay flowed around the other, devoid of even a hint of life. He could not even detect a breath from him. Then Jean saw Kyleson raise his hand. Was he about to unleash a high-level spell to eliminate him? Would the other employ the touch of the deceased or the heart grasp? Should he first create distance to release a soul arrow or use a banshee's wail up close to drive the other back? No, he had no opportunity to retrieve his casting materials. The other was already extending his hand without any incantation. Just as Jean believed his life was forfeit, he suddenly felt something thrust into his palm. Kyleson retracted his hand, feeling a pang of regret for the handful of resentment crystals he had just seized. For they were akin to gleaming silver coins. Yet he had to maintain an air of indifference. Take me to your organization. The various resentment crystals. Only necromancers would possess the skills to cultivate the dead resentment crystals. The likelihood of a necromancer in Konsberg surviving independently was slim. Most were likely part of a small collective. Kyleson was gambling, wagering whether the other would be willing to accept fresh blood. As for the demand for the other to surrender his spoils upon joining, that was a matter for another time. However, this statement bore a different connotation in Jean's ears, before he could fathom why the other had handed him a handful of resentment crystals. He heard the inquiry about their backgrounds, prompting him to hurriedly explain. "My Lord Lich, we are merely a group of ordinary necromancers, unaware that the amalgamated corpses here were nurtured by you." Kelson's clever mind raced, recalling that in his previous life, he had often embellished his resume from 30% to 80% during interviews, and had worked in various places securing sponsorships under false pretenses. Considering his own circumstances, he swiftly deduced, "No matter, I have just awakened from an ancient slumber, merely taking what I found here as I noticed the necromantic materials. Coincidentally, I know little of the current era. Might I join your organization to learn about these times?" Kelson's fabrication was a blend of truth and falsehood, albeit with several loopholes in this desperate moment, yet it sufficed against the subdued Jean. "If so, the Guild of the Dead welcomes your presence," Jean replied, bowing his head in respect. Kyleson nodded gravely, dissipating the accumulated essence of decay that had lingered in his right hand behind him. Chapter 7. A formidable presence. The night wind blew briskly, interspersed with snowflakes, as Kyleson walked behind Jean, making him feel as though he was being pricked by thorns. Jean assumed this was a precaution against his potential escape, leading him to regard the meticulous Lich with increased wariness. In truth, Kyleson had merely sought refuge from the snowflakes behind Jean's tall stature and broad-shouldered trench coat. After all, he was clad in a single work outfit, and a soaking would be a great inconvenience come morning. Thus, the two traversed from the impoverished district to the affluent Cloud Peak district, where the residences were those of nobility, and their destination was a somewhat peripheral small manor. Upon Jean pressing the doorbell, an impeccably dressed old butler with gray hair and white gloves approached. First, he noted Jean, then shifted his gaze to the figure behind him, casting a puzzled look at Jean. "A new companion," Jean succinctly explained. "Who is present today?" The old butler, while opening the door, replied, "The master is home, along with William." Kyleson silently observed from behind, initially expecting that the gathering point for this group of necromancers would be in a basement or perhaps even a sewer. Yet he was surprised to find it was within a noble's home. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Given the sanctified church's bounty on necromancers, places like dark rooms or sewers would have likely been thoroughly searched, and only those with the privilege of nobility could escape such fates. The manor was modest in size yet distinct in style. The night orchids he spotted in the garden were already quite valuable as alchemical materials, indicating that the owner lived quite comfortably. Pushing open the copper-trimmed rosewood door, Kyleson stepped into the two-story villa. The crystal chandeliers gleamed brilliantly, and a white-haired youth with his long hair tied in a ponytail was frowning as he conversed with a werewolf clad in a trench coat. Upon seeing Jean, he had just begun to greet him but suddenly furrowed his brow upon noticing Kyleson behind him. "Jean, did you not go to harvest the dead resentment crystals? Why have you brought a guest?" His tone was unfriendly, yet he did not immediately exhibit overt hostility. Jean hastily explained, "Sigh, this is someone I encountered midway. A lich." Kyleson watched the man referred to as Sigh with a bemused smile. He had discerned the latter's true nature at first glance. Having once been afflicted by vampirism, the residual essence in his blood stirred slightly, allowing Kyleson to recognize that this individual was indeed a vampire. Kyleson Dominic. He had not expected to encounter a vampire lord within a city governed by the church. Forbidden knowledge surfaced in Kelson's mind. A vampire capable of entirely concealing their blood-red eyes and fangs was clearly no ordinary blood thrall. Surprise flickered in Sai's eyes. It was said that liches and vampires shared a deep connection, so recognizing one another was not unusual. Moreover, as a vampire, he was more attuned to the essence of life. Even he could not sense Kelson's life essence, leading him to instinctively trust Jean's words to some degree. Yet, he raised an eyebrow, lit a cigar, and feigned indifference, remarking, "Sai Steward, I had presumed you to be one of my kind. But it seems you have completely forsaken life, becoming a true undead being, a formidable one." Kyleson keenly detected the emotions in Sai's eyes and continued to disguise his identity. After all, apart from lacking a life box for resurrection, he bore a remarkable resemblance to a lich. Regrettably, it was not a successful transformation. "I am merely clinging to existence, this moment," Sai's mind raced, for as one of the core members of the Guild of the Dead, he typically assumed the role of strategist. Now, he was thoroughly captivated by Kelson's ambiguous hints, beginning to concoct a narrative around Kelson's identity. "It appears that there was an issue during your transformation into a lich, resulting in your current awakening." Sai rationalized Kelson's situation. Sometimes, matters unfold in peculiar ways. Direct revelations often fail to gain trust, yet conclusions drawn through personal deduction are met with unwavering belief. Kyleson remained noncommittal, offering a profound smile that Sai interpreted as tacit agreement. He promptly concluded that Kyleson must be drawn into the Guild of the Dead. An ancient lich possessing forbidden knowledge held immense potential value, significantly aiding their escape from Konsberg. Given this, you must know little of the current society. It can be said that Konsberg is not friendly to our kind. Have you considered joining us for mutual support? Sai pitched directly. "We can exchange knowledge, trade necessary items and information, making survival in such a perilous city far simpler than going it alone." In truth, under the current circumstances, even a lich had to acknowledge reality. With the strength of the Holy Fire Judgment Court, eliminating a seasoned lich was well within their capabilities, let alone one who had encountered an error during the transformation ritual. Kyleson had no reason to decline. Rather, it suited his intentions perfectly. Nevertheless, he feigned modesty before slowly responding. "That is quite reasonable. After all, I have just acquired a new form and will require time to adapt." Thus, the logic began to coalesce. Should anyone investigate Kelson's background, they would likely assume he was merely an unfortunate student who accidentally awakened an ancient lich through a cult ritual, subsequently being possessed. "Then we welcome you, Lord Kyleson. I shall introduce you to the other members of the Guild of the Dead at an opportune moment," Sai declared, extending his hand for a shake. He then instructed the nearby butler, "Prepare a room for Lord Kyleson. As for the dead resentment crystals, consider them a personal gift from me to you." Kyleson then turned his gaze towards the werewolf beside him and inquired, "Is this gentleman also a member of the Death Notice?" "No, merely an information broker," the werewolf promptly replied, rising to his feet and presenting a business card to Kyleson. "My name is William. Should you require assistance, feel free to contact me. I hold a modest reputation in the underworld." Kyleson examined the card, deducing that this individual was likely a gray hat, oscillating between the realms of light and dark, handling matters that others preferred not to undertake themselves. "Certainly," Kyleson responded, tucking the card into his pocket with a smile. William and Sai exchanged polite farewells before departing the villa, leaving the remaining trio to settle onto the sofa. The old butler had already brewed red tea and served it to them. Kyleson took a sip, noting the infusion of herbs designed to enhance focus. It appeared that the esteemed Mr. Sai was indeed quite affluent, silverleaf stem and emerald lilac. Mr. Sai seems to possess considerable knowledge of alchemical potions. "Merely superficial," Sai humbly complimented, seizing the opportunity to broach another matter. "Although I have extended an invitation for your membership, formal approval will require a vote once all members are present. However, should you have any inquiries at this moment, feel free to ask. I assure you I will speak candidly." Finally addressing the crux of the discussion, Kyleson set down his teacup, deliberating before posing his most pressing question. I wish to understand the current pathways and knowledge structure for necromancers. Chapter 8. Kelson's divine oil-sized hand trembled slightly as he lifted his cup of tea, casting a resigned glance at Jean, who cleared his throat and averted his gaze. This left Kyleson perplexed. Had he perhaps erred in his inquiry? Ultimately, Sai signaled to Jean, who awkwardly remarked, "My Lord Kyleson, we have always regarded necromancy as a secondary profession for sorcerers. Was there indeed a distinct path for necromancers in the past? Presently, within the death notice, we assess a necromancer's level solely based on their control over the abyssal magic essence." That Kelson's eyelids flickered. No wonder these individuals considered themselves formidable. They were bolstered by the robust abyssal magic essence he possessed. The comprehensive promotion pathways for necromancers documented in that grim tome indicated that his understanding of this domain was indeed far more advanced, though it appeared he would have to unearth this forbidden knowledge at his own pace. "There are indeed such pathways," Kyleson replied, willing to divulge some of the knowledge bequeathed to him by his predecessor to bolster his influence within the death notice, since you have yet to embark on this journey. "Let me first enlighten you about the promotion tiers." He proceeded to share the methodology and considerations for advancing to the rank of dissection apprentice with the two men. Their reactions diverged. Sai's eyes gleamed with bloodlust upon hearing about the components of the promotion potion, while Jean hesitated when Kyleson mentioned the fusion of abyssal magic essence with the body, only to resolve his determination moments later. "My Lord Kyleson, might I inquire what the second tier entails?" Kyleson smiled, lifting his teacup to mask his inability to suppress a grin. "You ask me, but who shall I inquire of? Whatever bred this curiosity within you?" As Jean's question escaped his lips, he caught sight of Sai's expression, realizing he had overstepped, and quickly offered an apology. Sai, stepping in to alleviate the tension, suggested, "Let us not reach too far. Perhaps we should first assess the efficacy of the first tier of promotion. Your willingness to share such vital information is indeed appreciated, and the death notice shall not let your generosity go unrewarded." With that, he gestured for the old butler to fetch something. The butler promptly ascended to the second-floor study and soon returned with a flat wooden incense box. Inside are the two foundational necromantic scrolls. While you may have already mastered them, their worth alone is several golden ducats. Kyleson was well aware of the value of such items, having previously invested his entire fortune in a few mage's hand scrolls. One golden ducat represented a significant portion of a middle-class worker's quarterly income. Nonchalantly, he accepted the box, rising to bid farewell to the others. "Then I shall graciously accept. Who shall notify me of the next formal meeting for membership?" "Jean will handle most of the routine external affairs," Sai replied. Jean nodded, his eyes betraying a flicker of inscrutable emotion. Kyleson, astute as ever, quickly inferred the situation. No wonder Jean was eager for promotion. It seemed he was merely the group's errand boy. This could certainly be leveraged. "Well then, I eagerly await your good news." As Kyleson made his way to the door, the old butler stood ready, opening it for him as he departed the estate. The dawn was approaching, and given that Bart would likely be asleep, he decided instead to procure some afterlife potions from the hospital, as for the fragment of Death's Whale crystal in his pocket. He had other plans for it. He intended to surprise the death notice with it. Upon arriving at the hospital, he coincidentally found it was the beginning of the workday, since he no longer required sleep. He immediately commenced a new day's work. The morning was dedicated to analyzing the lab reports, which he completed with remarkable efficiency. After stretching and shaking off the fatigue, he decided it was time to indulge in a bit of personal endeavor. "Let us brew 7 vials. Then another 7. Kyleson entered his private alchemical chamber and locked the door. Not wishing to be interrupted while concocting illicit potions, he stuffed 33 wraith crystals into the concept shatter apparatus. And after securely sealing the transparent processing tank per safety protocols, he pressed the activation button. Instantly, the powerful apparatus emitted a silent tremor, causing the solid crystals to gradually dissociate into swirling black mist reminiscent of vengeful spirits. This was the high concentration of Death's magic essence. If condensed into liquid form, it would yield liquid death. However, Kyleson aimed to dilute it to a harmless state. "All right, Let us add a touch of toxic mushrooms and an old shoe heel. Kyleson cackled with delight as he prepared the potion base, sprinkling in a handful of cloud giant nail powder, which could enhance the strength and boost the psychological confidence of the consumer, watching the cauldron emit a blinding green glow as the odor turned foul. Kyleson instinctively held his breath. This certainly won't be palatable. He unscrewed the caps of currant essence and mint liqueur, pouring them liberally into the mixture. This should do the trick. Finally, Kyleson pulled the valve, infusing the death's magic essence into the cauldron. The green liquid transformed into a murky, muddy consistency. He recognized that the potion was successfully concocted. However, its appearance required some refinement. In the end, Kyleson pinched a handful of blue powder, sprinkling it into the boiling concoction. As it simmered and settled, a half-transparent pink potion was thus completed. You are correct. This is indeed the afterlife potion, capable of enhancing physical constitution, endurance, and stamina. It exudes alluring hormones that boost confidence, heighten sensory sensitivity, and even possesses a delightful strawberry flavor. Its effectiveness is undeniable. Restoring the glory of alchemy is a duty Kyleson shall not shirk. He gathered several vials and hummed a tune as he filled them with the liquid, sealing them meticulously. Upon counting, he realized he had precisely 30 vials. Since the bottles were all shatterproof, he simply grabbed a bag and stuffed them in. Kyleson opened the alchemical chamber door, glancing at the quartz clock to find that although there was still an hour until the end of his shift, arriving late and leaving early was a cherished tradition among office workers. Today, he must seize the opportunity to earn an extra hour's wage. With that, he donned his short sword and grabbed the bag, locking the lab door before making his way to Bart's shop. The bell chimed melodiously. Startled from his slumber, Bart kicked his pillow away and hastily donned his nightgown, grabbing the magical thunder shotgun from the wall as he stormed outside. Fuming upon seeing Kyleson, his anger intensified. After abandoning him the previous night, he had the audacity to interrupt his leisurely morning. Kyleson, you truly are my dear brother. A bag full of afterlife potions lay before him, appearing far superior to the 2 vials Kyleson had previously provided. The potions were clear and devoid of impurities, unmistakably high quality. Bart quickly concealed the gun behind his back and plastered on a smile. Brother, what is the deal here? Aside from those 2 vials of yours, sell the rest for me, and you can take a 20% cut. Kyleson estimated the price. If this rotund fellow handled the transactions, the final profit would likely hover around 112 silver coins, meaning Kyleson would pocket nearly half a golden ducat. Not a trifling sum. All right, brother, I shall ensure a prosperous venture for you. Bart beamed, thrilled at the prospect of earning silver coins without investing materials or expertise. All thanks to Kelson's generosity. You still favor that rebellious demeanor of yours. Do restore that. Sure thing, brother. Chapter 9, Talent. After attending to Bart's commission, Kyleson returned to his single-occupancy dormitory just as the hospital's workday concluded. Most of the physicians at Trinity St. were of minor nobility or the illegitimate offspring of highborn families, as few could afford the exorbitant tuition fees. Upon completing their studies, they shall secure a respectable position with a generous salary, while simultaneously seizing opportunities to connect with the affluent elite who, one might argue, represent their true vocation. Consequently, after work, these individuals often delegate their responsibilities to impoverished or lower-status classmates, choosing instead to attend various social gatherings in pursuit of upward mobility. At this moment, they are jovially exiting the grand gates of the hospital, the leader intent on hailing a horse-drawn carriage, only to suddenly spot Kyleson making his way back. Kyleson, now resolved to return to his private dormitory to study the 2 valuable necromancy scrolls, also aims to experiment with crafting a powerful artifact from the forbidden knowledge residing in his mind using the Deathweave crystal. Is this not our prodigious youth? How have you fallen to such a state? Anthony, accompanied by his entourage, intercepted Kyleson with a sardonic tone. Let me see that uniform. Surely you aren't relegated to the lab for menial tasks. Kelson's attire indeed appeared shabby. After all, the laboratory staff don't require the ostentation of physicians. donning merely plain white coats, which, following last night's exertions, bore traces of dust in certain areas. In contrast, Trinity Hospital prided itself on being a high-end service institution, with all doctors outfitted in impeccably tailored white coats made of luxurious La Cia silk, adorned with golden threads and embroidered with the Trinity Cross, suitable for attending banquets. Without a second thought, Kyleson glanced up and was taken aback. Is that not an old acquaintance? The former class leader. Purportedly the son of a baron, yet in truth a powerful count's illegitimate child. Everyone was aware of the truth, yet chose to remain silent, as the count dotes on his only son, likely wishing for him to become a physician and subsequently marry into an equally prestigious family, thereby justifying the bequeathal of his inheritance. This scion possessed some talent and initially performed admirably in his studies. But alas, he later squandered his potential, preferring to rely on his good looks to network, thus unable to rival Kyleson's academic prowess. Truly, such individuals exemplify the phrase unskilled yet envious. Oh yes, I am utterly undone. Just from your words, I am left disarmed, drenched in sweat, my body chilled, and my anxiety has flared up. Kyleson delivered this lengthy soliloquy with a straight face, yet his thoughts were consumed solely by his pursuit of necromancy. So, may I take my leave now, brother? Anthony opened his mouth, hesitated, then fell silent once more. It appeared as though Kyleson was conceding, yet his expression was one of scorn. Memories of his own struggles upon enrollment resurfaced, particularly the painful recollection of someone ranking above him on the list. As Kyleson neared the hospital, Anthony finally emerged from his reverie, his demeanor darkening as he plotted how to bring this once celebrated prodigy to ruin. There was no need for him to dirty his own hands in this endeavor. That moment, a black-haired girl clad in a physician's coat walked by, her profile alone captivating Anthony's attention. Her fair skin and serene, ethereal beauty radiated a sense of tranquil aloofness. Before he could scrutinize her further, she had already passed. Who is she? I don't believe I've seen her before. A nearby young noble leaned in to explain. She is a new transfer student, advanced beyond her level due to exceptional grades. I believe her name is Mo Funa. Meanwhile, Mo Funa approached Kyleson's side, whispering, "That noble intends to take action against you." Kyleson, taken aback by the petite girl's sudden address, replied, "How do you know this?" Yet the girl offered no response to his query, instead posing another perplexing statement. "You possess the Codex of Idis Ameth. Do you not?" "What is that?" Kyleson pressed for clarification. The girl remained silent, casting him a meaningful glance before turning away, disappearing into the shadows in an instant, leaving Kyleson furrowing his brow in contemplation. Trouble seemed to follow him relentlessly. Kyleson chose not to dwell on it further, resolving instead to focus on mastering necromancy. He hurried back to his dormitory, retrieving a precious wooden box from his shelf. Inside lay 2 palm-sized gray scrolls, their surfaces etched with ominous glowing runes reminiscent of burial shrouds. Grasping the elderberry handle, Kyleson meticulously examined the runes. "Excellent. I cannot decipher them," having previously purchased mage scrolls that could be utilized upon tearing. He had lacked the spiritual and magical control to comprehend their workings. Now, he endeavored to connect with the scroll's essence, and as his shadowed spirit touched the scroll, the ethereal blue runes intertwined with his consciousness. Now I understand. The scroll imprinted a spell model within Kyleson's mind. By channeling his spirit according to the model, he could unleash the spell. The spell was known as the Soul Arrow, requiring materials derived from the remnants of a soul after death, with higher quality yielding greater potency. A fundamental long-range necromantic spell, it was a step toward achieving capabilities akin to a sorcerer. Had he possessed any soul remnants nearby, Kyleson would have eagerly tested his newfound abilities. Reflecting on the spell model, Kyleson reached for the second scroll, diligently beginning to analyze its contents. This spell model appeared significantly more chaotic, exhibiting greater variability. Flesh reconstruction, a dual-purpose spell for offense and defense, necessitated contact with a physical body to enact its effects. It could heal the caster's own wounds or distort the flesh of an opponent. However, This spell bore immense instability, as the caster could only guide it broadly. It was theoretically possible to fail in the restoration of flesh, resulting in internal bleeding, or to attempt to harm an opponent yet inadvertently seal their wounds. Fortunately, the more familiar one was with the human body. The more precise their control would be. As a medical student, Kyleson possessed a natural advantage in this regard. The scrolls he had studied burned away like a lit cigarette, consumed by azure embers. Gradually dissipating into the air, rising from his seat, Kyleson realized the flesh reconstruction spell merely required any biological material as a medium. He resolved to test his affinity for the spell, rolling up his sleeves. He revealed 2 black holes on his forearm, remnants of a recent encounter with giant rats. As a living dead, his body had long lost its ability to heal, leaving the wound unhealed. Keeping it concealed had become cumbersome, making it an ideal candidate for experimentation. Kyleson exited his dormitory, shortly returning with a piece of biological material from the alchemical lab. He gripped the medium closely to the wound, allowing his spirit to flow as the spell model activated. While reciting the blasphemous incantation, the hollow timbre reminiscent of the underworld echoed, Kyleson seized the moment of stability within the model, focusing intently on reconstructing the muscular structure. The medium melded with his palm. His perception beyond sight seemed to recreate the muscle fibers inch by inch. Blood-red muscles surged within the hollow of his arm, rapidly sealing the wound as pale skin began to grow anew. Kyleson examined his arm, now smooth and unblemished. Astonishingly, the spell even generated fresh blood. Alas, his hematopoietic system had long ceased functioning, and this blood would soon be broken down by his shadowed magical essence. However, it appeared he possessed a unique talent for necromantic arts. Chapter 10. The initiation ceremony. For the moment, Kyleson set aside matters of magic, as he needed to consider another pressing issue: the manipulation of the Deathweave crystal. The significance of this object was extensive. Within the realm of necromancers, numerous spells summon undead creatures, typically either by utilizing a sacrifice directly from the realm of the deceased or relying on temporary constructs of spirit. However, neither method allows for a lasting presence in the material plane. The former ceases once the value of the sacrifice is exhausted, while the latter depletes the very essence of the summoned being, eventually reducing its corporeal form to ash. This is precisely why the Church has long vilified necromancers as malevolent beings. The souls that dissipate do not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Thus, if necromancers persist in consuming souls, the overall quantity will dwindle, potentially leading to extinction. But how could one create an undead being that could endure indefinitely? The core of naturally occurring, long-lasting undead creatures is a vital component for necromancers to forge their own skeletal servants. That said, different types of undead creatures vary significantly, and even similar types possess distinct differences. The Deathweave crystal stands as one of the more quality cores among them. Kyleson, however, did not intend to use it for the creation of undead servants, for such a thing could not be concealed in the Church's city. Instead, he aimed to forge the crucible of Baal, according to the forbidden knowledge that surfaced in his mind upon perceiving the Deathweave crystal. If he could craft and implant this necromantic alchemical product, he would be able to disguise certain characteristics of the living and substantially enhance his physical strength. In the present day, his physical form remains uncorrupted solely due to the sustenance of his spirit. Should that spirit be depleted, or should he encounter objects that obstruct his spiritual essence, he would immediately succumb to a state of dysfunction and, in severe cases, be reduced to mere ashes. However, the materials required to craft such an item are not easily obtained from hospitals without cost. At this juncture, Kyleson began to anticipate the summons from the Death Council, as he needed the channels provided by these necromancers to gather the necessary materials. Over the next 3 days, Kyleson returned to Bart to collect his remuneration and procured a considerable amount of spiritual essence as spellcasting components. During the day, he diligently conducted his laboratory work before attending clinical dissection sessions to enhance his understanding of various races and biological forms. And at night, he stealthily practiced his spells, Kyleson focused intently on a vial, grasping a pinch of spiritual essence while reciting a brief incantation. As he uttered the final syllable, the essence transformed into pure spiritual magic, manifesting as a blue-white ethereal entity with a long tail that darted forth. Upon striking the glass vial, the ethereal arrow caused it to shatter, and Kyleson nodded in approval. The spell seemed to possess minimal impact, yielding mediocre results on inanimate objects, yet its tracking capabilities post-lock were commendable. Just as he contemplated another attempt, there came a knock at the dormitory door. Who could be visiting at such a late hour? Kyleson speculated that it was likely someone from the Death Council, indicating that after 3 days, they had finally gathered the core members. Upon opening the door, he found Jean standing outside, brushing the snowflakes from his gentleman's hat. Despite his scant attire, he appeared unperturbed by the cold. Kyleson raised an eyebrow, surprised that Jean had indeed succeeded in his ascension. My apologies for intruding at this late hour. Kyleson, at last, we have gathered the full assembly. Jean remarked with increasing respect. Shall we discuss this on the way? Very well. Kyleson had been waiting for this moment. Though he concealed his emotions, the two exited the St. Trinity Hospital, where Jean used a wave-frequency key to unlock the door of a magically enchanted vehicle, opening it for Kyleson. Only after Kyleson settled into the passenger seat did he take the driver's position. Which members have arrived today? Kyleson inquired casually. As Jean started the car, he replied, there are not many members in the Death Council. Currently, including yourself, there are only 6 individuals. Carlyle and Dick settled in at Say's estate early this morning, while Dominic has gone out on business with Say and will arrive later. What manner of individuals are they? Given that they would be spending considerable time together, Kyleson was naturally curious about the attitudes of these seniors toward his membership. Carlyle and Dick are rather carefree, and their knowledge of necromancy is not profound. They are not overly concerned with the addition of new members. Jean paused, then carefully added, however, Mr. Dominic seems to harbor suspicions regarding your identity, and he is currently the most knowledgeable in necromancy within the council. Aside from yourself, Kyleson smirked coldly. It appeared a demonstration of power awaited him. The journey to Say's estate was brief, and once the car entered the estate, an elderly butler took over, guiding it into the garage. This vehicle was evidently provided by Say for the council's external affairs. Jean led Kyleson inside, where the estate remained brightly lit, with pipes continuously supplying diluted fire magic essence, creating a warm atmosphere akin to spring. Upon entering, they encountered 2 individuals engaged in a game of universal chess in the adjacent sitting room. Point 1, adorned with a mane of brown curls and dressed as a priest, startled Kyleson. Only with Jean's explanation did he realize that this individual was their informant within the church. The other wore sturdy plate armor, with only a narrow slit in the visor, and was currently contemplating his next move on the chessboard. Kyleson observed for a while. The game was akin to a contest between a dragon and a phoenix, each player demonstrating their prowess, and despite their apparent lack of skill, they managed to engage in a lively exchange, occasionally trading barbs. Ultimately, the priest succumbed, muttering a curse as he produced 2 silver coins from his sleeve and tossed them to the armored figure. Grumbling as he took a swig of beer and lit a cigarette, the priest was Carlyle. Jean began to introduce Kyleson to the two. This is Kyleson, and the promotion pathway he shared with you is his contribution. The priest, cigarette in hand, rose with enthusiasm to shake Kyleson's hand, exclaiming, "A pleasure to meet you at last. This dismal council has gained a capable member." The other individual was Dick, the council's legal advisor. Jean gestured towards the armored figure, explaining, "He wears armor because he is a demon, a genuine one, from the abyss." Carlyle interjected, releasing a puff of smoke, "And he is the most despicable, shameless, and lowly type of demon. In short, few of his words hold truth. So exercise utmost caution in conversing with him." Dick also rose, performing an exaggerated bow steeped in classical formality. "Welcome to the Death Council, my Lord Lich." Clearly, Carlyle's disparagement stemmed from his recent defeat in their game. As the words of a smoking, drinking, and generally disreputable priest could hardly be deemed credible. "You seem to share a close rapport," Kyleson remarked, intrigued by the camaraderie between the priest and the demon. That is indeed a lengthy tale. It was a sunny afternoon when Carlyle extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and lit another. A boy was possessed by a demon, and I was commissioned to exorcise it. The demon being none other than the vile Dick. I had already consented. I merely wished for you to vacate the boy's body. Dick's voice, though muffled by his armor, carried a magnetic quality. Kelson's pupils widened in realization. After confirming his understanding, he asked solemnly, "So how did you both come to join the Death Council?" Carlyle and Dick exchanged glances, then reluctantly turned their gaze to Kyleson. It was because I happened upon this scene while attending a service at the church. Just then, Say entered, remarking, "The scoundrels who desecrated the boy and the demon spawn, having been caught in their misdeeds, can only serve to further our cause." That moment, Kyleson found little interest in the outcome of this matter. His gaze drifted past Say to the pallid man standing behind him, who was also observing Kyleson. Chapter 11. The Bones of the Departed. Beneath Say's estate lay an expansive wine cellar, densely packed with shelves filled with fine vintages. Kelson's knowledge of wine was scant, as the brands were peculiar to this world. The cellar was illuminated by lamps fueled by light magic essence, a valuable alchemical material that, not generating heat, served as the ideal light source, while maintaining the cellar's temperature. Kyleson and Say took their seats at the conference table in the center of the cellar, while the pale man naturally occupied the head of the table. Carlyle, feeling at home, selected a bottle of unlabeled homemade wine after a brief discussion with Dick. Pouring himself a glass for solitary enjoyment, clearing his throat, Say addressed Kyleson. "This is your first meeting with our Death Council. Let me introduce the members. Carlyle, a priest from Consbird, and Dick, a demon from the Abyss." Despite the simplicity of the introductions, Kyleson discerned their unusual nature. His mortal enemy, the rotund Peter, was nearly 40 and still merely a deacon, often engaging in corrupt practices. In contrast, Carlyle appeared to be in his 20s. A youthful priest not commonly encountered. As for Dick, although Carlyle labeled him a lowly demon, true lowly demons lacked intelligence and reason. Since he served as the council's legal advisor, this indicated that he was at least a capable contract demon capable of reaping souls. Kyleson, wishing to avoid offending these neutral parties, smiled and inclined his head in acknowledgement. Carlyle, seeing this, winked at him, while Dick returned the gesture politely. "Jean, you have likely met a few times, once a prominent figure in the black market. Now handling social affairs for the council. As for myself, I am a fallen court mage, reluctantly transformed into a bloodline vampire." Say humbly introduced himself, then turned his serious gaze to the man at the head of the table. "This is Master Dominic, a former graduate of the Lavial Empire's Arcane Academy, a former candidate for the 13th seat of the Solaris Twin Towers, and a former Count of Lavial." Upon hearing this, Kyleson shifted in his seat, memories flooding his mind, each underscoring Dominic's formidable reputation. The Lavial Empire was a far cry from the current Principality of Sevilla in which Kyleson resided. It was an empire that governed the southern realms. Their Arcane Academy was the most prestigious in the continent, and mages graduating from there were considered elite across the land. Not to mention, this individual was also a former candidate for the 13th seat of the Solaris Twin Towers. The Celestial Mage Tower, established by the King of Sorcery, Salas, is a revered sanctuary that every mage aspires to attend for further training. The highest decision-makers of the Mage Alliance are the 13 seats of the Source Law within the Twin Towers. Renowned archmages capable of annihilating entire cities with a mere wave of their hands. Among the thousands groomed as candidates for these esteemed positions stands a pallid man, seemingly in his 30s. However, one cannot help but wonder how such a prominent figure has found himself entangled with a cadre of necromancers and ensnared in Consbird. Kyleson, not foolish enough to inquire about the reasons, felt a tinge of concern that the individual might truly uncover his identity as a mere illusion. Once Sai concluded his introduction, Dominic spoke up, predictably directing his words towards Kyleson. "The hollow accolades of the past are but fleeting whispers. I am now merely a fugitive sought by the Twin Towers, forced to tread with utmost caution. Mr. Kyleson, do you grasp the precarious position of the Necromancer Guild nowadays? Indeed, Consbird is a city steeped in ecclesiastical authority, teeming with formidable clerics. Kyleson smiled in response. You all have delved into necromancy. Danger lurks at every corner here. Therefore, I hold reservations regarding your identity. Dominic crossed his arms before him. Is it merely coincidence that Gian encountered a necromancer? And this necromancer just happens to be a lich? Or are you truly a lich? Kyleson maintained an impassive expression, though internally he recoiled at the suspicion cast by this Dominic, a former prodigy. Who knows what means he might employ to verify his claims? Yet, he could not afford to show any sign of weakness, since the moment he masqueraded as a lich and revealed knowledge of ascension pathways. There was no turning back, despite the current cordiality from the others. Should they discover his true capabilities, the best-case scenario would involve him being imprisoned and interrogated for his knowledge, while the worst could see him reduced to a mere undead thrall. Oh, it seems Mr. Dominic is quite knowledgeable about liches, Kyleson remarked with a light chuckle. Given that most are unaware of the ascension pathways available to necromancers, this prospective archmage may not truly grasp the characteristics of liches. The existing number of liches is scarce, and they are in direct opposition to the Twin Towers, hence my understanding of them is limited. Dominic lowered his arms, his tone unperturbed. Kyleson felt a surge of relief. He had wagered correctly. However, Dominic's subsequent words caused his heart to race once more. While I may not be well versed in liches, it is common knowledge that they possess a phylactery containing their souls. Thus, if you are indeed a lich, the entity conversing with us now is but a soulless husk. As he spoke, Dominic produced a box from his robe, opening it and pushing it towards Kyleson. Kyleson glanced down to see a shard of sharp bone. However, to label it merely as a bone shard seemed inadequate. It resembled a piece of pristine white jade, intricately engraved with strange runes. Dark lines swirling endlessly upon its surface. Kyleson stared at the runes. An excruciating pain gripped his mind, as though something were attempting to break free, while fragmented memories of black and white flickered before him. Even beginning to distort his perception of reality, he lifted his gaze, only to find himself surrounded by a jarring array of interwoven white bones. The individuals who had once sat beside him were now replaced by grayish-white corpses. Their eye sockets hollow and silent screams etched upon their faces, evidently oblivious to Kelson's distress. Dominic continued, "This is the remnant of the Fallen One, a fragment of the Golden Prince of the Godwin dynasty after his demise. Any living creature that touches it shall perish instantly. Do you dare to try?" Kyleson blinked rapidly, breaking free from the horrifying illusion. He surveyed his surroundings. All eyes were fixed upon him. Gian sipped his drink thoughtfully. His gaze locked onto Kyleson, while Dick remained still, clearly awaiting Kelson's demonstration of worthiness. Gian appeared anxious, torn between speaking and remaining silent, while only Dominic and Sai maintained their inscrutable expressions, their depths unfathomable. This marked Kelson's second encounter since his reincarnation, where he found himself devoid of options. What lay before him was no ordinary object, but a congealed curse of death, imbued with immense resentment and malice. Gradually, Kelson's smile faded. He had to accept this trial between life and death. He extended his hand to grasp the shard of the Fallen One. Upon contact with his skin, the shard pierced through his palm and burrowed itself within. Kyleson felt no pain, only a creeping fear of the unknown, while this bizarre scene left everyone astonished, including Dominic, who had expected him to withdraw in trepidation. And the next moment, Kyleson vanished from sight. The tension in the room escalated, prompting everyone to rise abruptly, with Gian, the most anxious, even drawing a revolver concealed in his trousers. Meanwhile, Kyleson found himself standing beneath a mountain formed of shattered bones and steel, gazing up at a sun darker than night itself, devouring all in its path. Chapter 12 Schemes of each around the black sun floated iron and stone, pulled into a storm resembling a planetary belt, sweeping away everything in its wake. It was at this moment that Kyleson realized that he was surrounded by death, the remnants of all things, devoid of warmth or light, echoed with silence, as even the concept of sound had perished. As Kyleson grappled with despair, something fell from the abyssal depths of the black sun, initially distant but rapidly descending towards him. Instinctively, he reached out to shield himself, but a mottled black bone hook pierced his hand. The sharp chains extending for miles, binding him to the black sun. Then, he awoke, gazing at Jian's gun pointed at him and the others poised for action. Kyleson exhaled, feigning nonchalance as he stood upright. Fixing his gaze upon Dominic, "It seems I have passed the test." Dominic's hands remained concealed within his sleeves, perhaps clutching a spell, his astonishment still evident in his eyes, now tinged with wariness as he regarded Kyleson. After a moment, he finally spoke. "Indeed, you are a powerful lich, and I consent to your joining at this juncture," Sai interjected to ease the tension. "Though there were minor surprises, nothing significant has deviated." "So, Mr. Kyleson, who opposes your joining the Necromancer Guild?" A profound silence enveloped the room. Kelson's gaze swept over the assembly, none daring to meet his eyes, all instinctively averting their gazes. Thus, the motion passed unanimously. "Welcome to the Necromancer Guild." "Mr. Kyleson," Sai beamed. "Here, we shall share the fruits of our research and communicate our needs. Any requests you may have will be met with our utmost effort." Nearby, Kalen and Dick promptly began to applaud earnestly, only to cease at Donic's stern glare. "I happen to require some rather elusive materials for an important artifact I've been meaning to create." Kyleson immediately recalled his Bueller's Forge, which he deemed paramount to his current ambitions. Sai's expression turned awkward. "While that is indeed the case, we have encountered some complications with our material supply channels. Coincidentally, Dominic and I are occupied with another pressing matter. Kalen and Dick are also not suited for traversing the underworld." "My apologies. There have been some issues on my end, and I will expedite the resolution of these channels," Jian chimed in. "What exactly is the situation?" Kyleson pressed, urgently needing to procure materials, though the timeline remained uncertain. "The mob boss responsible for supplying us was eliminated, and our previous channel faced some unexpected difficulties. The last time I negotiated with a supplier, his demands were exorbitant, as if he intended to take advantage of us." Jian sighed. "Then let us resolve this matter ourselves. How about tomorrow night? They're just gangsters, after all. I intend to test my mettle against them." "That would be splendid." Sai exhaled in relief. "Thus, the channel will be handled by Jian and Mr. Kyleson. Who supports this? Who opposes?" Once again, silence fell over the assembly. Noticing the lack of dissent, Sai rose to announce the meeting's conclusion, prompting everyone to stand and begin their exit, save for Dominic and Sai, who lingered to discuss something. As Kyleson reached the doorway, he recalled something and turned back to Dominic. "Master Dominic, that shard of the Fallen One is rather rare, isn't it? My apologies. It seems I cannot return it to you just yet." Dominic did not turn around. "No need. This object is of little use to me beyond mere collection. Since you can utilize it, make the most of it." Kyleson smiled, although Dominic had challenged him regarding his entry into the Necromancer Guild and exhibited an air of arrogance. He proved to be quite magnanimous. Kyleson unconsciously glanced at his right hand, which appeared unchanged on the surface, yet something new resided within. He dismissed further contemplation, recognizing that this new acquisition would not be easily wielded. Instead, he focused on how to secure materials for crafting his Bueller's Forge. Once the others had departed, leaving only Dominic and Sai in the wine cellar, Sai's cheerful demeanor faded as he wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. "To think someone could truly absorb the shard of the Fallen One. This confirms he is a lich, and he must collaborate with us." Dominic silently took the box that contained the remnants of the dead, his fingertips gently brushing over the hollow where the items once lay, contemplating as he spoke. "He is not a lich, what?" Sai exclaimed, instinctively glancing towards the exit before turning back to Dominic. "Not a lich. Then why did you agree to let him join the Death's Guild? We are walking on the edge of a knife. A single misstep could lead to our utter ruin." Dominic offered no explanation for his decision, but instead recounted another tale. "In truth, I had the fortune of encountering a lich once, at that time." he too intended to absorb the remnants of the dead. However, the result was that he perished along with his life box. You heard me correctly. A corpse died. The remnants of the dead carry with them a predetermined death, as long as there remains a desire for life. One will recoil in fear of the death that accompanies them. Yet, he not only did not retreat, but he also absorbed it. Dominic turned to face Sai directly, speaking slowly. We may have recruited an unknown powerful entity. If he stands with us, many things will become simpler. But what if his stance differs from ours? Sai's pupils gradually turned crimson as he locked eyes with Dominic. Who could stop him then? Or shall I say, it. Our goal is not merely to escape the city. The burdens we each bear cannot be absolved without some extraordinary force, Dominic asserted firmly, showing no signs of wavering. The two glared at each other. As if on the verge of erupting into violence, after a long pause, it was Sai who finally averted his gaze, his pupils returning to brown. You are right. We must take a gamble. I will check the inventory to see if I can procure the materials he requires. With that, he rose and departed, leaving Dominic alone in the wine cellar. Dominic sat quietly, rhythmically tapping on the tabletop. Lost in thought, truth, he had deceived Sai. He was unaware if the other was indeed a powerful being. Such claims were fabrications. The only reason he dared to wager was that he could not disclose the circumstances of his expulsion from the Twin Towers and the subsequent bounty placed on his head. The aura of Idasamuros. Kyleson suddenly sneezed, astonished that his current body could still do such a thing, unaware that two scheming dogs were plotting against him behind his back. He turned to Jean, who had driven him to the dormitory, and initiated a conversation. Let's discuss the operation for tomorrow, as I am not well versed in the specifics, and would rather not interfere recklessly. Kyleson paused, a glint of intelligence flashing in his eyes. Although the Death's Guild was not numerous at present, that could change in the future. He needed to begin cultivating his supporters. By the way, I intend to explain the item I am crafting, the Furnace of Bile. Chapter 13. Preparations. Sai also mentioned that before I became a necromancer, I was responsible for some rather unsavory tasks, most of which were assigned by the Dark Hand organization in the underworld of Konsberg. Jean patiently elaborated. It can be said that anything deemed unsavory in Konsberg must go through the Dark Hand. Kyleson searched his memory but had never heard of this organization. It seemed they truly operated outside the public eye, making them potentially more troublesome than notorious gangs. It was somewhat reminiscent of a Godfather's influence. I didn't expect such nefarious forces to exist in a city governed by the church. Without them, where would the priests and nobles vent their sordid desires? Jean scoffed, his eyes reflecting a resigned indifference. Child prostitutes, private concubines, illicit drugs. If the money is right, the Dark Hand can arrange anything. This includes corpses. In fact, I have been masquerading as a customer with peculiar tastes. Stop, I don't want to hear about that. Kyleson raised a hand to halt the conversation. Tell me about the leader being taken down. Jean lit a cigarette, the smoke swirling as he recounted what he knew. The leader of the Dark Hand was generally referred to as the Patterned Palm, overseeing 5 second-in-commands known as Fingers, effectively the Emperor of the Night in Konsberg. This generation's Patterned Palm was a formidable figure, but lacked the wisdom to withdraw gracefully, clinging to decaying power for too long, inevitably drawing the envy of dissenters. Kyleson instinctively waved away the smoke. He had not been fond of smoking in his previous life. It was one of the Fingers who eliminated the old Patterned Palm, and now he is in charge of the Dark Hand. The issue lay here. All 5 Fingers participated in the act, yet the spoils were unevenly divided, resulting in the Dark Hand fracturing. Each had their own rules, and fees had to be paid multiple times. Jean's brow furrowed at this point. Moreover, each Finger is frantically amassing wealth, eager to seize the position of Patterned Palm. Consequently, the Finger managing the original channel has set the price rather high. Kyleson frowned, lost in thought before finally asking, is there no one who can take charge? Not even the Fingers? How is their overall strength? Jean recounted the details with familiarity, having previously worked in intelligence. The strongest Finger is a 3rd ring practitioner. with a third ring assistant. The other finger's assistants are roughly at the second ring, each commanding a few first-ring thugs and their own hired guns. After speaking, he looked at Kyleson, his expression revealing no worry. After all, this was someone capable of besting Master Dominic, and a few third-ring lackeys would be easily dispatched, certainly a path to their demise. However, Kyleson's true thoughts were filled with dread. He had overestimated his own capabilities. Just the strength of a single finger was beyond his reach, let alone 5. An intricate plan began to form in Kyleson's mind, an operation of alliances and connections, wondering if the people of this world had ever witnessed such a maneuver. "Which channel was yours? What is its strength?" Kyleson inquired of Jean. "Antoine, who is the strongest, has taken over the majority of the old pattern palm's power and currently wields the most influence." "Good. Let's speak with him tomorrow." Kyleson confirmed his thoughts, realizing that he must seize this opportunity while the Dark Hand is at its weakest. Resolving the channel was one aspect. If all went well, perhaps they could make further advancements. He then detailed the purpose and crafting methods of the furnace of bile to Jean. "To have someone do your bidding, one must ignite their initiative." After all, upon hearing Kyleson's description, Jean was evidently captivated. Now wholly devoted to him, the first step of the plan was clear. They would go there first. The next day, Kyleson took a half-day leave. Of course, it was his own approval, once he completed the lab reports. He slipped out of the hospital and into Jean's car. "Shall we go meet Antoine directly?" Jean started the enchanted vehicle. "No, we should first visit the church managed by Carlyle." It was clear that Jean knew the location of Carlyle's church. After about 10 minutes, they stopped outside a church that bore the marks of age. The exterior appeared freshly painted white, giving it a clean appearance, while the interior exuded a sense of antiquity. Carlyle was idly sitting in the chapel, staring blankly. Upon their arrival, he was clearly taken aback, glancing around hurriedly before locking the church door behind him. Would the Holy Spirit also close the door left open for the faithful? Kyleson joked. "The Holy Spirit does not, but it is quite normal for a priest to decline visitors when feeling unwell," Carlyle replied, showing a lack of reverence for his deity. "What brings you two here so suddenly?" "We need your identity as a priest's proxy for a channel matter," Kyleson explained. "I hope you don't mind." "I don't mind, but the Dark Hand scoundrels look down on a priest's business," Carlyle remarked. "I recall that every priest requires a bishop to recommend them upon appointment," Kyleson chuckled. "Though I have always sought to trouble that old danged." Carlyle's expression turned serious. "However, involving him might uproot us entirely." "No, I only need your proxy proof. There's no need to involve your name, nor to directly mention the bishop's identity," Kyleson clarified, nodding. "Some things need not be stated too clearly. People will naturally make assumptions." "Well, they do say liches are cunning. It seems the reputation holds true." Carlyle widened his eyes in admiration after studying Kyleson for a moment, then cleared his throat. "The guardian knight of the temple, having eavesdropped for long enough, should now spring into action." "To your service, my princess." Dick emerged from the adjacent chamber. "Here is a proxy proof, accompanied by a subtle hinting spell, ensuring that the user's identity will not be questioned." With that, he raised his hand, and the flames of the abyss ignited at his fingertips. Once the flames dissipated, a gilded business card appeared between his fingers. He respectfully handed it to Kyleson, then exaggeratedly bowed. Kyleson took the card, inspecting the exquisite paper, the hinting spell momentarily convincing him that he was indeed Carlyle's proxy. He quickly tucked the card into his pocket, breaking the enchantment's allure. "I appreciate your help. Await our good news." Kyleson bid farewell to the two individuals and departed the church with Jean. The initial step of the plan unfolded remarkably smoothly, even exceeding expectations. With this newfound identity, he could safely engage in negotiations with those vermin who thrived on violence and bloodshed to instill fear. Instead of being mistaken for an agent sent by rival adversaries and getting gunned down indiscriminately, the next destination was Antoine's mansion. Kyleson intended to gauge the sentiments of the newly appointed gang leader. Chapter 14. Intrigue and Deception. Antoine was enjoying dinner with his mistress in his grand estate. Having walked the tightrope between life and death for many years, he had refrained from establishing a family. And at over 40, He had yet to father a single child. Fortunately, he had finally eliminated his long-standing anxieties, and it was merely a matter of time before he reaped the rewards of his victories. Reflecting on that old man who, despite being fatally poisoned, managed to eliminate the 8 skilled men he had bribed, Antoine still felt a shiver run down his spine at the memory of the old man's defiant, wide-eyed corpse. However, that was all in the past. He would gradually adapt. As he gazed at the lovely woman before him, Antoine contemplated the prospect of passing on his lineage that very night, that moment. One of his confidants hurried over and leaned in to whisper in his ear. Antoine's expression shifted from impatience to seriousness. "Boss, he's merely a proxy for a priest. What's there to discuss? Just offer him the new price, and I'll send him on his way," his confidant suggested in a low voice. However, before he could finish, Antoine shot him a cold glare. "If all you can do is brawl and kill, you'll remain a lackey for life. Use your brain. Why would a priest delegate to a proxy? We need to ascertain who stands behind him." Antoine waved his hand dismissively, and his mistress promptly exited the banquet hall with understanding. The confidant fell silent. Ever since Antoine had united with other factions to eliminate the old leader, his presence had grown increasingly intimidating. In the past, he could engage in light-hearted banter with Antoine. But now he could only nod in agreement. Antoine glanced at this brother who had risked life and limb alongside him, feeling a sense of satisfaction at his ignorance. "Never mind, go fetch him here. I'll handle the conversation personally." Moments later, Kyleson and Jean arrived at the banquet hall. Outside, Kyleson had marveled at the enormity of the gang leader's mansion, and now, seeing the gold-laden carpets from the Duchy of Nakatala and silk curtains from the Duchy of Losiu, he couldn't help but reflect on the cost of such opulence derived from bloodshed and fire. Antoine's dark hair was meticulously slicked back, and his small mustache gave him a gentlemanly air. Albeit marred by the scar at the edge of his brow, he picked up a piece of moonlight fabric to dab his mouth and deliberately slowed his voice to convey composure. "Jean, it seems you have been running errands for the nobility." Jean frowned as he replied, "If it weren't for Mr. Antoine's insistence on the price, I wouldn't have had to invite the esteemed gentleman's proxy for negotiations." Antoine sneered contemptuously, choosing not to dwell on the topic of money, but instead turning his gaze to Kyleson. "You must be the proxy in question?" Unperturbed by Antoine's disdain, Kyleson simply smiled and produced a business card from his pocket. Presenting it to Antoine. "This serves as my identification, Mr. Antoine." Antoine glanced at the card, his expression shifting abruptly as he involuntarily straightened his posture, returning the card to Kyleson. "Please, have a seat. It seems I've been working for that esteemed gentleman all along. He has been rather understated. Had I been informed earlier, I would have ensured the highest standards of service. Therefore, Mr. Antoine, can you continue supplying at the original price?" Kyleson asked smoothly, avoiding giving his counterpart any leverage. Originally, this transaction was merely a matter of words. There was no need to haggle over prices. Antoine feigned difficulty, stating, however, "What you may not know is that the old leader, Lord Vito, has passed away due to illness, and the organization is now in disarray. I must procure these items at a high price, so I truly cannot lower the cost." This was undoubtedly an excuse, whether it be fresh corpses or alchemical materials. His warehouse was brimming with stock. Should he wish, he could immediately deliver a cartload to Kyleson, yet, at this moment, he sought to bind a bishop to his chariot of power, even if only temporarily, to hasten his takeover of the entire gang. Conversely, Kyleson felt a sense of relief. Were this individual lacking ambition and merely offered him a cheap deal, he would be left to fulfill his procurement duties within the confines of propriety. The esteemed gentleman was certainly not lacking in funds, and they wouldn't pry too deeply into finances. Such sudden price hikes would burden those of us beneath them. Kyleson offered a wry smile, dutifully playing the role of the reluctant intermediary. "After all, this isn't a particularly noble pursuit. That's quite all right. You may relay your feedback to the esteemed gentleman. After all, I hold the reins of the underworld now." Antoine reclined in his chair, boldly lighting a cigar. Observing Antoine's expression concealed within the smoke, Kyleson stood up. "My apologies, Mr. Antoine. I will consult with the esteemed gentleman. See our two distinguished guests out, Antoine instructed his confidant. Soon, Kyleson and Jean exited the lavish mansion. Jean's demeanor was grave, evidently perplexed by Antoine's arrogance, while Kyleson appeared remarkably unfazed. Is there a loyal follower of Antoine among the fingers? Kyleson inquired. Jean hesitated before quickly responding. Yes, Bruce has always been a staunch supporter of Antoine. One might even say he is a loyal hound. Very well, he will be our next target before long. The two encountered Bruce, who was recklessly gambling in a downtown casino. Bruce was a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair, reportedly only 29, making him one of the younger figures in the underworld. With a roguish charm, he wore an open collar that revealed his muscular chest. And he was accompanied by a gaudy woman. He lounged at the gambling table, casually tossing chips while his henchman brought him more, completely disregarding Kyleson and Jean standing nearby, just as Jean was about to slam the table in frustration after their soft rebuff from Antoine. Bruce cast a glance at Kyleson. You shouldn't be seeking me. Matters like this have always been under my brother Antoine's jurisdiction. Kyleson, however, remained unperturbed by the slight, unfazed by Bruce's theatrics. He was no stranger to such tactics. Recognizing it as mere manipulation, to be frank, I find Antoine to be a blusterous figure, cunning yet indecisive. He refrains from undertaking great endeavors while clinging to his life, valuing trivial gains above his own safety, certainly not the hallmark of a hero. Suddenly, the atmosphere at the table shifted. Smiles faded, replaced by expressions of terror and silence. Bruce slammed his hand onto the table, scattering chips in every direction, and stood to confront Kyleson, towering over him. You little brat. Do you know what you're saying? Kyleson replied with a smile. In translation, it conveys that Antoine is overly petty. What I require is a partner of courage, and that person is you'd. As soon as Kyleson finished speaking, Bruce seized his collar, while Jean discreetly drew a gun from his sleeve, training it on Bruce. Surrounding henchmen, sensing the tension, also brandished their weapons, encircling Kyleson and Jean. Despite the threat, Kyleson retained a glimmer of humor in his eyes. Unwaveringly meeting Bruce's gaze, the latter's eyes glinted with predatory intent, yet as his glance fell upon the half-visible business card peeking from Kelson's pocket, a flicker of apprehension crossed his face. With a forceful shove, Bruce pushed Kyleson aside. Get out of my territory. If I see you again, you won't be so fortunate. Kyleson calmly adjusted his collar and departed the casino with Jean. They walked down the street. Jean wore a baffled expression. Both negotiations had ended in failure, particularly the encounter with Bruce, where Kyleson audaciously insulted the master in front of his loyal hound. Wasn't that courting disaster? He stole a glance at Kyleson. Noting his lack of despondency, this matter seems unlikely to succeed. Perhaps we should return to inform the boss and see if we can secure additional funds for procurement. Kyleson, however, merely held up 3 fingers. What does that mean? Jean asked, bewildered. Kyleson replied nonchalantly. The odds of success are now 3 in 10. Chapter 15. Let the news fly 3 in 10. Jean fell silent, pondering for a moment, his thoughts clouded and unclear. Stop overthinking it. While we still have time, let's move on to the next target. Who is Antoine's sworn enemy? Kyleson swiftly opened the car door and took the passenger seat. Quincy is also a formidable contender for the position of the old leader. His strength only second to Antoine's. As Jean started the car, a sudden realization dawned upon him. I understand now. You intend to sow discord between them, prompting them to bid against each other. Kyleson remained noncommittal. If negotiations with him go smoothly, perhaps we can increase our chances of success to 50%. Before long, they drove through the night to Quincy's mansion, which was no less opulent than Antoine's. Exuding the same ostentatious wealth of a nouveau riche, clearly, the former leader had accumulated considerable riches. Now, this old fellow was basking in gold coins, and his subordinates were all enjoying their share. After a brief announcement, a stout man in a white suit and a bald head emerged. It was none other than Quincy himself, warmly welcoming Kyleson and Jean into his estate. Mr. Kyleson, is it? Quincy ushered Kyleson into his opulent hall, where a maid had already laid out an array of exquisite delicacies on the table, and the butler had darted off to the wine cellar. "You have truly surprised me, especially after your visit to Antoine," he remarked, extending a warm welcome. Jean, standing nearby, felt a shiver of unease. This was not a fortuitous turn of events. Kyleson, however, remained unfazed, as it would have been peculiar for Quincy not to have planted spies at Antoine's. With a calm demeanor, he jested with Quincy. "After all, Monsieur Antoine has a broader supply chain. Though it is unfortunate that he has recently hiked the prices, negotiations have evidently faltered. Indeed, Antoine's network is extensive, and many small traders rely on his favor." Quincy replied with a glint of sharpness in his eyes, his words laced with veiled provocation. "Mr. Kyleson could certainly negotiate with me. While we may be a small establishment, we still have the capacity to accommodate the bishop's needs." Kyleson narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that Quincy was indeed feeling the pressure from Antoine. It was clear that Quincy urgently sought external support to challenge Antoine. Unfortunately for him, Kyleson had no bishop backing him. That moment, the butler returned with the wine, pouring each of them a glass. Kyleson pretended to swirl the wine, taking a sip and noting its somewhat sour taste. He set the glass down, resting his hands on his knees. "To speak frankly, while there is a demand, it is not pressing. Stability and security are paramount, and we cannot afford any mishaps. Do you understand?" "I comprehend. Then it is settled. Regardless of Antoine's pricing, I shall undercut him by 40%, Quincy declared, determination etched on his face. Jean, standing nearby, nearly interjected, but he refrained, biding his time as Kyleson finalized the deal. "There is no rush. We will need 3 days to arrange the funds, at which point we can discuss the details further," Kyleson said, rising to take his leave. Jean hesitated, but under Kelson's warning gaze, he followed suit. Quincy's expression darkened slightly, yet he forced a smile as he escorted Kyleson from the estate. Once they were both in the carriage, Jean urgently inquired, "Why did you not agree?" "If we undercut by 40%, it would be lower than our original purchase price," Kyleson patiently elaborated. "Consider the bigger picture, Jean. Quincy, that old fox, offers such low prices because he requires the influence of a bishop to stand against Antoine. How can we conjure a bishop to aid him? Even if we were to acquire the goods now, should Antoine regain power, how could we negotiate with him in the future? Do you intend to wait for them to fight it out, then buy from the victor?" Jean asked, puzzled. Kyleson chuckled lightly. "I will explain it to you later. For now, we must visit the remaining 2 fingers, soon." Kyleson visited the last 2 fingers, conveying that he shared the same sentiments as Bruce, asserting that Antoine lacked the courage, yet desired others' allegiance, thus hindering their prosperity. Although the 2 fingers exhibited slight differences in attitude, they largely agreed that they had long dismissed Antoine and anticipated his eventual opening of the channels. After their discussion, Kyleson instructed Jean to escort him back to his quarters. Leaning against the doorframe, Kyleson bid Jean farewell, who appeared lost in thought, contemplating the implications of Kelson's actions that day, unable to contain himself. Jean finally asked, "My Lord Kyleson, what are the current odds?" Kyleson raised 3 fingers, to which Jean exclaimed in alarm, "Still only 30%. I understand your urgency, but do not rush," Kyleson cautioned, closing the door behind him and leaving with a final remark. "Let the news circulate for a while." Antoine lay bare upon his plush bed, tossing and turning beside a partially revealed mistress. Though she remained as understanding as ever, Antoine sensed her dissatisfaction with his performance that evening. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Kyleson, leaving him somewhat incapacitated by worry. He kissed his mistress gently, donned a robe, and descended the stairs, intending to smoke a cigarette in the garden, only to find his confidant in the hall discussing matters with his butler. Quickly concealing the cigar in his hand, he strode over and inquired, "What news? Where has that agent gone?" "Everywhere," was the reply. "Everywhere?" "Yes. He first encountered Bruce and exchanged some heated words. Subsequently, he met with Quincy and arranged a handover in 3 days. The other 2 fingers, however, were not particularly gracious towards you, brother. the confidant reported, cautiously gauging Antoine's reaction. Antoine, now alert, retrieved his cigar and lit it. This contractor may be more formidable than anticipated. He is evidently collaborating with others to exert pressure on me. Brother, how shall we proceed? The confidant awaited instructions. Was it merely a verbal spat? Fine. Have Bruce come to see me tomorrow. Antoine exhaled a plume of smoke, extinguishing the half-smoked cigar. For now, let it be. We shall not concern ourselves with the others. For I am eager to see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Understood. The confidant nodded quickly before departing the estate. With a challenge laid before him, Antoine felt a sense of relief. Yet he dismissed this petty scheming as inconsequential. With the burden lifted, he turned his attention to the butler, inquiring in a low voice, "Is the last batch of that potion still available? It has been depleted." "My lord," the butler replied, lowering his gaze. "However, new supplies have been procured from the black market dealer, Bart, and the quality is superior, albeit at a higher price." The butler gestured, and soon a servant brought forth a vial from the magical refrigeration unit. Antoine accepted the vial containing a pink, crystalline potion, clearly of excellent quality. He uncorked it and downed it in one swig, noting the hints of currant and mint with a pleasantly sweet aftertaste. Almost immediately, a surge of confidence and vigor coursed through his chest, invigorating his spirit. As he strode upstairs, he instructed, "The quality of this potion is commendable. Ensure we acquire more from that rotund Bart." Chapter 16. The great Jean typically resided in Sai's estate. For as a solitary individual with scant social connections, living within the confines of the guild offered a semblance of safety, serving as a perk of his employment. Sai and Dominic had both been occupied with their affairs. Leaving the butler as the sole inhabitant of the estate, Carlyle and Dick generally remained at the church, with Dick returning to the estate in the evenings. Their interactions were limited to meetings, and they seldom interfered in each other's lives. Thus, the sudden sound of knocking at the door startled Jean. Upon opening it, he was greeted by none other than Kyleson, clad in a newly purchased overcoat. With an alchemical belt laden with potions at his waist and a short sword sheathed at his side, Kyleson had evidently brought all his belongings, armed for a significant undertaking this night. Jean's eyes sharpened. While he may have lacked experience in strategy and insight, assassination, sabotage, and intelligence gathering were his forte. He invited Kyleson into his bedroom, unveiling a hidden door within the wardrobe that revealed a wall adorned with an array of weapons and equipment. Inquiring, "What mission are we to undertake? I can equip you accordingly." "Now, this is what I call professionalism," Kyleson remarked, surveying the wall of weapons, which included several hand axes and long swords forged from silver, indicating that Jean was not solely tasked with assassination but was likely an adept monster hunter as well. Kyleson caressed a magical electric gun and stated, "Tonight, we aim to sabotage Antoine's warehouse. Ideally, we would also procure materials for the creation of the Bueller's furnace." That. Jean's expression turned awkward. "That may prove challenging." Antoine has stationed quite a contingent there. His deputy, Savon, occasionally guards the warehouse, and he is reputed to be a weapon master of considerable skill. The alchemical materials for the Bueller's furnace should not be located in the core area. Once acquired, we can set fire to the place without concern for the outcome or even the guards, Kyleson replied, producing a vial of fire magic concentrate and placing it in Jean's hand. "Do not fret. I will provide cover for you outside. What do you have to fear?" Jean glanced at the alchemical potion in his hand, then raised his gaze to Kyleson, contemplating the utility of the Bueller's furnace, and clenched his teeth in agreement. With the night dark and the winds howling, it was indeed the perfect time for thievery. The two drove to a nearby tavern before slipping out through the back door. Swiftly arriving at Antoine's private warehouse district, this facility had once been an abandoned factory, which Antoine had acquired at a bargain and transformed into a storage space. The warehouse operated in 3 shifts, and Savon, as the guard, would be nearby even when off-duty. Should an alarm sound, he could arrive within 5 minutes. Kyleson instructed Jean to time his actions precisely, emphasizing that a fire must be set within 3 minutes, after which he was to exit the warehouse without fail. "So, I am to proceed." Jean donned a mask and unsheathed a short knife. Quick in and out. If anything occurs, I shall notify you with a soul arrow. Jean scratched his head, pondering how a soul arrow could relay a message, as it was silent and not suited for signaling like a flare. However, he did not inquire further. After nodding towards Kyleson, he lightened his footsteps and proceeded into the shadows. Kyleson, donning a mask, ascended the nearby suspended ladder to observe the movements within the storeroom. Approximately 2 minutes later, a corner of the warehouse erupted into a towering inferno. Kyleson clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming that it was fitting for the former leader of the Grey Gloves. He was indeed adept at his old trade. Just as he was about to descend the stairs to assist Jean, an angry voice erupted from behind. Where did this rat come from, daring to cause a disturbance here? Reluctantly, Kyleson turned around to face an irate middle-aged man, spreading his arms in a feigned innocence. Do you believe me if I say I was merely passing by? Jean, having tucked away 2 sets of documents into his bag, fled the storeroom. This operation had gone surprisingly smoothly, although there were numerous guards. Their vigilance was notably low, and fortuitously, the extraordinary individual was absent, making it impossible for him to be detected by mere lackeys. The gang members behind him were busy extinguishing the flames, which were spreading rapidly due to the concentrated essence of fire. However, he had chosen to ignite the cold storage, where flammable materials were scarce, so it should be extinguished quickly. At that moment, a piercing wail akin to a ghost's cry echoed through the air. Jean, with keen intuition, shifted his gaze upwards, where ethereal white wraith energy was rising. It dawned on him what Kyleson meant by notifying him with a soul arrow. Without hesitation, he sprinted in that direction to support Kyleson. Dropping the now empty alchemical bag, Kyleson took 2 steps back to distance himself from his adversary. That last strike had exhausted all his spiritual essence, maximizing the power of the soul arrow, which not only delivered a potent spiritual shock but also emitted a wailing effect reminiscent of deep-seated resentment. The struck 7 clutched his head, staggering back in a state of confusion. Shaking his head, Kyleson clicked his tongue. His opponent appeared entirely immune to the negative energy of the abyssal corruption. Only the soul had been impacted. It seemed that the physical resilience of a third-ring warrior was indeed formidable. Seizing the moment of his opponent's daze, Kyleson decisively chose to retreat, swiftly turning to leap down the slide just as Jean arrived. After a brief exchange of glances, the two began to dash out of the alleyway. They had scarcely taken a few steps out when a tremendous thud resounded behind them, followed by the heavy sound of stones being crushed underfoot. We cannot allow him to discover our secrets. Split up, shake him off, and regroup at the tavern, Kyleson commanded, darting left, while Jean immediately fled to the right. Behind them, 7 hesitated for a moment before pursuing Kyleson's direction. The two parties engaged in a relentless chase, utilizing the complex terrain and the cover of darkness. Combined with the endurance of their bodies, Kyleson consistently managed to evade 7, yet 7 relentlessly pursued. Relying on his formidable stamina to keep close, "That bastard 7 is still on my tail," Kyleson muttered as he glanced back, observing the relentless man, his face flushed with anger yet devoid of exhaustion. His fierce eyes locked on Kyleson. At this rate, they could run until dawn, and he still had work the next day. With this thought, Kyleson glanced at his right hand. Although he had yet to utilize this trump card, it might just be the perfect opportunity. With a flicker of intention, sharp, obsidian bone spikes slowly emerged from his palm. Kyleson deliberately slowed his pace, preparing to turn suddenly and strike hard. Just then, 7, who had been fervently pursuing, abruptly halted, confronting Kyleson. Kyleson, observing the sudden stop of his pursuer, nervously took several steps back, waiting for the attack to counter. However, after retreating a considerable distance, he noticed no intention of advancement from 7. Seeing this, Kyleson boldly took several large steps backwards. When he saw that his opponent remained stationary, he turned and fled. Only after confirming he was far enough away and that no one was in pursuit did he make his way back to the tavern. Jean had been waiting inside for quite some time, glancing at his watch anxiously, and only relaxed upon Kyleson's return. The two left the tavern and returned to their vehicle, where Jean excitedly pulled out his backpack to reveal the materials within to Kyleson. I managed to acquire a few extra sets, even securing those belonging to the Sevens. Kyleson took a deep breath and gave Jean a thumbs up. You are truly a team player. I could weep from joy. Magnificent. No words needed. Chapter 17. The scheme is set. Antoine bellowed in fury, violently sweeping the items off the table, while his loyal confidants and deputies bowed their heads in silence, anxiously awaiting reprimand. One confidant, gathering his courage, spoke up, Brother, the losses aren't substantial. It amounts to merely 20 or so frozen corpses of extraordinary beings. The two most crucial specimens, powerful anomalies, were locked away and remained undamaged. The rest that burned were merely trifles. I did not lose mere objects but rather my face. There are still numerous factions observing. Should we show any sign of weakness, we would be beset from all sides. Antoine shook his head, fixing a piercing gaze upon his deputy, who was responsible. Why was no one captured? The deputy hurriedly explained. The assailants were masked. One appeared quite young, and the other was uncleared. I had managed to tail one. But at the last moment, I was intimidated. I apologize, brother. Antoine was taken aback. This deputy had been his comrade in numerous life-and-death situations, a hardened survivor from the battlefield, for someone of his caliber, who had faced death countless times. To succumb to intimidation was unexpected. Were they strong? Not just strong, but... The deputy recalled the disquieting sensation. It was as if the innate human instinct to resist death had been triggered, a fear that could not be countered even by sheer will. A heavy silence fell upon the three men in the room, eventually broken by the confidant. What shall we do with the guards on duty? Antoine replied coldly, Feed them to the sea. Let the others learn a lesson. We have not yet achieved total victory. They must remain vigilant. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. The deputy glanced at Antoine, who nodded for him to open it. Outside stood a small lackey. One Antoine had dispatched to keep an eye on Quincy. Now he had returned to report. What is the urgency? Antoine furrowed his brow. The lackey gasped for breath, reporting urgently, Kyleson is negotiating business with Quincy. Antoine's expression turned icy, and he slammed his hand on the table. Meanwhile, Kyleson was hosting Quincy at an upscale restaurant. Quincy was as enthusiastic as ever, and upon seeing Kyleson, his joy was palpable. It seems Mr. Kyleson is quite well informed. Indeed, it was I who led the operation. This is first-hand information, Kyleson replied, awkwardly revealing his embarrassment. It appears that only Your Excellency Quincy can engage in trade with us. The deal is set for 3 days hence. We are here to make a deposit, and no need for a deposit. All I require is the support of the Archbishop. I assure you, I will deliver the goods in 3 days, Quincy declared confidently. Reclining with legs crossed, lighting a cigar and beckoning a nearby servant to pour himself a glass of aged wine. At that moment, an unexpected voice cut through the already reserved restaurant. Oh, since when did you, Quincy, have goods to offer? Kyleson turned to see Antoine approaching, leaning on his gentleman's cane, flanked by his deputy. The deputy glanced at Kyleson and, after a moment, slightly bowed in respect, clearly having not recognized him. Quincy, meanwhile, remained seated, his face darkening as he watched a small underling rush in. Clutching his dislocated arm, he set down his wine glass, and his second-in-command also rose from another table, moving closer while seizing a knife from the table. Tension crackled in the air, while Kyleson and Jean watched with crossed arms and amused expressions, as if observing a theatrical performance. Antoine, this is not your territory, if you wish to engage in conflict. I will gladly oblige, but do not disturb my esteemed guest today. Antoine chuckled derisively, ignoring Quincy, and turned to Kyleson. My Lord Kyleson, I accept your proposal. I will provide stable supplies at a 60% discount. I guarantee that only I can supply goods in Khan's berth. Quincy, who had just agreed to supply goods, found Antoine's declaration a direct slap to his face. If he did not assert himself now, he would have no place left in Khan's underworld. Quincy ready to respond. Antoine's deputy struck first from his waist, the movement so swift that Kyleson could scarcely follow. aiming for Quincy's throat. From the looks of it, even if Kyleson used his right-hand trump card to fight for his life, he doubted he could secure victory, just as Quincy's ever-watchful second-in-command sprang into action, wielding the knife with precision towards Antoine's deputy. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, the heavy thud of their strikes echoing throughout the restaurant. "Jamie, when did you sneak a promotion?" Antoine's deputy remarked, glancing at the blood on his palm with a grin. "Gray, you're not as formidable as you think," Jamie replied coolly. "Yes, that's so. Let us see you try." Antoine's deputy, Gray, pulled out a set of brass knuckles, his expression growing increasingly menacing as the escalating conflict reached a boiling point. Kyleson rose with Jean, proclaiming, "Gentlemen, this is not your octagonal arena. It is unbecoming of gentlemen to stain this upscale establishment with blood." He called over a timid waiter, who hesitated to approach, instructing Jean to place the bill and a tip into the platter he held. "It seems your business is not as stable as you might wish. Perhaps I should inform the esteemed bishop to await your deliberations before proceeding." With that, he exited the restaurant, leaving the two mafia bosses behind. Once they entered their vehicle, Kyleson finally exhaled, turning to Jean and stating, "It is done." "What do you mean, done? We haven't even concluded any business." Jean was utterly bewildered. "Tonight, one of Antoine and Quincy will surely consume the other. And the rest will take sides. In simpler terms, once we step out that door, both factions will retreat to their respective lairs, organize their forces, and unleash the hidden cards they have long buried but hesitated to play against one another." Kyleson explained nonchalantly, "Is it truly that simple?" Jean still struggled to comprehend. "You think that after a mere conversation, they will begin to slaughter each other? Indeed, it is that straightforward. I merely tore away their fig leaves and revealed a truth to them." Kyleson replied with a smile, "The big players are not in the mood for childish games. Ultimately, they will choose a single victor to serve as their supplier. The longer one drags this out, the more likely they are to be discarded. Konsberg seeks a fingerprint, not 5 fingers." Jean fell silent, still unable to believe Kyleson's words. The intricacies of this scheme should not be so simplistic. Kyleson had, after all, failed to clarify many details. For instance, he had surmised that Quincy truly lacked merchandise, intending to execute a Ponzi scheme that would allow both parties to benefit. Moreover, Antoine was no fool. At least one of his fingers supported him, and he was acutely aware that prolonging this would lead to his victory. Now, with Kyleson forcing his hand, everyone recognized that if it were to be prolonged, he would emerge triumphant. The newly appointed Lion King had been challenged. He must eliminate the challenger to solidify his authority. As Kyleson gazed out at the setting sun, he understood that bloodshed was imminent, and he intended to be the one to reap all that was sown. Chapter 18. Accepting the role of a dog. After Kyleson exited the door, the previously tense parties fell into an unexpected calm. There were no clinched threats exchanged, nor did they engage in a savage brawl on the spot. They were all emperors of the night in the city of Konsberg, and before their pawns were utterly vanquished, they retained the grace to comport themselves with dignity. The convoys of both factions diverged on the streets, and by the time they reached their respective strongholds, the battle had already commenced. The fingers of the entire underground organization began to align, with the first step of their allegiance being to stomp upon their adversaries' territory. Street fights consisted mostly of gunfire. Typically, it culminated in an assault on the opponent's lair, where the true victor would emerge from the chaos. Many new gang members had never witnessed such scenes. As dozens stormed into a bar, only for 1 or 2 bloodied souls to crawl out, when Antoine and Quincy returned to their thrones, the true brutality of the conflict was just beginning. Both regulated and unregulated weaponry was drawn by the assailants. Unlike the inexperienced street thugs, these were the violent means they truly relied upon. Most of these gunmen were retired soldiers, mercenaries, or insurgents fleeing from smaller nations. Their leaders were former sergeants or even nobles, awarded national honors that elevated them to extraordinary professionals. During the firefight on the streets, the low and mid-level law enforcement officers could only retreat to avoid being caught in the crossfire. After all, a few coins a month hardly warranted risking their lives, but in the end, It would come down to a battle of kings. Gray viciously snapped Jamie's tibia with a kick, seizing him mid-fall and delivering a brutal blow that shattered his spine. Paralyzed, Jamie glared at Gray, attempting to jab at the joints of his adversary, while Gray retrieved his lost longsword from the fray and decapitated Jamie. However, he too collapsed, ambushed by Quincy's gunmen, despite his injuries. He managed to eliminate the entire squad, taking down Jamie, who was his equal. The side effects of his secret technique began to manifest, and his weakened body could no longer withstand the toll. He glanced towards the other battlefield, where Antoine and Quincy faced off. Only one could survive, but who that would be had become irrelevant. He suddenly regretted joining the gang. Had he not succumbed to the pleasures of wealth, he might have been able to build a family and enjoy a blissful life. Alas, he would never know, as vitality had already fled from his eyes. Meanwhile, the conflict on Antoine's side intensified. Both understood there was no turning back. The victor could devour the vanquished entirely, quickly recovering from their weakened state to claim the title of true underground king of Consberg. Quincy fought with desperation, as he was most adept at such fervor. The alchemical life sigils etched onto his body activated, enhancing his physique at the cost of his own life force. He wielded a charged thunder hammer, bringing it down mercilessly upon Antoine as the life sigils flowed. Countless fine crimson lines glowed ominously across Quincy's form. His body remained unchanged, yet exuded destructive power far beyond his size. The electrified metal hammer struck the ground, resonating with a thunderous crash, splitting the earth like a spider's web and creating a vast crater. Yet Antoine was nowhere to be seen, as though he had been obliterated by the blow. Quincy, on high alert, suddenly leaped into the air, evading the protruding shadowy spikes. Following the dissipating aura, he realized that, at some point, Antoine had leapt to a higher vantage point using shadow magic. I had assumed your trump card would be more intriguing. Antoine lamented, shaking his head. Is that so? Killing you is sufficient, Quincy retorted, recharging his hammer. A torrential downpour began. From a distant tower, Kyleson observed the fierce battle through a finely crafted monocular, while Jean held an umbrella over him. Smash him. Why not target Antoine first? Strike the lamppost beneath him to deny him the high ground. Interrupt his shadow rift, Kyleson thought, nearly exclaiming a phrase of his native culture before managing to hold his tongue at the last moment. Quincy could not hold on any longer. He was to execute the plan. Charge! Charge! Donning their raincoats, Kyleson leaped over the railing, with Jean following closely behind, carrying a waterproof bag. By then, the outcome had been decided. Quincy collapsed to the ground, unable to lift his heavy hammer. The sigils on his body dimmed, and his skin began to crack and peel, indicating his life force had been exhausted. The fatal wound was a massive perforation to his chest and abdomen, dealt by Antoine's shadow spear, which had breached the sigil's defense and delivered his death sentence. Quincy did not plead for mercy. It was merely a matter of winners and losers. His opponent had no reason to spare him, and he had already lost all his capital. A dark spell swept over him, and Quincy's head rolled to the ground, spinning in a puddle, his spent body unable to release much blood, which was washed away by the pouring rain. Antoine sighed with relief as the excruciating pain finally washed over him. The thunder hammer had grazed his shoulder, shattering the bone, and the electric shock had burned his flesh to a pulp. Yet it was over. He would consolidate the entire underground organization under his rule, and he would become the godfather of a new era. Brother, is it done? I've taken care of the remaining fingers. Antoine jolted, tightening his grip on his spellcasting staff. The other fingers had likely determined their fates, and he needed to remain vigilant against any survivors. But when he turned to look, he saw Bruce and relaxed. At that moment, he had no enemies. Bruce had no reason not to follow him. He calmly regained his composure and replied, "Yes." Bang! A bullet pierced Antoine's chest. Disbelief etched across his face. The bullet was a specially crafted silver shot, capable of disrupting his spiritual circuits. His spells could no longer coalesce. "Bruce, why? You never truly believed in me. I knew that one day we would arrive at this juncture. I chose to act while I still had a chance. Bruce coldly stated, though his trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. Days prior, Antoine had summoned Bruce to his study, demanding he surrender all his goods for central custody. At that moment, Bruce realized that the brother who once shared all his earnings with his kin had perished, leaving behind a paranoid old man. It was then that Kyleson approached him, handing him 2 silver bullets and uttering words that completely unsettled him. Those who cannot control power will be destroyed by it. Bruce allowed the rain to wash over his face, but Antoine recognized the tears streaming down. Farewell, brother. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and a bullet hole appeared in the center of Antoine's forehead. His hollow eyes gazed skyward, never comprehending why the victor was not himself. Come, let us capture a close-up of our new godfather. At that moment, Kyleson emerged from the shadows, while Jean shielded the alchemical camera in his waterproof bag, capturing the moment when Bruce shot and killed his elder brother with a series of clicks. Smile. Why aren't you smiling? You're the newly appointed. Doesn't that warrant a bit of joy? Kyleson teased, lifting the corners of his mouth to display an exaggerated grin. What trickery is this? Bruce roared, raising his gun to pull the trigger, only to be met with the sound of an empty chamber. It dawned on him that he had only loaded 2 silvery bullets given by Kyleson. You had everything planned from the very start. Indeed, after all, a simple-minded and easily swayed scoundrel like you is the perfect puppet. Kyleson revealed his sinister side at last. Be honest, you and your kind, those who traffic in human lives and peddle leaves while driving others to ruin, deserve death. Fortunately for you, I still have use for you. Consider it a stroke of luck that your one-way ticket to hell has been delayed. Kyleson resembled a cunning bird of prey, his pupils glimmering with a demonic light. Do you wish to be remembered as the scoundrel who killed his brother, hunted down until death, or would you prefer to appear as yet secretly be my loyal dog? The latter at least allows you to enjoy a life of luxury, but the choice lies with you. Amidst the torrential rain, Bruce crumbled to his knees. Chapter 19. Remarkable effects. Cy and Dominic had just returned to the manor, only to be taken aback by the mountain of materials piled in the living room. Father Carlyle was poring over a book on a sofa laden with alchemical supplies, while Dick was busy organizing a list with the old butler, upon seeing the masters of the estate return. The butler hurriedly bowed in welcome. Where did all this come from? Did you dig up some treasure buried by the previous owner in the garden? Cy joked, though he had an inkling of the truth. No, it was brought back by Lord Kyleson. The storeroom hasn't been organized yet, so it's all piled here for the time being. Once sorted, it will be moved inside in due course. The old butler explained in a slow tone. Honestly, the workload is substantial. Perhaps the manor requires a few extra hands. You know what we are involved in? Old Duncan. Cy shrugged. Some matters cannot be disclosed to outsiders. There are other ways. Dominic, who had been silent until now, interjected, his gaze fixed on the corner where 2 bodies were preserved by frozen runes. Given the abundance of materials, it is time to create 2 guardian revenants to protect our assets. Cy nodded. A significant part of Donic's reluctance to act had stemmed from the scarcity of resources from the Guild of the Dead. Now that they had some capital, they could pursue endeavors previously deemed impossible. However, with such an array of materials, just how low had Kyleson negotiated the prices? Cy belatedly inquired about Kelson's whereabouts. Where's Lord Kyleson? I recall today is the weekend. He shouldn't be working. He is in the alchemical chamber, crafting something, came the reply. Indeed, Kyleson was in the alchemical chamber, concocting the Bayer-S furnace. According to the forbidden knowledge swirling in his mind, this was a technological artifact of an ancient undead empire, akin to a necromancer's second heart, designed to bolster their frail constitution. Kyleson manipulated a mage's hand to lift a metal block inscribed with runes. This was the core of the Bayer-S furnace, forged from a type of dark energy-infused demonic steel that could not be acquired in the material realm. Using a fine engraving pen, Kyleson meticulously treated the first layer of activation runes, complemented by a pre-prepared internal cooling fluid created through alchemy, thus completing the base of this heart of steel. However, he encountered a dilemma. The Buyer-S furnace required additional magical runes to be overlaid on the activation patterns. Though he was well-versed in biomedical sciences, his knowledge of magical rune inscription was limited. A failure here would render days of labor in vain. A knock sounded at the door, and upon responding, Jean entered with 2 cups of coffee. Lord Kyleson, Sir Sai, and Dominic have returned. Kyleson smacked his forehead. This was fortuitous. A top student from the Imperial Academy of Sorcery, a prospective 12th seat of the Twin Towers, was precisely the sort of individual needed to assist in graduate-level research, an endeavor not easily accomplished. Kyleson quickly called out to Jean, "Hurry, announce the arrival of Duke Dominic." Soon, Dominic arrived with Sai in tow, followed by the onlookers Carlyle and Dick. Dominic furrowed his brow as he walked to the forefront, upon viewing the metallic heart being held aloft by the mage's hand, glinting with a quenched blue radiance. His expression shifted to one of intense focus. He retrieved a monocle from his pocket and approached the metallic heart, then produced a silver rune pen with a crystalline tip from some peculiar item at his waist. "Do you have the rune diagrams?" Kyleson swiftly procured a piece of parchment, and within half a minute, with a steel pen, he accurately sketched the runes from memory. "This is the first layer." "Good." Dominic glanced at the diagram, without questioning Kyleson about the meanings of the runes, and began to dip the pen into the magical ink prepared by Kyleson, swiftly inscribing the patterns. His hand was steady, and his speed was remarkable, showcasing different techniques to imbue spirituality in various places, meaning Dominic had comprehended the entire effect of the magical runes after merely a glance at the diagram. In no time, Dominic completed this layer of runes, and the patterns began to resonate with the dark magical essence, emitting a deep blue glow. Kyleson immediately took over, inscribing new activation patterns. The two worked in perfect harmony, their movements simple yet effective, exuding an air of mastery. Sai watched with satisfaction as the creation slowly came to fruition, while Carlyle, as if appreciating a masterpiece, exclaimed to Dick, "Do you see? This is art." Not quite," Dick replied, clearly exasperated. "Do you even understand what you're talking about when you refer to art?" Carlyle took a deep drag of a cigarette, then exhaled with a look of profound solitude. "Art, by definition, is beauty that cannot be comprehended." Dick felt an overwhelming urge to slap him, but at that moment, the sound of an engine starting resonated from the other side. The steel-crafted heart had indeed been activated. Kyleson observed the Buyer-S furnace operating under the influence of dark magical essence, astonished not only by its successful initiation but also by its seamless efficiency. "Thank you, Dominic," Kyleson said, turning to the Archmage who was now maintaining his rune pen. Dominic tucked the pen back into his void storage pouch. "No need for gratitude. Let's see how effective this device truly is." Kyleson nodded and severed the magical essence supply line connected to the Buyer-S furnace. The alchemical creation continued to operate despite the loss of its magical energy, eventually coming to a halt, indicating it possessed some capacity to store dark magical essence and function independently. Kyleson surveyed the group, contemplating that only he could immediately integrate this device. Others would likely require a complete surgical suite for proper adaptation. With that thought, he sighed and, before the onlookers, opened his shirt and grasped a surgical knife from the table, slicing open his right chest. "Now, whereas the retractor, I suggest the guild ought to prepare a surgical suite, ideally adjacent to the alchemical chamber." Kyleson began to rummage through the alchemical chamber, i.e. the underground dissection room. "Old Duncan, fetch a retractor," Sai said, his brow twitching at the absurdity of the scene. "And, oh need, just hold on," Dominic interjected, extending 3 fingers to perform a spell. Instantly, Kelson's ribs became transparent and ethereal, resembling some ghastly green specter. "Oh, thank you." Kyleson marveled at the convenience of magic as he slid the Buyer-S furnace into his chest. The moment the furnace entered, the activation runes sprang to life, swiftly sprouting tendrils that connected to Kelson's flesh. Having practiced, Kyleson was now able to cast the flesh reconstruction spell without incantation. He held a piece of ritualistic flesh, quickly mending the wound in his chest. Jean, unable to restrain his curiosity, inquired about Kelson's experience. knowing he would be the next to undergo the procedure. "So, how does it feel? Is it effective?" Before Kyleson could respond, the roaring engine and heartbeat answered Jean. Kyleson felt the dormant dark magical essence transforming into kinetic energy, converted into active magical essence by the buyer. Under this power, the lifeless flesh began to regain strength. Even the stagnant blood started to circulate, and the once stilled heart began to beat anew. He was not revived. Yet he possessed the vital signs of the living. After adapting to the supply of dark magical essence, the engine's sound gradually faded, and the buyer's furnace commenced its quiet operation. Kyleson clenched his fist. Sensing the newfound power within him, he picked up a solid piece of otherworldly quartz from the table and, with a slight effort, crushed it into fine powder. "Goodness," Carlyle exclaimed, dropping his cigarette in astonishment. "You gain the strength of a second-tier warrior just by implanting that thing. I want to be next." Jean's expression suggested he was ready to commit murder. Chapter 20. The secret plan. Shall we commence the meeting now? Sai announced as everyone took their seats. "This time, I would like Lord Kyleson to report on the outcomes of our recent operations." Kyleson cleared his throat. "Currently, the majority of the Dark Hand organization is under our control, and materials will be provided to the Guild of the Dead in set quotas, ensuring the advancement of all parties involved and the necessary resources for practicing necromancy. This is also one of Kyleson's objectives in reclaiming the Dark Hand. To advance from the rank of body dissector apprentice to the next tier, one must first become well acquainted with the abilities of current extraordinary professions, which necessitates extensive dissection and modification of cadavers. Furthermore, he wishes to experiment with the implantation of extraordinary biological glands, which also requires a substantial number of experimental subjects. Of course, there is one paramount goal as well. Additionally, I believe the Death Notification Society will need to take proactive measures, and the identity of the gang serves as the perfect cover." Dominic nodded in agreement. Currently, the Death Notification Society's operations in Consbert have been rather timid, unable to unfold many of their plans. The primary reason for this is the omnipresent Holy Fire Inquisitors, who patrol the city like hounds, showing no mercy to any manifestation of evil. Yet even the fiercest of dogs has an owner, and their masters rely on the gang to procure their morbid pleasures. Regarding the existence of gray areas, the Holy Fire Church can only turn a blind eye for now. This is the situation. But it is essential to strengthen the management of the Dark Hand and utilize this platform to recruit trustworthy peripheral personnel. After Sai finished his addition, he turned to Kyleson. "Shall we continue with Jean in charge?" "Yes, let it be so." Kyleson understood Sai's implication and did not dwell on it, as Jean still leaned towards his side for the time being. Finally, it was Dominic who spoke. "Then let us adjourn." "Your Excellency Kyleson, I wish to have a private conversation with you." As everyone departed, Sai continued to assist in organizing the warehouse, leaving only Dominic and Kyleson sitting upright. "Mr. Dominic, I am curious about what matter requires our private discussion." Kyleson inquired first. "In truth, it is not a matter that necessitates secrecy, merely a confirmation that we shall not inform everyone until we are ready to execute the plan, at which point all must be present." Donic's expression was grave, and his tone formal. "After all, I have considered that Carlyle may hold opposing views. So what exactly is it?" Kyleson's curiosity was piqued. "Simply put, Sai and I have discovered through our research that there is a hero's ancient tomb beneath Consbert, which is likely the site of Saint Labea." "Saint Labea? That sounds like a nation. This nation perished while your Excellency was in slumber. It was once a grand empire in its prime." Dominic lifted a glass of water and took a sip, beginning to introduce Kyleson to the empire. From his description, Kyleson gathered a general understanding of what this empire was like. Saint Labea, a feudal knightly empire, was founded by 4 prominent knightly families who crowned a Night King. This nation greatly expanded human territory during the Great Expedition, becoming one of the most significant empires in human history. Composed primarily of extraordinary beings of the knightly class, they adhered to a comprehensive code of chivalry. Each member joining the Imperial Knightly Order must swear an oath before the Holy Lance to uphold the principles of humility, integrity, compassion, bravery, justice, sacrifice, honor, and devotion. The interpretation of this oath is often idealistic. Those who break it must remove their armor and undertake rigorous penance and good deeds for 8 years to reclaim their knightly title. Dominic paused after his explanation, and this hero's ancient tomb belongs to the first oathbreaker. Kyleson leaned back, realizing that an ancient holy knight was indeed a significant matter. However, from what Dominic implied, they did not intend to disturb the grave or exhume the deceased, did they? Dominic misunderstood Kyleson's concern. Of course not at this moment. Although this ancient tomb remains undiscovered, its defensive barriers are quite formidable. And I will require some time to unravel them. What I wish to inquire about is your stance on the matter, if it can enhance the strength of the Death Notification Society. I have no objections. Kyleson held no opposing views. After all, they were not desecrating his family grave. Moreover, since the individual has passed, rather than hoarding public resources, it would be more fitting to fulfill the spirit of your chivalrous dedication. Excellent. Then this matter is settled. To escape the city, we must unite our efforts. Dominic stood up and extended his hand, fully endorsing Kyleson. Kyleson reciprocated the gesture. Their previous barriers momentarily dissolved. Naturally, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Master Dominic. During the weekend, Kyleson collaborated with Dominic to complete the overlay of magical patterns and activation marks on the second Buyer furnace base he had prepared. This time, Dominic slowed his pace, meticulously explaining the intricacies of magical patterns, allowing Kyleson to personally apply the final layer. Eventually, in the adjacent dissection room, Kyleson equipped Jean with this Buyer furnace. The implantation process proved more challenging than he had anticipated. However, Jean had already advanced to the first tier of the Necromancer class, and the abyssal magic within him facilitated a successful adaptation. The subsequent rejection response was also mitigated by Kyleson's apprentice abilities in dissection, guiding Jean to effectively activate the living furnace and begin acclimating to his newfound powers in the training room. This experiment significantly deepened Kyleson's understanding of anatomy, and having observed Dominic's process of creating a skeletal guardian, he sensed he was nearing a breakthrough into the second tier. Now, he wished to dissect more human bodies to fully assimilate the extraordinary powers of the body dissector apprentice. Fortunately, the hospital presented an opportune location for such endeavors. May I assist in the pathology department for a while? Of course. We are in need of additional hands. The head of the pathology department, Dr. Dana, a small, balding man, adjusted his glasses as he reviewed Kyleson's records. Your credentials are quite impressive. How did you end up assigned to the laboratory's idle position? I was late to my graduation defense and couldn't secure a desirable position. Kyleson replied casually. Dana chuckled. You were sidelined, were you? I experienced something similar with my noble classmates. In the end, I was dispatched to a small clinic in a district. How about this? Tomorrow, there will be a social dinner. You should attend. We've invited several reclusive colleagues for a chance to get to know them. Kyleson initially intended to decline but reconsidered. Given that Dr. Dana was unusually amiable, it would seem somewhat arrogant to refuse his invitation. To better disguise his identity as a doctor, he decided to accept, viewing it as an opportunity to enjoy some wine. Very well. Thank you, Doctor. Dana patted Kyleson on the shoulder. Make sure to dress well. You are quite the handsome young man. Who knows? You might catch the eye of a noble female colleague, saving yourself years of struggle. Chapter 21. The dinner dance. Kyleson examined the expensive suit he wore, a gift from Sai. Due to time constraints and their similar builds, Sai had chosen several unworn formal outfits from his own wardrobe to give to Kyleson. According to the old butler Duncan, who had inadvertently revealed, Sai's family was quite wealthy, though most of their assets were not easily liquidated or were simply gray properties that could not be accessed. In truth, Kyleson was no longer impoverished. If he eliminated the Dark Hand, he could easily extract nearly 100 gold pieces. However, unless Kyleson planned to flee Consbird, he would not sever this protective umbrella. Duncan carefully retrieved a dazzling blue diamond brooch from its box and pinned it to Kyleson's chest, smoothing down the collar. Your Excellency Kyleson, your temperament is better suited for the Water Dragon tier brooch. But since you requested discretion, this will have to suffice. Kyleson was unsure what a water dragon tear was, but he imagined it must be quite expensive, so he requested Duncan select some more understated accessories. As he was merely attending for a drink, not genuinely for networking, "Is Jean not here today?" Kyleson casually asked. Mr. Jean is still overseeing matters concerning the Dark Hand. He has been rather unresponsive lately. Duncan replied, taking a quartz pocket watch from the glass cabinet, its bronze dial marked with fine obsidian increments, which he placed in Kelson's waistcoat pocket. "Well then, thank you for your assistance today," Kyleson said as he accepted the gentleman's cane from the old butler. Due to Sai's personal preferences, these canes were actually sword canes. As Duncan drove, Kyleson gazed out at the softly falling snowflakes. This time of year, it should be Christmas, he mused. The calendar in this world differed from that of his previous one, as it had an extra month each year, yet the cold remained just as biting. Duncan soon arrived at their destination. Kyleson settled into the vehicle, as the evening banquet was located in the upper district, and they quickly reached their destination. Upon exiting the car, Kyleson informed Duncan not to return for him later, as he intended to visit the Dark Hand's distribution point in the upper district to inquire about the collection of materials for the second-tier promotion potion. Presenting his invitation, Kyleson smoothly entered the resplendent hall where the banquet was held, hosted by a countess rumored to be the major benefactor of the Trinity-affiliated hospital, drawing nearly all the noteworthy personnel from the departments. It seemed Dr. Dana truly wished to support this fellow common-born junior by securing him an invitation. Undoubtedly, Kelson's appearance astonished many, for as the saying goes, clothes make the man. The ordinarily shabby Kyleson, by mere appearance, attracted the attention of several female colleagues. Had he not adhered to the belief that women would only slow his surgical precision during his studies, he might have already secured a wealthy patron. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, with his silvery gray hair neatly tied back into a ponytail, Kyleson emanated an aura of elevated sophistication. His pallid complexion, akin to fine jade, lent him an air of austere beauty. It was not long before numerous noble women began to inquire with their acquaintances about Kelson's origins, while those already familiar with him were astonished by the remarkable transformation of the once bookish figure. The first to greet him was Dana, accompanied by his mentor, Professor Zongwer. In that moment, Kyleson understood why Dana had been so eager to secure this opportunity for him, holding a glass of wine. His eyes gleamed with gratitude as he approached to acknowledge his mentor. Zangwer, patting his shoulder, offered a few encouraging words. "You've finally seen the light. Beyond knowledge, there are many pursuits worth striving for." Kyleson, somewhat unsure of how to continue the conversation, shifted the topic. "Professor, what brings you to the soirée?" Zangwer lowered his voice. "I had no choice. The esteemed Countess Melina is quite generous, and I must discuss next year's research funding for Trinity School with her. However, this is a matter for us old-timers. You should simply enjoy the festivities." Dana chimed in with a smile. A delicate sound of a spoon striking a glass brought silence to the gathering as a voluptuous lady descended from the second floor. Though she was elegantly attired, the sharpness of her brows suggested that beneath her voluminous skirts might lurk hidden blades. She appeared to disdain formalities, succinctly declaring, "I hereby announce the commencement of the banquet. Let the music play and the dancing begin." Cheerful melodies filled the air. Men and women resumed their lively conversations, many exchanging kisses and inviting one another to the dance floor for a tango. Kyleson, despite not requiring sustenance, found his already heightened senses further amplified by the installation of the furnace. He felt a distinct appetite, and the food he consumed would be metabolized by the active abyssal magic within him, particularly meat, which alleviated the furnace's workload. Thus, he promptly filled his plate with ribs and lobster, intent on satisfying his hunger. His dining manners were surprisingly refined. He devoured a large lobster in 3 bites, unnoticed by the others who were engrossed in socializing. Soon enough, the tables were cleared, signaling the official start of the ball. The music shifted from languorous tunes to invigorating dance rhythms. Kyleson swallowed a piece of meat, noting that the Lady Countess was indeed a person of spirited temperament. He observed, a cluster of gentlemen had formed a queue, each attempting to invite a lady to dance, but receiving no replies. Their faces betraying their disappointment as they retreated with dignity. One gentleman, however, caught Kelson's attention as he meticulously adjusted his attire, preparing to approach. "Oh, isn't that my brother Anthony?" Kyleson mused. The lady he sought to invite was none other than the enchanting Mifuna. Clad in an exquisite yet understated gown, her hair styled in a sophisticated updo that could not conceal her delicate, doll-like charm, Anthony, clearly determined, persisted in his invitations, despite being rebuffed twice, according to the customs of the Principality of Sevilla. A gentleman who invited a lady thrice should be granted at least a half-dance, even if she was reluctant. Yet, such rules were seldom invoked, as a rejected suitor was expected to gracefully withdraw to maintain his gentlemanly decorum. It was apparent that Anthony, the illegitimate son, was somewhat unhinged, attempting to manipulate this custom as a form of performance art. Mifuna frowned. Logically, she could disregard the rule and refuse outright, but she seemed to value decorum highly. Extending her hand nonetheless, despite her evident reluctance, the other gentlemen who had previously invited her observed from a distance, their expressions suggesting they were mentally cursing Anthony. With a scowl of indignation, Anthony had privately investigated Mifuna's background after their last encounter. Discovering little beyond her wealth, this hinted at a familial connection to the military or perhaps an extraordinary organization, positioning her as part of the Principality's core power structure, even if he left a poor impression. He intended to make an impression nonetheless, planning to woo her later with flowers and jewels, believing this naive girl would be ensnared in his machinations, just as he indulged in his dark fantasies. A familiar yet loathsome voice interrupted his thoughts. "Miss Mifuna, would you care to dance with me?" Kelson's face bore a smirk that was neither entirely a smile nor a frown. Mifuna glanced at Kyleson and promptly placed her hand in his. He seized the opportunity to lead her into the dance floor, leaving Anthony, fists clenched and face flushed with rage. The observing noblemen exchanged knowing glances, though they felt a twinge of displeasure at Kelson's interruption. The satisfaction of thwarting that despicable man outweighed their minor grievances. As they entered the dance floor hand in hand, Kelson's initial joy at disrupting Anthony's plans quickly morphed into awkwardness, for as a member of the working class, he was unaccustomed to the refined social dancing of the nobility. Fortunately, Mifuna sensed his discomfort and whispered, "Just hold my waist." Clearing his throat, Kyleson awkwardly wrapped his arms around her waist, and as the music played, they began to sway together. Thanks to the enhanced coordination bestowed by his extraordinary abilities and the bi-furnace, he managed to avoid embarrassing himself, growing more confident under Mifuna's guidance. As the music shifted to a more expansive, tango-like style, Kyleson found himself at a loss for words regarding the Countess's peculiar predilections. Mifuna pressed her upper body against him, whispering instructions in his ear. "Hold my back," with her skirt billowing like magnificent petals. She deftly led him through the steps, almost as if she were dancing him through the motions. Poor Kyleson was entirely at her mercy. As the dance neared its conclusion, they executed a flawless spin, Kyleson lifting Mifuna gracefully before lowering her back down, completing an entire vigorous dance without even a hint of breathlessness. However, Kyleson sensed something was amiss. Even without the furnace's augmentations, his body was not meant to tire or gasp for air. Their breaths mingled, and he noted with some concern that this delicate girl remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of fatigue. He recalled their earlier conversation regarding the Codex Itis Amoris. Could it be that his burning of that dark tome had somehow intertwined their fates? An unsettling premonition washed over him. Amidst the applause of the guests, Mifuna gracefully departed, her attendant swiftly draping a small cloak over her shoulders. Kyleson furrowed his brow, yearning to confront her about her intentions and the true nature of the Codex Itis Amoris. However, just as he reached out, he instinctively recoiled, catching a white glove that had been hurled at his face. Glancing up, he met Anthony's furious, crimson gaze. Kyleson regarded him with indifference, uninterested in the grievances between their past selves. Their previous encounter at the hospital had hardly registered in his mind, Please refrain from disrupting my affairs, he stated coolly. You dare to steal my dance partner? I shall challenge you to a duel. Anthony, evidently incensed from losing face in front of his peers, was now speaking without thought. Kyleson scoffed, I believe Miss Mifuna belongs to no one. Be cautious with your words. Will you accept my challenge? Anthony pressed, advancing threateningly. Are you afraid? Kyleson sighed deeply, realizing that Anthony had indeed harbored a grudge against him. It was clear that this brat needed a lesson in humility. There was no time like the present. On the second floor, Countess Melina watched the scene unfold with a bemused smile, creating space for the duel below. Professor Zangware, looking uneasy, addressed the Countess. Countess Melina, this may not end well. Should I intervene? No need. A little rivalry among the youth is quite natural. The duel for love is part of the festivities. Why should we intervene in such youthful pursuits? Melina laughed heartily, instructing her steward to act as a witness. Children can be reckless. Keep an eye on them, Professor Zangware, raising his glass, observed the Countess with concern. This woman, who had risen through the ranks by virtue of her military accomplishments, was indeed a unique character. Standing apart from the other noble women, he shook his head, worried for Kelson's safety in the duel, knowing that Anthony had ascended to extraordinary status through his family's resources. The mainland remains enveloped in an atmosphere teetering on the brink of war. And the populace naturally exhibits a martial spirit. Dueling has become an integral aspect of festive culture, complete with a comprehensive set of rules and etiquette. Once the two participants donned their protective gear, they began selecting their weapons. Anthony chose an aristocratic rapier, deftly wielding it a couple of times before confirming its weight and nodding towards the butler. In contrast, Kyleson spent an interminable period scrutinizing the weapon rack. Ultimately shaking his head in exasperation, the butler promptly approached, bowing slightly as he inquired, Mr. Kyleson, is there a weapon you seek that is not available here? Indeed, Kyleson replied with utmost seriousness. Do you not have a firearm? I wish to have a revolver. The butler inhaled deeply, suppressing his urge to reprimand. In duels, only cold weapons are permitted. Neither magical arts nor firearms may be employed. Kyleson clicked his tongue, lamenting, if I were to practice American Aikido, I would be at a distinct disadvantage. After some contemplation, he concluded that since he was unfamiliar with the art, it would be more prudent to deliver a couple of punches to the insolent brat instead. Do you have any brass knuckles? Bring me two, soon. The two stood in the arena. Anthony, upon noticing the brass knuckles in Kelson's hand, initially appeared taken aback, before sneering, what is this, a weapon for ruffians? He flourished his rapier, creating a flourish of steel, embodying the very essence of aristocratic dueling. Meanwhile, Ivan merely tapped his fists, adjusting his stance for optimum balance. The butler, positioned between them, commenced his officiation while also preparing to manage any potential casualties. Gentlemen, bow and prepare. Anthony lowered his gaze in salute, while Kyleson, keeping a fierce gaze fixed upon his opponent, inclined his head slightly. He had no habit of allowing his adversary to slip from his sight. With the butler's declaration to commence, both advanced, probing each other's defenses. Kyleson took a step forward, recalling the combat experience he had garnered alongside Jean. Testing the enemy's striking range was a crucial component of any duel. As anticipated, upon entering a certain range, the rapier lunged towards him with remarkable speed. He raised his arm to deflect the thrust with his guard. Despite the limited force of the attack at such a distance, he remained vigilant, aware that the opponent might have concealed tricks up his sleeve. After several exchanges, it became evident that both were intent on earnest confrontation. With a sudden sharpness in his gaze, Anthony launched into a fierce sprint, darting forward with the rapier aimed directly at Kelson's chest. Even with the butler's timely intervention, that thrust could inflict grievous harm upon Kyleson, leading to exorbitant medical expenses and the necessity of lengthy recuperation, during which he could easily orchestrate a way to ensure Kelson's expulsion from the hospital, thereby severing his path forward. Yet, Anthony's fantasies were abruptly halted as Kyleson executed a sidestep with preternatural speed. His movements so swift that his cloak billowed dramatically. To his astonishment, Kyleson flashed a triumphant grin, his eyes gleaming with a savage light. Prepare to receive this punch, honed over 20 years of practice. Chapter 23. The pursuit. Anthony's heart skipped a beat in terror, but the swordsmanship imparted by his instructor surged forth from muscle memory, prompting him to swiftly withdraw and execute a horizontal sweep with his sword. Yet, he struck nothing but aired. "Oh, where are you looking, old friend?" Kelson's voice rang out from behind. Anthony barely had time to turn before excruciating pain erupted across his face. Kyleson chose not to aim for his opponent's chin. Knowing that such a blow would swiftly conclude the fight, he was not there to merely defeat Anthony, but to subdue him. The punch, reinforced by the brass knuckles, sent Anthony reeling, blood spilling from his lips as he lost his balance. Teetering towards the ground, however, Kyleson was unwilling to conclude the duel so rapidly. He wrapped his left arm around Anthony's neck, pulling him back up. A brutal knee strike left Anthony feeling as if his insides were twisted, the force lifting him off his feet. Before he could hit the ground, a cold hand gripped the nape of his neck, hoisting him back up. What followed was a veritable feast of agony. As a tempest of fists and kicks rained down upon him, Anthony lost all sense of resistance, becoming a mere vessel for Kelson's onslaught. The brutal spectacle prompted the noble women to shield their eyes, while the men gasped in horror with each punishing blow. Kyleson, being an exemplary student of the medical academy, targeted areas that maximized pain without inflicting lasting injury, though the observing butler furrowed his brow in concern. He adhered strictly to protocol, refraining from intervention. "Well, Anthony, consider your debt settled," Kyleson declared, summoning his strength to deliver an uppercut that sent Anthony hurtling backward, concluding the one-sided beating and resolving the enmity of their past. Should Anthony provoke him again, it would not be merely a matter of receiving a thrashing. Disheveled and dazed, Anthony collapsed to the ground, rolling his eyes back as he lost consciousness. The moment he fell, his family promptly declared the duel over. Kyleson retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the blood from his hands, casually tossing it onto Anthony's prone form as he strolled out of the ballroom. The onlookers instinctively parted to grant him passage. The recently bloody scene had profoundly shaken these pampered nobles, especially given the decorum of the event, which starkly contrasted with the displays of brutality one might witness in an arena. Kyleson validated his suspicions. The enhancements he had received from the Forge of Baylor indeed elevated him to the level of a second-tier extraordinary being, and under the Forge's influence, the combat techniques he had previously encountered had become instinctual, even incorporating some martial arts from his previous life. Finding a chair, Kyleson sat down, increasingly doubting that the tome Itis Amuros was anything more than a charred black book, its knowledge merely a superficial layer capable of bestowing formidable power. He pondered whether there were other aspiring claimants besides Mifuna, and if any among them were overly zealous radicals. Before Kyleson could clarify his thoughts, the butler approached him. Rising, Kyleson anticipated a reprimand for his excessive force, but instead learned that Count Melina requested his presence. Under the butler's guidance, Kyleson soon stood before the host of the soir. Upon closer inspection of Melina, he retracted his initial impression of her as merely plump. The erroneous perception stemmed from her considerable height and the solid muscle evident in her arms. She possessed the physique of a formidable warrior. "Do you have a grievance with that, Anthony?" Melina's inquiry was straightforward. Kyleson had no desire for pleasantries at that moment. Yes, the cordial little interactions between nobles and commoners need no elaboration. Professor Zangwire, standing nearby, awkwardly rubbed his nose and cleared his throat. Diverting his gaze, meanwhile, Director Dana exchanged knowing glances, his face brimming with satisfaction. Melina, upon receiving the answer, burst into hearty laughter. "Your style of speaking is as entertaining as your fists, Zangwire. Your student is far more amusing than you." "I shall approve that research funding." Zangwire found himself at a loss for whether to express gratitude or not, eventually opting to bow in acknowledgement. "As for you, that was quite the thrilling duel. It has been a rare delight during my year-long stay in Consbird." Melina waved her hand, and the headmaid approached, carrying a small leather pouch. "I have not graced the battlefield in some time." These items are better suited for your youthful vigor. Kyleson accepted the pouch and, upon untying the drawstring, discovered a short sword of arm's length. The sword appeared to be crafted from a dark, dense wood, yet it possessed a metallic feel in his grasp. Silver patterns adorned the spine, reflecting the sheen of the blade. This looks rather expensive, Kyleson mused, noting that it resembled more of an artistic piece than a mere weapon. I do not know. It has not been appraised. It was captured during the Northern Isles War. Melina waved her hand dismissively. If you do not fancy it, feel free to sell it for coin. It is too light and short for my taste. Kyleson, unable to ascertain the true value of this remarkable artifact, decided to return it for appraisal by Dominic. He accepted the short sword, bowed in gratitude to the Countess, exchanged a few words with his mentor, and then prepared to take his leave. The latter part of the soiree was bound to be filled with tedious socializing, and Kyleson doubted anyone would wish to converse with him, given his burgeoning reputation. Thus, he feigned illness as an excuse to depart early, intending to inquire about the collection of promotion materials at the distribution center. As he exited through the front door, a pair of eyes had already fixed upon his retreating figure, setting down a wine glass and stealthily trailing behind him. Some 10 minutes prior, Anthony had regained consciousness, and upon seeing his attendant and guards, he erupted in fury. "Leo, go kill that mud-legged fool. Otherwise, I shall inform my father." The attendant remained silent, while the guards could only nod in acquiescence. Outwardly, this young master was merely the son of a baron. Yet the true power behind him, a formidable count, wielded significant influence. Anthony could not merely command someone to commit murder. Even if ordered to bark like a dog, he would comply. Leo reflected on Kyleson's actions during the duel. He appeared to be a second-tier warrior-tier extraordinary being, employing unorthodox fighting techniques reminiscent of those from the East. Yet, as a third-tier warrior-tier extraordinary being, dispatching a second-tier pugilist should be a trivial task. As Kyleson strolled along, the upper district was tended to by those responsible for clearing the snow, rendering the ground relatively stable. After traversing 2 streets, he became aware that he was being followed. Though the pursuer's intentions remained uncleared, Kyleson engaged in a conversation with Mifuna, a growing suspicion arose within him that someone with knowledge of the Edisimuro's cannon had taken his place. He abruptly veered into an alleyway, recognizing that the Edisimuro's cannon now served as his trump card, and he believed that anyone who had stolen it would share his sentiment that the fewer who were aware of the secret, the better. Thus, Kyleson resolved to eliminate any potential threats. Only the dead posed no danger to him. Upon witnessing his adversary slip into the alley, Ren felt a surge of delight and followed suit into the desolate passage. Kyleson had no intention of holding back. Those who could trace his secret were certainly not to be trifled with. To survive, he had to exert every ounce of strength, leaving no room for error. His palm began to crack, a shard of black bone piercing through his flesh. Chapter 24. Street combat. A silent black light sliced through the air, and the instinctual combat prowess of the Tri-Hook warriors prompted Ren to instinctively evade a sudden attack aimed at him. What followed was a thrust directed at his lower abdomen. He barely managed to sidestep, though a sharp blade grazed his side, leaving a crimson mark. Kyleson quickly retreated. His ambush had not significantly harmed his opponent, merely nicking the surface of his flesh, an injury inconsequential to a warrior renowned for his physical resilience. The two exchanged no words. Kyleson had already discerned the unyielding murderous intent in Ren's gaze, and having revealed his trump card, he had no intention of allowing Ren to leave the alley alive. Unlike the earlier tentative confrontation at the banquet, this was a true battle for survival, where both would go all out from the very start. Ren withdrew a baton from his belt, while Kyleson gripped a short sword in his left hand, fixating his gaze on Ren. After a brief standoff, both parties surged towards each other. Kyleson wielded his short sword like a dagger, deflecting Ren's downward strike, then lowered his arm to parry a series of sweeping blows. After merely 3 exchanges, his hands began to tingle. He realized that in terms of strength, he was no match for the Tri-Hook warrior. Just as Ren sought to close in and deliver a crushing blow to Kyleson's head, Kyleson seized an opportunity. Using his short sword to ensnare Ren's baton, he then thrust his right palm forward, aiming a sharp bone spike at Ren's wrist. In that moment, Ren felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. The ominous black bone radiating a palpable aura of death, a deep-seated curse that promised certain doom upon contact. He swiftly released the baton, evading the lethal strike, and caught the descending weapon with his other hand. Lunging forward to jab it into Kelson's ribcage, the intercostal nerves were densely packed, and any untrained individual would be incapacitated by the pain of such an attack. Yet Kyleson, already a being of the dead, felt no pain. He merely staggered back from the impact, seizing the moment to slash at Ren's arm, leaving a deep wound that bared bone. Ren clutched his injury and stumbled backward, astonished by the tenacity of this second-ring adversary. However, the extraordinary capabilities of a warrior transcended mere physical enhancement. Those who aspired to ascend had invariably mastered various skills and weaponry. In that instant, Ren thrust the baton forward, adopting a stance reminiscent of Anthony's swordsmanship, albeit executed with far greater finesse. The thrust came with such suddenness that it felt as though crucial frames had been omitted from a film. Though Kyleson strained to react, he still suffered a wound to his side. As if a piece of him had been gnawed away, Kelson's eyes widened in disbelief. That was merely a blunt baton, yet it had breached the defenses bolstered by the furnace of Boer. Before he could gather his thoughts, a powerful gust surged towards him. Kyleson gritted his teeth, intending to exchange wounds with his foe using the bone in his palm, yet the speed of Ren's thrust was blinding, and he managed to retreat a few steps before contact was made. This could not continue. The previous thrust had torn away a chunk of flesh from his chest, though he had utilized the blood and flesh reconstruction to mend the gap. His supply of ritual materials was finite. If he continued to endure passively, he would inevitably be consumed by Ren. However, it was now Kelson's turn to retaliate. He swung his short sword at Ren, who deftly employed his swordsmanship to evade the strike while repositioning himself. Yet this time, Kyleson had already summoned the spiritual essence from his sleeve, quickly reciting the incantation for the soul arrow. This was Kelson's cunning strategy, to rely on close combat, leading Ren to believe he was merely an extraordinary being powered by an alchemical artifact, while his true nature as a necromancer remained concealed. Upon perceiving the gathering magical energy, Ren immediately surmised Kelson's intentions. His mind raced. He had no time to ponder why Kyleson was a spellcaster. Instinctively, he charged forward. The most effective way to deal with spellcasters was to eliminate them before they could cast their spells. Though Kyleson had been diligently practicing his incantations, the soul arrow still required a second to chant, while the approaching wind was nearly upon him. In this moment, the dead body of Kyleson, infused with the dark, corroding magic, quelled any fear or hesitation. He braced himself to withstand the impact and complete the incantation. It was this sheer calmness and focus that allowed Kelson's dark magic to resonate with the short sword in his hand. The silver patterns became tainted black with the magical energy, accelerating the construction of the spell model and hastening the casting time by half a second. The soul arrow was released from the tip of his sword, its potency amplified by the patterns etched upon it. Upon impact, Ren was struck by an invisible ripple, and Kyleson even witnessed his soul momentarily jolted from its corporeal vessel, although the spell did not claim Ren's life. His pupils dulled to a gray hue, leaving him in a state of shock, unable to respond to the world around him. Without hesitation, Kyleson advanced and pierced Ren's chest with a bone spike in his palm. With a sickening squelch, the once immobile body lay still, devoid of any life force. There were no clues, no signs of disturbance. This forbidden artifact imparted pure death equally to all. Kyleson rose, feeling no discomfort over having taken a life for the first time. The effect of the bone of the dead was too muted. Moreover, Kyleson understood that in order to escape Consbird and survive in this world, this would not be the last life to extinguish at his hands. He stripped Ren of all valuables, staging the scene as a robbery gone wrong. Then, he repeatedly stabbed at the wound in Ren's chest, ensuring that the cause of death would not be easily discernible. Having completed these actions, Kyleson finally exhaled in relief. He straightened himself, preparing to leave the alley. "Good evening, heretic." The sudden voice nearly caused Kelson's heart to stop. He gripped his short sword and swiftly turned to face a figure clad in a crimson hood and robe, the judge. Unlike the judge he had encountered during the hunt for the giant rats, this one wore a white robe adorned with the holy sigils of judgment emblazoned in crimson. Such a splendid night. Such pure moonlight. The judge's voice was soft yet laced with menace as he approached Kyleson, yet sullied by the filthy and wicked Necromancer. Kyleson remained silent, refusing to flee. His appearance and attire were already laid bare before the judge. Even if he managed to escape, it would be all too easy for the judge to uncover his true identity. He had to eliminate this judge right here and now. Kyleson funneled all his remaining spiritual essence into the casting of the soul arrow. Channeling the spell through his short sword, with a surge of overflowing magical energy, he unleashed a spear-like soul arrow. The judge merely raised a hand, the holy sigils on his blood-red gloves flickering as crimson flames erupted. Effortlessly grasping the incoming soul spear and shattering it into a cascade of darkened magical essence, a futile struggle, the judge charged forward, his fist ablaze with holy fire, aimed directly at Kyleson, fearful of being struck by such potent divine magic. Kyleson scrambled backward, yet the judge transformed the holy flames into a divine spear, launching it at Kelson's chest, catching him off guard and sending him soaring into the air. Kyleson felt excruciating pain as his abdomen was pierced. A reaction from his undead body, wounded by the holy magic. Should that divine spear strike his chest, he would have no chance of survival. He desperately extended his right hand, directing the bone spike towards the divine spear. The clash of sacred magic and ultimate death collided, yet the power of the bone of the dead proved superior. The divine spear disintegrated, but the force of the impact sent Kyleson crashing to the ground. The holy flames began to sear through him, igniting his dark magic as he felt his corporeal form teetering on the brink of disintegration. The concept of death invaded his thoughts. Even the undead could not escape their eventual demise. Seizing Ren's lifeless body nearby, Kyleson hurled it at the judge. The flesh reconstruction spell was reversed, and the deceased body erupted into countless spikes midair, forcing the advancing judge to retreat. Upon hitting the ground, the corpse detonated, showering blood and shattered bones in all directions, creating deep dents in the sturdy brick walls. The judge, however, swiftly conjured a barrier of holy flames, shielding himself from the deluge of debris. Yet his expression twisted with rage at Kelson's desecration of the corpse. He summoned a massive holy sword, flames spiraling around it like a vortex, raising it high above his head, intent on reducing Kyleson to ash. Unbeknownst to him, Kelson's current state was far from what he presumed. The excruciating agony emanating from his very soul brought Kyleson perilously close to losing both consciousness and sanity. Memories, once shackled in the recesses of his mind, surged forth, while the most profound and malevolent whispers echoed within his thoughts. Among the arcane and forbidden knowledge beyond human comprehension, a particular fragment of intellect seized control of the remnants of death that lay within his right hand. It was a grim understanding of the inevitable end of all things. Spines erupted from Kelson's palm, splitting and intertwining as if they were growing, forming a dense thicket of bone and deathly thorns, from which indescribable forms emerged, including grotesque claws, sharp teeth, and dark, piercing eyes. These horrifying manifestations silently surged toward the judge, engulfing him. The judge merely gazed upon the scene, his sacred sword, yet to be drawn, dimming into a lifeless shadow. While his robes began to decay, his fingers withering into frailty, and the next instant, a spiked protrusion, etched with arcane runes, pierced through his fingertips. That very moment, the judge grasped his own elbow, tearing his forearm from his body, and swiftly retreated, vanishing from the alleyway in an instant. Simultaneously, Kyleson, his senses dulled and black blood oozing from his mouth and nose, collapsed to the ground as the remnants of death rapidly retracted, ultimately burrowing back into his palm. After lying prostrate in the snow for several minutes, Kyleson shook his head and rose. Having barely regained his wits, he employed his fine attire to wipe the blood from his face, then limped toward the abode of the Death Council. Chapter 25. Infamous Kyleson lay languidly upon the operating table, while Dominic employed blood and flesh techniques to mend the gaping wound in his abdomen. The divine magic inherently countered against the undead, and the chosen wound had rapidly been seared into a vast cavity. Had it not been for the eruption of the deathly remnants within Kyleson's grasp, he would have been reduced to ash. At that moment, Sai hurriedly returned, pushing open the surgical door and rushing in upon seeing Kyleson. He swiftly grasped his arm. "Did you engage with the judge? While I am immune to bacterial infections, your unceremonious entry into the operating room is exacerbating my obsessive-compulsive tendencies." Kyleson let out a long sigh. Indeed, it was the judge of the white robes with flame patterns, after I pierced him with the deathly remnants. He fled. The judge of the white robes with flame patterns was a linchpin within the Holy Fire Tribunal. Sai anxiously stroked his chin, pacing within the surgical room. "While I am relieved you returned alive." "You mean to say that judge escaped?" My remaining consciousness was scant, but I witnessed him sever his pierced arm and flee. Kyleson replied candidly, wishing to gauge the council's stance on the matter. "It's futile," Dominic interjected from beside them as he treated the wound. "The remnants of death do not carry toxins or curses. Thus, their spread is not through the flesh, but rather through the causality arising from contact with the flesh. Severing the arm merely delays the causality from tracing back to its source, but death remains inevitable in any case. Corell has already gone to the sect to gather intelligence. We shall have results by tonight. If that judge divulges anything, you'll be wholly responsible for the black market channels from now on, and we'll conceal your identity." Sai's unwavering support for Kyleson took him aback, yet it seemed that he and Dominic had reached an unspoken consensus. With Dominic agreeing as well, "If all remains well, I shall continue my duties and maintain my guise as a staff member of the Holy Trinity Hospital," Kyleson observed as flesh began to sprout from the wound on his abdomen, fully healing, while other distorted wounds on his body were likewise mended by Dominic. Truly, he was a master mage of reputable training, far more skilled than Kyleson himself. In the worst-case scenario, we shall strive to delay discovery while directly assaulting the hero's tomb, seizing that object and forcibly escaping from Khan's bird. Of course, that is our most pessimistic plan. Dominic stowed away his magical implements. Sai nodded in agreement before hastily departing the surgical room. "I shall prepare, just in case. Oh, and Dominic, could you help me ascertain the origin of this sword?" Kyleson recalled something, retrieving the short sword from beside him and handing it to Dominic. Dominic adjusted his glasses and examined the black sword with silver patterns, his tone revealing surprise. "This sword, you acquired it from where?" "I won it in a duel at a banquet. A lady countess gifted it to me, claiming it was seized during the War of Northport." Kyleson recounted the tale truthfully. If it was personally seized by that lady countess, her strength is not to be underestimated. Dominic traced his fingertip along the silver pattern on the sword's spine before returning it to Kyleson. "This sword is called Drowning God's Emissary, said to be forged from the bones of a demigod who perished in the river of the dead. It is rumored that in times of crisis, this sword amplifies the wielder's magical prowess." "How do you know this so well?" Kyleson inquired, curiosity piqued as he accepted the short sword. "Because its previous owner was my classmate, a dark-scaled draconian from the Kanda Mountains. He likely participated in the War of Northport for the sake of his homeland. He was quite capable and exceptionally talented, but alas, wars do not alter their outcomes based on individual merit." Although he spoke with regret, Dominic's expression remained cold. Kyleson recalled the remarkable efficacy of the spellcasting short sword in a dire moment, and now that it was in his possession, he was determined to make good use of it. Dominic finished packing all his magical implements and stepped toward the surgical room exit. "You may keep it for now. As far as I know, this magical medium is cursed by the divine, and all who possess it meet a grim fate." Kyleson gasped in astonishment. What's the situation?" "Don't leave. Explain." Dominic did not look back, casually closing the door behind him. Meanwhile, the High Judge, clad in a scarlet robe of sacred fire, entered the heretical tribunal. Had Kyleson been present, he would have recognized this individual as the golden-eyed, red-robed figure who had once confronted the Ratmen. The surrounding white-robed apprentice judges bowed respectfully upon his arrival. Lord Michael. Michael inclined his head slightly, approaching the 4 judges adorned in white robes with flame patterns, inquiring, "What has become of Hadel?" The judges lowered their heads in resignation, remaining silent. Finally, an elder judge stepped forward to explain to the High Judge. The opponent likely utilized the legendary remnants of the dead prince's body after his demise. It is a fate sealed by causality. Hadel is, in truth, already considered deceased. Michael's brow furrowed as he made his way to the sanctum of healing, where a holy healing priest garbed in clerical robes endeavored to prolong the life of the judge at the center of the ritual. Yet, no matter the means employed, it was all in vain. Though the body upon the altar still breathed and thought, it was undeniably a corpse. The individual lying at the heart of the ritual was the very judge who had engaged Kyleson. His left half had become ashen, resembling burnt remnants, and only upon Michael's entry did he struggle to gaze upon him. Desperately attempting to rise, Michael pressed a palm against his chest, observing him quietly. "Who is it?" Hadel strained to open his mouth, but the lifeless half of his body was unable to move. Ultimately, his right lip tore away from the left, with eyes wide open in hatred against the malevolent. He squeezed out his final words. "Necromancer, gray hair." Everyone held their breath, awaiting him to continue, when the pallor of death swiftly enveloped Hadel entirely. He stared vacantly at the sky, utterly devoid of life. Michael remained silent for a moment before gently placing his hand upon Hadel's face, closing his eyes for him. He then coldly exited the sanctum, with the judges swiftly following in his wake. Those familiar with him knew that the high priest of the holy fire had been truly angered. Search the city for the gray-haired necromancer. Michael's pupils gleamed with radiant golden light. I.N. Konsberg. It had been long since a judge-level cleric had perished while pursuing evil. How dare those heretical fiends offend the sanctity of the divine, find him, and reduce him to ashes? "Yes, Lord," the pursuing holy fire judge inquired. "What is the name of this fiend?" He used the bones of the dead prince to slay Judge Hadel. The fiend's codename is Deathfall. As the members of the Holy Fire Order departed, the healing priests of the Holy Chant Church began to tidy up the aftermath. In a corner, a priest removed his hood, revealing a typically carefree countenance. Carell assisted the other priests in erasing the rituals, feeling a sense of dread over the previous events. A healing priest of the Holy Chant. He had never witnessed anyone speak after their life force had been entirely extinguished. Fortunately, he had not revealed anything of significant importance. Thousands of gray-haired individuals resided in Konsberg, making it exceedingly difficult to pinpoint Kyleson among the staff of the Holy Trinity Hospital. Having tidied everything, Carell exchanged greetings with the priest who had brought him in, preparing to return to the Death Council to report to Sai. Upon Carell's return to the Death Council's residence, everyone was armed and awaiting him in the parlor. Even the elderly butler, Duncan, held a magical hunting rifle, flanked by 2 undead servants clad in alchemical armor, modified by Dominic. "What news?" Kyleson inquired, seated at the center. The sword named Drowning God, as emissary sheathed at his waist, arms crossed. Sai and Dominic sat beside him, each casually resting their staffs on their knees. Khalil exaggeratedly clapped his hands and then performed a courtly bow. "Gentlemen, shall we commence with the good news or the bad?" "Let us hear it quickly," Sai replied, his expression grave, feeling a twinge of exasperation at Khalil's frivolity during such a critical moment, since Khalil was still under Sai's control. He had no choice but to find a seat and begin with the good news to ease everyone's minds. The judge had only managed to declare that the murderer had gray hair before meeting his end. It was highly likely that this time they would merely conduct a cursory sweep of the lower district, as the court lacked the authority to investigate the church hospital without concrete evidence. A collective sigh of relief washed over the group as each member sheathed their weapons, realizing that at least they would not need to fight their way out of Konsberg. However, the other heretics and malevolent beings in Konsberg would suffer. likely facing a purge by the wrathful Church of the Holy Fire. Only Kyleson remained with a firm grip on his sword hilt. And what of the bad news? The bad news was that the current head of the Church of the Holy Fire was Michael, the youngest disciple of the Pope of the Three Saints. This crimson-clad Grand Inquisitor had already marked Kyleson as a notorious heretic, codenamed Deadfall, which implied that he was now under the scrutiny of an extraordinary being of the Seventh Ring. Kyleson raised an eyebrow, realizing that his attendance at a single banquet had inadvertently entangled him in such a significant affair, an unprecedented force of circumstance, although this Grand Inquisitor was currently unaware of Kyleson's true identity. There was no guarantee that their paths would not cross in the future. He needed to enhance his power swiftly, and this enhancement would not be limited to mere promotion. He might need to consider advancing his plans for the transplantation of extraordinary glands as well. In any case, as long as he could continue to enjoy free access to anatomical dissections at the hospital, attending this banquet would not be in vain. Chapter 26. A Chance for Advancement. The Scalpel Sliced Through the Cold. Gray skin, as Kyleson picked up the sharp tissue scissors handed to him and cut open the organ's membranes, revealing an unusually enlarged, even writhing, liver. He grasped the scalpel and precisely divided the organ tissue. Extracting the liver and placing it into a nearby formalin jar, Director Dana, donning a mask, observed while explaining to the new doctors beside him, "This is a follower of the father of toxic faith. Nakna, an extraordinary being of the practitioner rank. Long-term exposure to toxic magic has caused his organs to mutate. See, his liver has developed abnormally to decompose the toxins, growing multiple accessory livers." Kyleson handed the scalpel to an attending physician. The pathology department primarily assisted in analyzing patients' conditions and collaborating with officials to examine the corpses of extraordinary beings or individuals. Such opportunities were typically shared among many. The next physician, a woman, was tasked with removing the gallbladder, which, unlike that of an ordinary person, was not only connected to the liver but also to the esophagus. Unlike Kyleson's calm demeanor, the female doctor began to sweat profusely from her forehead. This could not be attributed to a lack of professionalism. During their time at the Trinity Academy, they had dissected only normal humans or animals, while the pathology department dealt with the supernatural. These living beings, repeatedly altered by supernatural forces, were often unaware of their mutations. Some of them had even faced divine beings, their flesh having undergone higher-dimensional aberrations. It was relatively normal for a dead person's liver to still be moving. There were also intestines that attempted to strangle the lead surgeon, stomachs harboring tentacled creatures, and spleens that nearly bit off a surgeon's finger. For instance, the gallbladder before them, the size of a fist, now emitted a ghostly green glow, pulsating as if it were breathing. With the assistance of her aides, the initial separation went smoothly. However, when it came time to detach the gallbladder from the esophageal tube, an unexpected mutation occurred. The intended incision was supposed to cut into the side wall of the esophagus, allowing for no rejection response from the gallbladder, but the female doctor, clearly overwhelmed with tension, forgot this detail and made a decisive cut at the junction. The incision was too swift. Kyleson couldn't intervene in time, and the next moment, the gallbladder began to tremble violently, its surface seemingly unable to contain the toxic magic within, threatening to explode. Director Dana, standing nearby, felt a surge of panic as he prepared to initiate the pre-established advanced protective ritual. After all, this was a five-ring practitioner, and the gallbladder served as the core for storing toxic magic. Should it detonate, it would not be a trivial matter. Such a fine specimen would be regrettably wasted. At that moment, Kyleson immediately accepted the surgical challenge and calmly instructed, "Curved vascular clamp." Another male physician promptly handed over the instrument, and Kyleson seized it, clamping down on the excess toxin duct before swiftly suturing it back to the esophagus with a needle holder. He sensed the rejection response in the gallbladder diminish. It began to settle down, albeit irreversibly expanding. Kyleson understood that this was the gland's stress response. The best solution was to reattach it to the liver. All this logic crystallized in Kyleson's mind in an instant. He swiftly retrieved the liver he had just placed in formalin and expertly sewed the gallbladder back in place. The TO onlookers. Kyleson appeared to perform a dazzling series of maneuvers, and the gallbladder on the verge of explosion calmed down. Kyleson straightened his back, began selecting from the nearby injection medications, and after preparing the alchemical potion in the syringe, injected it along the esophageal wall. The connection rapidly healed, and Kyleson removed the gallbladder, placing it into a pre-prepared container after severing its connection to the liver. The attending physicians cooperatively pulled the lever, and the low-temperature alchemical potion began to flow in, preserving the specimen. Everything settled down. The operating room collectively exhaled in relief. Director Dana approached Kyleson, patting him on the shoulder and giving him a thumbs up. The other physicians couldn't help but recall Kelson's recent actions with admiration for his quick-thinking remedy. After completing the surgery, Kyleson fell into silence, reflecting on the accumulation of experience during the dissection, combined with the insights gained from his apprenticeship in corpse dissection regarding the recent influx of extraordinary bodies. He felt a restriction within his spirit lifted. Soon after, various insights related to necromancy of the second ring flooded his mind, and Kyleson realized he had qualified for promotion to a second ring extraordinary being. He merely needed to consume the promotion potion. After everyone left the operating room, they each removed their masks and surgical caps. The earlier flustered female physician revealed her lovely features and shyly approached Kyleson. "Thank you, Senior Kyleson. I truly didn't know what went wrong. I appreciate you cleaning up my mess. Next time, remember to review the safety manual before proceeding. The dangers of these mutated bodies are considerable, if in doubt." "Activate the protective ritual," Kyleson replied, removing his gloves. His gentle and chivalrous demeanor undoubtedly garnered him considerable favor from the female physician. Combined with his earlier appearance at the banquet, he had become something of a celebrity within the hospital, with even nurses coming to the pathology department just to see what he looked like. "Senior Kyleson, I wonder if you are free after work. I'd like to take you out for a meal to express my gratitude." Kyleson regarded the forthright junior, then glanced at the other colleagues who were enjoying the unfolding drama around them, and sighed internally. It was clear to anyone with insight what her invitation entailed. Logically, as a gentleman, he should accept, but Kyleson preferred to keep his personal life unencumbered. After all, he harbored too many secrets. The exposure of any one of them could lead to his ruin. However, outright rejection would be impolite. And being overly reclusive contributed to the stereotypical image of necromancers. Building rapport with colleagues was also a vital aspect of concealing his identity, since we have all been helping one another. "Let us simply go out for dinner tonight. I'll treat," Kyleson said as he donned his white coat. Laughter erupted as they began suggesting restaurants, and though the inviting junior felt a tinge of disappointment, she bore no ill will towards Kelson's mature handling of the situation. Kyleson felt a slight unease under the gaze of several individuals, one of whom was even a male noble colleague. "TSK, this unwanted charm of mine," Kyleson mused, spotting Director Dana waving him over after completing the dissection report. After bidding farewell to his colleagues, Kyleson hurried over and inquired, "What is it, Director? You performed remarkably just now." "It's a pity that your talent is still stuck in the laboratory," Director Dana said with a smile. "It's unfortunate that the internal transfer and promotion procedures within the Trinity are so complex. With your level of skill, 2 years of experience would place you at the level of a department head." "You flatter me, Director. I still have much to learn," Kyleson replied politely, aware that his analytical skills as an apprentice in corpse dissection had allowed him to bypass many situations requiring experiential judgment. In terms of clinical experience, he still lagged behind these attending physicians. Just as Director Dana was about to offer further encouragement, he was interrupted by a nurse rushing in. "Director Dana, several severely injured judges have just arrived. We don't have enough doctors on duty to perform surgeries. The hospital director needs you to oversee an operation." Director Dana's expression instantly turned serious. The judges had been conducting a purge of evil within the city. But typically, there would not be significant casualties. The fact that several judges were severely injured at once indicated a grave situation. "Kyleson, you should join us." Kyleson nodded and followed Director Dana towards the sterilization room. Curious to discover the nature of the formidable challenges these judges had encountered. Chapter 27. The Healing Art. Upon reaching the surgical room, two judges clad in white robes were already in discussion with the nurses. One appeared agitated, while the other remained silent. As a doctor approached, the emotionally volatile judge seized Director Dana by the collar, exclaiming, "Why have you only arrived now? Is the Trinity Hospital merely a facade?" Collecting salaries without rendering service, Dana regarded him with an impassive expression, offering no response. Kyleson observed coldly from the side, his previous perception of judges as zealots now augmented by the realization of their lack of reason. Meanwhile, the silent judge finally reacted, hastily pulling the agitated apprentice judge away while repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry. Yes, just a bit worked up. The patient is his brother, soon to be promoted from apprentice to the rank of flame-wreathed judge." Dana pushed the two aside, stating, "Family members must wait outside." Kyleson scrutinized the pair, noting that beneath the apprentice judges had lay an ordinary visage, making it difficult to reconcile such a countenance with the frenzied zealots, rumored to confront evil with fervor. They then entered the sterile room to activate the alchemical instruments, commencing the disinfection process and donning surgical attire. As Kyleson stepped into the operating room, he raised an eyebrow at the gruesome sight before him. The majority of the victim's body had been dissolved, particularly the face, with the corroded jawbone exposed. Were it not for the still-moving eyeballs and the rising and falling chest, Kyleson might have mistaken the individual for a corpse. The taint of malevolent energy had wrought extensive damage. Dana, displaying his expertise as the head of pathology, swiftly assessed the patient's condition. A large-scale purification ritual was necessary, followed by the excision of necrotic tissue, and finally, wound debridement. Let us check the reserve of sacred energy in the equipment. The assistant physician immediately examined the alchemical apparatus, reporting, "Dr. Dana, all is well. Initiate the blocking ritual, inject analgesics, and release the purification protocol." Kyleson administered a substantial dose of painkillers into the patient, then stepped back with Dana from the surgical table. A pale yellow barrier of light enveloped them, isolating the patient and medical staff to prevent excessive exposure to sacred energy. The assistant physician then lowered the valve, allowing a torrent of holy elements to cascade down upon the patient. Despite the large quantity of analgesics administered, the apprentice judge emitted a horrific roar as the malevolent energy rapidly dissipated. Conclude the purification ritual and assess the extent of clearing. As Dana finished speaking, the assistant raised the valve. With the vanishing sacred energy, the barrier ascended. Only 70% cleared. Director, something seems amiss. Kyleson scrutinized the instrument readings, and his training as an autopsy apprentice revealed the reason for the subpar results. I suspect the patient harbors a pathological condition. Dana looked at Kyleson in surprise, then stated, "Dr. Ferry and I will excise the necrotic tissue. You locate the site of the pathology." Kyleson nodded and began to search for the aberration using his extraordinary abilities. He soon discovered an anomaly near the left chest. He swiftly took up a scalpel, incising the chest and utilizing a retractor to open the ribcage, revealing a heart that was pulsating vigorously within the apprentice judge's left chest. Dana glanced up and explained, an implanted auxiliary heart, used by the extraordinary to enhance physical capability. Followers of the faith utilize such hearts to store sacred energy, hence many opt to implant one to increase their limits. Kyleson nodded and continued to inspect the auxiliary heart, which was evidently parasitized and even assimilated by some entity. Irregular black growths covered its exterior, and a single eye had sprouted from its center. The pupil incessantly darting about, the heart, originally generating sacred energy, had succumbed to this affliction, now perpetually producing malevolent energy, thus impeding the body's healing process. Since the auxiliary heart had been assimilated, it was impossible to merely excise the pathology. The best course of action was to remove it entirely. Meanwhile, Dana and his two colleagues had cleared the necrotic tissue from the arm. To Kyleson, it appeared they had simply excised all flesh save for critical nerves. Remarkably, the alchemical instruments had indeed facilitated a thorough removal. Director Dana, this auxiliary heart has undergone complete pathology. I propose we extract it entirely, Dana acknowledged with a grunt, signaling his agreement, thus entrusting Kyleson with full responsibility. Kyleson said little more. After all, the patient was a judge, and should any medical mishap occur, there was little recourse. After administering the rejection alchemical potion, Kyleson commenced severing the connections between the heart and other organs. The malevolent energy binding the parasitic heart was tenacious, with dozens of filamentous connections linking it to the inner walls and ribcage. Kyleson promptly employed his withering touch to deactivate these connections, severing them one by one. Soon, the heart, still thrumming with vitality, was entirely extracted and placed in a nearby container. During this process, the peculiar eye attempted to invade Kyleson's mind, but as a practitioner of the arcane, his mental fortitude proved sufficient to withstand the assault. Gazing at the heart within the container, a bold idea took shape in Kyleson's mind. Regardless of the malevolent entity that had inflicted such grievous harm upon these judges, this altered heart had demonstrated a capacity to resist and assimilate sacred energy. If he were to implant this heart, utilizing his withering energy, might he not acquire the ability to counteract sacred energy? Recalling the harrowing encounter in the alley with that judge, who had grievously wounded him with a single blow, Kyleson felt compelled to pursue this course of action. Have you completed the task? Come assist. Director Dana's voice snapped Kyleson back to reality. He quickly responded affirmatively and began aiding Dana in excising the remaining pathological tissue. The surgery stretched over 8 grueling hours, during which the three of them, alongside the circulating nurse tending to the instruments, grew increasingly fatigued. However, after administering a costly purified lizard man's spinal fluid, the patient's flesh began to regenerate rapidly, albeit with the side effect of an inclination towards raw meat and the emergence of scales upon the skin for a time. Following the healing, as a precaution, Assistant Dr. Ferry initiated the purification ritual once more, thoroughly expelling the malevolent energy from the patient. After administering an appropriate dosage of sedative, Dana, Kyleson, and the others exited the operating room. As they stepped outside, the awaiting judges hurried forward to inquire of Dana, "Doctor, how did it go?" Having grown too weary to speak, Dana gestured for Kyleson to inform them while he sought refuge in a nearby resting area. Kyleson stood before the two judges, smiling as he conveyed, "The surgery was highly successful. The patient has escaped life-threatening peril, though a period of rehabilitation is still required." Both judges sighed in relief simultaneously, and the more composed of the two finally expressed his emotions, grasping Kyleson's hand and repeatedly thanking him. "Thank you, Doctor, it was my duty," Kyleson replied with a strained smile, feeling uncomfortable as a necromancer being grasped by a judge. "Doctor, why do you still have traces of withering energy on your hands?" one judge suddenly inquired. Kyleson maintained his composure, replying, "I employed a specialized withering ability to excise the heart, which had been altered by malevolent energy." "Thank you, you've truly worked hard. This substance poses significant danger to ordinary individuals." The judge, convinced, handed Kyleson a vial of alchemical supplement, saying, "Please take this. It will effectively alleviate various abnormal states. Look, he still feels the need to thank us." Kyleson noted, feigning modesty as he accepted the vial after a few polite refusals, before advising them on the patient's care and taking his leave. The two judges expressed their gratitude profusely, while Kyleson retained the container holding the aberrant heart. While delivering the pathological specimen, Kyleson exchanged pleasantries with Dana, effortlessly securing the specimen for personal preservation. Once he completed the surgical records and signed his name, Kyleson departed the hospital. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Jean, who had been waiting in the car for quite some time. "Lord Kyleson, the materials from the second ring have been fully collected." Chapter 28. Promotion to the second ring. As Kyleson entered the estate, he noted that Dominic and Cy were, as usual, absent, while he remained uncertain what treasures lay buried within the underground hero's tomb that captivated their thoughts and led them to believe such relics could facilitate an escape from Khan's birth. It was evident that a critical juncture had been reached. Keylor and Dick were likely loitering at the church, As operatives in the church's intelligence network, they typically remained away from the base unless necessary for discussions. Jean was currently managing the myriad affairs of the Shadow Hand organization with great intensity, while simultaneously self-studying medical knowledge and anatomy. Upon dropping Kyleson off at the estate, he immediately set about his tasks. The house was left with only Kyleson and the butler, Duncan, as well as the 2 non-human guards stationed in the warehouse. The materials had been sorted and labeled, placed in the alchemical room. These were resources Jean had obtained from the upper district while reorganizing the Shadow Hand's assets. Had he not seized the shadowy hand, even a single material would suffice for years of arduous striving. Kyleson meticulously categorized the materials, commencing the formal concoction of a potion to ascend to the second ring. The primary ingredient, known as blood crown, is a species of rosaceae cultivated through a unique method, resembling a blood-red rose adorned with golden streaks. At this moment, the knowledge from the black tome in Kyleson's mind surged forth. Revealing the proper method of preparation, first, he must arrange a ritual using other materials. Subsequently, the thorns of the blood crown would pierce the skin of the aspirant, allowing the essence of their blood to be infused through incantation, resulting in the ascension potion. Direct consumption, however, was out of the question, for it harbored the deadly poison of cursed magic. Kyleson began by grinding the corrupted bone moss into a fine paste, then mixing it with spring lotus juice. After allowing it to rest for 5 minutes, a translucent viscous liquid with a hint of green precipitated completely. Kyleson gazed at this vibrant auxiliary material, setting it aside alongside the prepared liquid from the crimson dragon's spine for later use. On the other side, he combined the powdered remains of the morning orchid with frenzied dark algae mud, adding a segment of a deceased infant's umbilical cord. With preparations complete, the auxiliary materials on the left represented fleeting vitality, brief rebirth, and intense vigor, while those on the right embodied ancient death, frenzied endings, and births that had never existed. A.S. Kyleson poured the crimson dragon spine liquid into the left side auxiliary material. A brilliant flame of crimson life ignited instantly. With swift reflexes, he combined it with the right side materials into the central basin. The 2 materials, imbued with distinctly different magical essences, began to react violently, culminating in a pale flame that was both chilling and fervent. Kyleson swiftly grasped the blood crown with his left hand, placing his palm above the flame. The searing pain and icy sensation simultaneously etched into his soul. This intense agony felt as though it were churning his very brain. Yet Kyleson resisted the urge to release his grip, instead tightening his hold on the blood crown. The thorns pierced his skin, allowing the flowing blood of the deceased to surge forth, as the originally crimson rose began to wither. Darkening to an even more ominous hue, the pale flame roared to life, engulfing Kyleson's entire hand. Within the white fire, the black-red flower gradually curled inward, ultimately exploding into a cloud of black ash. In that moment, the white flame extinguished abruptly, and the ashes of the shadowy hand receded as if played in reverse, penetrating the gash in Kyleson's hand. Immediately, he felt an electric jolt coursing through his body. And in the next instant, his soul experienced a transcendent sensation, as though his perception had broadened. The essence of cursed magic began to permeate from within him, becoming an integral part of his awareness. This sensation of detachment gradually morphed into a feeling of descent, as Kyleson once again sensed the weight of his physical form, resonating with certain abilities within him. The profound incantation he had encountered upon his initial ascension to the extraordinary once again surfaced. Yet this time Kyleson overlooked it, failing to establish a connection. He ascended to the second ring as a necromancer, now holding the title of Pestilence Doctor. Kyleson inhaled deeply, relishing the intensified essence of cursed magic within him, which had evolved since his days as a cadaver apprentice. Now, he could manifest cursed magic to the length of a scalpel. In other words, he could utilize cursed magic in place of a surgical tool. His inherent resistance had also seen a significant enhancement, and he acquired a new skill known as pestilence perception, and no longer did he require years of clinical experience. He now possessed insights into pathology that rivaled those of seasoned physicians. Among his peers in pathology, only Director Dana stood as a comparable figure. This is the confidence bestowed upon me by the extraordinary title of Necromancer. Kyleson recalled the well-preserved auxiliary heart, filled with a unique alchemical potion. Its eerie eyes still ensconced in slumber. Since pestilence perception could detect information regarding pathological changes, it would serve perfectly to ascertain whether this aberrant entity could align with him. Kyleson focused on the heart, allowing the extraordinary power within him to begin its analysis, swiftly discerning the distribution of corrupt magical essence throughout the organ, as well as its operational principles. The conclusion was that this entity had entirely consumed the original flesh and blood, transforming into a homogenized parasite. This heart retained the sacred magical essence of the auxiliary heart, yet it had been altered by its own corrupt magical essence, thereby fusing into a unique form of magical essence. This essence, straddling the line between divine and corrupt, was impervious to sacred magic, akin to a vaccine against divine energy. This likely explained why the elite extraordinary judges suffered heavy casualties. The homogenized magical essence they wielded was no longer sacred, offering neither physical recovery nor the ability to wield divine arts, and instead corroding their flesh. Conversely, should Kyleson implant this heart, he could utilize this special magical essence to resist the constraints of sacred magic upon his undead constitution. While his cursed magic could halt the decay of his flesh, and in a pinch, he could employ flesh-warping healing techniques. Surely, there was no drawback to this. Kyleson directly retrieved the heart from the jar, condensing cursed magic into a willow leaf blade at his fingertips, and sliced open his left chest. Once freed from the alchemical potion, the eye upon the heart blinked awake, yet Kyleson's body, saturated with cursed magic, was clearly not to its liking, causing it to thrash its fleshy tendrils in a desperate bid for escape. However, it was merely a heart, and Kyleson forcibly crammed it into his left chest. As the tendrils of flesh encountered bone and tissue, the heart reluctantly merged with Kyleson's form, enveloped by cursed magic, and began its function. With the integration of this heart, the corrupt magical essence capable of decaying flesh surged within Kyleson, fortifying his previously active muscle tissue, which had only been sustained by the furnace of Bai. Meanwhile, Kyleson exerted control over the aberration, keeping it within reasonable bounds. He threw a punch, effortlessly generating an effect akin to a gust of wind. A layer of fine, resilient muscle fibers now enveloped his bones, rendering his body akin to a bow drawn taut, poised to unleash formidable strength at his will. The mere implantation of a corrupt organ yielded such results. What might occur if he were to implant the organs of even more powerful extraordinary beings? The horn of a mythical Chelan, the nerve of a titan beast, or perhaps the bones of a dragon? This was it. This was a grand stage, ripe for myth-making. Chapter 29. Seeking a part-time job in merely 2 months, Kyleson had ascended from an ordinary individual, or rather, an ordinary corpse, to the second ring. However, extraordinary professions typically undergo a qualitative shift only upon reaching the third ring. The first 2 rings could be likened to an internship, with the third ring marking true employment. At that juncture, extraordinary individuals would gain a powerful innate skill, such as the warrior's charge or the devotee's divine authority. While Kyleson was uncertain of what the necromancer's skill entailed, he recognized the necessity of such power to navigate the perils of this treacherous city. Similar to his ascent to the second ring, Kyleson now needed to accumulate further clinical research on extraordinary ailments, which would undoubtedly involve some rather unorthodox studies. In any case, he could not conduct such research within the hallowed halls of Trinity Hospital, lest he be reported and subsequently dragged to the tribunal for severe interrogation. What profession could brazenly engage in such pursuits, still considered semi-legal within Consbirth? This brings us to Kyleson's intent to reclaim the shadowy hand. Indeed, the underground Black Doctors fit this description perfectly. In the underbelly of society, these mobsters and scavengers sought extraordinary organs to profit from, yet would they dare seek treatment at Trinity Hospital after succumbing to corruption or erosion? Setting aside the issue of affording treatment without insurance, even if they could, they would still risk arrest by the tribunal. According to the Consbirth Code of Law, Article 47, civilians who independently engage with defiled entities, encompassing, but not limited to, demons, devils, malevolent spirits, otherworldly beings, evil deities, and their minions, shall face capital punishment. Thus, the underground Black Doctors served as the sole lifeline for these greedy vermin, and it seemed that the previous savior had met his demise amidst the chaos of an underground power transfer. Slain in his own clinic. Clearly, this Black Doctor had not maintained a particularly favorable rapport with his patients. Kyleson gathered his materials, preparing to venture forth in search of Jean. The new savior of the shadowy hand was on his way. Wishing to avoid troubling old Duncan today, Kyleson opted for a public carriage to the lower city. On the surface, Consbirth presented an image of prosperity and revelry, especially on weekends. Women clad in voluminous skirts strolled arm in arm with well-dressed gentlemen, whispering sweet nothings to one another. The streets were alive with the sounds of vendors, the portly florist displaying tulips and roses outside his shop, while passers-by eagerly selected a bloom, placing coins into the nearby box, showcasing the civility of a new-age metropolis. Yet, sunlight has its limits. The carriage's destination was not the edge of the city, but rather a realm devoid of such public resources. A.S. Kyleson entered the lower city. The atmosphere shifted abruptly, cloaked in a cold and desolate hue that enveloped the whitewashed guns. A dazed, middle-aged woman lifted her sleeves in winter to pour sewage into the streets, a meager existence maintained through washing clothes. The streets were littered with idle vagrants and thugs, and as the sharply dressed Kyleson entered their line of sight, they immediately exhibited a wary hostility, their gazes fixating upon his suit, worth merely half a month's salary. Kyleson paid them no mind, relying on the route etched in his memory to guide him toward the shadowy hand's contact point, gradually penetrating the very core of the lower city, the red light district. The casinos and the smoke-filled lounges stand in stark contrast to the dilapidated residential buildings outside, embodying a lavishness that is both brazen and grotesque. Here, the underbelly of society thrives unchecked, presenting a disjointed absurdity. Countless souls, crushed by the weight of existence, flock to this place, seeking solace in various forms of intoxication. The already precarious lower class further stratifies, desperately siphoning the lifeblood of the most destitute, temporarily igniting a morbid vitality. Kyleson entered the largest casino, deftly avoiding the heavily made-up women who clung to him, and made his way to the chip exchange, uttering his name and summoning Bruce, the supervisor, recognizing the identity of his superior. Furrowed his brow at the young man before him, who bore no resemblance to a typical gambler. His eyes lacked the glazed fervor. Simultaneously, there was no hint of the duplicitous haze that signaled a fool seeking to swindle his boss. Thus, the supervisor concluded that this was a man looking for trouble. With a snap of his fingers, several towering security guards swiftly encircled Kyleson, one of whom gripped his shoulder, sensing the hostility emanating from the group. Kyleson sighed, seizing the finger of the guard who had sensed something amiss and twisted it with force. When Bruce arrived on the scene, he found Kyleson dabbing his bloodied hands with a handkerchief, a towering guard writhing on the floor in agony, while the supervisor cowered in a corner. Bruce felt a throbbing headache, particularly upon recognizing Kyleson. Memories of the man's formidable prowess flooded back, and he felt a wave of dread wash over him. After all, he still had compromising information in Kelson's possession, and judging by the current situation, it wouldn't have been particularly difficult for Kyleson to subdue him back then. Kyleson, upon spotting Bruce, exaggeratedly spread his arms and approached with a grin. Wow. Bruce, my brother. Just call me Bruce. Brother Bruce? Anything'll do, Bruce, maintaining a semblance of dignity in front of his subordinates, was relieved that Kyleson did not press him further and began to ascend to his office. Bruce surveyed his dim-witted subordinates with a resigned expression, reluctantly instructing, in the future, when this gentleman arrives, be sure to notify me immediately. Kyleson settled into a plush leather chair, propping his feet up on the desk. Bruce, entering the office, paused in surprise, ultimately choosing to sit stiffly in a guest chair. Where's Jean? Kyleson inquired, plucking an ice-cube raspberry from a nearby fruit platter and biting into it, the explosion of flavor jolting his senses. "Is this the life of the wealthy?" Bruce, fidgeting with unease, replied. "Lord Jean has been busy establishing channels for acquiring extraordinary materials. There have been too many fatalities among the scavengers, and the newcomers lack experience." "Isn't it you who wields influence behind the scenes? Why aren't you taking charge?" Kyleson retorted, vigorously gesturing toward the fruit platter. "The main point is that Lord Jean has decreed that the addictive substances from Consbird will no longer be provided to the common folk. Only to the nobility. This must be publicly attributed to me to keep the underlings in line. So," Bruce cautiously gauged Kelson's expression, unsure of the latter's true stance on the business of addictive substances. Kyleson halted his plucking of fruit, taken aback that Jean, a former hitman with blood on his hands, would prioritize tackling the issue of leaf proliferation upon gaining control of the gang. However, he realized that this approach would not address the root of the problem and could indeed exacerbate the situation. Yet, on reflection, Kyleson considered that perhaps Jean had his own obsessions. Even if it was hypocrisy, he would let it be. Since he could not change anything, he would refrain from interfering with those who sought change. "Let us proceed with that. The reason for my visit is to request your assistance with another matter." Kyleson lowered his feet from the desk, straightening his posture to convey the seriousness of the discussion. "Proceed. I need you to find me a place. I intend to work part-time as a doctor in your black market. Is that feasible?" Kyleson posed the question, yet it was clear he afforded Bruce no room for negotiation. Rising, he swept the fruit platter out the door with him. Chapter 30. Business knocks. Kyleson surveyed the shop nestled in a narrow alley. While the location was somewhat secluded, it boasted all the necessary equipment, including a multifunctional alchemical surgical device, only slightly smaller than the one used in the Trinity surgical room, with all the medicinal supplies replenished and ready for immediate use. "Oh, Bruce, isn't this a bit too remote?" Kyleson remarked, glancing at the surrounding residential buildings and shops, noting that it was practically situated in the interstices of a living area. This time, Bruce had come without his subordinates and adopted a much humbler demeanor. "Lord Kyleson. Acquiring a good location isn't impossible. However, establishing a private clinic in the lower district largely relies on reputation, and this place was quite well known for being where its former owner was murdered by his own patients." Kyleson scoffed derisively. "Oh, I hope his former patients won't come looking for trouble with me." "Absolutely not. I've already instructed my people to announce that a new doctor has arrived." Bruce waved his hands dismissively. "The main issue is that old Osmond not only raised his prices, but also neglected his responsibilities. If he weren't the only one capable of treating injuries caused by extraordinary powers, his patients wouldn't have tolerated him for so long." "Fine." Kyleson clapped the brand-new leather surgical chair approvingly. "Not bad. You have some discernment. Then I'll take my leave." Once Kyleson nodded in agreement, Bruce bowed and exited the clinic. Shortly after his departure, Jean emerged from an unknown corner. "Lord Kyleson, is this fellow behaving himself lately? Is he up to any shenanigans?" Kyleson opened the nearby medicine cabinet and began meticulously sorting the alchemical supplies. "Not at all. Perhaps he's just gotten used to being managed by Antoine. He rather enjoys this arrangement where someone else handles the affairs, allowing him to simply play the role of the elder brother." Jean reported from behind. However, among his subordinates, there were a few who failed to recognize the situation and have already been dealt with. In the future, refrain from taking matters into your own hands. Let those who wish to ascend the ranks handle it by offering some incentives. Kyleson opened a vial, confirming its contents with a sniff before relabeling it. Also, regarding the trade in addictive substances, don't interfere too much. You lack the authority to do so unless you possess legislative power over Consbird. After a prolonged silence, Jean eventually bowed his head in acquiescence. "Understood." Kyleson produced a scroll of parchment from his pocket and handed it over. "Here. I've compiled the methods and potion formulas for the promotion of necromancers to the second ring. Once you've reviewed it, share it with the guild." Has Master Dominic attempted to advance? Master Dominic is likely pursuing the mage's path, branching into necromancy, Jean replied. "Ensure he receives a copy for reference." Kyleson remained noncommittal. "I want to be returning home for the next few days. Notify me if anything arises." "Understood." although Bruce lacked the prowess to be a tyrant. He was competent in his duties, beyond the clinic's instruments and medications. Even the supplementary food and water supplies were well stocked. Despite Kelson's lack of necessity for sustenance, he instinctively prepared a bowl of noodles for himself. As he squatted at the doorway, enjoying his meal, a commotion erupted at the alley's entrance. The moment he looked up, two figures in white robes stood before him. "Are you the doctor of this clinic?" One of them inquired with a stern expression, their blood-stained white robes and a hammer in hand suggesting they were ready to perform a lobotomy at a moment's notice if dissatisfied. "Do the Holy Fire judges also inspect the qualifications of clinics in the lower districts? Apologies, but I actually possess a medical license," Kyleson replied, feigning a search for his degree in the back in an attempt to slip away through the rear exit. "No time for that. Hurry, save him," the second judge barked, and Kyleson then noticed a bloodied, mangled individual slumped behind him. Kyleson sighed deeply. "Place him on the surgical chair, if you judges possess the funds. Go find a doctor in the black market." The judge wielding the hammer reached into his robe, producing a handful of silver coins and slamming them onto the table. "Shut up, just save him." "Very well, the customer is king. If a rescue is required, then so be it. One rescue, no questions asked. Wait outside." Kyleson slammed the surgical room door shut, trapping the two inquisitive judges outside, after activating a sterilization device infused with solar magic to create a sterile environment. Kyleson turned to the patient on the surgical chair. Upon assessing the situation, his brow furrowed in concern. And oh wonder they brought him here first. Had this individual been treated any later, he would have been purified by his own brethren. Kyleson recognized the injury all too well. It mirrored the symptoms of a patient sent to the Trinity Hospital, albeit in a much more severe state, had he not ascended to the second ring. Kyleson would have simply pushed the patient out the door. This was beyond salvaging. However, with the abilities granted by his promotion, including shadow cutting and plague perception, there was still a chance, albeit a slim one. At worst, he would simply be trying to save a life that was already lost. This condition could not be directly purified through a purification ritual, as it would only result in the demise of both the patient and the healer. Kyleson inserted a long needle into the spine of his patient, beginning to inject a refined spinal fluid derived from lizardmen in measured doses. He meticulously observed the loci of the disease's mutations, while the tip of his finger manifested a surgical blade. With utmost caution, he commenced the excision of the aberrant flesh from the torso. Under the slow infusion of the spinal fluid, the patient's flesh rapidly regenerated. And under the isolation of the corrosive energy, it did not immediately mutate. Periodically, Kyleson administered a potent life serum to the patient to prevent him from succumbing to the dual onslaught of malevolent and corrosive energies. Even Kyleson, who was impervious to fatigue and maintained his vitality, labored for a full 5 hours before the procedure was entirely completed. Exhausted, he pulled down the purification valve, and as the isolating crystals fell away, the fervent purification ritual eradicated the evil energies from the patient's being. Only when he observed the normal blue light glowing from the life-monitoring apparatus beside him did Kyleson finally exhale in relief. Transferring the patient onto a care bed with the aid of the device and pushing open the operating room door, the two individuals dozing in the clinic's chairs immediately sprang to their feet upon hearing the noise. Seeing their colleague, who had regained a semblance of humanity and was now breathing steadily, they rushed forward in excitement to examine him. Once they confirmed his well-being, the previously menacing judge, who had brandished a hammer, grasped Kelson's hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "What a miraculous recovery, Doctor." Kyleson, equally fatigued, dismissed the compliment with a casual remark. "Oh, it's nothing worth mentioning. Shall I expect a banner of appreciation, my friend?" The two judges exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by Kelson's reference to a banner. Finding the conversation rather unamusing, Kyleson redirected the topic back to the patient's condition. His mutations were quite severe, hence the lizardmen's spinal fluid was administered in slightly excessive quantities. The side effects are substantial, necessitating regular injections of human spinal fluid for restoration. I do not possess a spinal fluid repository here. I suggest you visit the Trinity Hospital for that. where they can also provide the rehabilitation medication. The two judges nodded fervently in agreement. Of course, we will heed your advice. There is also a matter of great importance. The refined spinal fluid is quite costly, and the quantity administered this time was substantial. In addition to the holy energy consumed during the purification ritual, Kyleson counted the silver coins on the table and looked up at the two. Thus, an additional fee is required. Chapter 31. A matter of life and death. After the two judges had emptied their pockets of every last coin, they settled the medical expenses. The patient, whose body was a grotesque mass of fresh crimson flesh, briefly regained consciousness midway, prompting Kyleson to administer a supplemental injection to ensure he remained in slumber. Fortunately, this additional injection was complimentary. During the procedure, Kyleson subtly inquired of the two judges, "Didn't many judges suffer similar injuries last time and were sent to the Trinity for treatment? Has that malevolent entity not been purified yet?" The judge wielding the hammer paused momentarily before recollecting himself. "Are you a physician from Trinity?" "Indeed, I also participated in the surgery of that judge who is on the verge of ascending to the Ember Cloak." Kyleson nodded, initiating a rapport. "I find myself in need of funds. I am looking for a part-time job here." The two judges responded with an understanding "Oh, you must be referring to Mentor Darren. He was promoted to Ember Mentor due to his brave actions in shielding the faithful. You truly are a physician from Trinity." With Kelson's identity confirmed, their demeanor shifted from guarded to amicable. After all, Trinity Hospital, as a church institution, was fundamentally overseen by the sanctified choir of the Triune, and in essence, it served as a backup medical support for the two orders of the Sacred Fire and Sacred Steel. Consequently, most judges regarded the physicians of Trinity as allies in their quest for precise treatment. Physicians often needed to inquire about the characteristics of the enemy type, and the judges readily answered Kelson's queries. "That malevolent entity is rather peculiar. What was destroyed last time was merely the mutated flesh that had coalesced. The escaped core of malevolent energy has recently returned after consuming ample flesh in the lower districts. And it is even stronger than before." As the judge recounted the details of the battle, he instinctively gripped the mace at his waist to steady his trembling hands. "I have never encountered such a creature. The entire sewer has become its breeding ground. Any judge venturing into the corrupted area must immediately confront an environment saturated with flesh and blood, where the ceiling, floor, and walls may launch lethal attacks at any moment." Kyleson listened in silence, captivated by the harrowing imagery. Though he stood on a different side than the judges, he held a deep respect for these fearless warriors battling for humanity against malevolence. "When you take him to Trinity for a follow-up, mention my name. I shall keep an eye on this brother of faith." Kyleson glanced at the two, beginning to tidy up his belongings. "The stretcher is in the corner. Please retrieve it yourselves." Once the two judges departed, Kyleson found the opportunity to sit and contemplate a plan. If that malevolent entity possessed the ability to proliferate, then capturing the core might grant him the means to produce organs resistant to holy energies in abundance. Considering that the creature could implant itself within his own corpse, could it similarly be implanted within a deathly thrall capable of mass production? To speak plainly, having all members of the death cult endowed with holy resistance would aid in various operations in Konsberg. On a grander scale, it could allow for the organization of a resistance against the holy powers in an undead legion. I can only say, this situation is quite promising, having faced setbacks twice. The judges would undoubtedly regroup and eradicate this potential threat. Kyleson resolved that during their next mission, he would seize the opportunity to benefit as a fisherman, snatching that core for himself. Given the current circumstances, it was likely that few would dare venture out to hunt malevolent creatures. After mulling it over, Kyleson decided to lock up the shop and seek out Kaliel to discuss the matter. Upon arriving at Kaliel's church, the sky had darkened slightly, yet the church doors were firmly shut. Kyleson was unconvinced that Kaliel was absent. He began to pound on the door. "Kaliel, open up. You re bold enough to steal men, so you ought to be bold enough to open the door. Don't hide inside without making a sound. I know you're home." Kyleson prepared to repeat his demand. The church door suddenly swung open, and Kaliel swiftly ushered him inside, promptly closing the door behind him. Your Excellency Kyleson, I had thought myself the most unorthodox within the entire death cult. My sense of humor has been revitalized alongside the restoration of my physical vitality. I have never been a particularly solemn individual. Kyleson waved his hand dismissively, glancing at the banquet table set up in the church's center, where Dick greeted him with a nod. Naturally, Kyleson took a seat at the table, pouring himself a drink. Is it already time for grand libations? What else is there? Recently, there has been little to occupy our attention. The judges are all focused on that malevolent creature in the sewers. And the death cult has enjoyed a period of stable development. Kaliel filled a new cup with wine for himself, while also pouring another for Dick. What shall we toast to? Kaliel raised his glass. Kyleson lifted his own. To the Holy One, cheers. To the Holy One. Dick raised his glass as well. Wait, why are we toasting to the Holy One? Kaliel was taken aback. You two, one a lich and the other a demon. Are usurping the priestess line, are you? Let us be grateful that he has not expressed any objections to our drinking in his sanctuary. Kyleson laughed heartily, downing his drink in one go. Dick followed suit, the liquid being magically channeled, slipping through the gaps in his helmet and vanishing behind the visor. Kaliel observed the two before downing his drink and glancing at Kyleson. It seems you have something to discuss with me. Kyleson, pouring himself another drink, inquired, Do you have any insights into that malevolent creature in the sewers? When it came to serious matters, Kaliel remained relatively reliable. The Church of the Sacred Fire primarily addresses heresies and malevolent entities within the city. This creature is clearly an aberration that has infiltrated from the wastelands. Coincidentally, a penitent from the Sacred Steel Order has returned to the city, and according to that old cleric's estimation, it is likely some unknown entity of flesh and blood connected to the outer gods. An entity connected to the outer gods. No wonder it poses such a challenge, Kyleson remarked, but surely the judges must have a strategy in place. When is the next operation? What are you planning? Kaliel asked, sampling a slice of ham. The energies of that entity not only corrupt flesh, but also homogenize holy energies. The resultant special energies can resist divine power, Kyleson explained, though it may sound abstract. Why don't you try using holy energy to attack me? Kyleson set down his cup and extended his hand toward Kaliel. Are you sure? Kaliel expressed concern. Come on. Seeing Kelson's unwavering confidence, Kaliel concentrated a minuscule amount of holy energy at his fingertip and directed it toward Kelson's palm. Although the holy energy of the sanctified choir was not as fervent as that of the sacred fire adherents, it remained extremely effective against undead beings infused with corrosive energies. To Kaliel's astonishment. The holy energy did not sear Kelson's skin as he had anticipated. Rather, it was repelled by a force of energy he had never encountered before. Kyleson chuckled. Now, intensify it. Upon hearing this, Kyleson intensified the output of his sacred magic. He pointed a finger, seemingly composed of holy light, towards the pale palm of Kyleson, but it was entirely assimilated by some form of magical essence, becoming a force that resisted his divine power. This is untenable. Unless it is a bishop-level sacred magic, it cannot breach this layer of defense. Kyleson retracted his hand in defeat. No wonder the church prioritizes this matter so highly, ordering its complete eradication. It turns out this being of the outer gods possesses various powers. Moreover, as far as I know, that thing has the ability to proliferate, allowing us to mass-produce anti-holy organs. Kyleson also laid out his entire plan. After listening, Kyleson fell into silence. After a while, he unexpectedly held a contrary opinion. This entity indeed offers us significant benefits, but acquiring it will increase the attention of the three sacred churches upon us. Is that not somewhat counterproductive? I think, currently, our relationship with the city of Consbird is not so harmonious. Since conflict is inevitable, why place our hopes on the enemy not noticing us instead of strengthening ourselves? Kyleson also expressed his thoughts. Dick, who had been silent, nodded towards Kyleson, indicating his agreement with Kyleson's assertion. However, this time the Church of the Holy Fire may deploy stronger judges. I fear you may find yourself easily overwhelmed. Kyleson raised another concern. Allow me to assist Lord Kyleson. The previously silent Dick expressed his stance. Kyleson, perhaps because you are a priest, you cannot comprehend how restrained sacred magic is against us unclean beings. In my view, obtaining this object is one of the pivotal opportunities for our survival. Chapter 32. Encounter battle. Ultimately, the plan was finalized. Kyleson stated that if the Church of the Holy Fire took action, he would immediately inform Kyleson. For the next 3 days, Kyleson worked at the Holy Trinity during the day and returned to his small clinic at night. Although no one dared to hunt extraordinary beings during the citywide lockdown imposed by the Church of the Holy Fire. A few unfortunate souls, having consumed extraordinary potions, came to the clinic seeking treatment. I have examined your bottle of Warrior's Promotion Potion. The most crucial ingredient, the Cloud Giant's Claw, has been replaced with that of a troll. This substance is highly toxic, you know. Kyleson moved the shadowless lamp aside, discarding the proliferated flesh he had cut from a gang member's stomach into the incinerator. Damn that old fool for daring to deceive me with counterfeit goods. I will ensure his head is shoved up his backside. The burly man, whose wound had just been stitched, cursed angrily, but the intense pain in his abdomen silenced him, cold sweat pouring from his brow. Rest, do not get agitated. If the wound bursts open, you will be confined to a liquid diet for the rest of your life. Kyleson swiftly prepared a recovery potion. Take it once a day for 7 days. And you will heal. However, understand this. Your next attempt at promotion must be 1 month later. You would not want residual spiritual energy to cause a mental breakdown, would you? The burly man struggled to rise from the sickbed. And Kyleson handed him a crutch, signaling him to lean on it. Thank you, doctor. And no need for thanks. 10 silver coins. The man's mouth fell open, and the words, "Why don't you just rob me?" almost slipped out but were restrained. I'm fine, doctor. I don't need it. Kyleson, displeased, gestured from the side. Take a few steps. It's fine. Just walk. The man took a few steps but soon found the pain unbearable. His insides churning, ultimately having to pull out 10 silver coins from his pocket and thrust them into Kyleson's hand as he hobbled out of the clinic. At that moment, a strangely dressed individual entered the clinic. Strangely dressed did not refer to the oddity of his clothing, but rather to the exquisite old noble attire paired with a butler's white gloves, especially the small oak barrel with 2 holes perched atop his head. Kyleson scrutinized him for a while before asking with suspicion, "Dick? Seeing your uncertainty indicates my disguise is sufficiently absurd." Dick bowed deeply, then quickly straightened to support the nearly toppling barrel. Kyleson instructed me to inform you that the Holy Fire judges have set out. Kyleson stowed away his prepared spellcasting materials into his sleeve, donned a black trench coat, and fastened the short sword named the Drowned God's Envoy at his waist. Then let us embark. Taking a couple of turns through the alley to avoid detection, Dick did not set off but tapped the wooden barrel on his face. "Lord Kyleson, you still need to cover your lower face. A mask will suffice." Kyleson pulled a mask from his pocket. No. This is a grand performance. The curtain is rising, and everyone has their role to play, and I am a mad drunkard. Dick produced a delicately patterned beaked mask, which appeared to be made from the bones of some rare beast, its finely crafted white radiating a gentle glow. And you should embody a doctor embracing death and decay. Is it not a bit too extravagant? Kyleson remarked, though as he accepted the mask with a smile, a mischievous desire surged within him. He gently placed it over his face, immediately adopting another persona. Death may indeed be flamboyant, but slaughter resembles the chilling thorns of the night orchid. It is filled with philosophy, much like an opera. Dick applauded Kyleson with a tone reminiscent of reciting classical poetry. The two exited the clinic together, making their way towards their theatrical stage. The Church of the Holy Fire had mobilized significantly this time. The official police force in the lower district usually mingled with the local gangs, yet under the pressure from the church, they were compelled to clear the surrounding streets. Sheriff David sat listlessly in a chair, smoking, while a nearby officer approached him with a batch of warm butterbeer. He grasped a bottle to warm his hands, gesturing for others to receive one as well. The officer nearby flattered, "Sheriff, you truly care for us subordinates. These holy fire clerics do not regard us as human. standing guard in this cold weather. Let's not speak so. They are also here for the safety of the citizens of Consbird. The sheriff raised an eyebrow. The officer quickly nodded and bowed. Yes, yes, it was my narrow-mindedness. Alas, in such cold weather, they do not provide us with allowances for fieldwork. It is likely those old bishops of the Holy Canticle Church are hoarding the funds. The sheriff yawned. Moreover, who would be out in this cold? As soon as he finished speaking, he stifled the yawn. The surrounding officers, on high alert, grasped their magical energy electric guns, preparing to confront the two bizarre figures approaching. However, the sheriff suddenly stood up, raising a hand to restrain them. The man in the gray-white hair and trench coat, with an exquisite plague doctor mask, seemed to wear the night itself, with not a flake of snow able to settle upon him. And the light from the street lamps could not penetrate the darkness. Beside him, the individual dressed like a medieval butler, sporting a barrel with holes atop his head, swayed as he walked. This surreal scene captivated all. Yet Sheriff David firmly restrained the officers with weapons beside him, clearing a path for the two. Once they passed through their guarded area, he exhaled, collapsing back into his chair, utterly drained. Sheriff, why didn't you stop them? Did the Church of the Holy Fire not say that no one should pass? The officer who had raised his gun inquired. The sheriff shot him a glance, still shaken. How much do you earn in a month? Are you trying to gamble with your life? Do you think we are on par with the upper district security? Forget about the bipedal security robots. We don't even have insert plate armor. And we can only equip 2 magical energy electric guns. What do you have to contend with them? But those 2 do not appear to be armed at all. The young officer scratched his head. Allow me to impart some wisdom gleaned from countless predecessors. In the future, when you see such oddly dressed individuals, they are either fools or experts. The sheriff guided the young officers. However, I do not recommend wagering your life on whether they are fools. Meanwhile, Kyleson and Dick had already entered the sewers. Kyleson had heard descriptions from the judges regarding the corrupted state of the sewers. But the reality was even grimmer than depicted. The walls of the corridor, now decayed by blood and flesh, appeared as though various massive organs were affixed to them. In some areas, enormous pustules bulged from the walls, filled with thick, yellowish pus, reflecting the blurred silhouettes of Kyleson and his companion. Shadows of creatures, seemingly possessing sharp appendages, moved within. The blood-red, ringed tumors pulsated, releasing a red mist rich in corruptive and malevolent energies. In such an environment, ordinary beings, lacking protective measures, would inevitably succumb to the threat of flesh mutation, with their minds suffering considerable damage as well. Fortunately, Kyleson was protected by the Dead One and the abyssal corruption magic. While Dick completely disregarded the environment, compared to the abyssal purgatory, this place was, if not a paradise, at least a premium dwelling. However, even though Kelson's dark vision was effective, it was still limited by the mist. And the two could only proceed by field, as they moved forward. It was Dick, endowed with life perception, who sensed something amiss. Doctor, something feels off. Kyleson suddenly sensed an oddity. It seems so. 2 individuals turned their gazes to the right. Their forms reflected in the hazy membrane of living matter. However, after a few moments of mutual scrutiny, Kyleson and the apparition suddenly discerned an anomaly. It was not merely the grotesque reflection of their own silhouettes, but rather a transparent, tympanic wall standing between them and a person who is separated from them by merely a layer of flesh. With a thunderous sound, the spiritual energies of both parties erupted, sending a flurry of sanguine blossoms cascading into the air. Chapter 33. The positioned fisherman Kyleson advanced rather than retreated, propelled by the sacred essence of magic as he charged forward. His 5 fingers coalesced into sharp claws of darkened magic, slashing fiercely towards the opponent. The manifested claws of darkness met the raised shield, producing a grating sound akin to true talons scraping against metal. The other adversary, having anticipated the failure of the sacred magic, wielded an alchemical 2-handed sword, now glowing with the fervor of holy flame, and swung it viciously at Kyleson. At this juncture, Dick also moved to engage. his blazing red sword slicing through the air as if cleaving through a mire of void. Accompanied by the agonized wails of souls he had ensnared, momentarily dimming even the molten blade. Meanwhile, Kyleson was prepared to unleash a spear of souls, and even though the shield-bearing enemy reacted swiftly to shield against it, the soul shockwave at such close range still managed to separate the four combatants. Following this rapid exchange, Kyleson took stock of his adversaries, and as he expected, they were two white-robed apprentice judges. One of the judges glared at them with disdain, the blade in his hand glowing fiercely once more due to his wrath. "Wretched heretics, do you think you can escape the judgment of the divine? The holy flame shall reduce you to ashes." Kyleson pointed at the furious judge and turned to Dick, remarking, "Paranoid and arrogant. The ensuing symptoms will undoubtedly lead to hysterical madness, culminating in inevitable destruction." "Agreed," Dick nodded with a grave demeanor. Their audacious words evidently incensed the zealous fanatic, and the judge wielding the molten blade bellowed as he charged at Kyleson, while the shield-bearing judge behind him brandished a flail. Observing Dick with predatory intent, as a recently ascended second-ring extraordinary being, Kyleson had to admit that his methods were still quite limited. Faced with the elite hunters of the cult, his enhancements to physicality merely prevented him from swiftly succumbing to disadvantage. While his offensive capabilities were scant, if the roles were reversed, Kyleson would likely find himself suppressed by the opponent's mental resilience and physical fortitude, with only the remnants of death being his chance for a comeback. Regrettably for the judges, the environment was not in their favor. The pervasive blood and crimson mist placed them in a burdensome combat scenario. Moreover, for necromancers adept in blood manipulation, the mutated flesh served as a veritable reservoir of high-grade spellcasting material. The distortion of flesh was a spell Kyleson could cast without incantation, and in this environment, it even negated the need to retrieve spell components. Kyleson merely stepped forward, and the interlacing blood spikes surged forth towards the judges. The judge swung his sword horizontally, severing the blood spikes, but a massive tentacle surged from the concealed blood mist above, striking the unprepared judge and sending him flying. The other judge, who should have aided his comrade, found himself paralyzed in place, incessantly cursing the vile aberration, his gray-white pupils suggesting his vision had been stolen. A robust tentacle erupted from behind Kyleson, thrusting towards the unsteady judge. Yet, the judge was ready to fight for his life. A fiery mantle descending upon his shoulders, restoring his balance as he turned to confront the tentacle. His sword, now glowing red from the intense heat, sliced through the tentacle composed of countless pale arms, the acidic blood spewing forth evaporating before it could reach him. This was the power of the cult S rank. From this power, unique divine arts developed for each non-believer, and at this moment, the Holy Fire Judge employed a technique known as the Sacred Garment of Flame, enhanced speed, exceptional immunity, and a protective barrier of holy fire, truly a versatile divine art. The other judge donned the Sacred Garment of Flame as well, immediately breaking free from the shackles of blindness, and the two swiftly regrouped to launch an assault on Kyleson and Dick. Alas, it was all for naught. Just as the judge wielding the molten greatsword charged forward, Kyleson snapped his fingers, and a deluge of putrid blood and pus cascaded down upon him. The high temperature of the sacred garment evaporated the corrosive, viscous fluid, preventing it from drenching him. However, a more dire issue arose. The vast quantity of evaporated blood transformed into a mist capable of inducing aberrations in flesh, enveloping the judge within. This rapidly elevated the threshold for mutation, and the sacred magic within him quickly began to homogenize with the corruptive energies, soon rendering the sacred garment unsustainable. Observing the judge's relentless coughing and weakening, Kyleson felt no compassion, summoning sharp blood spikes to impale his limbs. Then, from his right palm, a black bone emerged, tracing a dark arc as it claimed 2 lives. As the judge, granted a tranquil death, collapsed, Kyleson retracted the remnants of death from his palm. This was not about allegiance, it was merely a struggle for survival. Necromancers and the faithful of the Holy Church were inherently incompatible, leaving only a battle of life and death. each relying on their own abilities without blame. Kyleson drew a short sword from his waist and swiftly extracted a secondary heart from the corpse. A vital organ that could only be rapidly cultivated under the parasitic influence of an outer god. Turning his attention to Dick, he noted that, despite his speed, Dick had practically toyed with the judge until the end. This devil, who typically exuded an air of refinement, revealed his cruel nature when faced with adversaries that contradicted his interests. Observing the bloodied and nearly lifeless judge, Kyleson approached and restrained Dick's hand, which was poised to strike with a shadowy whip. "This soul shall serve as your New Year's gift to me." "Naturally, dear Lord Kyleson," Dick replied, though he felt a pang of regret for the despairing soul that had eluded his grasp. After all, he had expended 5 sin-bound souls to shield against the initial assault. At least the New Year's gift requires only one, rather than allowing Dick to reap the souls of these fledgling judges. It was more fitting for him to claim the souls of the veteran judges who slaughtered indiscriminately, their faith standing in stark opposition to their actions. With this thought in mind, Kyleson plunged the short sword into the judge's back. The moment the blade pierced, the already dying judge straightened abruptly, bellowing as he drove his shield into the ground. The sacred garment of flame enveloped him once more, this time seemingly fueled by every ounce of his magical essence. Even infusing his very life force, the judge and his shield ignited in a fiery blaze, the intense heat combined with his relentless pounding of the ground causing the blood-soaked floor to disintegrate. Kyleson had no time to react as he and Dick, along with the judge who had lost his breath, plummeted downwards. The mixture of rubble and flesh collapsed, engulfing Kyleson in darkness, in a moment of desperation. He released the essence of dark magic enveloping him, manifesting a protective layer. Thanks to this shield, despite the chaotic descent, Kyleson suffered minimal injury. Struggling through the debris of mutated flesh and stone, he emerged only to find Dick already crouched. Signaling him to silence, at that moment, Kyleson discerned the faint sounds of a fierce battle nearby, the blood mist permeating the sewers evidently dampening the sounds of conflict, indicating a violent clash was occurring close by. Kyleson gestured to advance. If they could enter the fray at the opportune moment, perhaps the fishermen could ensnare both the clam and the crane. Chapter 34. The Doctor's Insight Following the Sounds. Kyleson and Dick swiftly approached the battleground. The pervasive blood mist halted abruptly here, revealing a cavernous space fully engulfed in decayed flesh, where the sounds of violent clashes echoed ominously. Kyleson and Dick ascended to a vantage point. Observing the confrontation below, 3 flame-patterned judges were leading a dozen white-robed apprentice judges in an assault against an abomination of outer god origin, with prior preparations to dispel the blood mist and weapons that converted sacred magic into pure thermal energy. Both sides were evenly matched, in a sense. Kyleson had done a good deed, without seeking recognition. Had he not initiated a city-wide search, the creature might have developed underground for a while longer. And not even the red-robed judges would have been able to handle it. The appearance of the outer goddess spawn was sufficiently horrifying. Its emaciated form loomed like a giant, with limbs and neck contorted in bizarre ways. Its head featuring a ghastly cavity from which slick tentacles occasionally erupted. Judges ensnared often required the assistance of 2 or 3 colleagues to escape. Meanwhile, a network of dense, black muscle continuously crawled across the creature's body, transforming into grotesque long arms that swept menacingly around. Its immense strength struck the decaying floor, sending splashes of filthy blood and resonating with violent tremors. The 3 flame-patterned judges, undeterred, activated their sacred garment of flame, significantly outmatching the white-robed apprentices. The intense heat altered the flow of air itself, creating a scorching wind that accompanied their strikes, each swing capable of cleaving away chunks of burning flesh. The aberrant offspring of the outer god emerged from the hollow voids of its visage, generating more mutated flesh to mend the severed parts of its form. Kyleson, observing this unsettling spectacle, turned to his companion Dick and inquired, "How long must we continue this onslaught? It should be nearing its end." Dick replied, his eyes shimmering with a sanguine glow, This abominable creature possesses a high degree of intellect. It is scheming against this arrogant assembly of judges. Kyleson cast a surprised glance at Dick. Is this one of your abilities? Demons are not the most astute of races, yet our capacity to outmaneuver others stems from our reluctance to challenge those wiser than ourselves. Dick's voice echoed from within a barrel. To seek advantage and avoid peril is the demon's instinct, much like how I would never conspire against you. Kyleson chuckled softly, yet a sense of wariness towards this enigmatic demon began to take root within him. As Kaliel rightly stated, even if a demon speaks truths, it remains a mere fragment of reality. The battle raged on, just as Dick had predicted. The flesh that had been severed from the outer goddess spawn ceased to regenerate, and it began to feign retreat. Under the command of the flame-patterned judgment mentor, the white-robed apprentice judges summoned their holy fire armor, launching a final charge against the malevolent entity. However, when they thrust their molten cutting swords into the creature's flesh, it did not scream and fall as they had anticipated. The emaciated body erupted, its bloodless skin and shattered bones scattering into the air, revealing the sinister black tentacles that writhed within, contorting grotesquely. Accompanied by eerie whispers that filled the air, upon those tendrils, akin to sinewy muscle, myriad gray-white eyes simultaneously opened. The judge's pupils mirrored this pallor, and in a moment of collective daze, 5 or 6 apprentice judges were ensnared by the tentacles, struggling desperately to break free, only to be entirely consumed moments later. The more spiritually adept flame-robed mentors barely managed to escape, pushing a few apprentice judges further away just in time. Yet, despite their narrow escape, they found themselves devoid of the strength to continue the fight. Desperation is upon us, Kyleson declared. Although their outward appearances remained unchanged, his pestilential senses detected that the judges' bodies were already undergoing transformation, rendering them incapable of unleashing the full might of their sacred magical essence. As expected, the mentors, realizing their inability to withdraw unscathed, activated their second phase of desperation. Those who ascended to the rank of mentor were all followers of the 4th to 5th tier, thus possessing a second power. The embodiment of the triune supreme deity, the holy flame path, representing punishment and judgment, derived its power from the sacred flames. The power they subsequently wielded was that of punitive thunder. The flame pattern on their white robes ignited, the crimson holy fire emanating a violet-blue ionic effect due to its intense heat, resembling a dazzling energy akin to electricity and flame, illuminating the 3 mentors. With a tearing of the air, they vanished from sight, colliding with the malevolent entity. Prepare yourselves, Kyleson rose, having watched the entire drama unfold. It was now time for him to take center stage. The clash resonated powerfully, and as the dust settled, the outcome became apparent. Among the 3 flame-robed mentors, only 2 managed to remain on one knee, while the 3rd lay bloodied and unresponsive on the ground. The aberrant offspring of the outer god was not wholly unharmed. Its eyes were scorched and charred from the intensity of the flames and lightning, collapsing to the ground, unable to maintain its form. However, the surroundings served as fertile ground for its mutations, ensuring its recovery would surpass that of the judges. Damn it all, I am Lena. Kyleson leaped down from an elevated position, landing amidst the fray. Dick followed closely behind, commanding, "All eyes on me. I have an announcement to make. I am a drunkard." One of the half-kneeling judges glared at Dick, gritting his teeth, and spat out 2 words, "Demon." Upon uttering this, he struggled to rise, intent on eliminating Dick first. "A drunkard indeed. I have come here for a feast." Dick extended his hand. "Sir, I believe you have indulged a bit too much and are somewhat delirious." As soon as Dick's words fell, the judge felt an unsettling loss of control over his body, dizziness and numbness washing over him. His initial instinct was to assume he had been poisoned and attempt to purify himself with a holy fire armor, only to realize that his current state resembled that of drunkenness. Do not heed the words of that demon. He is a contract fiend. The mentor, losing his balance, fell, slurring warnings to his fellow judges. Yet, Dick did not pursue further aggression against them. Instead, he safeguarded Kyleson's rear. At that moment, Kyleson had approached the spawn of the malevolent deity, and a powerful mental corruption relentlessly assailed him, far stronger than the heart he had once harvested. Alas, it was as ineffective as casting a stone into the ocean. The black tome in his mind was evidently of a higher dimension. Kyleson discerned that this spawn was composed of countless mutated flesh beings. As long as its core remained unscathed, true death was unattainable. The method to sever the core was, naturally, to annihilate these formidable masses of flesh. Being merely at the second tier, he realized that breaking through the defenses of this flesh abomination, which could contend with a fifth-tier extraordinary being, required the use of his necrotic power. He extended his right hand, blackened bones emerging from his palm. This time, Kyleson deliberately summoned the force of death. Striving to recall the understanding of mortality he had gleaned in that alley, with the aid of the black tome in his mind and his already deceased body, he executed the black bone fragmentation technique once more. While not as terrifying as the previous instance, the jagged black bones swiftly erupted, piercing the malevolent entity. The creature, which had just triumphed over several high-tier extraordinary beings, had no time to recover before succumbing entirely. Kyleson deliberately avoided the core, which squirmed like a bloated worm, seeking to burrow into the flesh below. He would not allow such a succulent morsel to escape, although it sounded rather grotesque. The power of obliteration clawed forth. Extracting the grotesque fleshy bud adorned with an eerie eye from the ground, depositing it into a pre-prepared container, the two observing judges erupted in unison, their voices laced with fury. "Necromancer, you accursed heretic! This is indeed your insidious plot. Accursed, you say?" Kyleson chuckled, turning to unfurl his cloak. "I end my view, you self-righteous zealots, who engage in indiscriminate slaughter contrary to your faith, luring others to join you only to meet their demise, are the truly damned. You are akin to immune cells attacking indiscriminately, self-proclaimed paragons of justice that verge on toxic excess, destined to be abandoned by the tides of time. The vessel of the new era has no place for hypocrites such as yourselves." The declaration resonated thunderously. "What powerful insights!" Dick applauded heartily. "My dear doctor, we hold you in the highest esteem." The judge, who had been brought to his knees, roared impotently, forcing himself to stand, trembling legs pounding the ground as he advanced toward Kyleson. "Sly demon. Heretical sophistry. I shall disperse cough. Cough, I shall disperse you." Yet, the only response he received was Kelson's raised leg, sending him flying to the ground, reminded of the apprentice judges who had perished due to his commands. He broke, truly breaking down. "Do as you will. Just leave swiftly. These self-proclaimed noble fools make me nauseous." Kelson's aggression only intensified. The judge who had fainted moments ago regained consciousness only to be enraged into unconsciousness once more. Dick respectfully bowed to Kyleson as he stepped away, then turned to face the incapacitated clergy. From the barrel-S opening, a cruel crimson light burst forth. "Roar! I hereby declare that only half of you shall survive. Come now, accuse your brethren, for I shall harvest only the most wicked of souls." Chapter 35. The stalwart one Michael traversed the empty corridor, the pristine white stones embedded with precious natural magical essence stones, radiating a warm light. This wide path, aside from its sanctity, bore an oppressive weight. Upon reaching the end, he pushed open the gilded door, revealing 3 lofty judgment platforms, 2 of which now stood vacant, symbolizing the positions of the bishops. Seated in the highest place was a bishop clad in extravagantly cumbersome robes. The bishop leaned languidly, his aged visage bearing a detached expression as he perused the documents in hand, not raising his gaze upon Michael's arrival. "Lord Bishop Noss." Michael bowed respectfully. Despite being a disciple of the Pope, he still maintained deference to the local holy cantor bishop, ensuring his mentor remained unaware of his disrespect towards the elder. "What of the other 2 bishops?" Greetings, Michael. Bishops Abner and Lambert have recently been preoccupied with placating the nobility. After all, the turmoil in the lower districts has begun to affect their provisions," Noss replied. Still engrossed in his documents, though he straightened slightly to take up a quill and endorse the papers. Michael despised the holy cantor's manner of conversing in circles, as it merely hinted at his responsibility for failing to eliminate the malevolent entity. Thus, he opted for directness. Lord Bishop, that creature was seized by another, and our actions failed. The Holy Fire Order suffered grievous losses. I am willing to take responsibility for this. Michael, remember, you bear no fault. The error lies with those below who sought glory recklessly. Nos raised his murky eyes to regard the youngest mentor. His Holiness the Pope is the vicar of the supreme deity, and you are his divine representative. You shall not be at fault. Majire reflected upon the harrowing fate of his subordinates, realizing that they could be subjected to the church's penalties merely on account of a fleeting remark from the bishop. His fists clenched involuntarily, yet he restrained himself from uttering a single word. Upon perusing the dossier, he discerned that the cause of failure lay in the presence of two heretics, Nuasi, disregarding Majire's ire. Brought forth another matter. Yes, the Necromancer formerly designated as Death's Fall is now referred to as Plague Doctor of Death's Fall. Furthermore, there is another, highly likely to be a contract devil, codenamed Enchanting Drunken Demon. A flicker of lightning seemed to ignite within Majire's golden eyes. Both individuals have now been included in the Holy Bounty list, with rewards raised to over 200 gold for the Plague Doctor and 150 gold for the Enchanting Drunken Demon. The Plague Doctor has also seized a malevolent entity capable of resisting divine power. A troublesome heretic scheming to manipulate the church. Nuasi's murky gaze suddenly sharpened. Over 200 gold, a sum representing the blood and sweat of countless faithful. I hope you comprehend its gravity. Indeed, I shall exert myself to the utmost. The Church Council has granted approval for you to summon operatives from other dioceses. It is imperative that they be judged and purified. Yes, I have already sent word ahead. The assembled elite will arrive today. Additionally, allow me to introduce someone to you. Peter Felix, the newly appointed priest, responsible for overseeing the affairs of the noble schools and hospitals in the Upper District. Majire lifted his head. Are you suggesting that those two heretics are nobles? It is not without possibility. With Father Peter's support, I believe you may search throughout the city. Bishop Nuasi rose, striding towards the departing door. These matters are exceptional. Do not betray the Holy Spirit, nor His Majesty. In that moment, Majire recognized that his mentor had greatly aided him in this matter. I understand. He turned his gaze, where the portly priest beside him was obsequiously bowing in reverence. The very church deacon who had once troubled Kyre Senator Majire frowned in displeasure, yet he could only accept that such administrators exist within the church. Father Peter, I appreciate your assistance. It is my honor, esteemed Son of God. The rotund Peter bowed so deeply that his forehead nearly grazed the ground. What may I do for you, Son of God? I shall proceed. No, you should accompany me. Majire made his way towards the cathedral's exterior. Let us go meet the elite judges supporting us. Soon, Majire returned to his sanctified fire tribunal, having summoned 4 apprentice judges from other dioceses, whom he had once mentored as a flame pattern instructor to Conisburg. These former newcomers had now become the backbone of the order, each possessing exceptional talents and unique skills, their determination and patience remarkable. Geralt, a former demon hunter of the Holy Steel Order, boasted extensive experience in hunting demons in the wilderness, having joined the Sanctified Fire Order post his atonement trials, a rare believer capable of wielding 2 powers. He was formidable. Arthur, one of the few judges in the Sanctified Fire Order to embrace new technologies, excelled in utilizing various sanctified firearms to suppress malevolent entities, serving as a powerful output within the team. Link, once a noble swordsman stripped of his title for various reasons, later converted to the church and became one of the few swift sword masters among the Sanctified Fire judges. As for the last individual, he was Majire's own disciple, whose innate talent rivaled that of Majire in his youth, already a 5-ring believer at a tender age. Born as a loyal knight of the church, he had a commendable lineage and considerable practical experience. Yet, it appeared, he was not present. Whereas Natia, did you not say you would convene and come together? Majire inquired. The eldest among them, Geralt, shrugged. "Mentor, are you not aware of your disciple's temperament upon arrival?" A judge received an urgent task, prompting her to head out immediately. Arthur, standing nearby, chuckled as he lit a cigarette, while Link, wearing glasses, wore an expression of resigned amusement. Majire shook his head, unsure how to characterize this disciple, this child. Despite our long separation, remains unable to discern urgency. Never mind, with her abilities, she will not take long. We shall wait for her return. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, atop a high-rise in the central district, a desperate cultist held a knife to a child's throat, screaming hysterically at the sanctified fire judges. Get away, you dogs of the Holy Spirit. If you come any closer, I will kill this little brat." Yet the sanctified fire judges found themselves powerless, for the usual means employed by these religious zealots often involved eliminating both the hostage and their captor. The sanctified fire order would not be threatened. However, this time, the cultist had escaped into the public eye, and the sanctified choral order had issued strict orders to consider the public impact. Below, the child's mother cried out, desperately held back by city guards. While other civilians anxiously observed the unfolding situation, their hearts heavy with concern for the child. At that moment, a female knight stepped forward. Her aged, sanctified armor gleamed with polish, with her hair tied back in a practical ponytail. She possessed a face both spirited and strikingly beautiful, drawing furtive glances from the surrounding judges. Taking 2 steps forward, she halted amidst the cultists' rage-filled howls. "Halt, you sow of the Holy Church. Do you wish for him to die?" The blade pressed against the boy's fragile neck, faint traces of blood already visible. The boy, pale with fear, stood trembling in place. Rather than threatening the child, "Why not take me as your hostage?" Natia extended her hands, indicating she bore no weapons, smiling as she spoke. "You cannot escape with a child in your grasp, but perhaps you may find a way out by taking me instead. Dio, you think me a fool?" To take a powerful, extraordinary being hostage, the cultist furiously raised his knife towards Natia. "Step back, or I will slit his throat." Yet the moment the blade left the boy's neck, Natia's figure vanished from sight. Before the cultist could react, 2 fingers encased in gauntlets pierced his throat, and Natia's expression shifted from the warmth of her previous smile to one of icy detachment as she withdrew her fingers, taking the stunned boy from his grasp, leaving the cultist gasping on the ground. Facing the boy, Natia once again donned an angelic smile, softly comforting him as she handed him to a nearby judge before turning to leave. Just then, however, the boy suddenly broke free from the judge's embrace and rushed towards his father, who, consumed by madness, was on the brink of death from asphyxiation. Yet the corrupted father offered no warmth in response to his son's affection. Instead, a cruel glint surged in his eyes as he expended his remaining strength to shove his child off the high-rise. Amidst the screams of onlookers, the child plummeted like a bird with broken wings. Helplessly falling towards the ground below, Natia sprang into action, leaping from the rooftop in unison with the boy and catching him mid-air. And the rapid descent. Natia struggled to adjust her form, exhaling deeply as holy flames and thunder intertwined behind her, forming a pair of blazing wings. With this supernatural force, her falling speed began to diminish, ultimately allowing her to land steadily before the gathered crowd. Releasing her hold, the child's mother rushed forward to embrace him, profusely thanking Nadia, an angel, someone in the hushed crowd uttered. Then, the crowd erupted into fervor. "It is an angel, a beautiful and sacred son of God. Holy Spirit, be with us." Natia, seemingly from nowhere, donned her helmet to obscure her visage, humbly bowing in reverence before swiftly departing the scene. Suddenly, she sensed a piercing gaze and turned to inspect the crowd, yet all she could see were the fervent throngs cheering, shaking her head as she walked towards the ranks of judges. Chapter 36 Response. Kyleson observed the malevolent core within the nutrient tank. Under strictly quantified protein solution, the core had divided into a progeny within a mere 20 minutes, manipulating the outlet. The progeny was transferred to a smaller container, where a heart rich in sacred energy awaited. Detecting the nearby flesh and blood, The progeny darted forth, quickly burrowing into the heart's interior, initiating a corrosive transformation as the darkened veins swelled. Kyleson lowered his head to record the data, while Jean, busy organizing notes, glanced at the heart, his eyes betraying a mix of apprehension and desire. "Dick, have you encountered such a foreign entity in the abyss?" Kyleson adjusted the concoction based on the degree of aberration, recognizing that not everyone could, like himself, disregard various living organisms' rejection responses while freely augmenting their own bodies, should Jean wish to incorporate this organ. Extensive living experiments would be requisite to ensure it would not harm his original form or conflict with the already implanted Bayer's furnace. Dick, seated nearby with a book, raised his helmet-clad head. Many foreign entities capable of invading the abyss exist. But most are immune to flames and mental attacks, so these entities have evolved their offspring to adapt for invading this planet, Jean queried, puzzled. Kyleson chuckled lightly. Jean, your assumption is rather presumptuous. Foreign entities. Mortal beings are akin to mere insects. Would you evolve a resistance to formic acid for the sake of an ant? At that moment, the laboratory door swung open and Dominic entered. Sai's expression was clearly one of deep concern, and he appeared somewhat unwell. Kyleson glanced at Kullel, who followed behind the two, and surmised that Sai had discovered their unauthorized actions, which left him somewhat flustered. My Lord Kyleson, should such direct confrontations with the judge arise again, it would be prudent to convene a meeting at the Council of Death beforehand, Sai remarked, his tone laden with bureaucratic rigidity. Kyleson found himself questioning whether this vampire had ever worked within a governmental institution. Time was of the essence, especially since you and Dominic had just been out and about. Kyleson chuckled. Besides, look at it this way. The mission was a success, right? Kullel has informed you of the efficacy of this item, which is a significant boon to our objectives. I am not suggesting there is anything wrong with your plans or intentions. Sai replied, his tone now more measured. I merely advocate for significant undertakings to be discussed collectively, ensuring sufficient manpower is allocated to avoid unnecessary casualties. Understood, Teacher Sai, Kyleson said as he began mixing the potion with some derivatives. Observing the reactions closely, I'll be certain to do so next time. Sai, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. Dominic, please say a word or two to him. Turning away, Kyleson noted that Dominic was wholly absorbed in examining the core of the malevolent artifact. Having already begun to sift through the neatly organized experimental data prepared by Jean, the isotopic ratio of biotin correlates with the sanctification level of the heart. In other words, in addition to directly utilizing a more potent sanctified heart, cultivating it in a living host also yields commendable results. Indeed, but we currently lack the capacity to capture live experimental subjects. Kyleson pointed out 2 data peaks within the documents in Dominic's hands. Observe these 2 peaks. The resistance to sanctification is related to the host's will and the concentration of malevolent energy. However, considering the need to control the dark energy, we must establish a safety threshold through experimentation. Sai was left utterly speechless, having forgotten that Dominic was himself an immensely inquisitive mage. Yet, since Kyleson had given his assurances, perhaps it was worth trusting him for the time being. Noticing Sai's hesitation, Kyleson sighed and set down his notes. What troubles you, Sai? Is there something you wish to announce? Since we are all present, let us convene a brief meeting, Sai said, his expression turning grave. Master Dominic and I encountered a person on our way back. The Seraphic Maiden. Naisha. Who? Kyleson inquired, his tone one of perplexity. That name sounds rather impressive. What of it? Is she formidable? A renowned young prodigy in other dioceses. She achieved the rank of a 5-ringed extraordinary at the tender age of 20. Dominic explained, I had a brief acquaintance with her. Her reassignment to Konsberg signifies that her mentor is also there and personnel adjustments are being initiated, layer upon layer. It seems her mentor holds considerable influence. Kyleson mused as he settled into a chair, arms crossed, awaiting Sai's elaboration. Kullel mentioned this individual previously. The current Red Cardinal of the Holy Fire cult in Konsberg, Michael, is the youngest disciple of the Pope and was already a 7-ringed extraordinary many years ago. Confronting such a person, Sai's gaze shifted to Dominic, who merely shook his head in response. The Council of Death would face insurmountable odds should they all engage. A heavy silence fell upon the room. Kyleson leaned casually against the doorframe, seemingly indifferent, while Dick closed his book, his helmet seams glowing with crimson light. Jean appeared visibly anxious, fidgeting with his fingers. Kyleson bowed his head in contemplation for a moment. I heard from Kyleson that the church still has both Dick and me listed on their holy bounty. Indeed, they have appointed a new priest named Peter Felix, whose investigations have reached the upper districts. Kyleson scratched his stubble. Sai's residence is no longer entirely secured. A formidable saint, along with his cadre of elite judges, now possesses the means to expand the investigation. Kyleson smirked slightly. It truly feels as though we are besieged on all sides. Sai proposed. Dominic and I are contemplating whether to consolidate our forces. After all, with the cover provided by your black market dealings, the risk of exposure has significantly diminished. We should cease our external activities and wait for a year or two until the storm passes. Unnecessary, Kyleson interjected, raising a hand to halt Sai's words. Cowering may prolong survival momentarily, but our enemies are not invulnerable. Kyleson stood, surveying the group, his tone resolute. Like a gravestone, the taller it stands, the more shadows it casts behind it. I believe Konsberg has remained tranquil for far too long. The undercurrents are poised to boil over. We need only to slightly lift the lid, and those long-suffering forces will surge forth through the gap. Ultimately overturning this church, Dominic nodded in agreement. Your reasoning holds merit, akin to the Labial Empire inciting internal strife through similar means. However, what specific action should we take? Kyleson smiled. Isn't it time for the core strategies of my ancestral dragon kingdom to come into play? We shall forge alliances with those desperate enough to be cornered, and even collaborate with the impoverished masses. Externally, we will divide and conquer. A towering tree can eventually wither if its roots are consumed. We must first sever their lines of sight. The initial step in our campaign is to eliminate the scouts. Kelson's eyes gleamed with vengeance. Peter Felix, you say? I happen to have a minor grudge against this priest. Let us deal with him first. Chapter 37. The necromantic servant Kyleson concluded another day of labor, his habitual lateness and early departures at Holy Trinity becoming routine. Occasionally, the pathology department would summon him for assistance during surgeries. And the weight of the coin bags during payday was a testament to his efforts. As the clock struck 4, Kyleson decisively slipped out of the hospital and boarded a carriage bound for his small clinic. Upon arrival, a queue of 4 or 5 individuals awaited him at the entrance. Kyleson urged them to make way as he retrieved his keys to unlock the security door. Operating a private clinic had proven quite lucrative. Combined with Kelson's unique status as a chosen worker who required no sleep and his ongoing alchemical endeavors, he had amassed a sum of 10 gold ducats in just half a month. This fortune could equate to the annual income of an average office worker, sufficient to purchase a decent single apartment in the mid-level district of Konsberg. Fortunately, there were no particularly severe cases today. The worst involved a fool who carelessly opened a blasphemous jester's box, resulting in his hand being ensnared by the protruding tendrils. Doctor, my power of kings, can you save me? Perhaps you should refrain from perusing the urban tabloids' juvenile comics. Kyleson retorted, swiftly excising the necrotic tissue and purifying the wound with instruments and potions. If you wish, I could fit you with a prosthetic hand. That box you found could fetch a good price. But never mind, I'll cover it. As the young man departed with his remaining hand clutching a coin pouch, Kyleson estimated that a quality prosthetic would consume half of that sum. He recognized the boy. Merely 16 years of age, forced to confront perilous supernatural entities without any prior training in the arcane arts, all to support a family of 6. He was fortunate. The profits from that box would sustain his family for a year. Yet in the lower districts, many others met silent deaths in obscurity, their bodies and souls desecrated by malevolent forces, unable to find peace. Such was the reality of the lower strata of Konsberg. A place that devoured its inhabitants. Behind him stood several neighbors who had learned that the new young doctor at the Black Clinic was far more amiable than the previous one. Many seeking relief from headaches, fevers, or chronic ailments had come to Kyleson for treatment. With his medical expertise, he could only strive to alleviate their suffering, prescribing medications within their financial reach, while most remained unable to attain genuine recovery. For the impoverished, there was no remedy for their ailments. Was this truly the fate they were destined for? As a former citizen of a celestial kingdom, Kyleson did not share this belief. The anguish endured by these marginalized individuals had brought them to the brink of eruption. And should the opportunity arise, he wished to lend them a hand from the shadows. After bidding farewell to his last group of patients for the day, Kyleson found himself with a moment of leisure. He promptly locked the clinic's door and retrieved a parcel that Sai had entrusted to him earlier. The contents of the package encompassed all the necromantic spells currently acquired by the Council of Death. A timely boon for Kyleson, who found himself lacking in means. However, he refrained from overreaching and opted to study a spell that was currently suitable for his capabilities. He had managed to stabilize a portion of the power from the remnants of his deathly fragment within his right hand, enabling him to utilize it as a hidden blade for surprise attacks, or to execute a mid-range assault through sensory perception. Recently, he had also mastered the technique of transforming the deathly fragment into claws. Yet regardless of the approach, it necessitated the presence of someone to provide cover and create opportunities. Thus, Kelson's chosen first spell was the classic Necromancer's incantation, the summoning of the dead, due to Kelson's need to make public appearances. It is rather implausible for him to maintain a death servant constantly at his side. Thus, he can only opt to summon undead creatures directly from the Soul Tomb realm. Kyleson personally relishes this incantation, finding a certain allure akin to drawing cards. Should he draw an orange card, he could bind it using the necromantic spell, the Undead Pact, as long as he can periodically provide spiritual essences, ensuring he has a steadfast and formidable ally. The initial summoning necessitates a ritual. Consequently, Kyleson chose a room within the clinic, using blood-soaked sand to inscribe runes symbolizing the Soul Tomb upon the ground. He lit several candles crafted from the fat of black goats and, amidst the accumulation of negative energy, Kyleson began to recite the obscure incantations he had gleaned from scrolls. The dark, shadowy winds materialized, swirling upward within the chamber, as the sand runes ignited with a ghostly flame. Grasping a handful of spell components, a mixture of void salt and spiritual essence, he sprinkled it into the center of the array. Instantly, a spatial vortex collapsed within the runes, and amidst a staircase formed by countless vengeful souls, Kelson's spirit initiated an invitation to the undead entities residing within the Soul Tomb. The continuously burning runes symbolized the passage of time for this summoning, and Kyleson felt as if he had triggered a matching mechanism. However, his hastily prepared spiritual essence was of mediocre quality. Consequently, the responding undead were feeble, which Kyleson rejected as he sought a powerful entity to withstand the frontline. Eventually, even the responding undead ceased to appear. After all, with such meager compensation, it was difficult for anyone to be inclined to assist Kyleson. Yet, he did not succumb to despondency. This was merely a trial to ascertain whether the technique could be employed. If it proved feasible, he would prepare higher-quality spiritual essences next time, ensuring the summoning of potent death beings. As the runes neared exhaustion, Kyleson was taken aback when the ominous tome in his mind began to exude an ancient pressure. An unknown, pitch-black power coalescing above his head into a crown composed of thorny bones. With the infusion of this energy, the great will of the Soul Tomb began to tremble, as their strength manifested here. The flames of the runes on the ground seemed to freeze, as if time itself had halted. Kyleson sensed that the surroundings had transformed to monochrome, and he could barely move, relying solely upon the crown of bones atop his head. After what felt like several minutes in his consciousness, Kyleson perceived the departure of those wills. It was as if they had reached a compromise, for from the array slowly ascended a shadowy figure. As the figure straightened, Kyleson recognized the extraordinary nature of this undead creature, towering over 2 meters. Unlike ordinary skeletons or wraiths, this undead possessed a corporeal form, Its obsidian body radiated an essence of engulfing darkness. With sinewy muscles exuding a beauty akin to steel, a voice, deep and resonant, as if from the abyss, emerged from the shadow beneath the hood, in service to the lords of finality. I shall pledge my allegiance to the master of the Idis Amoros Codex. What a revelation, such intelligence! What caliber of undead creature is this? Observing the exquisite mantle draping over its muscular form, Kyleson was invigorated by the concentrated essence of corrosive magic it possessed. Powerful and robust indeed, it appeared that the tome in his mind truly was the fabled Idis Amoros Codex, an artifact of immense significance within the realm of the undead. Kyleson, determined not to show any sign of trepidation, commanded, "Present your true name." The undead knelt once more and began to recite its name. "I am Malachi Gladstone Osweed Clarelden." As the lengthy name fell like a heavy stone, Kyleson felt the weight. Solidity and indestructibility akin to a mountain contained within it. By the time he comprehended the situation, the pact had been sealed. Whenever he wished, he could summon this formidable being from the soul tomb. "Malachi, you may withdraw." Kyleson gestured dismissively. "As you wish, my lord." Malachi bowed respectfully before gradually sinking into the ground. With his contracted undead departing, Kyleson finally exhaled in relief, able to surmise the nature of the entity he had just faced. This was a being of legend, one capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with deities. The lords of finality, who have existed since the dawn of creation, had imparted a fragment of their will here. Shaking his head, Kyleson reflected on how the Idis Amoros Codex had bestowed upon him substantial advantages, yet according to the laws of supernatural equilibrium, gains and losses must always remain commensurate. He pondered when the cost of such a boon would manifest. However, ruminating on such matters bore little purpose. Having acquired a formidable ally, he would rather focus on the next task at hand: how to eliminate the rotund Peter Felix. Chapter 38. The Art of Deception. Kyleson perused the documents in his hands. Regarding Peter Felix, the deacon. Oh no, he should now be referred to as Father Peter. Though this corpulent figure is widely despised and resorts to unscrupulous means, one cannot deny that a commoner could ascend to the position of a priest before the age of 40. It speaks to a certain cunning, as for Carlyle, who became a priest in his 20s. He had vaguely hinted at a close relationship with a bishop behind the scenes. In this context, Carlyle had merely landed a nominal position, far inferior to the authority that Peter had acquired as a priest in the noble district. The labyrinthine web of backgrounds left Kyleson feeling somewhat vexed, particularly since this individual had been assigned by the Holy Fire Order to act as an investigator, significantly complicating Kyleson's plans to take action against him. In a bid to cultivate a rapport with Michael, this rotund figure had recently severed ties with many of his dubious activities, allegedly dispatching an elite to aid him. To uncover the other's vulnerabilities, Kyleson would first need to expose some weaknesses of his own as bait. Given Peter's vindictive nature, he would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to ensnare Kyleson in turn. A plan began to formulate in Kyleson's mind. The following day, Kyleson took the initiative to visit the pathology department, greeting colleagues along the way, projecting an image of affability. He spent half an hour conversing with Director Dana's office, even acquiring a box of Silverleaf tea. Just as he was preparing to leave, a knock echoed at the door. Dana cast a puzzled glance at Kyleson, who shook his head, prompting her to say, "Come in." Entering was Father Peter, clad in black priestly garments. He squinted at Kyleson before stepping aside to allow another person to enter. Though Kyleson had anticipated this, his fingers twitched nervously, and he lifted his gaze to the Holy Fire Inquisitor. Naisha was still clad in her old knight's armor, now draped with a long robe adorned with flame patterns. She raised her hand to Peter in a slight bow. "Father Peter, no need for such formalities. I am merely expressing my respect for the warriors of the sacred." Peter, ever the sycophant, replied, "This is Director Dana and Kyleson from the laboratory." Naisha paid no heed to the emphasis Peter placed on Kyleson's introduction, instead inquiring about Director Dana. "Director Dana, I am Naisha from the Holy Fire Order, here to investigate matters related to heresy. Then I shall take my leave." Director Dana, Kyleson stood, feigning an intention to depart. As expected, Peter immediately interjected with a sardonic tone. Dr. Kyleson can certainly listen in. After all, you have participated in several surgeries in the pathology department. Kyleson forced a smile, resuming his seat, inwardly celebrating that the trap had been set. Indeed, upon acquiring the investigative authority from the Holy Fire Order, this rotund figure was all too eager to probe into the affairs of those with whom he had passed grievances, sparing no one. Not even Kyleson, who served as a mere underling, was his mentor also subjected to Peter's misuse of authority. The new inquisitors of the Holy Fire Order certainly possessed sharp instincts upon obtaining the investigative decree for the noble district. They immediately suspected Trinity Hospital. After all, only the physician who treated the first batch of severely injured inquisitors could possess first-hand information regarding the sinister entity. Please proceed with your inquiries. Director Dana gestured for them to sit. I would like to inquire about a batch of inquisitors who were delivered to the hospital for treatment a week ago, having been corrupted by sinister energies. It was the pathology department that handled their care. Correct? Naisha asked sternly as she sat, arms crossed. Indeed, due to insufficient personnel on duty, the pathology department had to temporarily conduct a surgery. Dana recounted the events of that day. Is there a problem? Who were the specific individuals involved? Naisha pressed further. Dr. Ferry and Dr. Kyleson also lent a hand. Director Dana replied, casting a glance at Kyleson. Peter interjected once more. I recall Dr. Kyleson is from the laboratory. Does he possess surgical qualifications? Dana, growing increasingly irked by the incessant interruptions from this rotund figure, replied curtly, I believe Dr. Kyleson's qualifications are more than sufficient. If you have doubts, you may inquire with the Inquisitor, who is successfully treated. Just as Peter was about to steer the conversation back to Kyleson, Naisha suddenly cleared her throat. Peter fell silent immediately, and Naisha continued, smiling as she addressed Dana. I would like to ask a question regarding the Inquisitor, whose secondary heart was removed. Are you aware of this, Director Dana? The atmosphere grew tense. That heart had been thoroughly corrupted by sinister energies, and as per surgical requirements, it indeed had to be excised. Normally, the removed heart would be preserved within the pathology department as a specimen. However, the hospital had accumulated numerous such items. Doctors occasionally took them home as collectibles or sold them on the black market to supplement their incomes. A private, unspoken rule. However, at that time, after Kyleson greeted him, he took it for his own use. Initially, this seemed inconsequential, but upon closer scrutiny, it was indeed a violation of regulations. Kyleson had also grasped Peter's intentions. The priest did not believe that the once timid and cowardly bookworm could possibly be the malevolent necromancer. Nevertheless, such an act of accepting kickbacks during this crackdown period was sufficient grounds for a serious investigation. With just a little maneuvering on Peter's part, Kyleson could easily find himself subjected to days of interrogation at the tribunal. And even the most innocent of individuals would emerge from such an ordeal half-mad. Director Dana was acutely aware of this, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his temple. It is our pathology department. Before he could finish his sentence, Kyleson interrupted him, saying, I took it home for research. Peter's expression morphed into a sinister visage, while the ever-smiling Natia turned her gaze toward Kyleson. Dr. Kyleson, technically, that belongs to Trinity Hospital and, by extension, the church. Why did you take it home without permission? Although Natia maintained a charming smile, her eyes betrayed no trace of mirth. Kyleson understood that he had become a figure of suspicion. It is merely a personal inquiry into knowledge. I will return it to the hospital once I complete the pathological report. Kyleson's words were impeccable. Although the pathological specimens were considered public property, they could be borrowed by physicians for research and writing purposes. This could be easily verified by checking Kyleson's residence, which was hardly a bother. Natia, arms crossed, proposed, It seems we are tightening the noose, aren't we? Kyleson, you have already equipped that organ. Will you be able to extract it and place it in a jar for us? I am afraid I have pressing matters to attend to tonight, and it may not be convenient, Kyleson replied with a smile. Natia tilted her head slightly, her petite and charming face now cold as ice. Then it shall be tomorrow. I hope Dr. Kyleson can spare some time, of course. Kyleson nodded in agreement. Seeing Kyleson's composed demeanor with no apparent weaknesses, Peter frowned in displeasure. Yet, noticing that Natia said nothing, he refrained from overstepping his bounds. Natia rose, giving a slight bow to both men, then turned to Kyleson. I will arrive punctually tomorrow, Dr. Kyleson. Thank you. Kyleson smiled and nodded, watching as the two departed. Once the door closed, Dana hastily inquired, Is everything all right? If it truly was sold, we could just procure something from the pathology department to cover it up. Rest assured, Director, I haven't sold it. I will return the specimen tomorrow, Kyleson reassured him. That is good to hear. Seeing Kelson's confident demeanor, Dana finally felt a sense of relief. Kyleson, however, stroked the palm of his right hand, untroubled by the prospect of revealing anything tomorrow, for tonight the truth would reveal itself. Chapter 39. Success or failure. As soon as he finished work, Kyleson made his way to the lower district. The reason for choosing the lower district was that he knew Peter would undoubtedly investigate the black market for any records of transactions involving sinister organs. This would allow him to ascertain whether the plague doctor had left any traces in the black market, and additionally, to discover where Kyleson had sold the mutated heart. After all, Peter viewed Kyleson as a once impoverished scholar who had been suppressed for so long. And now that he had gained attention, it was only natural for him to accept a kickback, in Trinity, who could claim their hands were entirely clean. The law enforcement and conditions of the lower district were most suitable for eliminating this rotund figure. The intricate alleys of the black market were the very place he had chosen as Peter's grave. Meanwhile, Peter and Natia had already arrived at the black market, ever since that vile entity was eradicated. The trade of profane artifacts had revived. Although the church officially opposed it, they turned a blind eye due to high taxes and support from the nobility, as long as it doesn't spill beyond the lower district. Natia frowned, surveying the dimly lit stalls, many of which housed explicitly banned hazardous items. Father Peter, can these things be bought freely? I have already seen several items with extensive curse or corrosive capabilities. Lady Natia. Where there is light, there are shadows. It is an unfortunate reality. But fret not. These items will not escape the lower district, Peter reassured her in a hushed tone. What do you mean they won't escape the lower district? Are the people of the lower district not human? Natia furrowed her brow. Peter chuckled awkwardly. Well, that is a decision made by those above us. We are here today to investigate heresies. Market issues are the decisions of the Bishop of the Holy Canticle. You see? Natia's fists tightened and then relaxed. All right. Let us first check the shops for any signs of the flow of sinister creations and, at the same time, see if anyone has encountered the plague doctor. You might as well head back. It's not suitable for you to engage with the black market and converse with those criminals. You might find it displeasing, Peter urged with a bow. Natia nodded. I'll find a nearby place to wait for you. If things go awry, just shout, and I will come. Father Peter, having risen from a commoner, relied not only on his diligent charm within the local church but primarily on his ability to navigate the upper echelons. A parish's personnel changes were overseen by a bishop of the order, but the actual assessment was multifaceted, reliant on various performances and recommendations. The roles of monks, priests, and deacons were given, aspiring deacons seeking to become priests. And those serving in exorcism, reading, and doorkeeping positions all required support. The TO catered to their needs. Small favors and financial gifts were essential, which naturally required funds that could not solely stem from the meager stipend of a monk. The quickest way to acquire funds was to engage in activities expressly forbidden by the scriptures, and trafficking in profane artifacts was one of them. Thus, when it came to the black market, Peter Felix was no novice. Meanwhile, Kyleson, donning a large cloak, sat on the second floor of a CAF. Fully aware of this from Jean's intelligence, the shadow of his hood concealed his features completely. Across from him was the largest distribution point for the dark underbelly, where nearly all troublesome profane oddities passed through. Peter, that rotund figure, had already entered. Naturally, Jean had given prior notice, ensuring Peter would glean no useful information. When he emerged, it would be his demise, and the individual tasked with this must have no ties to the underworld. The Plague Doctor was an ideal title for murder. About half a cup of coffee later, Peter stormed out in a fit of rage, followed closely by a bowing gang leader. I and the lower district. She could command the impoverished with authority, her hundreds of henchmen obeying her every word, yet in the presence of a corpulent priest, even she had to bow her head in submission. This was Konsberg. Even a great noble of the duchy had to show respect towards church figures, let alone these shadowy lowlifes. As Peter waved off this group, Kyleson donned a beaked mask. He kicked open the CAF window, coalescing a dagger of shadowy erosion in his hand, and plunged downwards towards Peter. Hearing the rush of wind, Peter looked up, his face paling in terror as he scurried backward like a frightened rodent. Just managing to evade the attack, Kelson's pupils contracted. With his current control over his body, his movements were akin to a swift arrow, yet Peter had managed to dodge. He did not dwell on it, instead leveraging the momentum to thrust the shadowy dagger, but it veered slightly, only piercing through the fabric beneath Peter's arm. Peter let out a terrified scream, clumsily turning to flee, but Kyleson would not let him escape. He conjured another dagger of shadowy erosion and surged forward. In his panic, Peter stumbled over his priestly robe, falling to the ground and exposing his undergarment to Kelson's view. Kyleson lunged forward, ready to end the life of this corpulent man. The silent force of erosion was poised to strike when radiant light erupted from Peter, enveloping him in a divine aura that dispelled Kelson's dagger and even sent him reeling back. Peter, who had been on the ground, suddenly sprang to his feet, swatting Kelson's mask away. He had been outwitted by this rotund figure. "It's you, Kyleson." The holy light pulsed gently, yet it illuminated the surprise, excitement, and a hint of malice on Peter's face, coalescing into a grotesque snarl. "You're finished. You're finished. You will be my grand achievement. I never imagined you could conceal yourself so well." It must have been quite the performance. Kyleson picked up the precious mask, brushing off the dust before donning it again. Divine spells required preparation. Only those devoted followers who continuously hone their skills in battle could masterfully unleash them at a moment's notice. Father Peter not only wielded spells with finesse, but appeared physically coordinated, suggesting he had practiced diligently. "You're staring death in the face, yet you still put on airs." Peter pressed the holy mark on the back of his hand, sending out rippling messages. "Natia would soon arrive. You may not realize the methods of the tribunal. Once you are inside, you will discover what it means to be flayed and have your bones extracted. No worries. Before your holy lady arrives, I'll take care of you," Kyleson replied, adjusting his mask and turning to face Peter. With this solar barrier, any malevolent magic would be repelled. Peter's smug grin revealed his mastery of protective spells. "What can a necromancer like you do to me?" Indeed, the sacred spells were proficient in guarding, dispelling, and healing, and Kyleson could certainly eliminate him using the remnants of the dead. However, on one hand, he intended to continue misleading the Order of the Sacred Flame, and on the other, he had recently acquired a new technique more suitable for handling such situations. Kyleson extended his hand, and the runes inscribed on his palm shimmered with a blue light. Activated by the essence of the abyss, he retrieved a paper-wrapped bone powder, and with a sharp, brief incantation, a twisted bone spear coalesced in his grasp. Although he had mastered this sorcery, it was utterly foolish to conceal his trump card by working in isolation. The corners of Kelson's mouth curled slightly upward. "Did you think that necromancers did not study countermeasures against guardian sorcery?" Kyleson leaned slightly forward, his mutated muscle fibers tautening his frame like a drawn crossbow, propelling the bone spear from his hand with a deafening crack as it pierced through the air. Although the sharp bone spear was driven by the essence of the abyss, it was, in essence, a summoning of a special bone spear from another realm. Such a corporeal entity could not be nullified. It directly breached the solar barrier, impaling Peter and sending him crashing backward. This moment, Peter was truly engulfed in terror as he grasped the bone spear, desperate to extract it and unleash a healing spell. Yet, the once sturdy bone spear suddenly erupted, its sharp fragments re-penetrating Peter's body. The core's dark green marrow evidently laced with deadly poison, the venomous bone spike, a rarity among necromancer spells that inflicted physical damage. Kyleson observed Peter, blood seeping from his mouth and nose, glaring at him with a vengeful intensity, and could not help but let out a cold chuckle, illuminating the runes in his hand to conjure a second bone spear, just as he prepared to move in for the kill. The ground trembled violently, and the wall of the alley to Kelson's left shattered into fragments. Amidst the rain of debris, a knight with flaming wings emerged from the smoke, his eyes ablaze with crimson fire. Chapter 40. The Loyal One. Kyleson turned his head, feeling as if time itself had frozen. In the midst of the swirling rubble, those molten gold eyes mirrored the gaze of the judge who wielded divine power on the night he ascended to the extraordinary. Kyleson crossed his hands over his chest with all his might, only to be struck by an overwhelming force that sent him crashing against the stone wall behind him, leaving a web of cracks in his wake. The center of his crossed arms had been punctured, and Kyleson, astonished, looked up to find Natia standing among the rubble, having merely extended a single finger. There exists a disparity even among judgment mentors. Natia retracted her hand, gazing at the unconscious Father Peter, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Escape, the singular thought echoed in Kelson's mind. Whether to deliver the final blow or not was no longer within his considerations. To linger even a moment longer would mean certain death. Kyleson swung his fist, pivoted sharply, and struck the already cracked wall behind him, bolstered by the forge of Bueller and the essence of mutated flesh. He shattered the wall and charged into the CAF. At that moment, Natia also drew her long sword, poised to deliver a horizontal slash, but was met with a terrified retreat of patrons within the CAF. Gritting her teeth, she tossed a gold ducat to the owner. Take care of this priest. With that, she propelled herself off the ground, a gust of wind following her as she surged forward. Kyleson fled at breakneck speed. Being pursued through these convoluted alleys was not a novel experience, though the intensity of this chase was unparalleled. This saint had illuminated the chasm between a fifth ring extraordinary and a second ring. He needed to find a way to elude his pursuers. Fortunately, everything was proceeding according to plan. The heavy thuds of footsteps drew nearer behind him, the clanking of knightly armor resonating like a death knell. Even clad in heavy armor, they were nearly upon him. Though cold sweat dripped from Kelson's brow, a maniacal grin spurred by fear and adrenaline crept onto his lips. If they catch me, dear uncle, I might truly meet my end. As he descended a slope, Kyleson leaped high, swiftly hurling 3 bone spikes. The first 2 spikes were cleaved apart by Natia's sword, reduced to ashes by the sacred flame, not causing her to falter in her pursuit. However, the third spike detonated midair before it could be intercepted, scattering dark green bone fragments that forced Natia to lower herself, bracing against the toxic shards with her armor. It was but a half-second pause, yet Kyleson seized the moment to roll down the slope and dart into another alley. Thoughts of the priest lying cold in the alley and those colleagues tortured to death in the sewers ignited Natia's fury. With blazing wings unfurled, she launched herself into the sky, embodying a celestial avenger. Her voice thundered with righteous wrath. Heretic, did you truly believe you could escape? Kyleson, having already slipped into the convoluted paths, suddenly felt an intense light behind him, a wave of heat washing over him. Turning around, he found a 4-winged seraph descending upon him, wielding a radiant, holy sword in pursuit. You dare tell me this is a 5th ring? Can a 5th ring possess such strength? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the attack came crashing down. Despite her overwhelming fury, Natia retained a semblance of rationality. The onslaught consisted solely of lightning strikes, eschewing the sacred flame that the judgment officials wielded with mastery. Nevertheless, Kyleson was forced to cower, quickly cornered into a dead end. Natia descended like a celestial firestorm, dispersing the surrounding dust as she approached Kyleson with her sword drawn, her voice icy as the depths of winter. Where is the demon? I am acquainted with many demons. Which one do you refer to? Kyleson replied with a light chuckle, spreading his hands in a display of nonchalance. Maintaining his poise even in such perilous circumstances, this world is rife with demons, such as that bishop who permits the trade of profane items in the lower districts. He is the greatest demon I know. Silence. How dare you defame the holy bishop? Natia rebuked sharply, intent on striking down this vile heretic. Yet, upon witnessing the stark reality upon her arrival in the lower districts, doubt flickered through her mind. Surely there must be others of greed within the church. It was this moment of hesitation that cost Natia the easiest opportunity to eliminate Kyleson in her lifetime. The summoning ritual must be nearing completion. Kyleson murmured to himself. Natia's keen ears caught the words, her brow furrowing in alarm. She immediately swung her sword in response. The blade swept forth like a blazing sun, cleaving through the fireproof bricks, melting the stone into magma at the cut. Yet, this unstoppable strike was seized by a massive, dark hand, the flaming sword appearing as insubstantial as air within its grip, and the part gripped began to cool. Natia's eyes widened in disbelief, and in the next moment, an overwhelming force collided with her, akin to the time she had effortlessly sent Kyleson flying with a mere finger. Now, he retaliated with a punch that shattered the alleyway. And only by relying on her blazing wings was she able to steady herself. My lord, Malachi has arrived late. The towering Malachi knelt before Kyleson, imploring, I beseech your grace for forgiveness. Kyleson waved his hand dismissively. Malachi, summoned for the first time, was a manifestation paid for by the lords of the soul tomb. For him to summon, he would need either a sufficiently powerful soul core for a permanent binding or a considerable amount of soul essence and rituals for a temporary summoning. This time, the expenditure of soul essence nearly depleted all the high-quality essence he could currently command, just enough to hold her off until your summoning time concludes. With that order given, Kyleson turned to depart. Seeing Kyleson leave so nonchalantly ignited Natia's fury. Her blazing wings surged into the sky. She charged at Kyleson like a small sun, yet this radiant sun collided with a void that had been utterly obliterated. Malachi knelt, observing Kelson's retreat, then slowly rose. His form resembled dark steel, impenetrable and indestructible. He turned, employing no necromantic sorcery, nor did he manipulate the essence of the abyss for any trickery. He simply threw a punch. Natia felt as if she had been struck head-on by a behemoth. No, it was even more severe, swift and precise, akin to a siege hammer aimed at her vital points. She was sent crashing into nearby structures. Malachi stood silently, his expression concealed beneath the shadow of his hood. Kyleson had instructed him to delay this human until the summoning time expired, and he would execute that command without fail. Amidst the ruins, an arm pushed aside debris, and a surge of fiery energy erupted, scattering the surrounding rubble. Natia rose from the midst, her crimson wings crackling with electricity, gradually transforming into a blend of blue, purple, and red energy. Spitting blood, Natia assumed a serious stance, channeling fervent sacred energy. Are you so drained of strength that the Necromancer's summoning left you unfed? Malachi remained unresponsive to Natia's provocation, resembling an immovable mountain, unwaveringly executing Kelson's orders. Yet, when it concerned Kyleson, he rarely spoke. The gift of my lord is a blessing in every drop. Compared to a necromantic being, you resemble a loyal imperial guard. Natia's long sword radiated like searing light. After a moment of silence, Malachi, still sparing of words, declared, The loyal perish in multitudes. In the next instant, a tremendous clash obliterated the nearby dwellings. Chapter 41. Right and wrong. Kyleson finally arrived at his clinic. Hastily stashing his mask in a safe before changing into a suit, preparing to circle back toward Father Peter. Should the man still cling to life, he would not hesitate to administer a dose of poison, ensuring he could not be revived by the sacred hymn church. Once he was dead, the ensuing chaos in the lower district would be attributed to the plague doctor, leaving Kyleson entirely unaccountable. Kyleson swiftly concocted a lethal toxin capable of claiming a life in but a second, drawing it into a syringe and concealing it within his sleeve, just as he was about to step through the threshold. The door was abruptly thrust open by none other than Natia, who was laden with an unknown burden. That moment, her condition appeared dire. The once splendid fiery wings on her back had vanished, and her aged knightly armor was riddled with dents. Blood trickled down her forehead, staining her once lovely visage a vivid crimson. Her right arm hung limply at her side, and her right leg bore signs of distortion, with her long sword having disappeared. Upon seeing Kyleson, Natia's eyes widened in surprise. Without delay, she placed her burden upon the emergency chair in the hall. "Dr. Kyleson, please, save Father Peter." A wave of anxiety coursed through Kelson's heart, though he feigned calm as he inquired, "Miss Natia, how did you come to know I run a clinic here?" "I do not know," she replied, wiping the blood from her brow, her expression frantic, "but I asked the locals and learned of a black market clinic nearby." Kyleson sighed with relief. It seemed his identity was still concealed. He gazed at Peter, whose complexion had turned an ashen shade. Though his face bore no expression, his eyes shimmered with mockery. "You were fortunate for a time, but now you have fallen into my hands." It appears that Kelson's luck prevails. That moment, Peter's eyes bulged as he recognized Kyleson, desperately attempting to expose him as the infamous plague doctor. However, the potent poison had rendered his body numb, and he could scarcely part his lips, managing only to emit a dark bubble of blood from his nostrils. Clearly, he had succumbed to a severe toxin. Kyleson, feigning regret, shook his head. "It seems he is beyond saving. Perhaps we should first attend to Miss Natia's injuries." Natia bit her lip, gazing at the stricken Peter with determination. "Is there any way to enable Father to speak for a moment?" Kyleson observed Peter, who was on the brink of death. If he did nothing, this rotund man would surely perish within minutes, a most prudent outcome. Yet, as a traveler of whimsical fate, he resolved to pursue something far more intriguing. "You possess a kind heart. Indeed, a parting word would be welcome." Kyleson approached the cabinet of potions, selecting several vials and preparing a concoction. "Let me give it a try." Before long, a vial was ready, and Kyleson filled a syringe with several milliliters of the solution, administering it into Peter's vein under the baleful gaze of the dying man. Almost immediately, the drug took effect, and Peter was astonished to find he could indeed muster the strength to open his mouth. Without time to ponder Kelson's sudden benevolence, he hastily opened his mouth and, after a series of coughs, summoned all his might to reveal Kelson's true identity, but as he spoke, his vocal cords tightened. "What do you mean?" Kyleson feigned confusion, stroking his chin. "Are you attempting to convey something?" Natia, too, was perplexed. She grasped Peter's shoulder and locked eyes with him. "Father Peter, could you articulate your thoughts more clearly?" Peter's face flushed red, then shifted to a sickly green. His lips trembled as he struggled to speak, yet ultimately fell silent. His visage turned pale, and after a labored gasp, he convulsed violently twice before his eyes widened in rage, and he breathed his last. Kyleson stifled a laugh, dramatically exhaling a long sigh. "Father Peter has perished in the line of duty." He was truly a devout believer. Natia, gazing at the grotesque sight of Peter's death, silently reached out to close his eyes. "Thank you, Dr. Kyleson. It is unfortunate that we could not save him." Kyleson opened the door to the operating room. "Let us attend to your wounds first, Miss Nadia." As he began to treat Natia's injuries, Kyleson realized the extraordinary resilience of a 5-ring transcendent. 5 ribs were fractured, one piercing into her lower lung, while her internal organs suffered varying degrees of hemorrhage. Her right arm was shattered, muscles torn, and her right leg's bones were dislocated. Yet, this woman had managed to carry Peter back without uttering a word, as if nothing were amiss. Truly, she was a paragon of fortitude. Kyleson first employed potions and rituals to staunch the internal bleeding, before utilizing an alchemical device to mend Natia's bones piece by piece. The agony of rejoining her bones was akin to the torment of crushing them anew, yet Natia's gaze remained unwavering, not even a whimper escaping her lips. She was indeed a fierce spirit. "If it hurts, I can be gentler," Kyleson inquired, Observing the sweat beading at her brow, "I can endure," Natia replied with a smile. "I've been a judge for 6 years. I am accustomed to this level of injury." Kyleson shook his head, internally admiring this female judge, who appeared to be in her 20s. Perhaps she had been flirting with death since her teens. Yet, Malachi was ruthless. He showed no mercy in reducing others to such a state. "Engage me in conversation to distract yourself." Natia gazed at the ceiling. "For instance, what prompted you to establish a clinic in the lower district?" "Dr. Kyleson?" Kyleson worked diligently, responding casually. "A friend's invitation. The previous black doctor met his demise in a gang conflict. Moreover, I am in dire need of funds, as my family is impoverished and the expenses of socializing in high society are not trivial." "Is being a doctor in the black market lucrative?" "Quite so. Those who hunt malevolent creatures for materials and those who collect desecrated objects require treatment but cannot risk exposing themselves at the church. Thus, they pay me a fee for my services." Suddenly, Natia straightened, her brow furrowed with indignation. "How can they engage in such acts? This is criminal. Their unprofessional hunting of malevolent creatures has bred a nest of evil, while desecrated objects roam freely to the detriment of society. And what would you have them do?" Kyleson paused, lifting his gaze to meet hers. "The people here are third-class citizens, devoid of means, subjected to the exploitation of the nobility and the Church of Consbird. If they do not engage in these activities, should they simply await starvation at home?" Natia and Kyleson locked eyes, and after a lengthy silence, she averted her gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. Kyleson calmed himself and resumed mending her bones. "Moreover, your judges are not particularly proficient at hunting evil in the lower districts either." As Kyleson fused the final bone, he initiated the healing ritual. "Many commoners have been tainted by malevolent energies. Had I not taken over this clinic, what fate would have befallen them?" Natia remained silent for a moment, weighing her words. "Is this the reason you took that aberrant specimen?" Kyleson gestured towards the wall-mounted display, where a floating mutated heart resided, its strange eye sealed shut by a special potion. Natia's expression softened. It seemed the impoverished denizens of a lower district could scarcely afford treatment, yet there had been no large-scale incidents of mutation-related fatalities. In her eyes, Kelson's motives for acquiring the specimen had shifted from mere self-interest to a blend of profit and conscience. Kyleson said nothing, allowing her to draw her own conclusions, for self-derived truths are the most compelling. Having navigated through this ordeal, he had temporarily cleared his suspicions in Natia's eyes. "Very well, I shall administer a healing potion. With your constitution as a judge, you should heal swiftly." After examining her injuries once more and confirming their stability, Kyleson closed the alchemical apparatus. "I shall waive your consultation fee." Natia rose, testing her limbs. Apart from a slight discomfort, she was nearly restored, clearly affirming that Dr. Kelson's medical prowess was indeed as commendable as Director Dana had claimed. "By the hand of the Holy One, his faithful people shall owe him no debts." This was recorded in the Old Testament of the Holy One. Natia reached into her armor, retrieving a leather pouch. "How much do I owe you?" 15 silver coins, Kyleson stated, his pricing reasonable for his level of skill. Now it was Natia's turn to feel embarrassed. Rummaging through her pouch revealed only a few silver coins, the rest having fused together from heat, while the remaining coppers were cracked from impact. "Forget it." Kyleson glanced at the charred remnants of coins. "I am not a bank. I cannot exchange damaged currency. I shall pay you. I promise to bring it another day." Natia's face flushed. "I will definitely do so." "Very well. I await your return." Kyleson reclined back into his chair, waving her off. Chapter 42. The Fallen Night. Kyleson sat at the round table in the wine cellar, recalling his last visit during the induction ceremony. This was a recent arrangement by Psy. Although the death cult would not interfere with their plans, members were expected to report on their recent endeavors periodically. Today marked the weekend for such reports, and Kyleson found himself experiencing a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of weekend overtime meetings from his previous life. It was almost certain that Psy was a petit bourgeois. Only he, Psy, and Dominic had arrived on time, while the others were over half an hour late, causing Psy's expression to darken. Dominic, adorned with a pair of intricately carved silver glasses, was leisurely engrossed in the book he held. While Kyleson, seated beside Sai, could only fold his arms and await the arrival of the tardy individuals. Observing the unwelcoming atmosphere, Kyleson felt compelled to initiate a casual conversation. Sai, how is the excavation of the ancient tomb of Saint Libea that you and Dominic have been working on? He inquired with a hint of intention. Dominic interjected from across the table. The situation is rather grim. The protective magical array has been unraveled to its final step, yet the adversary has ensnared the spell circuit in a deadlock, leaving us with no choice but to forcibly breach it. And what would be the consequences of such a breach? Kyleson pressed further. There will be a significant surge of magical energy, Sai sighed. Moreover, the entrance to that tomb is merely 4 streets away from the headquarters of the Holy Fire Church. It is certain that the priests will detect it. When that occurs, we may have to contend with the entirety of the Holy Fire Church, including Michael himself. Therefore, the timing is not yet ripe. We require more allies to realize this plan. Kyleson let out a weary sigh. Can you divulge what is so valuable that we would go to such great lengths to acquire it? With a snap, Dominic closed the book, removing his glasses and stowing them in his void bag. It is an artifact, a powerful relic capable of altering the course of events. I believe I have mentioned it before. This ancient tomb belongs to the first oath-breaking paladin. Can you guess why he was interred in such a grand sepulchre? Kelson's expression grew solemn as he straightened in his chair. Did he achieve great merits upon completing his penance? Your beginning and end are correct. Dominic leaned back against his chair. However, the journey was rather convoluted. In simple terms, this paladin broke his oath upon realizing that the strong are often shackled and unable to fully dispense justice. Indeed, but why then did he seek atonement? Kyleson raked his fingers through his silvery hair. Sai added to the historical account. The records state that the Night King was dissatisfied with his mentor's ineptitude, compelling him to accompany his mentor on a 6-year path of penance. His mentor had rendered him significant kindness, thus he felt obliged to comply. And then, Sai's brow furrowed slightly. The year following his atonement, his mentor perished. The historical texts are not entirely clear, but it is said he died in an unfair knightly duel. Thus, the first Oathbreaker became the first fallen knight. Dominic's eyes gleamed with intensity after vanquishing the scoundrels who conspired against his mentor. He vanished from sight. It wasn't until the War of the Fallen Kingdoms, 2 centuries later, that he re-emerged, wielding a demon sword, single-handedly annihilating an army and delaying the fall of Saint Libea by 30 years. You seek that demon sword? Kelson's respect deepened. If the accounts were true, a weapon capable of extending a mortal's life by over 2 centuries and possessing martial prowess was indeed worth any sacrifice to obtain. You plan to use this artifact to turn the tide. Both Sai and Dominic nodded in unison. By the gods. Kyleson regarded the 2 esteemed figures with admiration, recognizing them as the legitimate Necromancer and the Vampire Lord. When they acted, they did so on a grand scale, as if timed perfectly. Jean stepped forward. Apologies for my tardiness. I was caught in traffic on the way here. As you know, the foot traffic in the Central District is quite dense. Sai merely acknowledged him with a nod, refraining from further comment. Jean was indeed a reliable individual, especially with his recent power surge and his management of the black market affairs. No sooner had Jean arrived than Kyleson and Dick followed closely behind, their first act being to retrieve a bottle of wine from the rack. My apologies for the delay. We had some matters to attend to. Jean was delayed coming from the lower district. Yet you 2 from the upper district are also late. Their casual demeanor was rather unceremonious, especially considering they were originally brought into the Death Council by Sai, who held leverage over them. Hey, Sai, regarding that matter you asked me to investigate, I have some leads, hence the delay. Kyleson chimed in cheerfully. Since everyone is present, allow me to report. Proceed. Sai gestured with a tilt of his chin. This involves my brother Kai. It appears that Father Peter has been eliminated by him, and the Judgment Mentor, Nadia, has sustained severe injuries, leading to a disruption in the chain of information. Consequently, to temporarily placate the Church's inquiries, the bishops of the Holy Choral Church have demanded the eradication of several gray organizations as a form of appeasement. Sai chuckled lightly. Though Natya possesses considerable strength, she is still rather youthful. It is only natural for her to falter against Lord Kyleson. Given the circumstances, as per Lord Kyleson's strategy, we in the Death Council should seize the opportunity to win over these organizations. According to internal sources, the first organization targeted will undoubtedly require your assistance. Kyleson savored a sip of red wine. Oh, Sai raised an eyebrow. IT is the information broker. William, that werewolf, along with his pack of wolf cubs. At this, Kyleson recalled who Kyleson referred to, the werewolf he had encountered during his initial visit to Sai's abode, who had even provided him with a business card. Within the church, it was typically Kyleson who handled intelligence, while the lesser rumors from the mid-tier districts relied heavily on this werewolf. Although it was rumored that werewolves and vampires harbored an age-old enmity, Kyleson perceived that Sai appeared to diverge from the traditional vampire archetype. Holding no particular bias against William, I must caution you. Aiding them may not be the wisest course of action. Dominic, having donned his glasses once more, resumed his reading. After all, werewolves do not thrive in Consbird. They largely survive by betraying others to the church. On the contrary, I believe this presents an excellent opportunity. Kyleson proposed a starkly different perspective. Yes, I understand it. The mid-tier district harbors a multitude of necromancers and neutral entities masquerading as ordinary individuals. We require William's intelligence to consolidate them. Sai regarded Kyleson thoughtfully. This information had been shared with him privately, yet Kelson's articulation of it would indeed lend it greater weight in Donic's eyes. Then you and Sai shall manage this matter. With sufficient external support, we will have a chance to initiate that plan. Donic gathered his book to depart. He cast a glance at Dick. Your necrotic organ has been cultivated. It's time for implantation in the surgical chamber. Kyleson, have you prepared the rejection compatibility serum? It is in the second row of the refrigeration unit, labeled accordingly. Kyleson nodded. Then turned to Sai. What are your thoughts? William has indeed betrayed numerous necromancers and non-human entities to the church. However, he has never betrayed the Death Council. Now that trouble has arisen, I see no reason not to assist him. Chapter 43 The Boy Scouts. Kyleson leaned against the front of the manor, awaiting Sai's arrival. Sai was always punctual, neither early nor late, appearing promptly at the appointed hour. The sun had not yet fully set. Is it safe for you to venture out now? Kyleson checked the short sword hanging at the inner side of his coat, mentally preparing for the worst-case scenario where they would confront a judge upon arrival. The sunlight merely weakens vampires. It does not destroy them, and they are not as easily deterred by steaks and garlic as popular lore suggests. Sai donned white gloves and gestured invitingly. Kyleson has relayed the subsequent intelligence. Let us discuss it as we walk. The two strode down the street, winter nearing its end. With foot traffic gradually increasing, they ambled along the roadside, appearing no different from the ordinary populace. The operation is being led by Gerald. Do you remember us mentioning this individual? A former demon hunter of the Holy Steel Order, seasoned with battle experience and possessing dual powers. Kyleson chuckled lightly, though his eyes reflected caution. That sounds rather challenging. He had thoroughly reviewed the hunter's dossier, experienced and ruthless. Although he had yet to ascend to the fifth ring, he was evidently more cunning than Nadia. In essence, he was not easily deceived and was highly vigilant. In fact, shortly after his arrival in Consbird, this hunter had relied on his keen instincts for hunting dark creatures in the wild to uncover numerous hidden heretics, including a fifth-ring wild sorcerer. Sai's tone grew wary. This individual managed to encircle that sorcerer with 10 apprentice judges, resulting in only one sustaining minor injuries. This demonstrated his considerable tactical planning abilities. Kyleson continued from Sai's remarks. To deal with him, we must isolate him. Fortunately, they were now the yellow bird, while the mantis-hunting cicadas remained oblivious to their existence. Sai halted, raising his staff to indicate the building ahead. We have arrived. Kyleson gazed at the structure situated in the mid-tier district, close to the upper tier. The stronghold of the information broker William was, astonishingly, an orphanage. He exchanged a glance with Sai before they entered the orphanage together. Everything appeared normal within the orphanage. After all, to operate in such a location, it was likely that William had some connections with the authorities. Upon entering, staff members promptly ushered the two upstairs, the children confined within the small rooms. Upon noticing the presence of strangers, swiftly straightened their postures and peered out from the windows, adopting a pitiable demeanor in hopes of being adopted from this place. However, upon realizing that Kyleson and his companion were not there to adopt them, they coldly retreated once more. Soon, the two men encountered William upstairs. Today, he presented himself in human form, and Kyleson identified him by the color of his fur. "Sai, I have received your letter," William said, scratching at the thick hair on his face. His expression grave. "I have also gathered some information. I might be at my wits' end. We will surely devise a plan," Sai replied, shaking his head. "I promise to take you out of Khan's I have betrayed too many people, whether from your side or the church's. Now, I wish for nothing more than my own demise," William said, a mix of reluctance and resignation etched on his face. "I have walked on thin ice for half my life, and it seems I can no longer reach the other side." "Not necessarily," Kyleson interjected suddenly. William glanced at Kyleson and then turned to Sai, who nodded, prompting William to sit up. "It has been a long time." "Mr. Kyleson, do you have any insights? I wonder if Mr. William wishes to survive alone, or if he desires for others to survive as well." Kyleson leaned back in his chair, his hands crossed. Kyleson chuckled dryly. "What do you mean? If I am not mistaken, those orphans have been tainted by certain mutations, have they not? Some even possess otherworldly bloodlines." Kyleson smiled slightly, with the enhanced perception afforded by his abilities as a plague doctor. He quickly discerned the nature of the children housed in the orphanage. 99% of them would inevitably tread into the realm of sorcery, while those with otherworldly traits would certainly become half-human, half-monster. Instability incarnate. "Hand them over to the church and you shall live. Is this not your forte?" A sharp sound echoed as William's claws left deep gashes on the wooden table, his lips curling into a snarl as his canine teeth became visible. His voice transformed from a low murmur to a beastly growl. "Take back those words." Sai's eyes turned crimson, the sword staff in his grip sliding out slightly as he leaned protectively in front of Kyleson. Yet Kyleson remained unperturbed, continuing to address William. "Then I understand your stance. I have a method that can ensure both you and the children you have adopted can survive. Would you care to listen?" William realized he was being tested. Werewolves were a volatile and irritable breed, easily read by others. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he retracted his claws. "I apologize for my outburst, Mr. Kyleson. Please, continue with your plan, if it can protect these children." "I am willing to sacrifice anything." William seemed to feel a lack of conviction, so he reiterated. "Anything. Eliminate the judge named Geralt who seeks to eradicate you, and I can arrange for those children. If he remains alive, it is only a matter of time before he unearths everyone. It appears he has no qualms about harming children." Kyleson fixed his gaze on William. "Without the burden of these children, I believe you should be able to conceal yourself in Khan's. The Dead Society will assist you." William's pupils trembled violently. After weighing the implications in his mind for a long while, he finally agreed. "So be it. I will inform you of the specifics. Process the paperwork so I may take a child with me. Given the current circumstances, it is wise to proceed with caution." Kyleson stood and extended his hand to William. "If you wish to retract your agreement, let me know by 9 tomorrow morning that I will not backtrack," William replied, shaking his hand firmly. "I have stated, it is everything. What are your thoughts?" Sai inquired softly as they exited the orphanage, looking towards Kyleson. "What is our purpose in taking in so many children?" Kyleson gazed at the timid girl trailing behind him and explained. "In the short term, it is to control and absorb the resources of the Dark Hand. We require manpower. Is it not true that William relies on this group of children for intelligence as well? Moreover, when we eventually need to flee Khan's, we can cultivate a new army from the resources of the Dark Hand. In the future, when we escape, this group will serve as our foundation." Sai regarded Kyleson with a knowing look. "Your ambitions are considerable." Kyleson laughed heartily, tousling the hair of the girl beside him. You are not lacking either. But William, he is destined to die, is he not? Sai's gaze bore into Kyleson, his voice low. The Church of Khan's birth does not permit a second failure. Someone must take the blame this time, and William is a prime candidate. He cannot escape this fate. He knows it all too well, Kyleson replied, his smile fading. Under the night sky, William sat quietly in his recliner, the thick clouds obscuring the moonlight, rendering it impossible to discern even a hint of its glow. Chapter 44. Preparations for Action. Watch closely. I will demonstrate only once. Kyleson picked up the surgical instruments and began the operation on the mutated cyst before him. The patient had forcibly consumed a juvenile aberrant insect in an attempt to combat a malevolent entity, resulting in the rapid formation of a cyst filled with eggs within his body, which began to siphon away his life force. Had he arrived even half a day later, he would have been transformed into a humanoid insect nest. Nearby, Lisa watched intently, her slit pupils narrowing. She was the girl Kyleson had rescued, originally from a nomadic tribe within the borders of the Ernest United Nations, who had wandered to Khan's birth after her tribe's annihilation. Upon her arrival in Khan's birth, her dark skin and exotic features almost led to her abduction. Had it not been for William's intervention, her fate would have been dire. Kyleson chose her not merely for her evident beauty, but also because she was a half-snake hybrid. Indeed, she possessed a serpent's tail and reptilian pupils, a subspecies renowned for its formidable self-healing abilities and resistance to toxins. Many nations trained half-snake assassins who could withstand poison, and Kyleson intended to use her as a test subject. Moreover, he believed his clinic could benefit from an assistant. Performing routine surgeries without challenge would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, after extracting half of the insect eggs. Kyleson handed the instruments to Lisa, signaling her to take over. The rest is up to you. Remember to administer fluids and inject antibiotics. If the creature begins to stir, apply some suppressants. Lisa took the surgical tools, her hands steady as she completed the remaining work. Satisfied, Kyleson retreated to the recliner at the front desk. Truly, she was well suited to be an assassin. While her medical knowledge was still lacking, her dexterity was impressive. After all, both assassins and doctors relied on their hands to wield their tools. Kyleson had not enjoyed his respite for long when the clinic door was abruptly pushed open. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with a familiar face. Nadia placed a silver coin on the counter and addressed Kyleson. Dr. Kyleson, I have come to repay you. Has it been several days already? Did the church cut your funding? Kyleson sat up from the recliner and secured the silver coins in a locked drawer. I have undergone some investigations, but that is only part of it, Nadia replied, scratching her head sheepishly. Additionally, my salary is quite low. I donate most of my earnings to charitable organizations, so I could only accept a few commissions from the church to gather enough to pay you. How is it possible to earn 15 silver coins within a few days from commissions? Kyleson chuckled at first, but then abruptly adopted a serious demeanor, activating his plague perception. Wait, let me examine you. How did you acquire 4 different types of corrosive wounds? Have you been battling multiple malevolent entities? I will be fine. With my extraordinary physique, I will recover in a few days, Nadia said, flexing her arm and patting her muscles. Her knight's armor, which she had repaired after the last encounter, now bore fresh dents from battle. Does this affect your business? After all, the more evil beings I slay, the fewer innocent civilians are affected. Kyleson scrutinized Nadia with a peculiar gaze. This girl in her 20s was truly a paragon of virtue, causing him to feel a pang of guilt for considering deceit. Rest assured, as long as there are those who suffer, my practice will never lack clientele. As he spoke, Kyleson began to concoct alchemical potions, intending to provide this acolyte of the church with something beneficial to help conceal his true identity. Soon, thanks to his plague perception, he successfully prepared a vial of pale blue alchemical potion. Drink this. Consider it my pro bono service. I will not charge you. Nadia hesitated, not immediately accepting the vial. Kyleson, growing impatient, pressed the potion into her palm. What? Are you concerned about my medical skills? If you drink it, and it does not cure you, you can smash my clinic. I will owe you for the medicine. I will repay you next time. Natia, shedding her previous hesitance, downed the potion in one swift motion. Moments later, the effects began to manifest. She coughed out 4 distinct colors of mist, which then dissipated into the air, and her complexion noticeably improved. Thank you, Dr. Kyleson, and no need for formalities. Just call me Kyleson, he replied, leaning against the counter with one hand. At that moment, Lisa emerged from the operating room, accompanied by a patient whose wounds had been sutured. He appeared pale, with gray lips, yet his spirit had visibly improved compared to the lethargy he exhibited upon arrival. Teacher, the surgery is complete, Lisa announced, raising her blood-stained gloved hands while keeping a wary eye on Natia, her body trembling slightly. You? Natia turned to Kyleson, her eyes filled with questions. Did not the Holy Spirit instruct us to show equal love to all mankind? A girl of merely 12 or 13 shouldn't be condemned to die in the gutter simply due to her serpent lineage. Don't you agree? Kyleson waved his hand dismissively. Her training here to learn how to save lives is hardly a bad thing. Recently, Natia had encountered many things while undertaking commissions in the lower districts, and her perspectives had become more flexible. Observing Lisa's pitiful demeanor, combined with Coulson's consistently benevolent image, she pondered for a moment before averting her gaze. You'd better take good care of her. If anything goes awry, I will hold you accountable. Kyleson immediately stood at attention, responding, Understood, Your Honor. I am not jesting, Natia said with a serious expression. The Church is currently conducting purges against heretical superhumans and evil races. The captain of the operation is an acquaintance of mine, and his principles are not as flexible as mine. Even subhumans might be executed on sight when encountering him. That's so, Kyleson feigned surprise. Beginning to ensnare Natia in his scheme, I was considering assigning Lisa the task of procuring medicines in the next couple of days. Let's wait until the day after tomorrow, Natia advised, casting a kind smile at Lisa. For now, refrain from wandering about recklessly. Kyleson nodded, having gleaned the timing of the Holy Fire Order's actions. After notifying William, he and Sai could prepare an ambush and subsequently lure Geralt into a trap. Thank you for the warning, Kyleson expressed with gratitude in his gaze. Next time you embark on a mission for the Order, do inform me of the target's details beforehand, and I will prepare immunity potions for you. Many specifics only become clear at the scene, Natia replied, patting Coulson's shoulder. But I still appreciate your assistance. Just take me along. I can prepare on site. Kyleson resolved to earn the favor of this saintly maiden. Hoping to extract more intelligence from her in the future, it would be an excellent opportunity for me to gather more specimens of pathological transformations, potentially aiding even more patients. Natia's expression softened in acknowledgement of Coulson's intent. It's a deal indeed. Chapter 45. The possibility of the future. Kyleson and Sai stood atop a high building, utilizing Sai's shadowy art to conceal themselves in the shadows of the nearby clock tower as they observed the distance. I've already notified William. We will proceed according to plan tomorrow. Sai's crimson pupils narrowed, his face concealed behind a pale mask as he monitored a butcher shop across the street with the heightened vision of a vampire. How did you know Geralt would be operating in this vicinity today? I anonymously reported the addresses of those cannibalistic cultists to the Holy Fire Order, Kyleson explained, adjusting the long nautical telescope set on the ground. These fellows are rather audacious, running a butcher shop selling premium beef. Now half the block has unwittingly become potential followers of the cannibalistic god, Mirad. Sai's blood-red eyes flickered. I sense a surge of life magic. It seems they've come into contact. The decayed vitality of these Mira devotees appeared thick and not easily dealt with. Kyleson magnified the telescope's lens, focusing on the butcher shop. Naturally, I selected them from William's intel for their strength. Let's see how much power this Judicator mentor can demonstrate. The battle had scarcely begun when the battlefield transitioned to the street. Kyleson couldn't help but admire the tactical acumen of the former Holy Steel ascetic Judicator mentor. After all, engaging a horde of physically enhanced ghouls in a cramped butcher shop would likely result in one-sided slaughter if they were consumed one by one. As the venue opened up, a dozen Judicators encircled the 3 aberrant beings, with the Judicator draped in a flame-patterned cloak at the core, presumably being Geralt. Sai observed the metallic glint beneath the cloak, commenting, "Heavy plate armor? Truly befitting the Holy Steel Order's solid and steady melee style. That armor doesn't appear to be ordinary. We'll need to prepare armor-piercing spells." Kyleson nodded, continuing to scrutinize the unfolding combat. The Judicators began to compress the space for the aberrants. Their coordination involved the Judicator wielding a Holy Flame longsword and shield as the primary attacker, with a giant sword wielder on the side seeking opportunities to eliminate foes, and another with a Holy Spear providing cover and ranged assaults. Under such pressure, the outnumbered aberrants found no openings to exploit. Moreover, all of them were enveloped in a metallic sheen, facing the decaying punches of Myra's aberrants without flinching. Even the foe's mental extraordinary artifacts failed to have any effect. A certain group mental luminescence appeared to be the skill of this Geralt Judicator mentor, enhancing defenses while resisting mental attacks. Kyleson noted the details. In a scenario of numerical disadvantage, unless there was a significant disparity in power, such tactics were nearly insurmountable. Just then, as if to validate Coulson's assessment, one of the Mira cultists suddenly bit into the neck of a nearby severely injured companion, violently swinging the human body before contorting his jaw to swallow it whole. His body swelled grotesquely, resembling a grotesque giant covered in pustules, and he seized another fleeing companion, crushing him before shoving him into his mouth. Oh, Myra's ritual of shared sacrifice. Sai recognized the desperate gambit of the cultist. Now this monster likely possesses the strength of 5 rings. I wonder how they will handle it. The giant, festooned with decaying pustules, sprouted 2 human faces from its shoulders and abdomen, all 3 gaping mouths bellowing a tremendous roar as it charged towards the Judicator's formation. The 2 small teams quickly merged but were unable to withstand the overwhelming force, instantly being toppled. To Coulson's astonishment, the fallen Judicators swiftly regained their footing, continuing their assault on the giant, while the fervent Holy Fire Judicators typically did not succumb to fear. Such zeal often led to recklessness. However, this cohort maintained a cool-headed tactical approach even after sustaining injuries. The original Giant Sword team now also played a role in restraining the monster's movements. While the spearmen took turns throwing their weapons, the massive creature, unable to evade, was soon left struggling in a futile battle. At this moment, Geralt drew the long sword from his back, leaping onto the beast's head, and thrusting the weapon through its skull. The sword inscribed with holy runes unleashed its power, ultimately ending the creature's life. As the dust settled, remarkably, there were no fatalities among the combatants. Kyleson retracted his gaze. Folding the telescope, beside him, Sai wore a grim expression, clearly apprehensive of the elite Judicator mentor's formidable prowess. We cannot allow him the opportunity for coordinated warfare, Kyleson concluded, under the collective enhancement of Holy Steel's radiance. Even those religious fanatics become adept at both advance and retreat. A calm fanatic is the most terrifying. Sai nodded in agreement. We need to devise a method to split the battlefield, ensuring the commander and his soldiers are separated. He paused, then added, let's employ the simplest of tactics. Kyleson considered, I believe that for this astute Judicator mentor, any cunning schemes would likely backfire. What do you intend to do? Sai turned to Kyleson, inquiring, have William lure the serpent out of its den. As a liaison for the Holy Fire Order, Geralt will certainly come, Kyleson proposed. Arrange for him to meet in a suitable location, and together we shall send him to meet his Holy Spirit. Sai nodded, recognizing that sometimes the simplest and most direct approach proves to be the most effective. The two descended the building, where old Duncan had been waiting in the car for quite some time. Upon returning to the estate, they found Dominic in the laboratory, documenting the data on the mutated flesh, providing an ideal opportunity to discuss strategies against the divine arts of the Holy Steel Church. We should disregard mental spells. The Holy Steel Order is comprised of ascetics, possessing exceptionally high mental resistance. Coupled with their own holy fire arts, spells of that nature are likely to yield little effect. Dominic remarked while jotting down the data. However, I do have an idea. Kyleson glanced at the recording board in Dominic's hands, speculating on his notion. Are you suggesting we exploit the corrosive nature of the aberrant flesh favored by the outer gods? That's essentially the gist. Currently, this substance poses quite a challenge to the followers of the Holy Spirit. In the presence of Kyleson, who is equally brilliant and a sorcerer, Dominic's desire for expression is markedly stronger. However, one cannot simply throw flesh and blood at the opponent. The tainted energy must be refined for us. It is akin to the blood mist encountered in the sewers, albeit in a more concentrated form. Thus, if we work overtime today to purify it, we shall have enough to contend with Geralt. Kyleson retrieved alchemical apparatus from a nearby cabinet. And what about you? Sai nodded in response. I will prepare the corresponding spell, as per our plan discussed in the vehicle. The significance of dealing with Geralt is immense for the death cult. On one hand, it is to acquire grassroots manpower, and on the other, in the long term, Kyleson hopes that this judicator will not merge the fragmented sects of the Church. Given the existence of dual-power practitioners now, could there be a future emergence of tri-power ones? Perhaps that would catalyze the evolution of the extraordinary, yet for non-church forces, it would not bode well. At least not for Kyleson, the Necromancer. Chapter 46. Into the underground judicator Geralt. After confirming that the other party had come alone, William respectfully bowed. Mr. William, Geralt, draped in the voluminous robe of the Holy Flame cult, surveyed the desolate and empty granary. This matter must be discussed here. Though our acquaintance is brief, you should have heard my name within the Holy Flame cult, William replied, his stature considerably taller than Geralt's. Yet at this moment, he humbly bowed. I have betrayed too many. Naturally, I have made numerous enemies. Geralt grunted through his nose. So, what do you wish to discuss with me today? William's expression turned awkward. I have heard a rumor, though it may be mere gossip, that the cult intends to seek out a heretic to fulfill the Church's objectives. There is indeed some truth to that, Geralt admitted without hesitation. William hesitated. And this person? It wouldn't happen to be me, would it? And if it were? Geralt's expression morphed into a sardonic smile. What if it were not? The atmosphere between them grew icy, and Geralt's demeanor gradually turned indifferent. Fixating his gaze upon William, returning the glare fiercely, eventually lowered his eyes. If I were to die, would the children in my orphanage survive? Geralt's expression remained unchanged. Do you not understand why you were chosen? Or do you think you alone possess the weight to satisfy the Church's demands? They are still children. They too can become good people. William's eyes brimmed with confusion and anger. Evil is evil. Extinguishing them in their cradle is the best course of action. Geralt displayed an expression of unwavering conviction. Perhaps among them, a virtuous soul might emerge, but to indulge them for such a minuscule possibility is no different from slaughtering innocent lives. In my view, a dead heretic is a good heretic. William's beastly claws began to manifest. Then you should go die. Wasn't that your intention from the beginning? Geralt revealed a cruel smile, loosening his robe to expose the thick armor beneath and the long sword at his waist. And your assistant, who has been eavesdropping all this time, may as well reveal himself. After Geralt's words, silence enveloped the surroundings for a moment, until he clicked his tongue. You came alone, didn't you? Truly arrogant, before he could finish his sentence. A figure emerged from the shadows, wearing a beaked mask, accompanied by a noble adorned with a white mask. The plague doctor spoke first. I told you, he is deceiving us. The noble remained silent for a moment. What difference does it make? Regardless, he must emerge. His little tricks have failed. He will certainly find himself in an embarrassing predicament. The plague doctor glanced at Geralt. I relish the sight of the self-righteous feeling embarrassed. Death's plague doctor. Geralt spat out Kelson's codename through clenched teeth. It seems I've truly caught a big fish. Kyleson pointed at Geralt and turned to Sai. Did you see that? He is attempting to shift the topic. In truth, he is in quite the predicament. Geralt frowned, suppressing his inner fury, regaining the composure of a penitent. He drew his long sword, the alternating light and dark runes, along with the gleaming alchemical silver, signifying that this weapon was no ordinary blade. Kyleson unsheathed a short sword from within his coat. while Sai let a drop of blood fall from his palm, which transformed into a blood-colored staff. Together with the half-beast William, the trio formed a triangular formation, blocking all of Geralt's avenues of retreat. Kyleson was the first to strike, unleashing a long-accumulated soul arrow from the drowned god, a meteor forged from devouring darkness, hurtling towards Geralt, while simultaneously he conjured a ghostly bone spike from the bone powder in his sleeve. Sai also made his move, raising his staff and quickly reciting incantations, extending his right hand to summon a plague of blood to infect Geralt. Geralt's swordplay was straightforward. He raised his longsword, shining with holy energy. Above his head, cleaving through the soul arrow, and then effortlessly parrying the oncoming bone spear, his cloak ignited with fiery radiance, purifying the blood plague. Meanwhile, William leapt into action, his form moving with such swiftness it appeared as a mere blur. Launching a claw strike aimed directly at Geralt's crown, that moment, the Judicator had just severed Kelson's assault and was unable to bring his sword back in time for defense. Just as the situation seemed dire, a barrage of holy spears rained down from afar toward William. Despite his intent for mutual destruction, he was still struck by the light spears before Geralt's returning sword flung him into a heap of debris. "Do you really think 3 of you can take me down?" Geralt twirled his longsword, flinging off the blood. "You don't think I came here alone, do you?" The white-clad Judicators emerged from all corners, swiftly sealing off all exits of the granary, while the heights had been occupied by spear-throwers, poised to launch ranged attacks from above. William sprang from the debris. He had fully transformed into a towering 2-meter-tall brown-furred werewolf, his long arms and massive claws exuding an air of intimidation, while the deep, visible wounds on his chest began to sizzle and heal. Geralt coldly observed the unfolding scene. "Surrender. You have no chance of victory." Kyleson turned to Sai. "Sai, these Judicators are in your hands." "Understood." Sai nodded and took a step back. Geralt looked on in confusion as he noticed the fire magic brewing in Sai's hands, sensing something amiss. But it was too late. Once the ritual was initiated, the floor, rigged with explosives beforehand, detonated, causing the entire surface to collapse. Kyleson and William steadied themselves, only to be met with a second explosion that sent them plummeting into the cellar at the very bottom of the granary. They had been severed from their allies. In the pitch-black cellar, Kyleson, the Necromancer, and William, the werewolf, possessed dark vision, while Geralt, the human believer, found himself at a disadvantage. Now, the true threat revealed itself. This was Kelson's ultimate plan. Outside, Sai would handle the Judicators alone, and it was said he had prepared a large-scale spell, so Kyleson felt no concern for his typically reliable ally. It was now a righteous 2-on-1 confrontation. 2-on-1. "You think that will ensure your victory?" Geralt spoke gravely. Concealed in the shadows, Kyleson remained silent, continually gathering dark energy, preparing to demonstrate to this Judicator what true power entailed. William, too, refrained from hasty action. His extensive combat experience had taught him to await the sorcerer's first strike. "Do you think you can evade the judgment of the sacred by hiding in the darkness?" Geralt's expression was suffused with magical energy as he began to gather a divine spell. Kyleson summoned a sharp bone spear, enhanced by the drowned god's aggregation of dark ether, exuding a sinister sheen. Moreover, Kyleson infused it with a touch of deathly power. Should it pierce Geralt's flesh, it could yield an instant kill. That moment, he stood right behind Geralt. The spear was thrown, slicing through the air in silence, aimed directly at Geralt's nape. Simultaneously, Geralt's divine spell reached completion. My heart and actions are as steadfast as steel. No evil can shake my being. With a soft incantation, Geralt's demeanor turned icy, his entire being seemingly coated in a metallic luster. The lethal spear struck his nape, producing a sound akin to steel meeting steel. Kyleson, in horror, beheld as the spear, capable of breaching armor, was repelled by flesh. Then, Geralt raised his longsword high. In an instant, a holy radiance spread outwards, illuminating everything within its scope. "I found you, you insidious rats." Geralt drew another long sword. wielding both blades as he charged towards Kyleson. Prepare to die, heretic. Chapter 47. Carelessness. Kyleson felt sweat bead in his palms, despite having engaged with adjudicators of the Holy Flame cult a few times. He had never faced them head-on with his true power. It was evident they had researched him extensively, with his instant kill techniques anticipated. How could a second-tier practitioner contend against a fourth-tier? How is one to strike? It seems utterly impossible, lacking the requisite strength. Fortunately, the combat between spellcasters and their followers does not possess the same overwhelming nature as that between melee extraordinary beings. Kyleson retrieved a noose soaked in the blood of the wronged from his inner pocket. Using it as a material for his spellcasting, he knelt, one hand pressed to the ground, and began to chant his incantation. Instantly, 2 ethereal green chains erupted from the earth, ensnaring Geralt's arms, and then tightening to bind him in place. Geralt's countenance was as resolute as iron, his entire body exuding a metallic sheen. Even the illusory chains emitted a creaking sound as they were pulled taut, accompanied by a crisp sound of shattering. The ghostly chains disintegrated. The Chain of the Damned. This was the most potent control spell that Kyleson could muster at present. The preparation of that very spell material alone required over 3 years. Yet, in the face of a 2-level disparity, it merely delayed his opponent for a few seconds. Thankfully, in a life-and-death struggle, those few seconds were more than sufficient. With fur as dark as shadows, William launched a swift attack from the side. Seizing the moment when Geralt had just freed himself from his bindings, leaping upward with claws poised to strike, the formidable physical strength of the werewolf manifested at that moment, propelling Geralt like a cannonball against the wall of the cellar. Was that it? Kyleson rose, brushing off his garments. William flexed his sharp claws. Even steel would be torn asunder by such a ferocious strike, yet the impact of his blow had left his hand tingling. Perhaps not. For Geralt was as unyielding as an ironclad turtle. While they conversed, Geralt had already risen to his feet once more. Grasping his sword with a reverse grip, he casually dusted off his attire. Is that all? Kyleson disregarded the provocation. I will cover you. You shall be the main attacker. If we can delay until the judges outside are dealt with, victory will be ours. William nodded, his muscles beginning to bulge. Transforming his form from slender to robust, with hands and feet planted firmly on the ground, he surged forward in an instant. Within the relatively spacious cellar, he swiftly closed the distance to Geralt. Simultaneously, Kyleson began to chant his incantation at an accelerated pace. His spell was insufficient to harm Geralt, but creating a distraction would suffice. Soul arrows began to curve towards his opponent, accompanied by venomous bone spears. Epitomizing the essence of a swift yet lethal assault, Geralt's counterattack was straightforward, characterized by his impeccable swordsmanship and indomitable defense. With precise execution, he deflected the wolf's claws while delivering a slashing blow to the wolf's head, followed by a thrust that forced William back. Subsequently, Geralt withstood 2 bone spears, leveraging their momentum to evade the ensuing soul arrows, and then retaliated by conjuring a holy fire spear, hurling it towards Kyleson. Caught off guard, Kyleson was struck in the thigh by the spear. Although he had developed a resistance to divine magic and dulled pain sensation, the damage to his physical structure caused him to collapse to the ground. With so many flaws, battling instinctually like a beast, and a necromancer lacking finesse, I had overestimated you both. Geralt shook his head, glancing at William. How do you intend to protect the aberrations you have taken in? William bore a gaping wound on his head, blood staining his fur, while the punitive force of the holy fire hampered his rapid healing abilities. Geralt's words provoked him, and he roared in rage, forcing his head and chest wounds to heal once more, charging forward again. However, without Kelson's range support, Geralt pursued with reckless abandon, with a flurry of dual sword strikes, using his body as a shield. Who could possibly withstand such an onslaught? William was soon left bloodied, numerous wounds exposing bone rendering him incapable of standing. It is over. Geralt stood before William, poised to sever his head and eliminate the werewolf once and for all. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Geralt noticed Kyleson had regained his footing. His heart skipped a beat as he instinctively hopped back 2 steps. He then found his reaction amusing. This fallen plague physician was not as formidable as rumored. At most possessing the power level of a second ring spell, defending against the remnants of the fallen was hardly a concern. What was there to fear? Ah, it seems it is indeed over. Kyleson stretched his legs, recently restored through flesh magic, and then began to applaud Geralt. You face your demise with equanimity, plague physician, yet your power renders that equanimity laughable. Geralt mocked in response. Repent. Kyleson ceased his applause, momentarily frozen. Just as Geralt assumed his adversary was contemplating how to beg for mercy, Kyleson suddenly let out a resigned chuckle. You seem to have misunderstood something. I meant that you have already reached your end. Geralt frowned, perplexed by Kelson's nonsensical words, yet it was of little consequence. Victory was already within his grasp. To his astonishment, Kyleson, the sorcerer, approached him before he could react. Geralt found it somewhat humorous. Is he truly not fleeing? But rather approaching me. If you do not come closer, how shall I deliver a thorough beating? Kyleson continued his measured advance. Then come a bit closer. Gripping his long sword, Geralt also moved towards Kyleson. As they neared. At the moment they stood face to face, Kyleson struck first, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Geralt's face. Given Kelson's bodily enhancements, this blow indeed possessed the force of nearly a third ring level. And Geralt smirked, but what good was that? Fully beastly William wielded strength near the 5th ring, yet still could not breach his defenses, and then he was sent flying. Geralt quickly flipped over, sitting up, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his mind reeling from the sudden impact, and he was fortunate not to have lost consciousness, thanks to his years of rigorous training that had fortified his body. So, what is happening? The power of the Holy Steel Church is resolute, capable of enhancing physical strength with divine magic. The divine art is the steel of the heart, which solidifies the spirit, significantly boosting physical defense. Kyleson approached Geralt, one hand gesturing as if to press against his trembling pupils. However, all of this relies on your ability to wield divine magic. At that moment, Geralt became aware of the surrounding environment. At some point, a faint red mist had permeated the cellar, and the thinning air made his breathing labored. He inhaled too much of the mist, rendering him unable to utilize his divine magic. Moreover, the only means of purifying the corrupted state, the fire of the sacred garment, had fallen into cooldown the moment he switched to the steel of the heart, and compounded by an excess of vile energy toxins. Even without the cooldown, he had no divine magic to serve as a conduit. It is that accursed entity. Geralt gritted his teeth, recalling the reports on the outer gods' minions he had perused. However, his focus had been on the 2 holy inquisitors and the minions themselves, neglecting the mention of the red mist in the reports. Had I not been careless, Kyleson delivered a swift kick to Geralt's face, sending him flying while raising the already charged spell of the Deathbringer. But you were indeed careless. Thus, perish. Chapter 48. The profane conclusion. The soul spear shot forth from the tip of the Deathbringer's sword, crashing heavily into Geralt. The dual damage of the abyssal magic and the soul shock instantly grievously wounding him, his body beginning to decay under the corrosive power. Kyleson maintained a cautious distance, accumulating spells for the finishing blow, employing soul arrows with tracking capabilities, leaving no opportunity for Geralt to evade. Kyleson kept his distance. The spellcasting dagger in his hand once again condensed the abyssal magic. Geralt found himself devoid of any hidden cards to play. The silver band around his wrist flickered, briefly returning him to a state before the corruption took hold. The fire of the sacred garment erupted. The steel of the heart activated. The simultaneous application of the 2 powers and divine arts was evidently a tremendous burden on Geralt's body. His skin shimmered with a glassy sheen, teetering on the brink of melting. And he leapt up, wielding a long sword to charge at Kyleson. Kelson's pupils constricted sharply. Geralt's dossier had never mentioned this extraordinary item he wielded, and his counterattack evidently surpassed Kelson's expectations. He endeavored to communicate the power of his right hand, hoping to force Geralt back or even slay him. Even if he could merely delay, victory would still belong to Kyleson, but communicating with the remnants of the fallen required considerable time, and the sword's wind was upon him in the blink of an eye. There was simply no time left. In that critical moment of life and death, a massive form collided with the sword. William had used his flesh to latch onto the strike. The searing holy fire ignited his fur. And Geralt's expression fluctuated between rage and calm, clearly indicating a conflict between the two powers. Yet this also endowed him with immense strength as he hoisted both long swords, lifting William into the air. And with a furious roar, tore the werewolf asunder, splattering blood everywhere. The long swords descended toward Kyleson, poised to strike down upon him, the blade radiating unmatched heat, already curling Kelson's gray hair before it even arrived. In such a moment, Kyleson remained unnervingly calm, striving to commune with the power of death in his right hand. The outcome would be decided in mere seconds. Earlier, a few minutes prior, the battle on Say's side had reached a fever pitch. Deprived of the enhancement of holy steel, although the judges still maintained a commendable level of combat prowess, they exhibited numerous flaws. A spear of holy fire pierced through Say's chest, causing him to stagger as he grasped the spear and yanked it free. The wound healing almost instantaneously, this counterintuitive spectacle, coupled with the fear-inducing aura he had sustained, began to instill dread even among the fervent judges. "What manner of monster are you?" with an expressionless visage. Sai crushed the holy spear, and prior to embarking on this mission, Dominic and Kyleson had implanted within him a high-quality aberrant organ, coupled with the secret arts of his bloodline lord. He was impervious to any divine magic that had not reached a critical threshold. He had also completed his meticulously prepared grand spell. Sai produced a shriveled apple, pressing it against the lips of his mask. As he intoned the profound incantation, the blood-red staff in his hand began to emit a dazzling crimson light. The blood that had splattered during the recent battle trembled and ascended into the air, weaving into intricate crimson patterns. "Indulge in the exquisite brew, O blood drinker," with the incantation spoken in the ancient tongue of the dark gods. The spell known as the Blood Feast was activated by Sai. The once shriveled apple rapidly swelled to fullness. Meanwhile, the surrounding judges felt waves of weakness, followed by an overwhelming sense of drain. Upon lowering their heads, they discovered their hands had become gaunt and emaciated, their lifeblood swiftly extracted by the spell. By the time the apple in Sai's hand had turned a luscious crimson, not a single judge remained standing. They had all transformed into pale, desiccated corpses, their faces contorted in expressions of horror and agony. Sai gazed at the apple, now filled with the essence of blood. And rather than greedily consuming it like an ordinary vampire, he first cast his gaze towards the hollow ground below, his brow furrowed slightly. Within the range of his life perception lay a glaring presence, likely belonging to Geralt. He crushed the apple in his hand, unleashing an incredible volume of blood that, under Sai's spiritual influence, solidified into a red trident. Raising his blood-stained staff, he struck the ground, and the trident shot downward with great speed. Below, Kyleson and Geralt found themselves at a critical juncture of life and death, and the blood trident struck Geralt first, impaling him firmly into the ground. His sword slipped from his grasp, clattering helplessly against the floor. Simultaneously, the thorn of the fallen summoned by Kyleson pierced through Geralt. The pallor of death engulfed Geralt's visage within a heartbeat, his pupils turning a ghostly white as he perished. It was only then that Kyleson exhaled, hastily retracting the power of death as he hurried towards William. The scene by William was grim. He had been torn asunder, his innards spilled across the ground, intestines trailing several meters. Yet, thanks to the formidable vitality of a werewolf, he had not succumbed, blood seeping from his mouth and nose as he awaited Kyleson to claim Geralt's life. Kyleson produced a thread tainted by dark energy, a means to stitch a person together. Though fraught with a risk of flesh mutation, still, it could quickly preserve a life. "William, I shall stitch you up. Hold on, and perhaps there is hope." However, William pressed down on Kelson's hand. "It cannot be done." Kyleson fell silent for a moment before softly inquiring, "Do you have any last wishes? If possible, promise me." William's pupils began to dilate. "Let those children walk out of Consbird alive. I can only promise to try." Kyleson replied, "That is sufficient." William, now gasping for breath, managed to muster a faint smile, revealing his sharp teeth. Sufficient. Upon Sai's arrival below, Kyleson had already begun to gather the spoils of war, strapping Geralt's 2 swords, scabbards included, onto his back, and removing the silver-white ornament that had nearly led to his downfall. Just as he attempted to move Geralt's corpse, Sai quickly raised a hand to halt him. "What are you doing?" "Turning this bastard into a living corpse to clean my house," Kyleson replied, his expression concealed behind his bird-beaked mask, though his eyes burned bright. "You are not as composed as usual, Kyleson." Sai cast a glance at William's corpse. "Provoking the church further will not bode well for any of us." Kyleson also regarded William's lifeless body, unable to even retrieve the remains of a friend he had barely known. Only by using his death as a cover could this matter reach a conclusion. Otherwise, the church would relentlessly pursue the matter, and both the church and the nobility would unite in eradicating all heretics. After muttering an expletive, Kyleson abandoned Geralt's body and turned to leave. After a moment's contemplation, he spun around, delivering a vicious kick to the corpse. Chapter 49. The uninvited guest. A mere 4-ring level werewolf stood no chance against Geralt, especially not with a team of elite judges. Natia closely followed Michael, urgently inquiring, "According to the autopsy results, there must be other heretics involved besides the fallen plague doctor." "I am aware," Michael replied, his tone neutral. "Then why seal the case? That werewolf named William had an orphanage, did he not? Continuing the investigation could reveal who collaborated with him, perhaps even uncover the roots of the plague doctor." Michael abruptly turned to face her, their eyes locking with fierce intensity. "That orphanage is now abandoned. The staff has been dismissed, and all the orphans have vanished. The staff members were clearly enchanted, their memories erased, and through divine magic, they could only recall a man wearing a jester's mask," Michael continued. "Moreover, traces of a large-scale blood ritual were found at the warehouse scene, strongly suggesting that the fallen plague doctor has a vampire accomplice, temporarily designated as the Crimson Jester, as there are no witnesses. Hence, no bounty has been set." Natia recalled the details from the dossier. First it was a demon, then a powerful undead servant, and now a vampire. This plague doctor must command a formidable organization. And he is most likely its leader. It is premature to draw conclusions, but it is certain that he poses the greatest threat to Consbird in the last 50 years, and our gravest threat. Mr. Kyleson is currently engaged in clandestine labor with child laborers in some secret warehouse. Wizards to the left, seek out your Uncle Sai for bloodline testing. Those with aberrant bloodlines to the right, seek out Uncle Jean for work assignments. Nearby, Dominic frowned, selecting a few older fairy wizards with diluted bloodlines to retain after Sai's testing. Kyleson elbowed Dominic. "Isn't this the apprentice you have been yearning for in your laboratory? Why do you look so unwilling?" "First and foremost, I am a mage. The chaotic and disorderly casting of bloodline wizards gives me a headache." Dominic pressed his fingertips to his forehead. "Secondly, I detest children." Kyleson glanced at the fairy wizards, who appeared somewhat intimidated by Dominic. Indeed, in terms of bloodlines, they were far more stable than those with wild or ancient bloodlines. Naturally, this also meant their destructive capabilities were considerably weaker. This explains why fairy bloodline wizards often double as swordsmen and mages. Kyleson observed the children gradually being sorted, most of whom were displaced refugees, ages ranging from 12 to 16. The younger ones stood little chance of surviving the war-torn regions. He intended to assign these children to various roles within the Dark Hand, thereby gaining better control while allowing those with combat bloodlines to quickly acclimatize to their abilities, while the rest would be integrated into alchemy, forging, enchanting, and other logistical tasks in less grandiose terms. In this chaotic lower district, violence was a daily occurrence. Routinely beating a few individuals would help awaken their bloodlines, as for the synthesis of alchemical hallucinogens and concentrated leaves. One needed tools for combat. if it came to that. A skirmish might ensue. Enchanting. Just look at this staff of mine. Imbued with vibration and lightning properties, the lower district was a grand stage. Only those who dared would enter. Kyleson did not believe that beyond Consbird lay a paradise. Especially with a mysterious tome in his possession that could sway even the most immortal beings. Each member of the death cult harbored their own secrets and ambitions, each propelled forward by their own desires. As the personnel assignments concluded, Jean remained to wrap up the aftermath. Sai, Dominic, and Kyleson then headed back to the estate. Upon entering the gate, all three became alert, with Sai drawing his sword staff at once. The two death thralls created by Dominic were supposed to obey his commands and guard the estate, yet now they stood motionless at the entrance, beyond even Dominic's control. The two thralls had been altered by aberrant flesh. Now wielding a long sword stripped from Geralt's corpse, their combat abilities slightly exceeding those of ordinary white-robed judges, who could have silently subdued them. Kyleson instinctively touched the silver ornament on his arm. A relic once belonging to a judgment mentor, capable of briefly reverting the user to their prime state, a valuable asset for preserving life in dire situations. He braced himself for the worst. Cautiously approaching the door. Together, the three pushed the door open, with Sai leading the way, Dominic maintaining a calm demeanor yet harboring brewing magical energies at his fingertips, while Kyleson stood in astonishment, staring at a familiar figure seated on the sofa. Mifuna, the petite girl clad in a black gauzy gown, silently savored her steaming cup of red tea, turning her head slightly to acknowledge the butler, Duncan, with a subtle nod, although Duncan remained vigilant. He upheld the decorum befitting a noble. Your acquaintance? Sai inquired, squeezing the words through clenched teeth. A friend of Kyleson, not a plague doctor, Kyleson replied in a hushed tone. Understanding dawned on Sai, who stepped forward, only to be interrupted by the other party. Sai Stewart, the eldest son of the Duke of the Principality of Cetus, the largest vassal state of the Laville Empire, engaged to the 13th Princess of Laville. Have you fallen to Consbird and become one of the bloodline? Both Dominic and Kyleson turned their gazes toward Sai, only to witness him trembling with his back to them, after a prolonged silence. Sai responded in a low voice, It seems you are well prepared. Indeed, I have come to discuss collaboration and naturally, I would investigate the backgrounds of my potential partners. Mifuna maintained her icy demeanor, glancing at Dominic. As for Mr. Dominic, his reputation precedes him. But how did you come to learn the secret tomes of the twin mage tower of Ras, only to be expelled and subsequently hunted? My affairs are of no concern to you. Rather, what of you? Dominic looked down at the girl with disdain, seizing the dominant position in the room and then leveraging others' past to exert pressure, truly a fitting descendant of the beguiling lips. The archetype of a deceiver. I harbor no ill will towards either of you. I merely conducted a background check out of habit, Mifuna replied with indifference, lifting her teacup for another sip. Yet you. Sir Kyleson Dominic, I have found nothing of your past. You appear as a sudden apparition, which astonishes me. Kyleson had already woven his story back together before joining the Death Notification Society, and even if Mifuna were to unveil the prior owner's tale of poverty and tears, he could easily claim to have merely taken possession of this body. However, Mifuna's statement left him perplexed. What did she mean by having no past? The memories of the former owner's impoverished history were vivid. Yet when he attempted to recall the name of the small village where he grew up, his memory faltered. Mifuna interpreted Kelson's silence as acquiescence. To return to the matter at hand. I have come to negotiate a collaboration with the Death Notification Society. At that moment, Sai regained his composure, frowning as he inquired, Who do you represent in this negotiation? I, Mifuna declared. We, Sai visibly perked up. Are there any conditions? Mifuna turned her gaze to Kyleson, revealing her sharpness for the first time in the negotiation. I ask for the surrender of Sir Kyleson. Kyleson opened his mouth to object, only to find the other two even more anxious. Not a chance. Absolutely not. Dominic's brow was nearly knotted, magic threads gathering in his hands without concealment. Do you think that knowing my past will make me hesitant? Some powers I have never displayed in public. Perhaps today you wish to test their might. Sai's demeanor was even more direct, his blood-red staff planted firmly on the ground, casting a crimson glow that darkened the surroundings. Only Kyleson stood bewildered. Thinking, guys, I was merely suggesting that perhaps my ownership belongs to me. Chapter 50. Discussing terms. Mifuna sighed deeply, placing her teacup back on the table, while the eerie crimson hue in her pupils erupted. Appearing more like a sinister fire than Sai's pure blood red, she levitated off the ground, the shadows around her ensnared by her allure, morphing into pitch-black phantom hands. I must take Kyleson. Not even the holy god can retain him. Haha. Dominic let out a mocking dry laugh. I'm afraid I don't believe in gods. Kyleson stood by, his mind swirling with thoughts. This conflict had arisen because of him, yet the reins of control were not in his hands. Regardless of which side won, his authority would be significantly undermined. Think quickly, Kyleson. Why did this dispute arise? The answer was not difficult to deduce, as Mifuna had made her intentions clear long ago, for Dominic. Having been expelled for examining some secret tome from the Twin Mage Tower, he likely intended to use that to validate himself. As for Sai, he probably harbored similar thoughts to Dominic. With this in mind, Kyleson began to piece things together. Amidst the tense atmosphere, he quietly stepped forward, poured himself a shot of strong liquor from the table, and raised his glass toward the distant butler. Duncan, do you have ice? Old Duncan? Duncan pursed his lips and bowed slightly. Yes, Mr. Kyleson, I shall fetch it right away. Once Duncan had departed, Kyleson set down his glass and tapped the table with his finger. Your objective is the Codex of Idis Samuros. Is it not? Upon hearing this, Donic's eyes widened in shock and sharpened with intensity, the magic threads in his hands spilling forth, shattering the nearby vase into fragments. Kyleson cast a glance at the shattered vase. Speaking indifferently, let us all take a seat. The loser has no right to lay claim to this, yet neither does the victor. Kyleson tapped his temple, smiling at the imposing Mifuna before him, because that thing resides in my mind. And it is unique. The room fell silent for a moment before Mifuna ultimately dispelled her spell and returned to her seat. Dominic, still furrowing his brow, sat at Kelson's right, while Sai cleared his throat and sheathed his staff. Taking a seat to Kelson's left, let us converse. Will you desire the Codex of Idis Samuros for? Kyleson leaned back into the sofa, eager to understand the origins of this so-called Codex of Idis Samuros. To lift a curse, Mifuna replied with a serious expression. A curse cast upon my kin by a demon. Dominic scoffed coldly. Is the power obtained from the Lady of Shadows without cost? The progenitor of your beguiling lips bloodline is foolish enough to deceive a deity. Mifuna disregarded Donic's sarcasm and continued explaining to Kyleson. The bloodline, unlike other humanoid aberrations, grows in strength primarily through bloodline awakening. Yet now, in my clan, once one awakens to the fifth ring, they become ensnared by the Lady of Shadows whispers, slowly hunted by beings from the Shadow Realm as they ascend. At most, by the seventh ring, they will be dragged into the Shadow Realm and vanish without a trace. And what does this have to do with the Codex of Idis Samuros? Kyleson inquired further. Tio lifted demon's curse. One requires the power of another deity, yet acquiring such power invariably demands a tremendous sacrifice, Mifuna calmly articulated. Except for the power of the Codex of Idis Samuros, Kyleson felt a twinge of confusion. Why is that? Because Idis Samuros is the only mortal who has ever matched a deity through mundane means. He, or she, was truly a mortal who ascended to divinity. Dominic interjected with the answer, and the tomes he left behind are the path to divinity. So, you came to Consbird in pursuit of Idis Samuros' clues. Kyleson turned the conversation toward Dominic. Do you wish to attain godhood? When I glimpsed the fragmented tome of Idis Samuros in the Forbidden Library, I realized one thing, Dominic replied decisively. What I seek is the ultimate in sorcery, the power that transcends life and death. My answer is yes. Kyleson remained noncommittal regarding Donic's candor. He turned back to Mifuna, however. As things stand, I have no immediate means to grasp the power of ascension, nor do I know how to lift the demon's curse. If Sir Kyleson is willing to collaborate, we have alternative methods. Mifuna's expression showed rare signs of fluctuation as she diverted her gaze. However, this requires a private discussion between you and me. I can share this knowledge with you. Kyleson leaned forward with interest. But what can you offer in return? We came to Consbird in pursuit of the Codex of Ida Samuros, accompanied by 5 clan elites, all of whom are 5th ring transcendent beings. While I am at the 6th ring, Mifuna offered straightforwardly, even if you obtain the knowledge of the Divine Codex. You will surely require power to escape this prison, and we are willing to heed Sir Kelson's command. Mifuna emphasized Kelson's name, her gaze sweeping toward Dominic. Dominic realized she was warning him not to monopolize Kelson's knowledge and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Sai also sensed the tension between the two and shifted the topic. Even with your numbers, you cannot break through Consbird directly. After all, that is Michael. Mifuna interjected. What if we add a horde of flesh-morphed cultists to the mix? Kyleson squinted, intrigued. Oh, do elaborate. Mifuna lifted the now slightly lukewarm cup of red tea. You must be aware that your control over the lower districts is still rather recent, and the former leader of the Dark Hand was assassinated. So there are some supernatural intricacies that you may not be fully aware of. Many impoverished souls in the lower districts, desperate to cling to life, have willingly undergone flesh mutations, with this chaos orchestrated by a cult known as the Church of Suffering. Mifuna gazed at Kyleson and remarked, They are a rather intricate group of individuals, yet quite useful. I shall attempt to engage with them. She continued, Dominic and Sai, it is time for you to begin preparations for your plan. Kyleson shifted his seating position once more and replied, Then let us collaborate harmoniously, Miss Mifuna. I sincerely hope for a fruitful partnership. A.S. Kyleson and Mifuna traversed the bustling streets of the upper district. Twilight had yet to fully descend, though the street lamps had already illuminated the path. Beneath the warm, hazy glow, Mifuna began to discuss the method she had mentioned on one hand, as long as we remain near His Excellency. The Codex of Idasimaroth will suppress the murmurs and shadowy manifestations that afflict us, allowing us to take turns as guardians to alleviate the symptoms. Kyleson responded, However, your clan surely consists of more than a mere dozen members. This approach merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. We must ultimately seek a means to lift the curse. There are certain measures within the clan that can provide temporary support until you grasp that forbidden knowledge. Mifuna's voice grew increasingly cold. If all else fails, we have alternative plans. What plans? Kyleson inquired, concerned that they might involve some form of self-destructive strategy. Idasimaroth wields dominion over the forces of life and death. Those chosen by that tome are akin to possessing his bloodline. If you and I were to conceive an offspring, he would undoubtedly be capable of breaking the curse of the Lady of Shadows. Mifuna's tone became even more stark and unyielding. Conceive a child. Good heavens. Kyleson halted in his tracks, aghast, setting aside the question of your fertility as a vampire. I am, after all, a bona fide corpse, while the notion of a human-vampire union was bizarre. The idea of a corpse bearing a child was entirely unprecedented, yet Mifuna's astonishing proclamation did not cease. Moreover, due to my deep disguise in the outside world and the more severe corruption I endure from the demonic influence because of my enhanced powers, I require to remain by your side for an extended duration. Kyleson stood in stunned silence as Mifuna approached him, earnestly locking her gaze with his. Thus, from this moment forth, in public, Dr. Mifuna shall be recognized as the current girlfriend of Dr. Kyleson. This is one of my conditions. Chapter 51. As promised, Kyleson reattached a severed nerve, and with the assistance of a healing mist, the last broken finger of the patient was restored. After verifying the patient's healing status and confirming there were no issues, he deactivated the healing apparatus resembling a humidifier. Upon exiting the operating room, a portly woman was already waiting outside, showering him with gratitude and thrusting a bag of oranges into his arms. Kyleson, now accustomed to such gestures, placed the oranges on the nearby counter. Ever since the impoverished residents of the lower district discovered they could defer payments for medical treatments, the place had become inundated with nuts and fruits. Lisa, The receptionist at the counter, her cheeks bulging like a hamster's, promptly swallowed upon seeing Kyleson. "Doctor, Sister Natia is looking for you. She comes by whenever things get busy," Kyleson muttered. "Go disinfect the instruments." Lisa nodded and hopped off her stool to attend to the medical tools. Kyleson watched her retreating figure. Having spent a fortnight in the clinic, he had experimented with dozens of special potions on the girl, including 2 types of lethal poisons. Lisa's half-serpent bloodline had rapidly awakened due to these concoctions, and she had already reached the 2nd ring level, possibly a descendant of the royal shadow guards of the Serpent Empire. Kyleson could tell the young girl had endured considerable hardship, diligently mastering medicine and executing his directives with utmost precision. Clearly, her life under Kelson's tutelage had brought her satisfaction. He pondered how many more children like her existed, uncertain of how many he could eventually save. With a sigh, Kyleson entered his consultation room, where a young woman clad in knightly armor was already seated. "Another free clinic today?" Kyleson asked, rubbing his temples. "Come on, with you here, who would dare treat aberrant ailments in front of a judge?" "True," Natia chuckled. "I suppose I must refrain from visiting as often." Kyleson discarded his blood-stained gloves into the tray beside him and asked, "What brings you here today?" "I have accepted a rather challenging task from the Order," Natia replied, steering the conversation toward the matter at hand. "Did you not mention wanting to collect rare, aberrant entities?" "This one fits the bill." Kyleson perused the medical report before him, inquiring, "What sort of rare malevolence are we dealing with?" Natia spoke in a grave tone. "There is an abandoned bell tower in the southern cemetery. Residents have reported that the bell tolls on moonless nights, and those who hear it claim to see resurrected corpses in the graveyard. So, the Holy Fire Order suspects that bell is an evil object. Indeed, it aligns with several known malevolent entities, including the confounding bell that summons the wailing spirits of Xenas, but we must confirm its nature on site. What do you need from me?" Kyleson absent-mindedly stroked his right palm. "Although the bell currently appears to merely control the undead, nearby residents have been afflicted by unknown aberrant corruption. I hope you can assist in concocting some resistance potions." Kyleson pondered for a moment before asking, "You want me to inspect the residents' ailments on site?" That location is situated on the outskirts, straddling the boundary between the lower and middle districts, surrounded by impoverished individuals who have yet to relocate to the city. The church shows little concern for their well-being. Natia's eyes displayed a pleading expression. "If we do not intervene, they will perish from the aberration and potential attacks from malevolent entities." Kyleson weighed the risks of exposure, and after a thoughtful pause, he finally spoke. "This endeavor carries considerable peril. They are neither my brethren nor close friends. Why should I go to such lengths?" "I will protect you," Natia implored, but before she could finish, Kyleson interrupted. "What I mean is, it will cost more." The northern cemetery, far removed from the urban center, had not seen a burial in many years. Kyleson gazed up at the bell tower, where the bronze bell, no larger than a human head, appeared to be struck by human hands. "Surely there cannot be a bell tower specter within," Kyleson murmured to himself. "What bell tower specter?" Natia handed Kyleson a coffee and sandwich. "Most of the residents in nearby houses have moved away, with only a few remaining in this old district," I inquired, "and it seems these strange occurrences only happen at night." "Let us first examine the symptoms of those individuals." Agreed. Soon, Kyleson and Natia knocked on the door of a local resident. Although they were technically Middle District dwellers, their fear of the judges was palpable. Ultimately, Kyleson revealed his identity as a doctor, and given that the resident dared not defy the church, the door finally opened for them. Kyleson swiftly assessed the ailing resident, his brow furrowed in silence. Observing his demeanor, Natia hastily asked, "What is it? Is it a particularly troublesome aberration?" "No, the symptoms are not severe. However," Kyleson carefully chose his words, "there are only symptoms, yet I cannot identify the source of the aberration." Natia expressed her confusion, but Kyleson was genuinely astounded. Since acquiring the abilities of a plague doctor, this was the first time he had encountered an aberration without a discernible cause. He hastily prescribed some medication to the household before moving on to the next one. Before long, Kyleson had examined dozens of neighboring households, and unsurprisingly, all exhibited the same condition. Natia now recognized that Kyleson's mood had shifted. Is it serious? Let me explain. Kyleson exhaled deeply. Corruptive aberrations typically stem from the magical essence of malevolent objects, such as how malevolent energy can generate the source of a mutation within the body, subsequently affecting muscles, bones, and other organs. Yet, these individuals exhibit symptoms without any identifiable source. In all my studies at the Trinity Academy and subsequent clinical practice, I have never encountered such a situation. Natia's mouth fell agape. As a seasoned judge, she possessed some understanding of related knowledge, and this was a scenario she had never encountered. As they conversed, the setting sun cast its final rays upon the earth, enveloping it in a cold hue, while the cemetery began to exude an air of death. The daytime clamor abruptly faded, and the surrounding residents instinctively shut their doors and windows, as if fearful of something. The full moon appeared to rise with haste, having already hung in the sky, casting its light upon the not-so-tall bell tower, which now cast a shadow imbued with an ominous depth. Something is amiss, Natia declared, having unsheathed her long sword without her own awareness. Without Natia's reminder, Kyleson had already sensed that something was amiss. As a spellcaster reliant on spiritual energy, his perception of time and space was exceptionally keen. It was impossible for the moon to be so radiant at this hour. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of a heavy bell tolled from the deserted belfry beneath the moonlight, accompanying the tolling. With the moonlight, which symbolized the dispelling of evil, emerged withered bones, crawling forth from the shadows. The decayed corpses staggered forward, emitting terrifying howls. According to the information provided by the Order, this should be the wail of the undead. However, the target entity seemed to be that very copper bell. Eliminating it would presumably resolve the source of the disturbance. Natia swung her sword with a flick of her wrist, shattering the approaching bones into fragments. Natia, the situation is rather peculiar. Does the wailing of the undead possess temporal abilities or the capacity to conjure illusions? If it did possess temporal abilities, I would not be the only one handling this. As for illusions, Natia pulled a pendant from around her neck. My artifact has shown no reaction. Perhaps this wailing of the undead has undergone some form of mutation. Don't worry, just stay close to me. I shall protect you. Kyleson temporarily set aside his concerns, stepping back to take refuge behind Natia. These sluggish, low-tier undead posed no genuine threat to her. Even an ordinary person with a modicum of courage would not necessarily lose if not surrounded by several low-tier skeletons. However, as they advanced, the rank of the undead began to rise, with 2 or 3 multi-skeletal beings breaking forth from the earth. Layered ribcages formed a scale-like exoskeleton, and their limbs were intertwined with several bones. Although their speed did not significantly increase, their attacking power and defense appeared considerably heightened. It seemed that proximity to the core had awakened their instinct to resist. Natia unleashed a divine magical essence, sending the amalgamated undead flying, the force shattering their limbs and breaking their bones. Though the fragments flew in all directions, the ribcage remained intact. From his vantage point, Kyleson observed as nearly all the skeletons were swept away before they could approach him. He keenly sensed the surrounding dark magic, and strangely, in a place capable of birthing such a multitude of undead, there was an astonishing absence of dark essence. As he pondered, a violent tremor erupted behind the amalgamated undead. Twisting and intertwining bones coalescing into a colossal sphere of bone. Countless skeletal arms brandishing sharp bone weapons rolled toward Kyleson and Natia, consuming the amalgamated undead in their wake. This was no simple matter to handle. Natia gestured for Kyleson to retreat, her back erupting with the blazing wings he had previously witnessed. As the blazing wings manifested, a fiery brilliance erupted from the long sword in Natia's hands, and she gathered her strength behind her. Gradually, the engravings on her flame-patterned robe began to emanate a searing white divine essence, and the sword in her grasp surged as the patterns illuminated. Facing the oncoming mass of bones, she retracted her right foot and, with a twist of her waist, delivered a powerful slash. A colossal beam of light pierced through the target, sweeping across in a horizontal arc. Fragments of bone soared through the air as the power of holy light began to disperse and annihilate the forces of evil, scattering the remains into gray-white ashes. What incredible power! Kyleson could not help but marvel internally. Despite having witnessed Natia's prowess before, the sight of a bone mass the size of a small mountain being shattered by a single strike was truly breathtaking. Let us proceed to eliminate that malevolent entity. Natia exhaled a puff of white mist, sensing the waning intensity of the magical essence. The two entered the dilapidated bell tower, ascending the swaying wooden ladder towards the top. As Natia lifted a partition, a cloud of dust enveloped them. Kyleson brushed off his clothing while surveying the attic. It was evident that this place had once been inhabited, but the thick layer of dust revealed years of abandonment. Following the handrail, they arrived at the bell-ringing chamber, where the incessantly ringing copper bells seemed to sense their approach, erupting into a cacophony of thunderous noise that pounded against their eardrums. Kyleson's keen eyes discerned that the area where the clapper should have been was now occupied by a pulsating heart adorned with countless inky black eyes. As that heart throbbed, the bell's sound grew ever more colossal, accompanied by a chaotic, guttural roar that unsettled his mind. Natia raised her hand and struck the wooden rod of the bell with a fist. Extracting a silk-like pouch into which she placed the head-sized bell, as the bell was isolated within the pouch, the vexing noise abruptly ceased. Kyleson let out a sigh of relief. Is that it? Are we done? Yes, I will have you study it later. After we heal the townsfolk, I shall ensure it is returned to the order for purification. Natia sealed the pouch and relaxed her brow slightly. What time is it? Just as Kyleson was about to retrieve his pocket watch, he felt a tremor beneath his feet. He quickly steadied himself against an adjacent stone pillar, only to witness the once straight pillar warp grotesquely. Black-red blood seeping through the rough floorboards, as if attempting to ensnare his ankles. Natia's expression shifted dramatically as she dropped the pouch and rushed to Kyleson, clasping him under her arm with a leap. She propelled herself towards the exterior of the bell tower, one hand piercing the structure to slow their descent. Amidst the clattering friction of stone and iron gauntlet, Natia kicked aside a living gargoyle and leveraged her escape from the tower. She endeavored to unfurl her blazing wings to reduce their fall, but curiously, her strength did not respond to her will. Instead, she turned her back to the ground, curling her body to shield Kyleson as they collided with the earth. A thunderous crash accompanied by a cloud of dust ensued as they shattered two gravestones, and at last, Natia came to a halt. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, releasing Kyleson from her embrace. He hurriedly supported her, retrieving a healing potion from his satchel and administering it to her. Are you all right? I'm fine. My physical resilience can withstand this, Natia murmured through the potion. The order's analysis was flawed. This entire tower is a malevolent entity. Kyleson lifted his gaze to the tower. After their escape, it fell into a haunting silence. What now? I will immediately report to the order and request reinforcements to see if they can locate the core for purification. If not, we will have to dismantle the entire structure. Natia hissed as she rose. I apologize, Kyleson, but you may not be able to continue participating in this mission. However, I will compensate you for the expenses of the potions. Kyleson nodded, dazed, as he seemed to catch sight of a figure atop the bell tower, staring intently at him. Chapter 52. The final rest. Kyleson dragged his weary body back to the clinic. The knight's revelations were utterly perplexing, given his current capabilities. Resolving the situation would surely expose his true strength. Pushing open the door to his private quarters, he intended to ask Lisa for something to eat. But curiously, she was nowhere to be found. Yet, this was not entirely surprising. Ever since he had placed her companions in the lower city into positions of shadowy influence, she occasionally visited her old friends from the orphanage. As a devotee, Natia's physical prowess was indeed formidable. She had dared to leap from a bell tower dozens of meters high, while Kyleson, cradled in her arms, felt as though his bones might shatter. Yet Natia had merely coughed up blood. Dust and dirt clung to her garments, indicating a need for cleaning, Perhaps he would ask Lisa to fetch him a new outfit tomorrow, or perhaps procure a new set while dining with Mifuna. Kyleson shed his clothes and entered the bathroom, filling the tub with warm water. The soothing flow awoke the soreness in his muscles, and he involuntarily groaned. The mist began to envelop him, and he started to drift into slumber. Just as he was on the brink of sleep, a viscous, cold liquid suddenly gushed into the bathtub. Kyleson opened his eyes, horrified to see a crimson, foul-smelling liquid pouring from the faucet, staining the entire tub a deep red. Instinctively, he reached for the short sword resting nearby, but before he could extend his hand, an unsightly creature leaped from the water. It had a grotesquely hunched back, and its thick-fingered hands clutched his throat tightly. Plunging him into the blood pool, an overwhelming sensation of suffocation crashing over him like a tidal wave, Kyleson jolted awake, the water in the tub having grown somewhat cool. Bewildered, he touched his neck, feeling the smooth skin, and chuckled at himself. It seemed that the stress from encountering such bizarre events had taken its toll. He had unintentionally dozed off in the tub and experienced a nightmare. Wait a moment, wasn't he already a dead body? Why was he able to fall asleep? He rose from the bathtub, this thought lingering in his mind, yet it remained shrouded in a veil of confusion. Eluding his understanding, water droplets cascaded down his body, and he noticed a freshly ironed white shirt hanging on the rack, yet there was no bath towel. I left the towel outside the door. Get dressed and come out for dinner, a familiar voice called from beyond the door. Understood, Mom, Kyleson replied, opening the bathroom door, stretching out his hand to grab the towel, hastily drying himself before donning the shirt that still bore the scent of lavender detergent. What are we having for dinner? Your favorite, beef tripe hot pot. Kyleson eagerly seized his bowl and chopsticks, settling before the bubbling, fiery broth. Just as he was about to scoop a piece of tripe, he abruptly halted. Mom, what is it? Why did you let me wear a white shirt to eat hot pot today? There was no response. Kyleson suddenly looked up, and to his shock, he found himself alone. The room was desolate and dilapidated, the once valuable items having been sold off, leaving behind only a few lonely tables and chairs. He rose to his feet, and beneath the drafty broken window, an account book was rustling noisily. Kyleson pressed down on the pages, which detailed the hospital bills and the debts that needed to be repaid. He turned the pages one by one, each ending with his mother's familiar handwriting. Today, he had earned an additional 50 yuan. Enough to buy some cherries for his son. However, during the massage he gave his son today, the boy once again expressed his desire to cease living. Unsure of how to console him, Kyleson could only manage a weak smile. Exhausted after being struck by a car, he had agreed to a private settlement, and the compensation would conveniently cover his son's hospital fees for the following month. The fragmented memories of a previous life surged through his mind, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of sorrow, followed closely by a fierce anger. Kyleson raised his hand, unleashing arrows of his soul into the surroundings. Come forth. How dare you toy with my memories? The spells he cast returned only an empty echo. And in a daze, Kyleson found himself on that desolate street, the familiar sounds of screams and screeching brakes flooding back, alongside the nearly forgotten agony and the paralyzing fear of being unable to move below his neck. The glaring headlights of an oncoming vehicle bore down on him swiftly. As he attempted to evade, he looked down to find his feet shackled by iron chains, leaving him no choice but to close his eyes and await the impact. The anticipated ascendance never came. The speeding car veered off course, colliding with a frail figure, sending it soaring into the air. Dark blood spilled forth beneath that tattered body, resembling a blooming mandrake. Kyleson rushed over, quickly attempting to stem the flow of blood. Yet, as he gazed upon the fallen figure, he was rendered speechless. Lisa's wide eyes stared back, and from her mouth oozed a dark liquid, as she spoke in a voice reminiscent of a broken puppet. Why, won't you save me? Her rigid form transformed into a pool of black liquid, slipping from Kyleson's grasp, while the surroundings dissolved rapidly. He found himself adrift upon a pitch-black ocean, the horizon a still, lifeless image of gray and white, silhouettes of birds frozen against it. Countless dark figures began to rise from the surface of the sea, chanting in unison, "Burden, deceiver, murderer." Their voices layered and converging, they closed in on Kyleson like a tolling bell. He knelt, clutching his head as a maelstrom of chaotic emotions surged within, relentlessly driving him towards the brink of collapse. Low growls eroded his sanity, causing his physical form to begin crumbling as well. Is this the end? The voices in his mind flickered with a semblance of clarity amidst the chaos. Regaining a fragment of his composure, Kyleson gritted his teeth and forced a deranged laugh through clenched jaws. "You think you can crush me with guilt? You wish to break me mentally? Come forth, let me witness your prowess." Suddenly, a hefty black tome materialized in Kelson's hand, followed by the manifestation of a crown woven from thorns and bones. Akin to that scene in the summoning ritual, the surrounding shadows were thrown into disarray as they shrieked and howled in an attempt to thwart Kyleson, but it was too late. A night sky adorned with dead stars descended, obscuring the gray horizon as if it had been erased by this deceased firmament. The power straddling the edge of life and death enveloped the realm, causing the black sea to shatter like a broken mirror. The shadows weeping and vanishing. The bell tower had invaded Kelson's mental world, yet it had not anticipated the presence of such a divine artifact within his mind. Weren't you so formidable just moments ago? Now, let us see who is truly more powerful. Kyleson channeled his mental energy into the tome of Idasimaroth, as the celestial dome that descended here transcended the confines of time and space. It heralded the end of all things. Death, too, is rebirth, yet the end is not a silence, so profound that even sound ceased descended upon this place, leading everything inexorably towards conclusion, where neither space nor time endured. It felt as though a long century had passed before everything returned to a semblance of normalcy, although Kyleson recognized this as merely the illusory projection of Idasimaroth within the realm of the mind. The sight of an existence where even the concept of all things had met its termination instilled within him an involuntary dread. The words of Mifuna resurfaced in his thoughts, the original owner's unknown past, and how an ordinary student came to acquire this tome remained shrouded in mystery. As for the malevolent entity that had invaded Kelson's psyche, it was no more. Before Kyleson could reflect further, he was abruptly jolted out of the mental realm. The damp, cold night wind brushed against his face as he sat up. Discovering he was still atop the bell tower, Nadia lay beside him, curled up as if protecting something. Upon Kelson's awakening, she suddenly sneezed, gradually regaining consciousness, her eyes reflecting a clear bewilderment. Kyleson exhaled deeply, realizing they had never truly left the tower. However, it now felt genuinely like just a bell tower. Chapter 53. A bit overly cautious, Kyleson assisted Nadia back to the clinic. He was uncertain what Nadia had witnessed in that illusion. Likely her deepest fears, as her hands and feet trembled incessantly. Upon their return to the clinic, Kyleson experienced a surreal sense of disconnection, unable to distinguish between dream and reality until he saw Lisa emerge from her resting chamber, rubbing her eyes, which confirmed this was indeed reality. Soon, Lisa brought over 2 cups of hot coffee. Nadia, struggling to suppress her shivering, lifted her cup and drank half in one go. The bitter aroma and warmth provided her some comfort, alleviating her pallid complexion. Kyleson also took a sip, inquiring, "It seems the church's investigation was not very thorough. Who would have expected a malevolent bell tower to emerge in Konsberg?" Nadia finished her coffee in a few quick gulps, saying, "This thing isn't really a formidable evil entity. Even an ordinary person could demolish it from the outside, completely eradicating it. However, if one enters its interior, unless one possesses specialized mental defenses, they risk having their mind invaded. The illusions within can even affect reality. Thus, the nearby residents have suffered from mental erosion, resulting in the physical mutations." Kyleson shook his coffee cup. No wonder there were no pathological anomalies. S.O. how? Nadia's expression turned serious. "How did you purify that evil entity?" In the ensuing silence, Kyleson set down his cup, the sound of porcelain clinking against porcelain resonating rather sharply in the quiet atmosphere. "You might not want to know." We're friends, right? Nadia released her cup, resting her hands on the table. Kyleson understood she was attempting to convey her sincerity, yet at this distance, she could easily harm him without needing a weapon. He sighed deeply. Withdrawing a vial of a transparent potion about the thickness of his little finger, neurotoxin from a scorpion-tailed lion, when dosed correctly and combined with several other extraordinary materials, it can be transformed into a potent sedative. So, you resisted the mental invasion of the malevolent bell tower using this? Nadia asked, her skepticism evident, not resisted. This vial is essentially a special medication for the mental realm, designed to eradicate invasive anomalies. It's typically used for patients severely affected by mental erosion. Of course, it has significant side effects, as it can inadvertently harm a person's mental spirit. If the dosage is incorrect, one may never awaken again. Kyleson shook the vial, then offered it to Nadia. You can take it for examination. Nadia seemed to focus on the phrase never awaken again, and Kyleson could tell she was somewhat moved, though he was exploiting her sympathy. A necessity for survival. Sure enough, Nadia pushed the vial away. I understand. Kyleson retrieved the vial, feeling a chill creep down his back despite not sweating. This potion was merely one concocted from the essence of belladonna, intended to replenish spiritual energy for casting spells, and its effects would at most render a person slightly more alert. With the matter resolved, he felt a sense of relief. Without the source, the residents nearby should recover swiftly with the medicine I prescribed. Kyleson shook his head, and the mutated bell. You can come back for it in a couple of days. I need to study it first. Only then did Nadia notice the bell, which was bagged in the corner. She nodded. Since that thing has already been eliminated, I'll come by in a few days to retrieve it, but do remain cautious. Kyleson nodded, escorting Nadia to the door. He watched her walk out of the alley before locking the clinic door and heading to his private laboratory with the bag. Upon opening it, he found the antique copper bell cracked, its core shriveled. Nadia was indeed correct about one thing. This object had started the corrosion of the entire bell tower from this very core. The lifeless gray-black flesh could still be of use. Kyleson opened his left hand, and the spectral image of Idasimaroth manifested within his palm. This was Kelson's newly unlocked ability. He could now utilize the once elusive tome that had only flickered in his mind. Allowing him to peruse it directly, the knowledge contained within had been significantly expanded, including a technique for utilizing the essence of obscured magic. Kyleson concentrated the pure essence of obscured magic in his hand. Simultaneously retrieving a crystal of a vengeful spirit, he began to chant the incantation inscribed in the tome of Idasimaroth. As the crystal trembled, the shape-shifting spirit materialized and drifted between Kelson's palms before abruptly plunging into the shriveled core. The dormant core trembled violently for a moment, its pitch-black eyes suddenly snapping open, wildly rotating as it released a wave of mental erosion into the surroundings. However, when these tendrils of corruption reached Kyleson, they halted, having recognized the master that awakened it. This was a minor technique recorded in the Codex of Idasimaroth, known as the Resurrection of the Malevolent. It allows the dead souls to transform deceased malevolence into entities reminiscent of the deceased. Retaining a fragment of their former abilities, this core, adorned with dark, multifaceted eyes, would become the next implant for Kyleson. The process of integrating a malevolent as an organ was already a familiar endeavor for him. And since this core had been altered by the abyssal corruption, the fusion with his body was achieved with minimal effort. In that moment of connection with the core, Kelson's eyes morphed into an eerie shade of black. And a certain wave of energy radiated around him. In an instant, he could perceive the negative emotions of all nearby beings, while his own spirit reached out like tendrils, manipulating those feelings. Soon after, his eyes returned to their normal state. Mending his wounds with twisted flesh, Kyleson could not help but chuckle. While his neighbor Astarte had merely 2 hearts, he now possessed 4 similar organs. His original heart had become a mere appendage to the forge of Bayer. Feeling somewhat out of place, currently his inner self was richly endowed, with several core-like extraordinary organs having reached the limits of the abyssal magic energy he could provide. It would be prudent to attempt implanting some limb-type extraordinary organs next. He had accumulated sufficient knowledge regarding extraordinary plagues, including numerous symptoms of corruption and mutation, and his journey as a plague doctor was nearing its conclusion. The next step was to ascend to a third-ring Necromancer, at which point he would possess a rudimentary combat capability. He flipped to the end of the Codex of Amoros, where an ancient script, continuously flowing, detailed the ritual for ascending to the third tier. At the center, a symbol arose under his gaze. Although it was merely an enigmatic symbol, Kyleson discerned its profound meaning. Mourner of the Fallen, a fragment of memory flashed in Kelson's mind, when Dominic had once probed him with a shard of the Fallen. He had mentioned that it belonged to the Prince of the Fallen, who was also known as the Mourner. He could not ascertain whether there was any connection between the two. Suddenly, a sharp buzzing filled his ears, laden with subtle whispers. It was then that he noticed the Codex of Amoros in his hands was emanating forbidden knowledge, and the information that he was presently unable to comprehend and accept was steadily eroding his sanity. Kyleson closed the black tome, its phantom dissipating into the air, along with those aberrations, the Church's pursuit, the past of the members of the Death Notification Society, the schemes of the enigmatic Lip clan, and the mysterious lineage of his predecessor all converged upon him. Events were closing in, and his current strength was insufficient to navigate through them with ease. It was time for him to prepare for ascension. Chapter 54. The notorious name Goodbye, Dr. Kyleson. Yes, goodbye. Kyleson waved farewell to his colleagues in the pathology department as he made his way to the hospital entrance. Mifuna had been waiting there, her petite and charming appearance drawing the attention of countless passers-by. Kyleson approached and took her arm, and together they left the Holy Trinity Hospital amid the envious and jealous gazes of onlookers. Once they had walked a couple of streets, the two of them quickly concealed their affectionate expressions. Maintaining a suitable distance, Kyleson was the first to speak. "Shall we find a place to eat? I wish to discuss something with you." Mifuna nodded and soon located a family restaurant. Kyleson had little appetite, merely ordering a standard beef dish, while Mifuna opted for a simple dessert. "Speak. What is it?" she inquired, poking at the cream with her fork, her expression devoid of emotion. "I have discovered a method to actively consult the Codex of Amoros. But I require your assistance," Kyleson replied, producing a rolled piece of parchment from his breast pocket and handing it over. Upon receiving the parchment, Mifuna's demeanor shifted to one of sternness after only a cursory glance. It contained techniques regarding the use of abyssal magic energy that she had never encountered before, including several lost foundational techniques. Though they were not particularly remarkable, they were sufficient to validate Kelson's claims. "What assistance do you need? In order to further unlock the subsequent knowledge, I require some rare materials." Kyleson listed the items necessary for his ascension: the tongue of twisted lies, the eye of blind foolishness, the throat of many changes, and the flesh of crystallized pain. All extraordinary mutated organs. Mifuna pondered for a moment. "I have the tongue of lies, and I could procure the throat of many changes with a thorough search. However, the remaining two, especially the eye of blind foolishness, are likely only possessed by that group you mentioned." "You mean the pitiful church you suggested we could negotiate with?" Kyleson began slicing his steak. "Not long ago, I had Jean inquire through the dark hand channels, and to my surprise, they manage the shares of mutated organs in the 8 layers of the underground world." Mifuna nodded. "I have business dealings with them as well." "I can arrange a meeting for you." "Very well. I will need to meet them sooner or later. There's no time like the present. Let us go today." Kyleson finished his steak and placed a silver coin on the table. The pitiful sanctuary, a place that seemed like a mere urban legend in the lower districts, now lay before Kyleson. For the most desperate souls of the lower echelons, it represented their only path to salvation. Logically, in a city like Consbird, known for its divine church, cults should not endure long, yet the pitiful church persisted like weeds, springing forth with the slightest breeze. This inexplicable resilience shrouded the heretical sect in an aura of mystery. Mifuna approached and knocked on the heavy stone door, just as Kyleson wondered whether anyone inside could hear through such a solid barrier. The door itself began to morph, revealing an ancient stone visage. The stone face emitted a gravelly voice. "Lady Mifuna, What brings you here today? I wish to meet with the Pontiff Cicero. Fortuitously, he is indeed present today. The stone face seemed to exhibit little reverence for the pontiff. Who is the man behind you? A member of the Death Notification Society. He a sorcerer of the enigmatic drunkard? Or perhaps a crimson minstrel? The stone face cracked a wide grin. Surely, he cannot be the plague doctor of the fallen himself? Mifuna offered no reply, and the stone face did not press further, allowing them to pass through. Kyleson followed Mifuna into the corridor without casting a glance aside, and once they turned a corner, he jested, "The gatekeeper and the door are one." Such a unique design. Mifuna glanced back at Kyleson, her expression revealing an inscrutable meaning. Is this truly unique? Kyleson did not grasp her implication, but upon reaching the next corner, entering a spacious underground chamber reminiscent of a reservoir, he finally understood her point. Bizarre was the most fitting description for the inhabitants of this place. The individuals here had undergone varying degrees of physical mutation. Aside from those with purely grotesque deformities, most were either partially petrified or vegetative. Those with severe mutations had become entirely wood-like or rock-like, making it difficult to ascertain whether they still belonged to the realm of humanity. As all eyes turned toward Kyleson and Mifuna, expressions of fear and wariness emerged in unison. Among those with flesh mutations, one displayed a rageful, bloodthirsty demeanor, his bloated arms thrashing about uncontrollably. "Stand down." A man emerged from the opposite side of the reservoir. Upon hearing his voice, the wary individuals returned to their tasks, though they continued to scrutinize Kyleson. "Follow me." The man gestured for Kyleson to come along. Kyleson stepped past Mifuna, following the man into a room filled with verdant plant life, exuding an air of vitality. However, this vibrancy failed to leave a positive impression on Kyleson, as the life it represented was entwined with the bloodvine tendrils swaying among the withered branches and the ominous black thorns. Nevertheless, it was not surprising that a place capable of providing such mutated organs would exhibit such a peculiar scene. "Please have a seat." The man gestured for them to sit. Kyleson surveyed the relatively ordinary wooden chair behind him and took a seat with composure. "I presume you are Pontiff Cicero. You flatter me. I, Cicero, am merely a spokesperson." The pontiff bore a sorrowful visage, appearing less like a religious figure and more akin to a humble peasant. "Lady Mifuna, please introduce this gentleman." Mifuna turned to Kyleson, introducing him to Cicero. "This is the plague doctor of the Death Notification Society," Kyleson observed as Cicero visibly recoiled at the mention of his title. Unsure why the mere utterance of such a name elicited such a strong reaction, this was a limitation rooted in his abrupt arrival in this world. Him, opposing the church carried a natural rationale for survival. So, he had not considered nor inquired about the reputation of the Triune Church across the continent. Thus, he remained unaware that the Triune Church wielded control over 3 principalities and maintained a religious alliance with an empire. Anyone listed on the Sacred Pursuit list was undoubtedly a person of notorious infamy. Although this Doctor of Pestilence is not ranked among the foremost on the list, he nonetheless enjoys a measure of notoriety. How could Cicero not be apprehensive? Chapter 55. The Flesh Priest Pray. "Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today?" Cicero inquired, straightening in his seat with a solemn tone. "I require the procurement of 2 materials, though they are rather scarce, necessitating the assistance of the high priest," Kyleson stated directly, laying bare his needs without preamble since it was a business matter. Cicero dropped his pretense of politeness, addressing the issue candidly. "The crystallized blood of pain is readily available. You may collect it from the storeroom shortly. However, the blind and delusional eye is considerably more troublesome to acquire. Is it not available here?" Kyleson asked, disappointment creeping into his voice. According to Mifuna, if it could not be found here, it was unlikely to be found in Consbird. Acquiring the blind and delusional eye was essential for his ascension to the 3rd ring, and if he had to seek it beyond Consbird, he would find himself ensnared in an inextricable loop. At that moment, Cicero began to elucidate. It would be inaccurate to assert that it is entirely absent. The Church, under pressure from noble interests, does indeed neglect to regulate numerous illicit trades. However, The blind and delusional eye is a true aberration capable of permanently banishing six-ringed extraordinary beings, and the Church will never allow its circulation. Hence we do not produce it for retention. Kyleson furrowed his brow and spoke. So you possess the means to create it. Indeed, though the cost of implementation is not insignificant. Cicero hesitated, yet ultimately spoke the truth. If you are willing to grant me a favor, I shall personally forge a blind and delusional eye. Kyleson narrowed his eyes. I shall listen. The newly appointed Holy Fire Judicator, Arthur. Are you familiar with him? Cicero clenched his teeth as he spoke. This individual has recently been engaged in the widespread extermination of the distressed faithful in the lower districts. I implore you to eliminate him. Kyleson recalled this name, having encountered it in the materials regarding the Death Sentence Society. He was indeed one of the 4 recently recruited by the Holy Fire Sect's leader, Michael. Arthur was adept at the crafting and wielding of sanctified weapons, a veritable fanatic of firearms, and it was said that he possessed a modified magic-infused mech, rendering his strength nearly equivalent to that of a 6-ringed extraordinary being. In simple terms, he was exceedingly formidable. Kyleson contemplated whether to confer with the others of the Death Sentence Society regarding the feasibility of this endeavor. Cicero presented a compelling reason for Kyleson to eliminate Arthur. If you acquiesce, the Church of the Distressed will commit fully to the creation of that blind and delusional eye as a form of earnest. Cicero appeared to be gambling everything. We shall provide the other materials immediately, so long as you rid us of that man. What if I agree now, only to retract my promise later? Kyleson chuckled lightly. Would you not find yourself in vain? Cicero was momentarily taken aback by Kelson's peculiar idiom, before responding solemnly. Before my exile to Consbird, I was a priest of the Flesh Society. Oh, Kyleson awaited further elaboration, and we stand upon the precipice together. Mutual pushes will only hasten our demise. As a flesh priest, my expertise extends beyond the mere crafting of the blind and delusional eye. Cicero revealed his meticulous nature as a high priest. The Death Sentence Society has been quite active of late. Are they not also seeking to escape Consbird? You do not strike me as one who is solely focused on immediate gains. You should consider our mutual value. Is the animosity truly that profound? Kyleson regarded Cicero with a wry smile. To mention escaping Consbird implies an alliance with the Death Sentence Society, though mere material offerings may not suffice. What do you desire? Everything. I require the Church of the Distressed to fully comply with our directives. Kyleson rose to his feet. Naturally, the Death Sentence Society will also demonstrate its sincerity within 3 days. That judicator shall perish. Moreover, we shall escort the Church of the Distressed out of Consbird. Cicero's chest heaved with intensity. Allow me a few days to deliberate. I demand an answer now. Kyleson towered over the man before him. If I step through that door, our opportunity for collaboration will vanish. Cicero averted Kelson's gaze, his head bowed in contemplation. After a moment, he rose and extended his hand. A fruitful partnership, esteemed doctor, a fruitful partnership. Following their agreement, Cicero indeed honored his word, promptly commencing preparations for the ritual. Meanwhile, Kyleson and Mifuna remained seated in the eerie reception room, waiting. They regarded the tea beside them, which appeared as red as blood, yet felt no desire to partake. Although they trusted that Cicero would not tamper with it, who could ascertain what concoction had been blended within, Kelson's fingers traced the rim of the cup several times before Mifuna broke the silence. Do you not think your stance is rather too rigid? To leave this city of the Church, we must exploit every available resource. You yourself mentioned exploitation. Kyleson continued to caress the scorching rim of the cup. Upon my arrival, I observed that this flesh priest seems to have arrived here alone, and his management over the personnel appears rather lax. And so, this means his local followers may be unwilling, and it will be difficult for them to depart the city entirely without a clear purpose. I must assert dominance to harness their potential. Moreover, it is evident that this priest's intention is merely to escape. My proposal poses no detriment to him. Mifuna acknowledged this with a sound of agreement. At that moment, a slow knocking echoed from outside the door, and a gaunt treant gradually pushed the door open, addressing Kyleson in a lethargic tone. "My lord, the ritual is prepared. The high priest inquires if you wish to observe." "Then let us proceed." Kyleson rose from his chair. "Mifuna, will you join me? I shall refrain. I will await your return here." Kyleson waved dismissively, following the treant out of the room. The center of the reservoir had been transformed into a grand ritual space. An eerie green powder hovering in the air, forming a bizarre rune. Even before the ritual commenced, Kyleson could perceive the chaotic essence swirling within the space. Leaning against the wall, he curiously observed the cultists bustling about. Given the scale of the setup, it was likely a complex and substantial ritual. However, the execution of the ceremony proved to be astonishingly simple, if not purely straightforward. The cloaked cultists ushered forth a pale and emaciated scholar, who appeared to be entranced by some arcane spell. His consciousness dulled as he walked toward the center of the ritual area. Upon contact with the ritual array, his body began to levitate, floating towards the center. Then, clad in a blood-streaked black robe, Cicero emerged wielding a living array composed of flesh and vines, reciting intricate and obscure incantations upon the altar. The surrounding cultists joined in the recitation, circling the entire ritual array as they moved in unison. Within the echoing incantations, the essence of the ritual began to manifest an indescribable radiance, a light beyond the capacity of human language to express, which began to coalesce as the crowd moved, rising toward the vast, dark expanse above. At the center of that essence, the scholar's body began to twist, as if some inexplicable force were contorting him piece by piece, culminating in a horrific scream that was anything but human, before he was compelled to excavate one of his own eyes. And that moment, as the scholar removed his eye, his body was crushed by an invisible, immense force, erupting into a spray of blood in the air. The eye, glowing with an indescribable light, began to drift slowly towards Cicero. Cicero swiftly produced a small wooden box, hastily capturing the crafted blind and delusional eye within. Holding the box, he approached Kyleson. "My lord, I hope you will uphold your promise." Kyleson accepted the box. Naturally. Chapter 56. A single thread sets all in motion once again within the estate of Psy. In the subterranean wine cellar, the entirety of the Death Sentence Society had gathered to deliberate upon a singular issue. "Do you not think you are being a tad too hasty?" Psy poured Kyleson a glass of red wine. "The Triumvirate Church is currently on high alert. Provoking them now could very well elicit a full-scale retaliatory response." Khalil, too, uncharacteristically voiced his opinion. "Moreover, Arthur is not so easily dispatched. The ability to eliminate Geralt was partly due to the Holy Fire sect's ignorance of our true capabilities. Additionally, Geralt was a latecomer to the sect, possessing strength yet lacking internal recognition, limiting his access to resources." He took a sip to moisten his throat before continuing. "Arthur, on the other hand, possesses seniority within the sect, and due to his provision of sanctified weapons to many colleagues, he truly commands a vast array of judges and even fellow judicators of the same rank." Dick and Jean seemed to concur with Psy's assessment, sharing a sentiment that now was not the time to stir the pot. Dominic turned to Kyleson, seeking his opinion. "Pray, share your reasoning, Kyleson. Why must we act hastily at this juncture? Surely, you are not the sort to perform foolish deeds merely for the sake of a promise. Have you considered a particular question?" Kyleson lifted his goblet and swirled its contents. "The Church of the Holy Flame has become aware of our existence, regardless of whether we continue our endeavors. They will inevitably come to know us increasingly well with the passage of time." At these words, a palpable tension filled the room. Kyleson was right. After all, Consbird is a city under ecclesiastical control, where the Church's intelligence network permeates every nook and cranny. The Death Covenant had remained undetected solely because it had never come within the Church's purview. Once a thread of evidence appears, the Holy Flame will surely seize upon it and unravel our true identities. In essence, we are now on borrowed time. Given that we possess sufficient strength, why not break free from our shackles? Or have you all grown accustomed to being canaries in this cage, sedating yourselves with the notion of gathering strength? Kyleson set down his cup, pinpointing the crux of the matter with unerring precision. Say nearly erupted in anger, yet upon reflection, he recognized the validity of Kyleson's claims. A glance at Dominic revealed that he too was deep in thought. Although he acknowledged Kyleson's perspective, his years of navigating the corridors of power led him to believe that this matter should not be hastily agreed upon. However, to his surprise, the typically composed and cautious Dominic was the first to express agreement with Kyleson's proposal. "I stand with Kyleson. What say you all?" Say furrowed his brow. "I oppose this notion. This endeavor ought to be postponed for a time to allow us to fully assimilate our resources before taking action." The three members of the Death Covenant, who had been steering the ship, voiced their opinions, with a 2-to-1 majority already decided. It was at this moment that Carl, for the first time in a long while, invoked his rights as a member of the Death Covenant. "I too dissent. You have only considered the strength of the holy flame, yet the bishops of the sacred canticle command a significant number of protectors. These are high-tier knights and extraordinary beings. I do not believe we possess the capability to disregard them. Moreover, prolonging this will not significantly narrow the gap. If this gap remains insubstantial, we will inevitably confront the church head-on." Dick, unusually, did not align himself with Carl. Why not strike while the iron is hot and catch them off guard? Thus, Kyleson's faction held the upper hand, while Jean's stance indicated that the outcome was a tie or definitive resolution. Leaning against the wall, Jean, a person long marginalized, was caught off guard until all eyes turned to him, snapping him from his stupor. Jean hesitated, glancing first at Say, then at Kyleson, his gaze solidifying with determination. "I support Lord Kyleson. I require a rationale." Say pressed, his expression growing somewhat agitated. "You have overseen the affairs of the Shadow Hand for quite some time. It is time for you to voice your own opinion. The reasoning is simple. The business of the Shadow Hand cannot endure indefinitely." Jean's expression turned grave, under pressure from the ecclesiastical seat. "The nobles intend to reorganize the lower district's enterprises, and soon all current powers will undergo a reshuffling. This is also our doing." A heavy silence fell over the group, among the 6 members of the Death Covenant. For had rallied behind Kyleson's initiative, leaving little room for retreat. Say, ever pragmatic, swiftly transitioned to the next topic. "Since action is upon us, we must devise a feasible plan. We must clearly delineate who is responsible for which aspect. Kyleson, since you proposed this course of action, what are your thoughts?" "My thoughts are as follows." Kyleson drew forth a prepared map from the table's partition and began to outline his strategy. If they were to escape Consbird with the spoils the Death Covenant needed to carry away, they would undoubtedly have to withdraw from a specific checkpoint. Kyleson's plan was to exit via the southern gate, for there lay a small port. Once aboard a vessel, it would be exceedingly difficult for pursuing foes to follow. Each checkpoint had means to alert the Holy Flame, and with the prowess of Michael's 7 rings, the journey from a garrison to the southern gate would take no more than 5 minutes. Thus, the first challenge lay in how to divert Michael's attention. The initial step was to eliminate Arthur. The demise of a direct judgment master would surely draw Michael's notice, at the very least. He would attempt to intervene to prevent such an occurrence. Kyleson designated Carl and Jean for this task. Kyleson turned to Carl. "Can you manage this? If it involves Father Carl, it might be challenging." Carl uncharacteristically set aside his usual levity. "There will be no turning back for us on this journey, correct?" Kyleson replied with unwavering certainty. "Correct. Then there will be no issue. I have my means. Let Jean deal with those lesser minions." The next step was for the Death Covenant to instigate a more severe incident, one compelling Michael to set aside his grief over the loss of his subordinate. Naturally, this would involve the hero's tomb, where the forced breach of the seal would generate disturbances sufficient to attract Michael's attention. Given his selfless nature, he would undoubtedly prioritize this crisis over personal matters. Hastening to the source of the disturbance, at that juncture, Carl and Jean would have their chance to escape. As for those entering the tomb, only Kyleson, Dominic, and Say would suffice, provided they could locate that legendary demon-slaying sword. They could repel Michael and subsequently retreat through the southern gate. The remaining members, including Mifuna and those fanatical cultists from the Church of Suffering, would serve to provide cover or assist Dick in breaching the southern gate. Ensuring a clear route at the rear, Kyleson slapped the map and inquired solemnly, "Now then, does anyone have any objections?" Chapter 57. The Ashen Waste. The operation was scheduled for 3 days hence. Although Say did not support the action, once a unified decision had been made, he diligently refined the details, demonstrating the acumen of a once great noble, adept at distinguishing between public and private matters. With someone coordinating the efforts, tasks were allocated, and after Kyleson and the others confirmed their respective roles, the meeting concluded. A.S. Kyleson stepped out of Say's residence and traversed the streets. A sudden sense of surreal dislocation washed over him. Since his arrival in this world, he had remained in Consbird. Now, as he approached the moment of parting, he realized that this world encompassed far more than the confines of the city. As he passed through a shadow, Mifuna emerged from the darkness, walking naturally alongside Kyleson. "You have heard, I trust. It is time to summon your companions to exert themselves." Kyleson continued to gaze ahead, walking deliberately, unfazed by Mifuna's presence in his shadow. "Say has assigned you all to intercept Michael at the hero's tomb. He seeks to balance the strengths of the Death Covenant and ourselves. It is understandable." Mifuna's expression remained inscrutable, quite reflective of the Sidus nobility's style. "You are no strangers to sowing discord." Kyleson chuckled lightly. "Then go discuss matters with your companions. I have issues to address." Mifuna nodded and vanished into the shadows cast by the nearby buildings. Kyleson repressed a smirk and silently made his way to his small clinic. Lisa, upon seeing Dr. Kyleson enter, intended to greet him but was taken aback by his grave demeanor. "Lisa, I need to complete a ritual in the laboratory. If anyone attempts to intrude, greet them with your most potent poison." Kyleson instructed, frowning. Lisa nodded. "Has something happened, Lord Kyleson?" "Though sudden, the time has come to flee." Kyleson ruffled Lisa's hair, feeling the softness of her strands. "This is a war called survival, I understand. I will protect you." Lisa replied, covering Kelson's hand with her own. Suddenly feeling a twinge of anxiety, Kyleson withdrew his hand. "Just take care of yourself." He then turned and entered his secret laboratory, preparing for his ascension. Kyleson began reciting incantations. The complexity of the ritual now surpassed mere material arrangements. He had to directly inscribe the patterns of the formation through his spiritual essence to establish a spiritual foundation. As the symbol representing the dark erosion of magical energy began to materialize in the laboratory's expanse, Kyleson retrieved several prepared materials from his satchel and placed them sequentially within the floating formation. The tongue of lies was inserted into the circle symbolizing the gaping maw, igniting with an eerie blue flame. Countless whispered falsehoods echoed in Kelson's ears, only to be abruptly interrupted by a sharp detonation. At that moment, the power of the thousand-change throat surged through the razor-edged incantation, ultimately merging with the crystallized agony of blood and flesh, coalescing at the center into a singular eye, the blind. Foolish eye flickered, the vertical pupil sinking into the greenish glow, resembling a profound rift that devoured all light that passed. With the infusion of 3 additional powers, the previously still rift began to tremble, then expand, ultimately transforming into a lightless black hole. Kyleson knew the ritual had progressed significantly. After a brief hesitation, he extended his left hand into the black void. A powerful sensation of withdrawal surged through him. Not affecting his flesh, but rather his soul, Kyleson felt his consciousness swiftly traversing countless otherworldly planes, finally coming to a halt in a desolate, pallid expanse. Kyleson surveyed the endless expanse of white boundaries surrounding him. Feeling the weighty force tugging at his very soul, he lowered his gaze towards the source of the pull. Beneath his feet lay the soft, white sand, or perhaps it was the pale ashes of the departed. This was the soul grave, the burial ground of souls within the desolate expanse of the Tsongsha wasteland. It is said that each grain of dust here represents a spirit interred within this place. "Let us mourn for this vast sea of souls," As Kyleson recognized that the voice resonating in his mind was indeed calling to him, he found himself involuntarily chanting ancient, obscure syllables with each utterance. The force that had been dragging at him gradually dissipated, replaced by the memories of the souls, joy, sorrow, pain, serenity, released as Kyleson began to comprehend it all. New imprints etched themselves into his soul. A strange, yet familiar incantation resonated in his ears, encroaching upon his consciousness, attempting to connect with his thoughts. For the first time, Kyleson sensed the incantation probing his existence, though it could only ascertain his general location. Just as he hesitated to engage with the incantation, a black hole suddenly appeared to his left, swiftly pulling him back to the material realm. The incantation, sensing this disturbance, rushed towards Kyleson, who was already being drawn into the void, but it was too late. Only a faint echo lingered in his ears. Gilkswear. With a sense of bewilderment, Kyleson returned to the material world. At that moment, he had become a requiem singer, a third-tier necromancer, unlike the previous two supportive tiers. The requiem singer possessed the true capabilities of a spellcaster, having mastered the manipulation of soul energy. Unlike the initial ability to perceive diseases, this new talent finally bore significant combat potential. Soul shaping allowed the manipulation of a soul to produce various effects. Firstly, the spectral sentinel, which transformed a spirit into a watchful guardian capable of seeing through deception and phantoms. When necessary, the guardian could be destroyed to briefly seize the vision of nearby lives. Secondly, the soul veil, which shaped the spirit into a shadowy disguise, rendering the caster semi-ethereal, capable of cloaking their form, traversing solid objects, and even temporarily entering the spirit realm by consuming the veil's essence. Thirdly, soul absorption, the simplest yet most useful skill, devoured soul energy to restore one's own essence and vitality. While methods to restore essence were few, those to regain vitality were plentiful. However, skills that could restore both were rare. Coupled with the newly unveiled arcane soul spells from the Idasamuro's Codex, Kyleson felt confident in securing a measure of initiative in the battles to come. Kyleson opened his left hand, and the phantom of the Idasamuro's Codex emerged, its pages turning of their own accord to the latest chapter. Chapter 58. The Demon Priest. Kyrall and Jean walked through the streets of the lower district, each lost in their thoughts as they moved forward. With the battle imminent, Jean needed to marshal all available resources. After all, if they could not take them with them, they might as well utilize everything. All high-level soul molds had been gathered. Whatever could be acquired on the market was purchased using the secret funds of the Dark Hand, which, according to Lord Kyleson, could summon a formidable ally. Jean waved to a nearby orphan, instructing him to pack the items. Take them to the clinic. These are more precious than your life, so be careful. The orphan nodded, his scales shimmering before gradually becoming transparent, and he swiftly dashed out of the alleyway. Kyrall glanced at Jean. Have the heads of the Dark Hand sensed anything? There are some signs, but they are still in the investigative phase. By the time they react, we should have already escaped from Consbirth. Drifting downstream for thousands of miles on a large vessel, Kyrall remained noncommittal. Let us focus on tomorrow's operation. I have met Arthur a few times. While he tends to be rather casual, he takes serious matters with utmost gravity. Do you have a detailed plan? Jean waved to several vendors he recognized and whispered. Do you have a more comprehensive strategy? Yes. Kyrall lowered his voice. When Arthur is not accompanied by his mech, Sleipnir, which boasts extreme speed and heavy firepower, you will distract his subordinates while I swiftly deal with him. And then we retreat. I meant a more detailed plan. Kyrall pondered for a moment. When Arthur is without his mech, you will engage those likely in the 3rd to 4th tier of Holy Fire Inquisitors, and I will rush in to eliminate him. Then we will retreat down Houston East Street. That detailed enough? Jean forcefully slapped his cheeks, trying to calm his rising blood pressure, internally resolving to handle the aftermath. I just need to provide cover for you. Right? Correct. Very well. Meanwhile, Kyleson was also preparing his belongings. Despite having only learned 2 spells in haste, both were sufficiently powerful. Once he had gathered the necessary materials, he exited his private chamber. I and the mansion S Hall. Sai donned a pitch-black cloak adorned with crimson embroidery, a magnificent swift blade sheathed at his waist, while scrolls filled with various lengths of spell parchment were affixed to his side after about 5 minutes. Dominic emerged from his room, appearing much the same as usual, though given his shadowy nature, he likely had numerous deadly tricks concealed within his dimensional bag. The mansion had been nearly emptied. Valuable items were exchanged for easily transportable gems carried by old Duncan, while other precious extraordinary materials were placed into the prepared magical vehicle for transport out of the city during the checkpoint. Did Kyral mention the time of action? Kyleson secured his short sword within his cloak. At 3 a.m, the Inquisitor Arthur will be patrolling Houston Street, and upon receiving the signal that our battle has concluded, we will wait for Michael to approach before sending out a second signal to force our way through the seal. Kyleson acknowledged with a hum, initially intending to inquire about what to do if Kyral's plan failed, but ultimately refrained. Dominic merely frowned slightly, sharing the same concern as Kyleson, yet he bowed his head to fasten a ring. The three of them once again sat before the sofa, quietly awaiting their moment. On Kyral's side, the two had already taken positions on the rooftop. Kyral gazed up at the twilight before closing his eyes to rest. Jean busied himself adjusting his alchemical rifle, loading special bullets wrapped in silver patterns into the chamber. They remained silent until the earth's warmth began to fade. The clouds obscured the bright moon, and a squad of inquisitors finally patrolled beneath them. Kyral abruptly opened his eyes. His old priestly robe rustled in the night breeze as he vaulted over the railing, leaving a parting remark for Jean. "Don't let anyone steal my ass." Jean did not respond, silently aiming his rifle at the squad of inquisitors. His pupils dilated rapidly, displaying an inhuman transformation. Indeed, as a part-time second-tier necromancer, Jean had managed to implant a mutated eye, allowing him to shoot at long distances without a sniper scope. In the pitch-black night, the Inquisitor's spiritual presence glowed crimson, presenting a clear target for Jean. "Don't mess this up, you freakish priest," Jean murmured to himself. 6 bullets were discharged in rapid succession. Kyral plummeted. He retrieved a mask from within his robe, a custom piece made by Sai. The instant he donned the mask, he plummeted like a cannonball, creating a massive cloud of dust upon impact. The leading Inquisitor, Arthur, quickly retreated, creating distance while firing into the cloud, but the bullets passed through without striking anyone. "Be careful," Arthur warned his subordinates, and at that moment, Jean's shots landed, taking down all 6 unprepared targets. Generally, bullets that struck these inquisitors, unless hitting vital areas, would struggle to deliver a fatal blow. However, the bullets in Jean's possession were specially crafted, incorporating alchemical silver capable of severing spiritual essence, wrapped around compressed soul arrows of his own making. Under tremendous force, the bullets shattered upon impact, releasing the soul energy within, obliterating the inquisitors from flesh to spirit. Witnessing the carnage before him, Arthur was instantly enraged. A skilled marksman, he quickly deduced Jean's location based on the trajectory of the shots. The holy cross on his wrist glimmered, and a metallic rifle materialized in his grasp, its sacred inscriptions glowing bright red, prepared to fire upon the rooftop. Unbeknownst to him, his rifle barrel had been neatly severed. Arthur turned in alarm, seeing a man clad in a tattered priestly robe standing 3 steps away, his face obscured by a purple demonic mask. One cannot afford to be distracted during battle, Kyral quipped, discarding the broken gun barrel with a smile. As an Inquisitor mentor, one must not let anger cloud their judgment. That fleeting moment, Arthur discerned the disparity in strength between the two combatants. He extended his hand and shouted into the darkness. Sleipnir, in the distance, something was crashing through the walls and shattering the floor, rapidly advancing towards the battlefield. However, Karl did not afford his opponent any opportunity. He raised his hand and struck down fiercely, his formidable dark erosion ability coalescing into a long blade that cleaved through William's form with brutal force. Chapter 59. All means exhausted, the dark erosion hand blade sliced down from Arthur's shoulder. And had it been an ordinary individual, they would have likely fallen apart, their innards spilling forth. Yet beneath his garments, a metal plate adorned with sacred engravings absorbed the lethal blow. The tremendous impact caused Arthur's insides to churn. But he managed to utilize that very force to retreat. Carl abruptly extended his left hand, seizing the escaping Arthur, as the dark erosion hand blade lunged once more at the metal inner armor. Accompanied by a sizzling sound as the sacred engravings neared collapse, astonishingly disregarding the magical suppression to dissolve the holy magic essence, penetrating into the inner armor, Arthur felt a sharp agony in his abdomen. His insides twisting, followed by a wave of numbness, a symptom of the dark erosion magic essence rendering his flesh inert. "Haha, I have long wished to do this," Carl relished, twisting the hand blade as he savored the pain etched on Arthur's face. "And you have merely just begun." Arthur gasped weakly, struggling to catch his breath. Carl frowned and leaned in closer. "What did you say?" I said. Arthur's voice was faint, akin to a whisper. "You should have severed my head." The sound of metal clashing resonated as Carl sensed the wind rushing from behind him, hastily releasing his grip on Arthur and rolling away. The 4-meter metal mech, Sleipnir, seized the bloodied Arthur, its canister-like form opening to envelop its pilot. Life support systems engaged, purification systems unlocked, annihilation mode activated. A cold mechanical voice emanated from the internal sound structure of the mech, as Sleipnir not only held Arthur's life in its grasp but also unleashed its full firepower upon Carl. In an instant, dozens of missiles, inscribed with sacred engravings and sanctified in holy chants, hurtled towards Carl. Amidst the blaze infused with holy magic essence, Carl raised a barrier of dimensional rifts summoned by dark erosion, one of the rare means within necromancy capable of resisting the suppression of magical essence. Functioning by segmenting the influence of magical powers through dimensional separation. Yet, how could the Holy Fire Church, which had hunted necromancers for centuries, remain oblivious to such a blatantly targeted technique? Sleipnir's metallic arm returned towards Carl and midway switched modules. Revealing a massive hammer adorned with blazing flame patterns, the physical force crossed the dimensional rift and struck Carl directly, accompanied by golden holy flames, sending him soaring and crashing into a building. Jean, keenly attuned to the chaotic sounds below, could not help but sigh. Carl was likely facing certain death. Not only had that priest amassed considerable blasphemous power, but the sheer strength of Sleipnir, capable of demolishing a tower, was sufficient to obliterate him. The next step would undoubtedly involve Sleipnir pursuing him for the kill. According to the intelligence provided by Carl, this entity was a metal monster that could traverse walls with ease. With this thought in mind, Jean decisively leapt from the building, unwilling to be cornered on the narrow rooftop by midair. He felt a surge from his back as a pair of flesh wings sprouted from his shoulder blades, their specialized organs manipulating the nearby wind magic essence, allowing him to glide swiftly downward. Meanwhile, Arthur, piloting Sleipnir, became aware of the descending target, and his mechanical arm switched to a rapid-fire cannon, opening fire upon the plummeting figure. The radiant holy projectiles stood out vividly against the night, occasionally illuminating Jean's owl-like silhouette as he deftly evaded the barrage. Just as he touched down and rolled, his rifle disassembled into 2 handguns. Unleashing a volley of fire towards Sleipnir, the soul arrow ammunition rippled against the metal plate but failed to impede Sleipnir in the slightest. Originally capable of a rapid advance, Sleipnir now slowed its pace. Approaching Jean with a disdainful demeanor while raising its weapon, Jean bit his lip. Since meeting Kyleson, his prowess as an extraordinary being had seen remarkable enhancement, yet this was his first encounter battling someone of a higher caliber post-ascension. But did he still have any reason to retreat? Once merely a mere underhanded operative, his best outcome would have been to save enough money to live out his days in solitude, with a greater likelihood of perishing on the streets after some arduous task. Yet now he glimpsed a new path, even if he could not reach the end like Kyleson or Dominic. Serving alongside them would still afford him substantial standing. With this realization instilled within him, Jean steadied himself, releasing his grip on the guns, drawing his right hand into his trench coat, lowering his body into a stance reminiscent of the famed Iato from the Far East Islands. Sleipnir disregarded his movements and decisively opened fire. And that very moment, something sliced through the air. The large caliber rounds struck the building behind Jean, leaving 2 bullet holes in the red brick wall. Much to Arthur's horrified astonishment, moments later, brilliant sparks erupted as the remaining rounds were systematically severed. Jean's hand remained concealed within his coat as the mechanical arms of the mech slowly began to disassemble. What? Arthur felt a wave of confusion for the first time while piloting Sleipnir. He quickly maneuvered the mech backward while activating visual enhancement. Jean stood firm, gradually advancing forward, as a plague doctor of the second ring. He had integrated numerous extraordinary biological organs and limbs into himself. Now, he was employing his most formidable weapon. Arthur detached the malfunctioning gun modules from Sleipnir's mechanical arms and replaced them with thermal fusion blades and a sacred hammer module. He did not retreat. Instead, propelled by the boosters behind him, he charged towards Jean with increased velocity. Jean acted decisively, his weapon once more slicing through the air towards Arthur. Under the visual enhancement module, Arthur finally discerned the source of Jean's ability to neutralize his ranged firepower. It was a sleek, black, and flexible long tongue, launched from Jean's wrist, slicing towards Sleipnir at an acute angle, and this time targeting the very core of the cockpit. The Nina Shah forest lizard, a subspecies with dragon blood, employed its lethal hunting technique by using its tongue, capable of severing steel, to slay unsuspecting prey. The speed at which it lashed out was beyond the reflexes of most ordinary fourth-ring extraordinary beings. Jean had implanted a tongue as a concealed blade within his wrist, enhanced by the Iato technique he had surreptitiously learned from the Far East Islands. The effectiveness was astonishing, swiftly shifting the tide of battle. Chapter 60. Unsealing the seal, it is over. Jean silently affirmed. The black, serrated tongue obeyed his muscle memory, darting past the arms that sought to intercept it with an almost imperceptible speed. A moment of tremor. The tongue straightened like a soft sword, aiming directly for the cockpit. Yet Sleipnir showed no sign of hesitation, instead charging towards Jean with heightened speed. The black tongue was poised to slice through the mech's exterior. A blinding white lightning field illuminated the mech, causing the once flexible tongue to stiffen and veer off course, gliding past the side of the mech. Jean, too, was not spared. The implanted organs had fused with his being, and the electric current coursed through him, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. That fleeting moment of rigidity, the massive hammer descended as if the heavens were collapsing upon him, leaving Jean with nowhere to retreat. In the face of life and death, his thoughts spiraled through regret and unwillingness, ultimately transforming into a resigned acceptance. Jean closed his eyes, having prepared himself psychologically for death many times over. A resounding crash reverberated. Yet the anticipated excruciating pain never arrived. He opened his eyes to find Sleipnir had been launched entirely away, carving a deep trench into the street. The architect of this turn of events was a priest adorned with a purple demonic mask. "How can this be?" Arthur's voice, muffled by the metallic casing, sounded harsh and dull, yet it could not conceal his astonishment. "How can you, heretic, survive under the sacred energies of the sacred engravings?" "Haha." Carl dusted off his tattered priestly robe, twisting his neck with a crack. "Did you think you were the only one capable of wielding holy energy?" In Arthur's horrified gaze, Carl's hands radiated with pure magical essence, swiftly healing his injuries, before coalescing into a long sword. Concurrently, the dark erosion energy in his other hand transformed into a single-handed axe. "You ought to thank Kyleson, had it not been for the profane flesh he provided. You likely would not have witnessed me wielding 2 powers simultaneously." The next instant, his form melded with the environment, swiftly appearing before Sleipnir. "Surprised? There is even more to astonish you." Carl let out a satisfied, sinister laugh. Ignite the holy garb coalesced, a blazing cloak coalesced behind Carlyle, harmonizing with the sacred power of the hymn that enveloped him. This absurd spectacle utterly bewildered Arthur's mind. as a colleague of Geralt. He was firmly convinced that a devotee could not wield two powers simultaneously, yet, amidst this farcical scene, the imminent threat that followed sent a chill down his spine. How long do you think you can hide in that shell? Come out. With a deafening sound of metal disintegrating, the cockpit of Sleipnir was violently torn apart. Kyleson, meditating within his estate, suddenly sensed a signal emanating from a dark, corrupt magic. He opened his eyes to find Sai and Dominic already standing. Carlyle and the others have succeeded, Sai remarked, his furrowed brow easing slightly. After hearing him speak, Kyleson nodded. It appears I must prepare to depart. Upon reaching the destination, we shall await their second signal. Dominic gazed out at the moonlight, his brow knitted with anxiety. We must hasten. We wouldn't want to cross paths with Michael at the wrong moment. Kyleson nodded in agreement. The plan had commenced well, and the next step was the most crucial part of the entire scheme. As their carriage exited the manor, it seemed as if something was stirring in the night, and Kyleson knew that Mifuna and the others had gathered. Dick and Duncan waved to the trio from the driver's seat. This devil had mingled with the feeble cultists just days prior, and it was uncertain how many contracts he had forged with them. Regardless, with their manpower, temporarily controlling the southern gate was undoubtedly feasible. Following the other two, Kyleson soon arrived at an abandoned structure, resembling a library, with numerous papers scattered across the floor, seemingly expired bills. Sai approached the staircase, a flash of crimson flickering between his fingers as the lock on the barred door leading to the basement fell with a clatter. With his left hand resting on the dagger at his waist, he forcefully pushed open the rusted door. Dominic raised his hand, conjuring a glowing orb that hovered above them, and the three entered the basement, sequentially. After descending approximately 3 levels, Dominic, who was responsible for illumination, halted before a clearly cement-sealed square passageway. This is it, he declared, pressing his hand against a wall that was a different hue from the surroundings. Immediately, faint purple seals illuminated. As soon as Carlyle's signal arrives, I will break the seal. Another signal flickered in his mind, indicating the sender was in urgent need, likely sensing Michael's presence. They have arrived. Let us commence. Kyleson instructed Dominic. Dominic nodded, retrieving a slender object resembling an elongated seal from his dimensional pouch, pressing it against the wall. Upon contact, the seal instantly melded into the surface, after a brief moment of calm. The purple seals began to emit sounds akin to a short circuit amidst violent flickering. However, these engravings were far from ordinary. Even after the engraver's departure for many years, they retained a formidable self-healing capability, which explained why the seal persisted in this location. Yet the next moment, Dominic's crafted object finally fulfilled its ultimate purpose. With a tremendous explosion, the engravings were infused with an overwhelming amount of energy. Albeit in a sickly rapid surge, this drastic augmentation caused the seal to become unbalanced, transitioning from a peak to a catastrophic collapse. The powerful contrast of energy unleashed a violent conflict, and such a magnitude of fluctuation could not escape the notice of any extraordinary being, let alone the spellcaster. High-tier extraordinary beings like Michael would immediately realize that an ancient seal capable of threatening the city had been breached. Nonetheless, these considerations were of little consequence to Kyleson and his companions. Their priority was to enter the ancient tomb and retrieve the legendary demon's sword to face Michael's impending wrath and murderous intent. As they stepped into the pitch-black passageway, the magical crystal lamps embedded in the walls flickered to life. Illuminating the urgency of the trio, they hurried forward, swiftly exiting the passage, which, while not narrow, was hardly spacious. What lay before them was a sunken ancient tomb city. Chapter 61. The ghostly ruins. Kyleson was astounded by the sight before him. To call it merely a tomb was an understatement. Who could have imagined that this grave would be a ruinous city? Everything around appeared distinctly unnatural. In Kelson's memory, they had only descended 2 levels from that building. They had not delved far down the passage, so why had such a vast space emerged upon their exit? Logically, with such a cavernous void, Conspard should have discovered this area while constructing the underground water facilities. Moreover, any significant disturbance would likely cause several nearby blocks to sink. This space had been folded, or perhaps someone had deliberately compressed it and placed it here. Dominic remarked, "It seems the fate of this fallen knight is not as noble as Saint Leviah had proclaimed." Kyleson came to the same realization. Even Sai couldn't help but comment, "And the entrance to the seal is quite peculiar. Regardless, we must enter swiftly and locate the sword. Otherwise, we shall be in trouble when Michael arrives." Kyleson urged. The stone platform beneath their feet, despite centuries of age, retained its original form, with scarcely a speck of dust, extending several kilometers straight into the endless abyss below. The trio resembled mere ants crawling along the tail of a colossal dragon as they slowly made their way into the city. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and at last, Kyleson observed the remnants of the ruined city up close. The architectural style reminiscent of St. Leviah left him with an impression of grandeur and epic scale. The massive white stone structures appeared beyond the capabilities of mortal craftsmanship, their gilded patterns still shining brilliantly. This relic seemed to be a fragment torn from a once great city, yet its former magnificence was still evident. "Let us split up. As the knight, we should seek out the cathedral or castle," Dominic suggested, withdrawing his staff from the dimensional pouch. "Signal us once you find it." Kyleson nodded in agreement, and he and Sai chose different paths to depart. As Kyleson stepped into the city, everything remained as it had been, yet the sanctity perceived from the outside had dissipated, leaving an eerie atmosphere instead. The shriveled apples in the shops, sustained by the pervasive energy of the city, showed no signs of decay, but rolled about in the chilling winds. Unbeknownst to him, a cold mist had gathered at his feet, sending a shiver down Kyleson's spine, as if some unseen gaze was scrutinizing him. Suddenly, he felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, and he whirled around, only to find nothing but an empty space, the cracked oilcloth awning flapping in the breeze. Kyleson inwardly chuckled, dismissing his own nerves. Even if undead creatures lurked about, what of it? He was a necromancer, after all, and half a dead man himself, who could intimidate whom in this realm of spirits. Turning back, he was seized by a tightening sensation in his throat as a pale specter stood before him. The apparition resembled an elderly man, with a long beard resting upon his chest. Leaning on an oak staff, his lifeless gaze fixed intently on Kyleson, just as Kyleson's hand brushed against the hilt of his short sword, aptly named the Harbinger of Drowning, the specter spoke first. Its voice drifting like a breeze to Kyleson's ears. "You have finally arrived. The master awaits you." Kyleson tilted his head in confusion, cautiously inquiring, "Are you speaking to me?" The spectral elder's bewildered eyes shifted slightly. Indeed, Kyleson furrowed his brow. The apparition seemed devoid of malice, not akin to a mere echo of a ghost. Yet after all these years, the spirits here retained self-awareness and could engage in conversation, which unsettled him. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to accept this reality, then lead the way. The elder bowed slightly, turning to guide Kyleson deeper into the city. All along the way, white mists swirled past them, transforming into playful children, their silver laughter echoing through the empty streets, only to vanish into fog at the next corner. Occasionally, the sounds of vendors could be heard, and Kyleson caught sight of a pale young girl peering at him from an upper window, only to quickly slam the window shut when he glanced her way. "Would you like to buy a bracelet? A gift for someone special. It can bind your hearts eternally," a plum merchant called out, promoting his silver flower bracelet. The flower symbolism indeed represented everlasting love, yet the bloom itself had been extinct for a century, illustrating that nothing is truly eternal. "How much?" Kyleson inquired, reaching for his pouch. "Would you like to buy a bracelet? A gift for someone special. It can bind your hearts eternally," the rotund merchant repeated, though his expression gradually morphed into one of sorrow. Not every spirit could retain consciousness and reason. The voice of the elder spectre reached Kyleson again as he turned, producing an ancient coin from his waist and placing it into the merchant's hand. After receiving the coin, the merchant sighed heavily before dissipating into a cloud of white mist. The elderly man placed the exquisite silver bracelet into Kyleson's hand. the chilling sensation causing a tremor deep within his soul. As he examined the intricately crafted bracelet, the floral engravings appeared vividly lifelike. Resembling a miniature reality, even the conscious specters, having been consumed by resentment over centuries, had lost their rationality and tranquility, imprisoned by me within the city's confines. Clutching the bracelet tightly, Kyleson inquired with a solemn tone, "Who exactly are you?" "My lord," after a brief silence, the elder's distant voice resonated. "I am the chief court mage of Lord Luke Clarence. Luke Clarence, the so-called First Fallen Knight, the savior wrongfully ensnared here." A flicker of fervent emotion ignited in the elder's bewildered eyes. "But since you have arrived, at least it may allow the Lord to awaken from this long-standing dark slumber." With that, the elder ceased conversation and continued to lead the way. Kyleson remained silent, contemplating the information he had just acquired. Soon, they arrived before a grand palace, though under the current atmosphere, it resembled more of a tomb than a palace. The elder halted at the entrance, raising his oak staff high, accompanied by a dazzling blue-white radiance. The doors creaked open. "Is Lord Clarence within?" Kyleson asked, gazing into the ominous depths of the palace. "Indeed, your two companions are also en route. I have summoned the guards to notify them," came the reply. Just then, a deafening explosion erupted at the city's edge, followed by a scorching gust of wind that swept over Kyleson. Despite the distance, he could distinctly sense the potent surge of magical energy emanating from a familiar source. Michael had arrived. Chapter 62. The Gladiator. "Please, enter." The elder sighed longingly, the chosen successor of Idis Amaros. Kyleson, initially taken aback, resolutely nodded at the elder before hastening into the palace. Behind him, the spectre elder shattered his staff, revealing a knightly crossed sword nearly as tall as he was, glimmering with a diamond-like brilliance. "As the court mage and grand knight commander, in my name, Wilbur, I summon your aid to protect our homeland and lands." With his call for assistance, a mist began to coalesce behind him, forming knights clad in full armor, silently whistling as spectral steeds appeared beneath them. Riding upon the surging mist, the knights brandished their lances and unsheathed their swords. Charging through the streets and buildings toward the source of the searing heat in the distance, the spectre elder leaned his knightly sword against the ground, hands resting atop my frenzied comrades. "Go forth and rend those vile saints asunder." And oh, sooner had he spoken than a sound reminiscent of chains falling from the abyss echoed, followed by a crashing impact that splintered the cobblestone floor. From the fissures, dark mist began to seep forth, revealing shadowy crimson pupils within. A silent yet frenzied roar resonated in the elder's ears, a hatred so intense it threatened to tear him apart. Yet, it paled in comparison to the deeper loathing for the saints who invaded their lands. The black mist churned violently, and dozens of black-armored knights emerged, wielding oversized swords that dwarfed their own forms. These frenzied warriors leapt into the fray, charging toward their distant enemies. Lastly, the spectre elder cast one last glance at the palace, where his beloved sovereign lay in eternal slumber, knowing he would never see him one last time. With his sword resting on his shoulder, armor enveloping his form, he too charged fearlessly into battle. Meanwhile, Kyleson found himself in dire straits. The darkness within the palace was akin to an indelible veil, and he soon lost his sense of direction. He groped in the dark, feeling as though all sensory perception had been stripped away, even his sense of distance lost. Yet, he dared not change his course for fear of straying too far. After an indeterminate time wandering, Kyleson suddenly sensed something, and with a swift motion, he drew his dagger and struck forward. The shadow, nearly blending into the background, nimbly leaped back, brandishing its claws in a flurry of strikes. Kyleson felt his body punctured repeatedly, but thanks to his physical resilience, he adapted remarkably well to the magical wounds, avoiding the need for any flesh-warping sorcery, as the aberrant blood within him rapidly regenerated new muscle fibers to seal the wounds. As both sides prepared to renew their assault, Kyleson and his adversary instinctively sensed a shift and instinctively recoiled. The next moment, an ethereal blue soul flame erupted between them, momentarily dispelling the darkness. It was in that fleeting instant that Kyleson recognized his opponent as Sai, whose abdomen had been slashed, a line of blood swiftly healing before his eyes. The figure in the distance, hurling fireballs like a necromancer, was undoubtedly Dominic. Realizing they were allies, the trio halted their movements, and amidst the crackling of spiritual flames, Dominic raised his hand, illuminating their faces with the gathered soul fire. "Have you all entered?" Kyleson spoke first. "Michael has breached the city," he added. "Yes, when we entered, he and the other adjudicators had already broken through to the city's center, seemingly held back by those specters," Sai replied, brushing his hand over the cut in his shirt. The blood disappearing as if by a mysterious spell. "Time is of the essence. We must dispel this encroaching darkness." Dominic raised his hand high, attempting to cast light further afield, yet it remained insufficient. Sai's eyes glinted with a red hue. This dark power likely stems from the fallen knight deep within the palace. Ordinary spells cannot dispel this darkness imbued with demonic might. Demonic power? Kyleson felt a reminder from the shadows of Mafna, prompting a sudden realization. He extended his left hand, and the tome of Ida Samaros manifested within it. The moment the ethereal grimoire appeared, the surrounding black mist vanished, as if it had never existed. At that moment, the trio discovered they had already reached the innermost chamber. Merely circling in place, at the apex of the chamber, a colossal wooden throne stood, upon which lay an armor resting silently. It gazed down upon the three below, its deep helmet concealing any hint of life, yet still instilling a profound sense of dread. Clarence. Kyleson felt an inexplicable dryness in his mouth, the original fallen knight. Yet aside from the throne, the surroundings were utterly barren. "Where is his sword?" Dominic sensed something amiss, cold sweat trickling down his brow. The legendary sword capable of toppling cities. "Where is it?" No one could provide an answer. Even Sai's lips began to pale, while Kyleson felt a lump in his throat. Without that fabled demonic sword, how could they withstand Michael's rampage outside, prepare a summoning ritual? "I must call forth my undead servants. We must act swiftly, lest we perish here." Kelson's tone grew hoarse with urgency. Both Dominic and Sai understood that Kyleson had amassed a considerable stock of high-grade soul essences, evidently harboring a trump card, and swiftly retrieved materials to lay out the most comprehensive summoning ritual upon the ground. While awaiting their preparations, Kyleson began to extract the soul essences from his possession. Their only hope rested upon the combined might of the three. Alongside the turmoil Michael faced against the numerous powerful specters outside, perhaps allowing them to seize a fleeting chance to vanquish him, as the formation neared completion, Kyleson ignited a colossal amount of soul essences. And with the aid of the contract, Malachi successfully materialized in the physical realm. Without needing Kelson's command, Malachi immediately scanned the area beyond the palace. "My lord, there is a formidable enemy presence out there." His voice remained calm and collected, merely stating a fact. "Can you slay him?" Kyleson inquired. Malachi's response was pragmatic. "I cannot, but I can hold him for a quarter of an hour." Kyleson glanced at Dominic and Sai, both of whom nodded through gritted teeth. Sai produced a short knife, slicing into his wrist, seemingly prepared to invoke the essence of the vampire lord. "There is no point in fleeing. We shall buy time for Dick and the others to breach the southern gate. I will prepare a grand spell. It may severely injure or even slay Michael, but until it is complete, I cannot engage in battle." Dominic said little more, already retrieving the necessary ritual materials. "Mafna, you too must play your part." No sooner had Kyleson spoken than 8 figures emerged from his shadow, including Mafna's elite vampires, all brandishing alchemical weaponry, evidently prepared to fight to the death. Kyleson drew his own dagger, uncertain how much trouble his 3-ring spell could cause Michael. But the 2 soul spells recorded in the tome of Ida Samaros would at least serve to delay him. Suddenly, he turned to the immobile Clarence upon the throne, who appeared to be observing the imminent clash of life and death with keen interest. Chapter 63. Confrontation. Michael raised his hand, forming a golden lightning spear within his grasp, as the surrounding adjudicators felt the air thickening with electrical charge, causing even their hair to stand on end. Accompanied by a resounding thunderclap, the thunder spear was hurled forth, as the furious black-armored knight cleaved downward with the force of a mountain. Yet, the long sword was shattered in a single strike. Amidst the splintered fragments, the berserk knight braced himself against the thunder spear with his chest, as golden light surged through him, which he desperately clutched at the spear's tail to prevent it from piercing through. Nonetheless, the tremendous impact forced him to stagger backward, carving deep ruts into the ground beneath him. Ultimately, the black-armored knight managed to steady himself, instinctively letting out a primal howl to the heavens, as he raised his head. His dark and chaotic pupils were flooded with blinding brilliance. Mitsai hovered in midair, his crimson hood billowing despite the absence of wind, golden currents of electricity shimmering in his eyes, as the holy thunder of divine retribution descended around him. While he wielded a spear that resembled a pillar of the heavens, the black-armored knight let out a defiant roar, summoning his comrades, the knights, who were valiantly holding their ground against the Judgment Mentors. Immediately abandoned their positions and charged toward the godlike Mitsai. With an impassive demeanor, Mitsai brought down the thunder pillar in his grasp, unleashing a torrent of golden holy light that overturned half of the ruined city. Causing all present to close their eyes in an attempt to shield themselves from the blinding radiance, as the brilliance waned, the black-armored knight who had borne the brunt of the assault had vanished, leaving a circular breach in the city's heart, while structures within the Holy Thunder's reach had completely vanished, with only the molten stones at the edges slowly flowing like lava. Each of these black-armored knights had once been a hero comparable to Mitsai. Yet they were ultimately lost souls, their combat instincts sustained by resentment, unable to match the formidable skills bestowed by their ranks. Mitsai, however, remained vigilant, for the thunder pillar he had just cast was intended to pierce directly through the palace at the heart of the distant city. Yet something had thwarted its path midway. That something was a knight, seemingly akin to the other ordinary spectral guards. His armor was unremarkable, even somewhat aged, but the singular detail that set him apart was the massive sword he wielded. Identical to those of the black-armored knights, the only truly unique feature was the banner he held aloft. The banner depicted a pitch-black longsword, a sword that shattered shackles. Fallen beside him were several judgment officials, each slain in a single stroke, the massive sword leaving little more than superficial wounds. With scarcely any bloodshed, Mitsai advanced, crackling with lightning, followed by a throng of holy fire acolytes clad in armor, their long spears and swords ablaze, cutting down spectral attendants and ordinary specters alike as they pressed forward. The knight, standing as a barrier before the surging practitioners, paid no heed, merely planting his heavy great sword into the ground, splattering blood and mud. "Halt, heretic," he commanded. Mitsai furrowed his brow. Heretic, that term is typically employed by the Triune Church to denote those of other faiths. When did it become applicable to oneself? "Who are you?" Mitsai inquired, narrowing his eyes. "From the kingdom of Saint Libea, the Lord's chief knight and archmage, Sehe Wilbur," came the muffled voice from beneath the mask. "You are invading the territory recognized by Saint Libea. Depart, invaders." Mitsai's expression remained icy. Saint Libea has long perished. This is the city of Consbird, within the jurisdiction of the Triune Church. As long as Lord Clarence remains, this place does not belong to any other power. "Clarence, you say?" Mitsai, clearly well-versed in religious history, quickly deduced, given the peculiar banner beside this spectral knight, that someone had broken the seal with the intent to seize the demon's sword. Realizing this, he immediately commanded, "Naisha, Link, stall him. I must reach the palace to thwart those heretics." One knight beside him lifted their helm, revealing a youthful countenance. Naisha, meanwhile, Link, clad in a fitted flame-patterned coat, swiftly dispatched a spectre with a single stroke, declaring, "Hypocritical saint, are you attempting to flee?" Wilbur, having discerned Mitsai's intent, brandished his great sword and advanced to pursue. Mitsai disregarded the attack, transforming into a streak of lightning as he darted toward the distant palace. Wilbur, intent on stopping him, found himself beset from behind by blazing wings and scorching flames, forced to engage in battle. Just as Mitsai entered the palace, the divine magic he had summoned was immediately suppressed. Rendering him grounded, the encroaching darkness surged toward him like a tidal wave, seeking to strip him of his senses, but Mitsai coldly dismissed it with a huff, the power of a demon god. Is it? Yet it is already quite diluted, Mitsai murmured, continuing deeper into the palace. After taking a couple of steps, an instinctive warning surged within him, followed by a powerful gust of wind rushing toward him. He aimed to evade like a flash of lightning, but suddenly recalled that his divine magic had been suppressed, and thus gathered the magic he could muster before his arms to withstand the impending blow. He soon regretted this decision. Even a glancing avoidance would have been preferable to taking it head-on, for the opponent's assault struck him with the force of a mountain, and how could a man withstand such a blow? Mitsai felt himself lose balance and fly backward, but before he could travel several meters, a grasp clamped around his ankle, hurling him violently into the ground, followed immediately by a barrage of hammering strikes. Observing this spectacle, Kyleson scratched his head and glanced at Sai, who was preparing to join the fray with his staff. Though he knew Malakai's prowess was formidable, he had not anticipated that merely utilizing the innate technique, Soul Veil, to allow Malakai to infiltrate the spirit realm would suffice to suppress Mitsai for the moment. If this continued, the physically powerful Malakai would surely deplete Mitsai, who could not replenish his divine magic, and ultimately crush him here. Yet, Malakai's predictions were also astute. Mitsai was not so easily dispatched. The so-called Seven Ring exalted, each one was on the brink of transcending the mundane, standing at the pinnacle of mortal flesh. Just a step away from true divinity, a blazing golden light surged upward, intertwining with flames to create a dazzling display of violet and crimson hues as the ion-clustered magic erupted forth, sending Malakai hurtling away. Or rather, Malakai leaped away to evade the overwhelming magic. Even so, despite his quick reflexes, the ash-gray, iron-like body of Malakai suffered burns from the flames, a significant portion missing from his shoulder, rising from the crater he had created. Mitsai was enveloped in a suit of fire forged from ions, his crimson hood flung back to reveal a flawless visage and flowing golden hair. Heretics, I have you now, upon witnessing his body stiffen. It was evident that signs of a disordered soul were manifesting. Malakai, as a top-tier warrior, naturally seized this opportunity. The dark erosion of demonic essence coalesced into lethal claws, which tore through half of the opponent's holy armor. Followed by a powerful punch that struck directly at his chest, Michael plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, his sacred garb in tatters. Meanwhile, from the surrounding shadows, the companions of Emofuna sprang forth, their blades imbued with the lethal venom of the blood-kin, aiming for the exposed vulnerabilities of Michael, instantly piercing through him. Regarded as the Son of God, Michael found himself overwhelmed, unable to fend off the multitude of attacks. Ultimately facing his demise here, this was what Kyleson believed. However, in the next moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. A pair of golden wings unfurled from Michael's back, which had risen unbeknownst to anyone, showering down countless radiant feathers. Each feather that touched the ground melted it into bright red magma. The elite vampires, who had just besieged Michael, were instantly reduced to nothing but ash, their upper bodies obliterated, and their lower halves disintegrating in an instant. Thus, all the vampire elites who had accompanied Emofuna to Konsberg were left with only her as the sole survivor. The wings spread wide, illuminating the dark palace as if it were midday. While Michael ascended slowly, wielding a sword of judgment in his hand, an arc of electricity manifested in the air, blinding Kyleson with its brilliance. He nearly abandoned his thoughts, rendered helpless against an attack that approached the divine. When he regained his senses, Malakai had already positioned himself before Kyleson, blocking the earth-shattering blow. My lord, I must take my leave for now. The ensuing battle rests solely upon your shoulders, Malakai declared to Kyleson. And before Kyleson could respond, A golden thread emerged from his waist. In an instant, his upper body collapsed to the ground, subsequently shackled by the true name of the soul tomb, transforming into a spiritual entity and returning. Kyleson sensed the frailty of Malachi's essence. It seemed he could not summon him again in the near future. Meanwhile, Sai had reverted to his human form, seemingly having utilized some special technique to escape peril. Now lying half-scorched in a corner, the grim reality was that no one could thwart Michael now. Kyleson began preparing his second spell, although it was unlikely to be effective against Michael in his current divine state. He still mechanically endeavored to attempt it. Under the threat of annihilation, Kyleson found it difficult to concentrate, stammering through the incantation but failing to gather his essence. Michael's eyes were cold, reflecting the disdain of a deity for the unclean. He approached Kyleson with deliberate steps, indifferent to his feeble tricks. Fallen pestilence doctor, sanguine minstrel, and those devils not present here, along with your filthy kin, even as you continue to commit vile acts in the shadows. Exposed to the light of the divine, you are but futile insects struggling for survival. Kyleson persisted in attempting to cast a spell. This time, he finally recited the incantation fluently, but alas, the spell was far too late to be executed. At that moment, a shadow blade pierced through Michael's foot, causing him to frown and stomp down vehemently, dragging the ambushing Mo-Funa from the shadows. Mo-Funa, struck as if by lightning, was engulfed in burning blisters upon confronting such radiant divine essence. Yet she steadfastly refused to cry out in pain. Just as Kyleson was engulfed in despair, a gray light emanated from the depths of the palace. In an instant, it spread to Michael's feet. Illuminating his figure, Michael paused momentarily, and in that fleeting moment, a grayish-white version of himself emerged before him, grinning eerily. Dominic's figure stepped forth from the shadows, exclaiming with relief, "The cell projection technique, a spell that summons an ethereal projection of the target's spirit and reflects any damage received back to them." As a large-scale spell, it bears little significance for an ordinary individual, but for a saint capable of inflicting fatal harm upon nearby undead, it is a different matter altogether. After a brief pause, Dominic continued, "Will you burn yourself to death?" As soon as he finished speaking, the grayish-white projection was immediately incinerated into ashes, and Michael, due to the conflict of two identical essences within him, was forcibly expelled from his divine state. His body marred with extensive burns, and the next moment, Kelson's second soul spell was cast upon Michael. With a crisp sound, a ghostly azure chain linked itself to Michael's heart. Instinctively, Michael conjured a holy sword to sever it. But it merely passed through. He looked up at the other end of the chain, which belonged to the fallen pestilence doctor casting the spell. Kyleson, now panting heavily, disregarding the disparity in strength, charged forward with his short sword. Meanwhile, Dominic seized the opportunity to gather a massive sphere of malevolent souls, unleashing it upon Michael as it began to shoot out malevolent spirits in every direction, relentlessly attacking him, though Michael's inner essence was thrown into disarray by Dominic's spell. He persisted and activated his divine state, which bypassed Kelson's resistance to the holy essence, subjecting Kelson's flesh to a scorching heat that rendered it brittle and ash-like. The dark erosion that sustained Kyleson began to dissipate, his body appearing like a shattered marionette before purification. Yet, what Michael beheld was Kelson's triumphant grin. And the next instant, enormous cracks appeared on Michael's body. He sensed his essence and life force draining rapidly. The damage not stemming from external sources, but from his very soul. The second soul spell, Soul Chain, linked their souls and reflected any damage inflicted upon the caster back to the target. The effect was one-directional, meaning the locked target would not return harm to the caster. Though powerful, its limitations were considerable. It could only activate upon breaching the target's magical defenses. However, once linked, it became a lethal means of ignoring the opponent's defenses. Such a forbidden technique worthy of being recorded in the Codex of Idis Somoros was indeed extraordinary. "You heretical fiends!" Michael, the judgment prelate, was enraged. Fiery flames surged from his back, transforming into 3 pairs of burning wings. The unstable essence unleashed greater power, and although Michael was furious, he had not yet lost his sanity. This overwhelming force was not directed at Kyleson, but rather towards his own soul. The sound of crackling echoed from within, and the excruciating pain of his soul being scorched elicited a pained roar from Michael. The spilling sacred flames and punitive thunder surged towards the already weakened Kyleson, who found himself incapable of resisting or evading. Facing imminent obliteration by this overwhelming force, at the critical moment, Dominic intervened, deploying a phantasmal shield in front of Kyleson. Yet, Michael's might was far too formidable. The phantasmal shield shattered within mere seconds, propelling both men away. Dominic, being already weakened from casting a grand spell, collapsed to the ground, his life status uncertain, while Kyleson, though still able to move and think, found his dark erosion essence utterly depleted, leaving only a trace to sustain his undead existence. In the distance, Michael appeared poised to regain his strength. Although he had suffered injuries from their schemes, he was far from incapacitated. On the other hand, Kyleson was utterly powerless to resist. The furnace of Buyul within Kyleson whirred rapidly, its rhythmic sound akin to a clear engine, continuously extracting active dark erosion essence to sustain him, while the core of the demonic essence strained to mend his form. Meanwhile, the core of the perception emotion magic fell into silence. Prioritizing the maintenance of its host's life, Kelson's mind raced, contemplating what means he still possessed. The spells were exhausted. Could he rely on the bones of the fallen pestilence? That would only be countered by the divine essence, leaving no chance for contact, and with such a short effective range, by the time he summoned it, he would have already been interrupted. Kyleson pondered. He struggled to shift himself on the ground. Michael, from a distance, stomped down, unleashing a shockwave that sent Kyleson sprawling once more, crashing into the staircase within the palace. Although he felt no pain, the dark erosion essence he had just gathered dissipated again. Looking up, he beheld the long-decayed remains of a fallen knight. Remembering the ghostly elder who had steadfastly guarded outside and the companions lying lifeless around him, Kyleson inexplicably felt that the remains were merely spectators to all that transpired, which incited a flicker of anger within him. Hey, having been struck before the throne, shouldn't you intervene? Kyleson mused. Perhaps inspired by a moment of clarity or driven by desperation, he summoned his final resort. The Codex of Idus Asamoros, the ghostly light. He recited the incantation he had once used to summon the deathly servant, though he had neither prepared the ritual nor possessed sufficient essence, making success seem unlikely. The black and white descended upon this realm of time, the ebony crown of thorns appearing above Kelson's head, halting time at that moment. The successful summoning of the spell astonished Kyleson. Yet as he gazed at the time-frozen Michael, he suddenly grasped the cost of this ritual. It was the ending's resonance, one of the ancient existences that had been observing him all along. The reason for their assistance to Kyleson at this juncture was to covet the remains of the fallen knight. As the witnesses of the contract, they evidently held high hopes for the covenant between Kyleson and the original fallen knight, Clarence, seeking to extract a share of the benefits therein. If this covenant could be established, when Clarence's soul once again loses its abode, it would be ensnared by those collectors of souls, the Enders, and consigned to the Tomb of Souls, though the present whereabouts of Clarence's spirit remain unknown. Since it is not in the hands of the Enders, he sees no necessity to acquiesce to this contract that offers no benefits. Indeed, Clarence's lifeless body lies in silence, leaving one to ponder whether it is reluctant to awaken from its prolonged slumber or whether its soul has long ceased to respond to this agreement. Kyleson sighed, turning helplessly towards the palace in the gray-white void. The severely wounded Sai gazed vacantly at the dome, perhaps lamenting the fate that had befallen him as the Duke's firstborn. And what of Dominic? Once the 13th seat's apprentice archmage, had he ever contemplated dying within a mere church city? As for Mafina, who failed to liberate her clan from their curse, would she also harbor a sense of unwillingness? Regardless, all must come to an end. The Enders shall not wait for long. Despite their near-eternal existence, They do not expend excessive attention on insignificant mortals. As time begins to flow once more, Michael shall incinerate all these heretics. Burying their ambitions alongside them, Kyleson silently observed the retreating grayness around him. Time resolutely pressed forward again, and Michael seemed to sense something, glancing around in confusion. Behind Kyleson, the skeletal remains of the black-armored knight slowly rose. Chapter 66. The death phalanx. As Kyleson drew his short sword, he noticed Michael hesitating, evidently wary. After a brief moment of realization, Kyleson understood that it was not he who Michael feared, but rather some presence behind him. Turning around, he saw the fallen knight in black armor stride past him, positioning himself in front. Clarence scratched his head and stretched his limbs, exclaiming, "How long have I been asleep? Even the pup of the Holy Church has dared to invade my lord's palace." Michael remained silent. The strongest knight of St. Libea, the first fallen knight, a one-man army and a national hero, master of the demon sword. Each title weighed heavily upon him, instilling caution that restrained his actions. Clarence turned to Kyleson, his tone light-hearted. "Boss, how about we establish a path?" Kyleson comprehended that the other was inquiring about his next command and eagerly replied, "Please, take us away from here, away from this city." It seems my sworn lord favors putting people in difficult positions. That wretched dog of a Night King also enjoys such assignments. Clarence's laughter emerged muffled from beneath his helmet, but compared to that old fool's sense of entitlement. "At least you asked politely. I suppose I shall assist." Clarence's incessant chatter left Kyleson somewhat bewildered, and while he remained in a daze, the fallen knight had already approached Michael, despite the absence of any magical essence flowing through him and lacking a weapon. He now exuded an overwhelming presence that suppressed Michael. Michael's eyes lay a serious expression as he conjured a blazing sword of flames and swung it at Clarence. Nonchalantly, Clarence raised his hand. The Black Knight's gauntlet grasping the flame sword, which soon turned crimson under the intense heat. Meanwhile, Michael's face flushed as he found himself at a disadvantage, with Clarence seemingly unperturbed, refusing to relinquish the sword. Ultimately, Michael was compelled to detonate the flame sword, pushing Clarence back 2 steps, before hurling 2 bolts of lightning towards him. These strikes, akin to divine retribution, were deflected by Clarence's palms, resulting in him being pushed back slightly. Regaining his footing, Clarence glanced at his gauntlet, now smoking from the fire and lightning, and uttered a click of his tongue before calling out loudly towards the palace's entrance, "Wilbur, quickly bring me a suitable weapon." No sooner had he finished speaking than a massive sword flew in from outside the palace, which Clarence caught with ease. It was Wilbur's cross-shaped greatsword concealed within his staff. This sword, which required Wilbur to wield with both hands or rest upon his shoulder, felt as light as a single-handed longsword in Clarence's grasp, swinging it effortlessly as though it were a wooden blade. "Well, it'll have to do," Clarence sighed. "Big brother, go gather your companions. We need to break through." Upon hearing this, Kyleson immediately assisted Dominic to his feet, utilizing a twisted flesh technique to heal him, then retrieved a blood pouch from Sai to feed the immobile Dominic, while also taking half a bag from Afuna. Once the group had temporarily regained their mobility, they swiftly employed their means of self-healing. When they had mostly assembled, Kyleson raised his gaze, just in time to see Clarence swing his sword with one hand, sending Michael flying like a baseball. "Let us move. Charge." Clarence led the way, and although Kyleson and the others were severely injured, they strained onward towards the palace's exit. Outside the palace lay devastation. The city had been ravaged beyond recognition, and the spirits within had been annihilated by the surging divine magic. Wilbur was valiantly defending the palace entrance with a long spear adorned by a black sword banner, single-handedly holding his ground. At this moment, he too was nearing his limits, his ghostly form nearly dissipating. However, upon seeing Clarence, he removed his helmet, revealing a smile of relief and "My lord," Clarence interrupted. "You have done well. Thank you, Wilbur, for safeguarding this territory for me." He then turned to Kyleson. "Do you have any means to preserve the souls?" Kyleson nodded, unfurling the Codex of Idasimus, casting a spell to temporarily preserve the almost dissipating Wilbur. within his short sword. Meanwhile, Michael, having received aid from other holy fire healers, was regaining some strength and regrouping his forces, intending to encircle and eliminate the heretics. "Why don't you use that demon sword?" Kyleson weakly queried. "Otherwise, how do you intend to break through the encirclement?" "You mean the demon sword? That blade has already been shattered," Clarence replied without further elaboration, for the current situation offered little time for detailed explanations. "However, as for methods to break through, I have plenty." With that, he raised the banner spear that Wilbur had planted in the ground, brandishing it alongside the sword. In that instant, Kyleson felt the deathly magic from the dissipating souls coalesce, and an epiphany struck him, allowing him to summon the skeletal remains of the dead, unleashing even more deathly magic. Clarence cast a surprised glance at Kelson's right hand, now adorned with the bones of the deceased, before facing the assembled holy fire judges. The air thickened with the essence of death, ultimately forming a wall of spears around him. "Stay close, keep your distance." With that, Clarence charged forward with the death phalanx, the miasma of death swirling beneath his feet. Propelling his speed to its zenith, Kyleson and the others were forced to exert themselves to keep pace. Meanwhile, Michael's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "All personnel, fall back to the sides." The judges momentarily hesitated at Michael's command before instinctively obeying. Yet, Clarence's death phalanx was far too swift. Many of the holy fire judges who failed to retreat in time were swept away by the illusory array of death, collapsing lifelessly, their souls ensnared within. Further extending the line, this accumulation continued. The array resembled a scythe devouring life, reaping ever more souls unable to escape. Michael's eyes widened in disbelief as he bore his injuries and entered the state of celestial wing, forcibly tearing a gap through the death array using pure divine energy, barely sheltering a portion of the holy fire disciples. Meanwhile, Clarence pressed on, guiding Kyleson and the others beyond the city's outskirts. Upon reaching the edge, the death phalanx ceased, and the vengeful souls became the sacrifice required by the god of death. "Well, that drained the last bit of dark corrosive magic within me," Clarence chuckled. "Now let us hurry and escape this place. From here on, it's up to you all." Chapter 67. Escape. As Kyleson and the others ascended the lengthy stone steps, the entire space had become precarious due to Clarence's flight and the rampant display of extraordinary power. Michael had realized that few of the holy fire practitioners brought along would escape, his face contorted with anger as he shielded the more central judges while attempting to break free. Kyleson dashed out of the building, making for the southern gate, with a furious Michael hot on their heels, and this time, they truly had no means to counter him. The dawn had begun to break, and few pedestrians filled the streets. Kyleson hurriedly assisted the others onto a magical electric carriage, instinctively attempting to mimic his previous life by pulling 2 wires to start the vehicle, only to realize that the control panel lacked even a seam. "Damn it, what do I do now?" Kyleson exclaimed in frustration. Behind them, the buildings erupted with a thunderous sound, as if some unparalleled beast had broken free from its seal, sending a cloud of debris soaring from the entrance. "Use spiritual binding. Does anyone have an intact soul crystal?" Dominic immediately thought of a necromancer capable of animating the dead, but upon looking around, everyone shook their heads. The recent battle had thoroughly depleted their spellcasting materials. "Is this a car?" Clarence inquired with a hint of bewilderment. "Indeed, but it can only be activated by the power of electric magic," sighed Sai, his demeanor reflecting a profound sense of despair from the very beginning. "What kind of electric magic? A car can simply be pushed." Grasping the vehicle, Clarence exerted all his strength to propel the heavy automobile, laden with 4 passengers, down the road at breakneck speed. "Hold on tight." As the searing gusts approached from behind, the trio, along with 2 lifeless bodies, sped through the nearly deserted streets of the early morning. Had there been more people around, their chances of escape amidst potential traffic congestion would have been precarious. Under Kelson's guidance, after approximately 10 minutes, they caught sight of the outline of the southern gate. However, a chill gripped Kelson's heart, for he spotted the guards of Consbird patrolling the ramparts. Where were Dick and the others? Had they managed to breach Consbert ahead of them? Yet, the guards atop the walls appeared to be anything but vigilant, even somewhat lax in their duties. The question loomed. Had Dick and his companions failed to infiltrate? Or had they deviated from their original plan altogether? Kyleson turned to glance at Dominic and Sai, both of whom wore ashen expressions, equally perplexed by the unfolding events. Nevertheless, with the relentless pursuit of Michael pressing behind them, retreat was no longer an option. Clarence recognized the gravity of their situation and summoned the full strength of his formidable physique, the vehicle's axles protesting under the strain. The guards atop the walls, alerted by the commotion, promptly raised their weapons, aiming at Kyleson and his companions. Kyleson fixed his gaze intently on the sentinels above, witnessing the electric guns charging, poised to unleash a lethal torrent of high-voltage electricity capable of reducing a person to ash. The blinding current slithered like a serpent over their heads, causing Kelson's gray hair to stand on end, before striking the pursuers behind them with devastating force. Turning his head, Kyleson beheld the scene of the Judgment Mentors alongside him, valiantly attempting to shield themselves from the oncoming electricity. In a moment of realization, he observed that the guards appeared to be possessed by an ominous darkness. It was Dick. They had already breached the southern gate and seized control of the guards, likely preoccupied with securing the large ships at the harbor. And the fleeting exchange of glances, the vehicle surged through the now wide-open southern gate, with the dock merely a short distance of less than a kilometer away. They had escaped Consbert. Though victory was tantalizingly close, Kelson's heart remained heavy with trepidation, for the scorching pursuit from behind showed no signs of abating. Casting a glance over his shoulder, he could clearly discern the furious visage of Michael. Enraged by the loss of his subordinates, "Damn it, Michael is still chasing me,"